The Mingjing requires your support. We warmly welcome you to subscribe to Mingjing. Suddenly, a blood-soaked youth clad in white appeared. He wielded the unparalleled sword of his junior sister. With hesitant steps, I approached the holy son of the demonic path. Behind him lay the shattered remnants of the titans he had vanquished. The trembling hands of the youth slowly rose, as the fire of his primordial spirit emanated from within. After a searing flash of sword light, the youth transformed into a fleeting presence, vanishing into the courtyard of Chang'an. After countless years, the once-deceased junior sister has been resurrected, becoming a paragon of admiration for thousands. Blessed by the favor of the heavenly Tao, he resolutely embarked upon the path of defiance against the heavens, only for that fleeting possibility of reversing the flow of time. Log cabin, long sword, Taoist robe, gazing at the familiar yet foreign arrangement before me. Your expression is one of bewilderment. Was it not agreed that upon the successful completion of my mission, I could return to Earth, along with the reward of 10 minor objectives? Why have I found myself back at the very beginning of my journey? At that moment, the door to the room swung open abruptly, and a charming young girl appeared at your threshold, gazing intently at you. Her eyes conveyed an indescribable complexity. Upon witnessing this, you could not help but let out a long sigh within your heart. As a game writer once notorious for your sharp wit, only you are aware of the cruel deeds you have inflicted upon the young girl before you. Certainly, perhaps the origin lies in the youthful girl's nostalgic game. Yet one must concede, at that time, the exhilaration was indeed palpable. Not only did it invoke a profound connection, but it also allowed her to wield the honed skills of her blade, imprinting them upon her opponent. Observing the intricate emotions reflected in the girl's gaze, you hesitated repeatedly, yet ultimately resolved to feign ignorance. Although you consider yourself to be utterly despicable, you find it impossible to allow yourself to unreservedly embrace a relationship that is fundamentally founded upon a fraud of deceit. In the blink of an eye, your countenance has once again assumed an expression of tranquility. Your tone carries a hint of affectionate indulgence as you smile and inquire, "Sister Chu, is there something on your mind?" A gentle breeze caresses the air, playfully lifting a strand of the girl's bangs before letting it fall once more. In that fleeting moment, even you cannot help but feel as if everything has returned to that pure and beautiful simplicity. Please do not hesitate to like, subscribe, share, and support the Mirror and D&D programs. Your lips twitched slightly, unable to bear the sight of your junior sister's lackluster performance. With a gentle tone, you remarked, "Do not worry, junior sister. Step forward and observe the proceedings. There is no need for you to take the stage and endure scorn. What about you, senior brother? As the senior disciple of Ling Jianfeng, it is only natural for me to step forward for the competition. However, I have heard that senior brother Zhang from Zizhu Peak has already attained the perfection of the transcendental realm. Even as a senior, I am not overly confident in my chances." "No, I will not," Chu Huai-ro suddenly exclaimed, and then both of them simultaneously experienced a surge of emotions. He seemed to realize that his emotions were amiss and hastily sought to remedy the situation. "I mean, Master Brother, your daily rigorous training is not in vain. Brother Zhang is certainly no match for you. You must have confidence. In this upcoming competition, I am certain that you will emerge victorious." It can be observed that, when Yen Chu Huairo gazed at you, speaking earnestly and with pride, "For my senior brother is unmatched in the world." After uttering these words, she transformed back into her playful and lively little sister persona, then swiftly darted away. Only you are left with a lingering reminiscence of this phrase. You have encountered this line before, albeit in a different context. It inadvertently sends your thoughts drifting away, back to the previous life spent alongside Chu Huairo during those cherished moments. The previous master of Ling Jianfeng, who is also your mentor, has been missing for many years. Every significant matter within Ling Jianfeng is determined by you, the senior disciple. You are benevolent towards all, but your affection for the junior sister is particularly exceptional. This has become a universally acknowledged truth throughout Ling Jianfeng. As the junior disciple, Chu Huairo is also eager to cling to you. If all goes as expected, these two are likely to become the future master and mistress of the Tai sect, Lin Jianfeng. Unexpectedly, the long-lost Lord of Winds has returned, accompanied by a mortal named Zhou Qing. Upon returning, the flickering candle of life was gravely wounded. After hastily imparting a few words to you, he declared the onset of an inevitable demise. His sole request of you was to diligently instruct his disciple, Zhou Qing, in the ways of the world. Zhou Qing's cultivation has progressed remarkably quickly, far surpassing that of his peers. This has, at times, aroused your suspicions, leading you to question whether Zhou Qing is concealing his true abilities. However, you possess no evidence to substantiate this claim, and Zhou Qing continues to present himself as harmless and unassuming. Thus, you gradually lowered your guard, beginning to treat Zhou Qing as an ordinary junior disciple. However, once you had finished attending to the myriad affairs concerning Lin Jianfeng and turned around, you realized that your lively and chatty junior sister, who had always clung to your side, had not sought your company for an indeterminate amount of time. In the next moment, you beheld Chu Huai-ro stealthily wandering alongside Zhou Qing into a nearby mortal city. The two strolled together, indulging in shopping, dining, and reveling in the fireworks. As they stood hand in hand, gazing at the vibrant blossoms of color illuminating the night sky, the light in the little junior sister's eyes rivaled the brilliance of the entire cosmos. At this moment, you have come to realize that, unbeknownst to you, the tender heart of Chu Huai-ro has quietly found its way to Zhou Qing. Though you are engulfed in profound anguish, the sight of your junior sister's radiant smile compels you, like all devoted male counterparts, to silently retreat and protect her from shadows. You once believed that this affection would gradually fade with the passage of time, yet when you witness the deepening bond between your junior sister and Zhou Qing, you are instead overwhelmed by an unbearable ache. Just as you are on the verge of surrender, a turning point emerges. On a fortuitous occasion, you uncover that Zhou Qing's true identity is, in fact, that of an undercover agent for the demonic sect. Whether it is through seeking guidance from his own master or drawing near to Chu Huai-ro, all are merely components of his clandestine scheme. Yet, when you revealed the truth to Chu Huai-ro, you had anticipated that your childhood companion, your junior sister, would choose to place her trust in you. Instead, what you received was the cold, disenchanted gaze of Chu Huai-ro. Master brother, you have truly disappointed me greatly. I had long believed that a Qing was merely overthinking, yet I never anticipated that you would actually slander her regarding matters related to immerse. At this moment, you finally realize that everything you have done has been meticulously anticipated. Yet, you remain unwilling to relinquish your hopes. After you anxiously implore repeatedly, Chu Huai-ro finally erupted in fury. She retrieved a hairpin from her tresses. This hairpin was a gift you bestowed upon me for my 16th birthday. I once held you in high regard, honoring the dignity of women. Yet, how could you so egregiously slander a Qing? From this moment forward, the bond between us shall remain as tenuous as it is now. With a surge of strength, Chu Huai-ro snapped the hairpin in two, casting the fragments before you, and then resolutely turned away, departing. Only from the moment you sever the hairpin, I find myself rendered speechless for an interminable time. Months have elapsed once more. I wonder if Zhou Qing has discerned my thoughts. Throughout these past months, Zhou Qing has exhibited remarkable composure, granting you not a single opportunity. In recent months, you have witnessed with your own eyes the deepening affection between Zhou Qing and Chu Huai-ro, as they have become engaged and are preparing to wed by the end of the year. New Year's Eve, the entire Lingjian Peak is illuminated, radiating an atmosphere of joy and celebration. As time ticks away, the moment has finally arrived for Chu Huai-ro and Zhou Qing to unite in matrimony. At this very moment, apart from you and the reclusive Master Lin Jianfeng, all other disciples of Lin Jianfeng have gathered here to collectively witness this grand wedding. Chu Huai-ro donned a strikingly vibrant red silk gown, crowned with an exquisite and ornate phoenix hairpin. Her makeup was meticulously applied, rendering her as beautiful as a celestial being, utterly breathtaking. After the two exchanged their ceremonial greetings, amidst the joyful clamor of numerous disciples, they were poised to enter the new courtyard. However, just as the wedding neared its conclusion, at a pivotal moment when everyone was enveloped in a joyous atmosphere, an unexpected turn of events transpired. As the groom, Zhou Qing, stood before the watchful eyes of the crowd, he unexpectedly launched a brazen attack, wielding a sharp sword that he plunged violently into the chest of the bride, Chu Huairou. This sudden act left all present in stunned silence, speechless in their astonishment. The originally joyous and harmonious atmosphere was instantly shattered, replaced by a profound stillness and an incredulous hush. Just as the crowd struggled to comprehend the situation, an astonishing scene unfolded before them. A colossal, ferocious black dragon, exuding an overwhelming aura of dominance, suddenly erupted from Chu Huairou's chest. It opened its cavernous maw and unleashed a deafening roar, launching a fierce assault in all directions with an intimidating ferocity. Everyone present was astonished by the sudden turn of events before them. No one could elucidate why a mysterious and formidable black dragon lay concealed within Chu Huairou's being. What is even more perplexing is why Zhou Qing would so ruthlessly take the life of his newlywed wife and unleash this terrifying black dragon. Fortunately, at a crucial moment, you led the esteemed leader of the Tai sect and several elders to the scene with great urgency, fearlessly immersing yourselves in the fierce battle against the black dragon. After a harrowing and exhilarating struggle, you ultimately succeeded in preventing the complete annihilation of Lin Jianfeng. However, this fierce battle dealt a significant blow to the Tai sect. During the suppression of the black dragon, the sect leader sustained grave injuries, and 2 elders tragically lost their lives. As a result of this conflict, the Tai sect was left severely weakened, its vitality profoundly diminished. At this moment, Zhou Qing had vanished without a trace, leaving only Chu Huairou, unconscious and lying on the ground. The entire Lin Jianfeng had descended into chaos. No one seems to notice the intricate emotions reflected in your gaze as you observe your surroundings. In truth, long before Zhou Qing's arrival, you had already traversed this place and completely merged with the native memories. However, due to the constraints imposed by the system, you are unable to alter the current narrative. Thus, you can only watch helplessly as Chu Huairou flits from one affection to another, and as Zhou Qing harbors ulterior motives. Now, with the temporary conclusion of the grand heroine's tale, you may freely commence altering the narrative according to your own whims. My dear sir, is my course of action somewhat cruel? The host need not concern themselves. The system assures the host that all actions taken will undoubtedly be beneficial to the entire world. Even these formidable heroines will ultimately reap rewards far exceeding their contributions. Very well. Chapter 9. My senior brother is unrivaled in the world. 8. The Heavenly Demon Sect. Since the time of the Heavenly Demon, who roamed the vast wilderness 100,000 years ago and established the sect, it has remained one of the preeminent powers within the realm of cultivation. The depth of its foundation is unfathomable. Even during the most fervent times of the righteous path, no one dared to directly challenge its might. However, today, that record is destined to be shattered. A young man clad in a robe of moonlight, wielding a 3-foot-long sword, approached the mountain gate of the Heavenly Demon Sect with an air of nonchalance. Addressing the disciples guarding the gate, he calmly inquired, "May I ask where your esteemed holy son is? I have urgent matters to discuss with him." His demeanor was so tranquil that the gatekeeper instinctively began to respond. "Our holy son is naturally in silence." But he was swiftly interrupted by a companion, whose expression morphed into one of hostility. "Who are you to dare trespass upon the Heavenly Demon Sect?" Regrettably, the young man merely shook his head slightly, a hint of disappointment flickering across his face, as if lamenting the absence of the anticipated response. Yet, before anyone could recover from their astonishment, he suddenly stomped his foot, and with a light touch, his figure soared into the air like a specter. In an instant, a formidable aura erupted from him, sweeping forth like a roaring tide. Following this, a thunderous voice resounded, echoing throughout the Heavenly Demon Sect. "I am Chen Anyun, here today solely to seek your holy son, Zhou Qing, for a sword duel." No sooner had the words left his mouth than a glimmer of cold light flashed from his hand, and an exceptionally sharp long sword was unsheathed. In that moment, a dazzling beam of sword light ascended to the heavens, akin to a colossal dragon soaring into the sky, imbued with an unparalleled ferocity. As it viciously slashed toward the mountain gate of the Heavenly Demon Sect, with a resounding crash, the sky above the Heavenly Demon Sect was instantly enveloped in a brilliant radiance. That overwhelming sword energy descended upon the mountain gate with the force of a mountain collapsing upon an egg. In an instant, the ground trembled and the skies darkened. The scene rendered utterly astonishing, leaving onlookers speechless. A voice like a thunderclap suddenly rang out. Who dares to brazenly breach the protective array of the mountain? Immediately, azure lights appeared, and several figures soared into the air, surrounding Chen Anyun. The leader among them was none other than Ren Wuqing, the notorious master of the heavenly demon sect, whose reputation was feared throughout the cultivation world. At this moment, his expression was frigid as he fixed his gaze upon Chen Anyun, sword in hand, to dare intrude upon my heavenly demon sect's protective array, regardless of your reasons. You are a marked man, yet I must ask, who are you? What audacity drives you to wreak havoc in my sect? At the Tai sect, Ling Jian Peak, faced with several cultivators of the longevity realm, Chen Anyun remained undaunted. It was then that Ren Wuqing recalled something, casting an appreciative glance at Chen Anyun. I observe that your foundation is shallow. You must have recently entered the longevity realm. It is unwise to forsake a promising future to come to my heavenly demon sect to seek death. I have a proposition for you. Why not join my heavenly demon sect? I can ensure you become the new holy son, and you may dispose of Zhou Qing as you wish. Chen Anyun replied in a calm tone, I appreciate your kind offer, Sect Master Run, but today I have no intention of joining the heavenly demon sect. However, I must kill Zhou Qing, so I kindly ask you to inform me of the whereabouts of your sect's holy son. Ren Wuqing, filled with rage, laughed mockingly. Such audacity. Yet I wonder what basis you have to make such bold claims. Do you think there is no one in my heavenly demon sect? You will soon find out. Chen Anyun declared, sword in hand, standing with unwavering pride. Very well. Zhou Qing is currently within that palace. Ren Wuqing gestured casually. If you can survive the journey there, you may kill him. It is settled. Chen Anyun charged forward, soaring directly towards the palace. System prompt. Do you wish to use 20,000 regret points to exchange for the S-rank passive skill? Name Blade? Name Blade can be triggered once a month. When receiving a fatal attack, you will not die within a day, no matter the circumstances. System prompt. Exchange successful. Skill card has been automatically equipped to the host. The system is Chen Anyun's greatest support. Kill him. Ren Wuqing commanded with a wave of his hand, and two elders from the longevity realm soared into the air, aiming to intercept Chen Anyun from either side. However, Chen Anyun stood his ground, absorbing their attacks and retaliating with powerful strikes of his sword, sending the two elders crashing back. Ren Wuqing's expression shifted slightly, yet he refrained from intervening directly and merely nodded. Two more elders charged towards Chen Anyun. Undeterred, Chen Anyun remained steadfast, even as one elder was nearly severely wounded by his ferocious assault. Despite the injuries he sustained, he pressed on toward the palace with unyielding determination. If this young man does not perish, I fear the realm of cultivation will soon witness the rise of another prodigy. Ren Wuqing sighed. His keen insight revealed that although Chen Anyun had successfully repelled four elders, this reckless exchange of injuries could not be sustained. He had no chance of leaving unscathed today. The four inner sect elders of the heavenly demon sect continued to entangle Chen Anyun. Being seasoned experts in the longevity realm, they recognized the flaws in his aggressive strategy, leading them to grow increasingly patient. As Chen Anyun sustained more injuries, his speed diminished. It is time to conclude this. Ren Wuqing closed his eyes, reluctant to witness the fall of an extraordinary genius, even as a practitioner of the demonic path. One elder seized the opportunity and, as Chen Anyun changed his tactics, thrust his sword towards Chen Anyun's chest. The strike was swift and fierce, imbued with a sinister aura that signaled it was no ordinary technique. This sword thrust was unavoidable for Chen Anyun. Yet, to the elder's astonishment, Chen Anyun advanced deliberately, allowing the sword to pierce his heart. In a swift counter, he drove his own sword through the elder's throat. With a final expulsion of true essence, a fine head soared into the sky. The elder has fallen. As everyone stood in stunned silence, Chen Anyun had already drawn the sword from his chest and continued to soar towards the palace with an impassive expression. as if he had just slain not a venerable elder of a prestigious sect who had lived for millennia and was on the verge of ascension, but rather a mere stray cat or dog. Thus, the battle that would send shockwaves throughout the cultivation world had truly commenced. The setting sun bled crimson, casting a sanguine hue over the entire stronghold of the heavenly demon sect. Beneath this blood-red sky, a lone figure with a sword remained proudly suspended in the air. His moon-white robe was drenched in blood, and his long black hair, liberated from its confines, danced in the wind. At this moment, the heavenly demon sect, which boasted a sect leader and 17 elders, found itself in disarray with 7 dead and 11 wounded. Even sect leader Ren Wuching had an empty space on his left side, no longer daring to approach. The heavenly demon sect, the formidable leader of the demonic path in the cultivation world, now found itself, along with sect leader Ren Wuching, gazing up at this young man as if beholding a deity descending from the heavens. My senior brother is invincible. Chu Huairo floated above Chen Anyun, her heart swelling with pride at the unfolding scene. Her masterful brother had truly accomplished the impossible. He had single-handedly challenged the entire sect of the heavenly demon. She yearned to proclaim to the world that the magnificent and proud figure before her was indeed her senior brother. Her gaze brimmed with admiration, pride, and enchantment for the man before her, so much so that when Chen Anyun stepped into the palace and beheaded the utterly terrified Zhou Qing, she could not tear her eyes away from him, not even for a fleeting moment, to glance at the man she had once loved deeply and hated fiercely. Just as Chen Anyun prepared to turn and leave after dispatching Zhou Qing, an elderly man clad in black unexpectedly appeared at the palace entrance. "Young friend, your arrival to slay my holy son and injure my sect leader has brought disgrace upon the heavenly demon sect. Do you intend to depart so easily?" Chen Anyun's figure halted abruptly, and his pupils constricted in shock. Chapter 10. My senior brother is unrivaled upon entering the realm of immortality. Chen Anyun's perceptive abilities experienced a remarkable enhancement. Even when confronted by formidable adversaries like the ruthless head of the heavenly demon sect, he could distinctly sense their powerful aura and the surging essence within them. However, as he faced the enigmatic elder before him, the sensation was entirely different. If one were to describe it, it would be an absence. This absence does not imply non-existence or void, but rather a state that eludes perception. Although visually he could see the figure of the elder, in Chen Anyun's awareness, there existed an emptiness, as if nothing were present. This peculiar and contradictory feeling caused Chen Anyun to furrow his brow. Nevertheless, as the passive skill of his renowned sword had yet to dissipate, Chen Anyun, despite his astonishment, felt no fear. With a swift motion of his right hand, he formed a seal, and his sword was drawn once more, its blade gleaming with a cold light as it cleaved directly towards the elder's head. Regardless of what malevolent being stood before him, the truth would soon be revealed. Yet, in the next instant, an unexpected occurrence transpired. A dual-fingered grip from the elder effortlessly caught the unparalleled sword. Chen Anyun's expression shifted dramatically, for he could distinctly feel an overwhelming force emanating from the elder's fingers, as formidable as a mountain. His eyes widened in disbelief as he regarded this inscrutable elder and inquired, "Are you a practitioner of the celestial realm? Why do you remain in the lower world, failing to break through the void and ascend to the higher realm?" Upon hearing Chen Anyun's question, the elder let out a soft sigh, his tone reminiscent of an elder imparting wisdom to an ignorant junior. Ascension? It is not as simple as you imagine. Only upon truly stepping into the celestial realm does one comprehend the hardships and tribulations involved. After a brief silence, the elder's demeanor suddenly turned icy. "Unfortunately, you may never have the opportunity to learn." Before the words had fully left his lips, Chen Anyun felt an incredibly potent and more concentrated energy surge through the long sword in his grasp, rushing swiftly into his body. This was ethereal energy. It is said that only upon reaching the celestial realm does one begin to cultivate this essence within. This ethereal energy does not grow with cultivation. It must be transformed from one's essence after ascending to the higher realm. However, Even this single strand of ethereal energy inflicted harm upon Chen Anyun that far exceeded any damage he had previously sustained from the masters and disciples of the heavenly demon sect. With a muffled groan, he found himself unable to maintain his stance, kneeling upon the ground. Rest assured, as a disciple of the Tai sect, I shall not take your life. We old fellows have an agreement to refrain from harming each other's disciples below the celestial realm. Yet, while you may escape the death penalty, you cannot evade the consequences. You brazenly infiltrated my heavenly demon sect and killed several of my intersect elders. I shall merely strip you of your cultivation and reduce you to a mortal. I doubt the old fellows of the Tai sect will protest. And even if they do, I, the master of the heavenly demon, fear them not. It turns out that this elderly man is none other than the true founder of the heavenly demon sect, the formidable heavenly demon master who reigned over the vast wilderness 100,000 years ago. Chen Anyun suddenly felt as though his body had transformed into a deflated balloon, with all his true essence gushing out through the leaks in his body. In the blink of an eye, he plummeted from the realm of longevity to the stage of returning to origin. The rate of his essence leakage only slightly slowed. Begone! While your cultivation has not yet completely dissipated, leave my heavenly demon sect. Upon hearing the elder's words, Chen Anyun silently picked up the unparalleled sword from the ground, strode past the elder, and flew away from the palace into the distance. At that moment, another voice echoed through the empty hall. Clearly, he has been stripped of his cultivation. Why leave behind contingency? The heavenly demon master seemed unfazed by the presence of the voice's owner, as if he had anticipated it. This person is exceptionally talented. If he can survive this tribulation, he will surely ascend to greatness. Oh, and what of your brood of demonic sons and grandsons? A bunch of useless wretches. 2 months later, an ordinary disciple of Lingjian Peak discovered the unconscious Chen Anyun at the foot of his mountain. Upon awakening, Chen Anyun realized that much had changed at Lingjian Peak during his year-long absence. He learned that a month after his departure, his master had publicly announced Chu Huairou's true identity. It turned out that Chu Huairou was of the Xin clan, the sole heir of the celestial dynasty that once ruled the entire realm of cultivation, and thus a princess. Not only had she survived, but she had also gained immense power, her bloodline awakened during a near-fatal incident. Days passed. At the mountain gate of Lingjian Peak. Are you truly leaving? An elderly man with hair as white as snow inquired. He was Chen Anyun's master, Li Wuji, the peak lord of Lingjian Peak. After 6 months of retreat, he had successfully emerged and felt profound regret over the matter concerning Zhou Qing. I have made my decision, Chen Anyun replied, nodding as he stood at the mountain gate, still clad in a moon-white robe. However, his complexion was dim, and his hair had turned gray, a sign of the impending demise of a cultivator facing the 5 declines of heaven and man. Will you not even take a final glance at her? She should awaken soon. No, I am but a mere mortal now, unworthy of her. You should still have 10 years to live. 10 years is sufficient. I have yet to experience life as an ordinary person. Chen Anyun bowed deeply to Li Wuji. I have disappointed you, master. With that, he turned resolutely and left. A voice suddenly rang out behind him. I am proud of you, my disciple. Chen Anyun paused momentarily, then waved his hand and continued his descent down the mountain. Then congratulations, esteemed host, for exceeding the task. Who do you think I am? Observing the rapidly increasing regret value and confirming that the soul of his junior sister was no longer by his side, Chen Anyun's lips curled into a barely perceptible smile. Zhu Huaizu walk in. She had witnessed Chen Anyun's departure with her own eyes. Desperately, she had shouted and cried out for him, tirelessly attempting to stop him at every turn. Yet, no matter what she uttered, he remained oblivious. Regardless of how many times he attempted to intervene, he effortlessly traversed through her essence. She yearned to convey to him that he was not worthless. He was deserving of her affection. No, it should be that she felt unworthy of him. The two of them could have embraced a splendid future together, destined to be celestial lovers. It was all due to her own shortcomings. She even wished to remain in this state, following him down the mountain. Yet in the next instant, she was forcibly drawn back into her corporeal form. Subsequently, She found herself ensnared in a realm of darkness for 3 days before finally awakening. Chu Huairou did not scream. Although she had previously existed as a spirit, she could still be by his side. But now, having returned to life, it felt as though she had irrevocably lost him. An overwhelming tide of regret flooded her heart, for she understood that he was gone. That unparalleled figure, her master brother, whose gaze had always been filled with her image. That master brother who had single-handedly infiltrated the demon's sect to avenge her, would never return. Disregarding her recently restored weary body and her master's admonishments, she frantically began her search for him. She scoured every city, every river, every valley, and every village, yet his silhouette eluded her. Master brother, where on earth are you? In despair, she wept bitterly, holding up his portrait and inquiring of each passerby. Alas, no news ever reached her ears. It was not until several years later that she finally reconciled with reality. The person who had gazed upon her with such devotion, who had braved the demon's sect for her sake, had truly departed from her life. In the ensuing years, a girl named Chu Huairou emerged in the realm of immortals. With exceptional prowess and a noble heart, she vanquished demons and eradicated malevolence. Soon, her name was celebrated throughout the entirety of Central State, even among ordinary mortals. Coupled with her exquisite beauty and legendary background, suitors flocked to her in droves. Yet, she spurned them all, for no one understood that her endeavors were never driven by a sense of chivalry. She merely wished to transform Central State into her stage, where she could dance solo. Since she could not find him, she desired him to witness her, even if it meant enduring the solitude of night. When the tides of regret would overwhelm her, rendering her to the ground in anguish. Or perhaps she would retrieve that broken hairpin and gaze longingly at it. She had discovered the fractured pin on the table in Chen Anyun's room. He had not taken it with him. Thus, she painstakingly restored it piece by piece. For only then might he hear whispers of her in some tea house or tavern. Only then could she convey her thoughts to him, at least on the surface. Master brother, I am faring well. So, even in the mortal realm, even if you have lost your former splendor, please, you must live well. Chapter 11. Chu Huairou, my dear Huairou. Your father does not expect you to perform any earth-shattering feats for our Xianzhu clan or for the common people of the world. I simply hope that you may live a life filled with joy and tranquility. The image of her father had grown hazy in Chu Huairou's mind, yet she still faintly recalled the words he had solemnly spoken when he entrusted her to the head of Tai's sect, Gu Qianxi, at the tender age of 5. Since that moment, she had lost all contact with her father and had not seen him since. Moreover, it seemed that everyone around her chose to remain silent about her father's whereabouts, never mentioning him again. Thus, Chu Huairou resolved to heed her father's teachings and live a simple, joyful life. Before long, Gu Qianxi brought her to Lingjian Peak, where she was greeted by a kindly old man with snow-white hair and a handsome young boy beside him. Gu Qianxi informed her that this amiable old man would be her future master. Her master, Li Wuji, was a late-blooming genius who always lagged behind in his cultivation. Yet on the very last day of his life, he achieved enlightenment. Thus, he appeared as an elderly figure. However, she was more captivated by the handsome young boy. "What is your name?" she inquired. "Chen Anyun, and for peace, and Yun for cloud. And you?" The boy gazed at her with curiosity. Feeling a bit shy under his scrutiny, Chu Huairou blushed and whispered, "I am Chu Huairou." With a smile, Li Wuji announced, "This is my first disciple and your eldest senior brother." "What about me?" she asked. "Of course, you shall be the second senior sister." "Must I be the second senior sister?" Chu Huairou frowned slightly. Li Wuji's smile faltered, and he inquired with curiosity, "Do you wish to be the eldest senior sister?" "I cannot promise you that. You must also have the approval of my foolish disciple." No. Chu Huairou shook her head vigorously. "In the stories my father told me, the favored ones were always the little junior sisters, so I wish to be the little junior sister." "Ah, is that not permissible?" Chu Huairou tilted her head in question. "It seems it may not be impossible." Thus, Chu Huairou naturally became the little junior sister of Lingjian Peak. More importantly, she also became Chen Anyun's only little junior sister. Chen Anyun cherished solitude, finding joy in gazing at the moon alone. In contrast, Chu Huairou thrived on activity. constantly pestering him during his moonlit moments. Despite their starkly contrasting personalities, the two were inseparable. You cling to your senior brother so fiercely. What will you do when he marries? Teased the senior sister from next door. Chu Huairou brushed off the remark with confidence, boldly asserting, "Then why can't I marry my senior brother?" Her eyes sparkled with realization. "Ah, I understand now. It must be that you like my senior brother and are trying to stir things up." She placed her hands on her hips, disregarding the senior sister's frantic gestures. "Let me tell you, my senior brother belongs to me alone. No one can take him away." A familiar voice suddenly came from behind her. Chu Huairou's face flushed crimson, and without daring to look back, she bolted away, disappearing in an instant. Only Chen Anyun remained, gazing at the meaningful smile of his senior sister opposite him, utterly bewildered. He had arrived late and had heard nothing at all. The coffee emitted was merely a result of his discomfort. However, from that moment on, whenever the people of Lingjian Peak beheld Chu Huairou and Chen Anyun together, they could not suppress their inexplicable smiles. They were the senior brother and junior sister, childhood companions who had grown up side by side. At that time, Chu Huairou had never contemplated what the future might hold. She simply felt that as long as she could be happy each day, with someone she cherished by her side, it was the epitome of bliss. From the depths of her heart, she wished for such moments to endure indefinitely. The turning point came with the disappearance of their master, plunging the entire Lingjian Peak into chaos. It was during this tumultuous period that the senior brother inexplicably became the acting leader of Lingjian Peak. This unexpected development astonished and perplexed everyone, yet the senior brother silently took on this heavy responsibility. Since assuming the role of acting leader, his life became exceedingly hectic. Each day, in addition to tirelessly cultivating to enhance his strength, he had to manage a myriad of intricate affairs. Every matter, large or small, within the peak required his personal attention and decision-making, ranging from the disciples' progress and cultivation to resource allocation and collaboration with other branches. Each task demanded utmost diligence. As the senior brother grew increasingly busy, the time he could spend with her dwindled. Once they had practiced together, explored the mountains, and shared countless joyful moments. Yet now, those cherished memories seemed to slip further away. Then, Zhou Qing entered the picture. Their distance began to widen. Their meetings became rarer. One day, Zhou Qing seemingly realized her feelings for the senior brother and resolved that if he truly harbored feelings for her, she might as well attempt to be with him. This way, he would feel jealous and pay her more attention. Thus, during that period, she began to spend time with Zhou Qing, deliberately acting intimately in front of the senior brother. However, he did not exhibit any anger or jealousy. Instead, he appeared to bless her. Had he always seen her merely as a sister? It was only after that blood-stained wedding that Chu Huairou thought to herself, the senior brother must be laughing at her. After all, it was Zhou Qing whom she had abandoned, leading to this choice. Yet, to her surprise, the senior brother did not mock her. Rather, he held her close with a pained heart, and thus began the earth-shattering journey of revenge. If one were to ask Chu Huairou when the happiest moments of her life were, she would undoubtedly respond without hesitation. It was during this journey of revenge that her senior brother undertook for her. For it was only at this moment that she had truly spent a year in his company, finally comprehending the essence of the one she once admired. Beneath his refined and gentle exterior lay a remarkable brilliance, a captivating spirit. Particularly during the time when Chen Anyun was clearing the forces of the heavenly demon sect in Crescent Moon City, he sustained injuries almost daily. Yet, regardless of the severity of his wounds during the day, each evening he would sit alone on a branch, a jug of wine in hand, gently caressing his unparalleled sword while gazing at the moon above. Was the senior brother thinking of me? In those moments, Chu Huairou felt an overwhelming ache within her heart, for she had gradually come to understand her own feelings. It turned out that from the very first glance at that handsome boy, she had already fallen for him. This affection had remained unwavering. However, as he became a constant presence by her side, what once was companionship gradually morphed into a habit, blinding her to the truth. Regrettably, she realized this too late, especially when she came to understand that he was truly on the verge of leaving her. Thus, when what was once natural reverted to mere habit, and that habit ceased to exist, Chu Huairou experienced an unprecedented agony, as if her very marrow was being excavated. Indeed, he had long been an indispensable part of her life. Yet, after losing him, she found herself incomplete. Subsequently, each time she vanquished demons, she would wander through the nearby mortal towns, forever fantasizing that in some fleeting moment she might again catch a glimpse of those familiar eyes. She dreamt of seizing him just as he turned to leave, holding him tightly in her embrace, declaring, "I, Chu Huairou, wish to marry Chen Anyun." Alas, fantasies remain just that. From her master, she learned that he had but 10 years of life remaining. Yet, even after thousands of years, long after she had become the revered empress of unparalleled might, she had never encountered him again. But only Chu Huairou understood that if the heavens truly existed, she would willingly exchange all her current cultivation and achievements for a mere moment of that fleeting time on Spirit Sword Peak. And then, astonishingly, her wish was granted. So, when she pushed open the door once more and called out Senior Brother, heaven knows how much strength she summoned to restrain the impulse to embrace him. Even more amusingly, she discovered that at that moment, her senior brother was still preoccupied with worries about his opponents in the sect competition. She chuckled inwardly. Who would have thought that this anxious young man would become a peerless prodigy who would, in the future, single-handedly infiltrate the heavenly demon sect with just a sword? Ultimately, she could not contain herself, exclaiming, "My senior brother, unrivaled under heaven." At the same time, she silently vowed, "This time, I will never lose him again. Never." Chapter 12. The Grand Competition of the Sect Master. What do you think would happen if our little junior sister were to discover that all of this was a plot I had meticulously orchestrated? I would advise the esteemed host against such a course of action. According to the system's analysis, should Chu Huairou uncover the entire truth, there exists at least a 1 probability of her succumbing to darkness. 1? Such a meager figure? What are the remaining 99? Chen Anyun exclaimed with delight, for he had always held great faith in the system's assessments. She would eliminate you first and then fall into darkness. What are you doing, esteemed host? Packing my bags in preparation for flight. Truly, there is no need for such trepidation. Given Chu Huairou's disposition, as long as you persist in feigning ignorance, it is highly likely that nothing untoward will transpire. Very well. Chen Anyun halted his actions, suddenly sighing, "Master, do you think we might incur divine retribution for our actions? Why would you entertain such thoughts, esteemed host? Consider it. Am I not deceiving their affections? Moreover, I am condemning them to lifelong regrets on my behalf. Fear not, esteemed host. In truth, compared to what they have lost, the gains they have acquired from you far exceed their losses." Oh, pray, elaborate. These prominent heroines hail from the works of a singular author, notorious within the industry for his perverse beliefs that tragedy is the true essence of all creation. Thus, while these heroines have lived grand and tumultuous lives under his pen, their ultimate fates have been harrowing. And so, thanks to your efforts, esteemed host, this world has finally liberated itself from the clutches of that twisted author. The heroines can now break free from their predetermined destinies and truly seize control of their fates. What could be more paramount for them than wielding their destinies in their own hands? Rest assured, esteemed host, your actions are not in error. Your reasoning is sound. Chen Anyun mused, stroking his chin in agreement. Moreover, as you have pointed out, given my little junior sister's nature, as long as I continue to play the fool, I should be able to live in peace. Indeed, esteemed host. Yet in the next moment, an image of a woman clad in black flashed through Chen Anyun's mind. Right? Master, while there seems to be no issue with my little junior sister, what if it concerns Luli? The system fell silent. Do not be so, master. Your silence fills me with dread. Please accept my condolences, esteemed host. Should misfortune befall you, I shall persist in my existence with fortitude. Curse it, cannot you devise some means to assist me? What use are you? Chen Anyun rubbed his temples. This one is 100 times more troublesome than Chu Huairou. However, thankfully, that woman should be unaware that she is currently at Tai's sect. At least for the time being, I need not fear her arrival. Very well. I shall take one step at a time, Chen Anyun thought to himself. The following day, as Chen Anyun opened his door, He was met by the gentle embrace of a soft body that clung to him, firmly grasping his right hand. This sensation was not unfamiliar to him. Instinctively, he reached out with his other hand to ruffle Chu Huairo's hair. "Good morning, senior brother. What brings you here so early today?" she exclaimed, her small fists pumping up and down in excitement. Chen Anyun's modest abode, perched atop Lingjian Peak, was bathed in the golden light of dawn. At this moment, the entire peak teemed with vitality. The distant mountains, illuminated by the sun, appeared even more majestic, their misty veils tinged with hues of orange and red, creating an ethereal ambience. Their conversation flowed with such natural ease that it felt as though time had reverted to its halcyon days. Thus, whether by design or happenstance, both Chen Anyun and Chu Huairo silently agreed to maintain the enchanting atmosphere. In this timeline, their master had yet to go missing, and Chen Anyun remained merely the senior disciple of Lingjian Peak. Their relationship was at its most harmonious, unmarred by any discord. Zhu Huaidu, filled with genuine gratitude for this second chance at life, chirped like a lark, chattering away as they walked. Chen Anyun, with a fond smile, listened attentively, nodding in response from time to time. Upon reaching the grand plaza of their sect, Chu Huairo reluctantly turned to Chen Anyun and said, "Senior brother, I must head to my arena now, but I'll be there shortly." "All right, be careful during the contest," Chen Anyun advised. "I will give it my all," she replied with a bright smile. As Chu Huairo's figure faded into the distance, the system suddenly interjected, "Host, is it truly appropriate for you both to feign youth in such a manner?" Chen Anyun stiffened. If one were to consider their real ages, together they were nearing 3,000 years. "Silence," he retorted. The outcome of the ensuing competition was already evident, devoid of any suspense. Chen Anyun exerted every ounce of his strength, striving to ensure that his opponent's defeat was not overly humiliating. After all, given his current prowess at the celestial realm, his adversary was merely at the profound realm. It was no exaggeration to say that the disparity between them was likelier to be greater than that between an ant and Tyson. Just as Chen Anyun stepped down from the arena, he spotted Chu Huairo waving at him from a distance. As expected of the senior brother, Zhang Shidi has just broken through, and his foundation is still unstable. It was merely luck, he humbly chuckled before inquiring. "And what about you?" "I won as well," Chu Huairo replied with casual confidence, though she quickly added with a hint of fluster, "That senior brother must have seen my youth and, out of pity, refrained from striking too hard, leading to his inadvertent loss." "As long as you're unscathed," Chen Anyun remarked, smoothly sidestepping her clumsy performance. He was surprised that after all these years, his junior still retained such a competitive spirit. Even though her cultivation had regressed to the materialization realm, the disparity between the top 3 realms in the world of cultivation was not as pronounced as in the later stages. A gap of over a millennium in experience would be sufficient for Chu Huairo to secure a victory that was not overly arduous. Yet, did she truly possess no fear of arousing suspicion? However, this was not the primary concern plaguing Chen Anyun at the moment. If memory served him correctly, by the end of this year, a grand event in the cultivation world awaited, the opening of the Spirit Pearl secret realm in Luozhou. At this juncture, given his still modest level of cultivation, this matter bore little significance to him. Yet, his master had gone missing during this very expedition into the secret realm. Moreover, of even greater consequence, this Spirit Pearl secret realm harbored a monumental secret. Chapter 13. The Saintess of Xiantian. This secret was only revealed to Chen Anyun many years later. In truth, the Spirit Pearl secret realm is but a remnant of the once mighty Xiantian Palace from the celestial realm. Within its depths lies the slumbering saintess Ling Shizi, one of the prominent heroines of this world. However, her narrative is rather unique. According to the storyline, Ling Shizi was originally a named disciple of Xiantian Palace, indoctrinated from a young age to be a devoted follower, believing that her entire existence was solely for the glory of the palace. When Xiantian Palace fell, it was reduced to ruins, and its remnants descended to the lower realm, transforming into the Spirit Pearl secret realm with the aid of a sacred artifact. In this catastrophe, Ling Shizi became the sole survivor of Xiantian Palace. The palace's laws continued to function, and every 1,000 years, there would be a contest for the position of saint son or saint daughter. As the only survivor, Ling Shizi was naturally chosen as the saintess. However, unexpectedly, the former saint son returned from the dead, awakening against all odds. Xiantian Palace adheres to strict regulations, permitting only one saint son or saint daughter to exist at any given time. If the saint son were indeed successfully revived, Ling Shizi would be consumed, becoming his sustenance. Yet, due to years of indoctrination, her mind had been warped and obscured, despite her awareness of the palace's rules. Witnessing the prospect of the saint son's revival led her to recklessly disregard her own life, employing every means to assist in his resurrection. To achieve this goal, she meticulously orchestrated the emergence of the Spirit Pearl's secret realm, enticing cultivators from the lower realm to explore. She surreptitiously set up a spirit-absorbing formation, which would activate silently whenever a cultivator dared to enter, mercilessly draining their lifespans. However, even the lowliest of creatures possess a will to live, and Ling Shizi, too, harbored a desire for survival. This instinct, coupled with the ingrained sense of duty, plunged her into endless anguish and turmoil. Torn between her yearning to revive the saint's son and restore Xiantian Palace, and her fear of becoming a sacrificial pawn, her psyche gradually spiraled into distortion and madness. Chen Anyun, the character he portrayed, inadvertently stumbled into the Spirit Pearl secret realm in the future. Captivated by Ling Shizi while uncovering the secrets of Xiantian Palace, he devoted himself to her redemption, striving to liberate her from the palace's grasp. Yet, the palace's brainwashing was far too effective, no matter how hard Chen Anyun tried. Ling Shizi persisted in her pursuit of the saint's son's revival. It was only in the final moments before the saint's son's resurrection, just before Ling Shizi's demise, that she finally awakened and began to regret her choices, but it was too late. At this juncture, the tragic male lead, Chen Anyun, made the ultimate sacrifice, thwarting the saint's son's resurrection. However, it is lamentable that Ling Shizi remained oblivious to the truth of the situation, mistakenly believing that the failure of the saint's son's revival was entirely due to her own missteps. Consequently, upon her successful awakening, she felt no remorse whatsoever towards Chen Anyun. In the original narrative, Chen Anyun was merely an ordinary friend in Ling Shizi's memories, who had once attempted to persuade her to leave the Xuantiangong. How could the system tolerate this? Thus, Chen Anyun meticulously devised a new script. Consequently, recalling the events of that time sent a shiver down Chen Anyun's spine. This female protagonist was not one to be easily swayed. Once she had made up her mind, not even the strongest ox could pull her back. It had taken great effort on his part to gradually shift her perception, helping her understand the importance of living for herself. Then, he suddenly realized that if Ling Shizi had also experienced a rebirth, her first course of action would likely be to swiftly seal off the Lingzhu secret realm, followed closely by mercilessly eliminating that holy son. This way, it seemed he need not overly worry about his masteress' safety. However, his own safety was far more uncertain. She was an entity from the upper realms, and despite their shared past, Chen Anyun could not guarantee that he could fully comprehend her thoughts. Moreover, if his master had not gone missing, how would his junior sister react upon sensing the alteration in the storyline? Would she perhaps uncover some clues? Chen Anyun found himself deep in contemplation. Unbeknownst to him, just as he pondered, far away in the Lingzhu secret realm, an exquisite figure gently lifted her snow-white hand, and in an instant, a colossal visage appeared in the air, contorted with pain and frantically writhing in anguish. Ling Shizi, you wretched being, how dare you commit such an act of insubordination? Insubordination? In Ling Shizi's eyes, there was only a piercing coldness. Had it not been for the grace bestowed upon her in a past life, how could he have ended up in such a woeful state? What nonsense are you spouting? What past life and present? Are we not all descended from the upper realms? Who exactly was he? The immense face was now enveloped in confusion, even forgetting to emit its cries of despair. You need not know. Ling Shizi lightly raised her arm, and the immense visage was once again engulfed in excruciating wails. Ling Shizi murmured in a voice only she could hear, just a little longer. It won't be long now. Soon, I shall come to seek you, my beloved. As she continued to refine the former holy son of Xuantiangong, a figure clad in moon-white robes unconsciously surfaced in her mind. Along with those words, she vowed never to forget, even if reduced to ashes, as a human. You owe nothing to anyone. Ling Shizi, live for yourself. Ling Shizi stood there quietly, her eyes gently closed, feeling the surging emotions rising within her heart. Her stunning visage shone like translucent white jade, emanating a mesmerizing radiance. A barely perceptible smile crept upon her lips. The enormous face twisted and trembled, seemingly shrouded in an unbearable fear. It widened its eyes, fixating intently on Ling Shizi. The smile it bore was so faint that it was nearly imperceptible, akin to a flower blossoming in the darkness, small and fragile, yet exuding an intoxicating fragrance. However, this seemingly trivial smile appeared particularly ominous in the gaze of that colossal face, contorted in agony. Yet, Ling Shizi remained unfazed by its thoughts. At this moment, within the secret realm, petals of pale pink cascaded like snowflakes, carpeting the earth in a soft and fragrant tapestry. A gentle breeze wafted through, carrying wisps of sweetness that lingered at the tip of the nose, refreshing the spirit. The sky was a brilliant blue, resembling a sapphire, while clouds floated like cotton candy. Sunlight filtered through the dappled leaves, casting patches of golden light upon the ground. She extended her hand to catch a falling apricot blossom petal, savoring its delicate texture and the faint breath of life it held. The petal quivered gently in her palm as Ling Shizi softly closed her eyes, attuning herself to the whispers of the wind and the murmurs of the flowers. Her thoughts drifting ever farther. Chapter 14. The blossoming apricot flowers. Ling Shizi still vividly remembers that morning, following the successful implementation of the spirit-gathering immortal array, when the Holy Sun summoned her. At last, the completion of her long-awaited endeavor was within reach. In 3 years, she would truly awaken. Ling Shizi, you have performed admirably. For the remaining 3 years, you may depart from the secret realm and arrange your own affairs, intoned a lofty figure, suspended in mid-air within the solemn and austere Xiantian Palace, his voice imbued with a mixture of pride and guardedness. Upon hearing these words, an uncontainable surge of excitement welled up within Ling Shizi. She knelt deeply, expressing her gratitude. Thank you, Your Highness. This moment held profound significance for her. It was not merely the acquisition of 3 years of autonomy over her precious time. Rather, it was the fulfillment of her long-held aspiration to resurrect the Holy Sun and rejuvenate the Xiantian Palace. Although she understood that the Holy Sun's directive for her to leave the secret realm at this critical juncture was a precautionary measure against her, she bore no resentment. She believed that under the future leadership of the revived Holy Sun, the Xiantian Palace would once again stand majestic in the realm above. Yet, when the flurry of responsibilities and urgency dissipated, a sense of bewilderment enveloped her. Throughout her life, she had been confined to the dual missions of safeguarding the Xiantian Palace and serving the Holy Sun. Neither her mentors nor her parents had ever enlightened her about pursuits or endeavors beyond this solemn duty. Ling Shizi endeavored to unearth those forgotten aspirations and desires. Memories of the world's splendor and the camaraderie shared with her fellow disciples surfaced, yet she felt no flicker of longing within her heart. What should I do? Ling Shizi pondered deeply, so intently that when she finally regained her bearings, she discovered she had unwittingly arrived in a small town of the mortal realm. All around her lay layers of black bricks and white tiles. Despite the gentle drizzle falling from the sky, the streets bustled with throngs of lively individuals. Ling Shizi stood upon the street, quietly listening to the conversations of the mortals around her. From their discourse, she learned that today marked a special occasion for them, the Qingming Festival. What were these mortals so busy with? With her heart brimming with curiosity, Ling Shizi began to observe the passers-by with great attention. She focused intently on each individual, entirely oblivious to the rain that had soaked her garments. Just then, she sensed that the rain had seemingly ceased. Raising her gaze in confusion, the first sight to meet her icy eyes was a long robe of moonlit white. Soon, she realized that the rain had not stopped. Rather, someone was holding an umbrella, silently shielding her from the downpour above. "Who are you?" she inquired. "I am Chen Anyun," came a reply. "Why do you assist me with your umbrella?" She pressed. "Because you are drenched by the rain," he explained. "Is it merely because I am wet that you offer me shelter? What about them?" Ling Shizi gestured toward the other pedestrians, equally soaked by the rain. "They are not as good-looking as you," Chen Anyun said with utmost honesty. "So, you're helping me with the umbrella because I am attractive, right?" "Well, if you insist on putting it that way, it seems there is no harm in it," Chen Anyun replied with remarkable patience. Ling Shizi lifted her gaze, fixating on Chen Anyun's face. A rather handsome man, she mused inwardly, at least far more appealing than the saint. Yet almost immediately, she was engulfed by guilt, chastising herself for daring to comment on the saint's appearance. Suppressing her tumultuous thoughts for the moment, Ling Shizi looked at Chen Anyun and earnestly inquired, "So, how should I repay you?" "Repay?" Chen Anyun was taken aback. He had never anticipated that such a blunt term would be uttered in the presence of this ethereal beauty. Impulsively, he responded, "We have a saying here, a drop of water should be repaid with a fountain of grace. If you truly wish to repay me, how about becoming my wife? What do you think?" As soon as the words escaped his lips, he began to inwardly regret his flippancy, feeling he had been rather reckless. However, this enchanting girl, radiating an aura of celestial grace, yet appearing as innocent and naive as a child, easily sparked a mischievous inclination within him. What is a wife? A wife simply means a lady. All right then. Haha. It seems that it's not quite right, was it? I was merely jesting. Please do not take it seriously. Wait, what did you just say? I said all right. Ling Shizi looked at Chen Anyun with a serious expression and declared, "As long as you do not mind that we can only be married for 3 years. It's fine." "Well, it's not that simple." With that, Chen Anyun became flustered, stumbling over his words, and unconsciously disregarding the notion of 3 years. "I am Ling Shizi, from the Xiantian Palace of the Li Xian and Tian." Li Xian and Tian? Xiantian Palace? What kind of place is that? Never mind. Let me reintroduce myself. I am Chen Anyun. It seems I have no recollection of my previous memories and woke up in this place. I must apologize for my earlier thoughtlessness," Chen Anyun said with a faint smile of resignation. "Chen Anyun." Ling Shizi nodded, repeating his name twice before completely overlooking the latter part of his statement and looking at him with eager anticipation. "Since I am now your wife, what shall we do next?" "You. Well, all right then. I suppose having such a beautiful wife without any cost is not a loss for me." Chen Anyun suddenly laughed, straightening his posture with a mischievous glint in his eye. "Since we are husband and wife, why don't we perform a wedding ceremony first?" He gazed at the girl before him, pondering how she might respond. To his utter surprise, she looked utterly perplexed and asked, "What is a wedding ceremony? You don't know this?" Chen Anyun was somewhat astonished, yet he patiently explained, "A wedding ceremony is the ritual through which 2 individuals become married." He had thought that his words would convey understanding to the woman, yet to his astonishment, she inquired, "Oh, I see. When shall we go to the altar?" At that moment, Chen Anyun could not help but feel a wave of anxiety wash over him. He began to question the sanity of the woman he had seemingly acquired so effortlessly. Could it be that she lacked even the most rudimentary knowledge? Or was she merely toying with him? Chen Anyun fell into a deep reverie, observing the man enveloped in silence. Ling Shizi felt no urgency. Instead, a flicker of delight stirred within her. At the very least, she had found a new target, one that was not altogether dismal. As thoughts of wife danced in her mind, she pondered what action she ought to take next, her heart brimming with anticipation. Chapter 15. The blossoming apricot flowers, too. In the quaint town of Sioux County, a newlywed couple arrived, quickly becoming the subject of local gossip. The pair, undeniably a match of talent and beauty, captured the attention of the townsfolk. Not only were they striking in appearance, but their personalities were equally remarkable. The husband, with his elegant demeanor and gentle grace, always wore a warm smile and approached everything around him with patience. The wife, on the other hand, was innocent and vivacious, brimming with curiosity about the myriad wonders of life, often mingling joyfully with the local children. Half a year later, the couple opened a medical clinic. Regardless of wealth or status, anyone seeking medical assistance would receive their utmost care. Their remarkable skills often resulted in swift recoveries, earning them the respect and gratitude of the townspeople. Naturally, they became integral members of this small community. This was indeed a manifestation of the phrase, to alleviate the suffering of the world. At the end of a long day, Ling Shizi's face radiated excitement rather than fatigue as she tidied up the scattered herbs in the clinic, humming to herself, "How delightful." "What are you saying?" Chen Anyun's voice suddenly emerged from behind her. "Ah, my husband, you are back," Ling Shizi exclaimed, not surprised at all, as she effortlessly leaned back into Chen Anyun's embrace. He gently held her close and inquired softly, "What's the matter? Did you encounter something interesting today? You seem so happy." Ling Shizi looked up, her face aglow with contentment, and replied, "I just find what you said about alleviating the suffering of the world to be truly fascinating." Chen Anyun couldn't help but chuckle. He had grown accustomed to his wife's curiosity for new experiences. He tenderly stroked her hair and said, "Indeed, this is the essence of mortal life." Ling Shizi nodded thoughtfully, exclaiming, "I used to practice in the Shantian Palace, unaware that the world of mortals could be so vibrant." Chen Anyun gazed at his wife, wanting to share that life among mortals often harbors more hardships than joys, but seeing her so animated, he chose to keep those thoughts to himself. The couple stood embraced, savoring the tranquility of the moment. Since their meeting 6 months prior, Chen Anyun had noticed Ling Shizi's keen interest in experiencing different lives. Sometimes he pondered whether their union was simply a part of her journey to explore life. However, after they had consummated their marriage, he gradually dismissed that notion. Interestingly, the clinic was initially established by Ling Shizi to experience the role of a physician. Yet he wondered how long her enthusiasm would endure. Nevertheless, as it was her aspiration, he was more than willing to support her. After a moment of tender intimacy, Ling Shizi asked, "My husband, what shall we do next?" Upon hearing this, Chen Anyun first smiled faintly, then gently caressed Ling Shizi's flowing hair, softly uttering, "I almost forgot." After speaking, he slowly pushed Ling Shizi aside and retrieved a piece of yellow cloth from his bosom. Observing this, curiosity sparked in Ling Shizi's eyes as she gazed at Chen Anyun and asked in bewilderment, "What is this?" A smile graced Chen Anyun's lips as he raised the cloth, proudly proclaiming, "This is the imperial decree. The current emperor is in poor health, and the royal physicians are at a loss. If we wish to experience the noble act of saving lives, how could we possibly do without it?" At the mention of the imperial decree, a glimmer of surprise flickered in Ling Shizi's eyes. She cautiously accepted the cloth, examining it closely. The decree bore grand golden characters, exuding an air of solemnity and reverence. The sovereign among the 9 heavens is esteemed, while the noble lords outside the gates are revered. How can one compare to a drunken commoner, unrestrained in the face of life and death? Chen Anyun remarked leisurely, "This represents the highest realm of a healer." Ling Shizi listened intently, her gaze gradually illuminating with understanding. The news of Chen Anyun and Ling Shizi unveiling the imperial decree swiftly spread throughout Su County. The townsfolk familiar with the couple rushed to dissuade them, warning, "The current sovereign is a tyrant. If you succeed in healing him, all is well, but if not, you may not escape the palace." Once the concerned citizens were persuaded to retreat, Ling Shizi finally inquired, "Husband, what is a tyrant?" "Oh, a tyrant is an emperor with a fierce temperament, one who delights in taking lives." "Shall we then seek to heal this tyrant? I sense they might not be fond of this so-called tyrant." The townsfolk visiting the medical clinic held a favorable impression of Ling Shizi. "Our primary aim is to experience this sensation. After we heal him, we can simply allow him to succumb to his illness once more," Chen Anyun stated candidly, having heard much about the tyrant during their 6 months in this locale. "You are truly astute, my husband." Ling Shizi generously bestowed a kiss. With a beautiful woman in his embrace, and being his wife, Chen Anyun found no reason to maintain decorum. He lifted Ling Shizi and carried her towards their chamber. Days passed, and a group of soldiers arrived at Chen Anyun's clinic. Upon seeing Ling Shizi, Their eyes lit up in astonishment before they turned their attention to Chen Anyun, who was attending to a patient, and inquired, "Are you the doctor who unveiled the decree?" "Indeed, that is I," Chen Anyun replied with calm assurance, nodding slightly. "Then you must accompany us," the leading officer stated in a cold tone. "Do you not see that I am currently treating a patient?" Chen Anyun had no intention of leaving, barely lifting his gaze. "There are 3 patients here who require my attention. Please wait a moment. You are inviting trouble, delaying the emperor's treatment. Can you bear that responsibility?" The officer, filled with fury, drew his sword with a swift motion, its sharp blade glinting ominously, exuding a chilling aura. "In my presence, there is no distinction of rank. All must adhere to the order of arrival." Chen Anyun's expression remained impassive, while the eyes of Ling Shizi beside him sparkled with excitement, observing the unfolding scene with keen interest. In contrast, the several commoners awaiting treatment appeared increasingly restless. Just as a conflict seemed imminent, the leading officer unexpectedly sheathed his sword, bowing in admiration as he remarked, "It appears you truly possess considerable skill. Very well. We shall wait for you to attend to these patients before departing." "Indeed, it should be so," Chen Anyun replied with a nod, his tone unyielding. "Let us proceed." With those 2 words softly spoken, he gradually stowed away the gleaming silver needles that had shimmered ominously in his hand. Amidst the heartfelt expressions of gratitude and tearful thanks from the patients, he rose gracefully, exuding an air of poise and composure. Clad in a long robe as white as snow and adorned with a silk cap, he stood tall like a pine, reminiscent of a celestial being descending to earth. Even the steadfast officer, accustomed to the cycles of life and death, could not help but silently commend him, acknowledging that such elegance was truly a rarity in this world. Chapter 16. The Blooming Apricot Blossoms 3. Within the palace, a resplendent grandeur enveloped the surroundings. However, the 2 individuals, being cultivators, felt little regard for the ostentation of the mortal realm, which instead prompted a renewed respect from the military officer who had escorted them. "If you possess sufficient confidence in your medical skills, perhaps you might allow the lady to await outside the palace," he suggested, casting a glance at Ling Shizi's exquisite beauty, unable to restrain his counsel. "That is of no concern," Chen Anyun replied, fully comprehending the officer's implication. After all, it was not unusual for a tyrant to act capriciously. Nevertheless, Ling Shizi had come with the intention of experiencing life. Waiting outside the palace would render the endeavor rather pointless. Observing Chen Anyun's steadfast demeanor, the officer sighed inwardly, ceasing his persuasion. Soon, they were guided by the palace attendants to the emperor's quarters. The emperor of this nation was in the prime of his life, yet his prolonged affliction had taken a toll on his vitality, leaving him with an appearance that suggested his days were numbered. Nonetheless, upon witnessing Chen Anyun and Ling Shizi's entrance, a spark of interest flickered in his eyes, though the gravity of his illness forced him to lower his gaze, betraying a subtle glint of greed. Unperturbed, the 2 paid little heed. Chen Anyun had swiftly discerned the crux of the emperor's ailment. He was confident that, should he employ his magical abilities, he could restore the emperor to his former health within 3 days. However, as this was a chance for Ling Shizi to immerse herself in mortal experiences, he refrained from utilizing powers beyond the realm of ordinary beings. Instead, he patiently began his examination, engaging Ling Shizi in earnest discussion regarding the prescription. Over the subsequent fortnight, the duo visited the emperor's chambers daily, meticulously administering acupuncture and herbal remedies. Remarkably, the emperor's health began to improve. Yet, one day, as they prepared to enter the palace once more, they were halted by a eunuch at the gates. "Why is this, Master Wang?" Ling Shizi inquired, her tone tinged with dissatisfaction. Having moved past the initial novelty, she had begun to tire of the benevolent healer's charade, yet her sense of responsibility compelled her to see the emperor's recovery through to the end. Master Wang, well aware of the emperor's disposition, averted his gaze as he spoke. "His Majesty has decreed that both Mr. Chen and the lady are exceptional talents. Fearing that your diligent efforts may lead to exhaustion, he has declared that, as he has already regained much of his strength, you may alternate your visits henceforth." Chen Anyun stifled a laugh within. The emperor's intentions were all too transparent. He felt no concern for Ling Shizi's safety, for over the past year, his cultivation had gradually restored, allowing him to catch up to her. Now they both stood at the mid-stage of the returning origin realm, a status that would render them capable of leading a sect in most schools of thought. Thus, Chen Anyun graciously acquiesced, leaving the palace with Master Wang's sympathetic gaze upon him. In the evening, upon returning to their lodgings, Chen Anyun, intrigued, inquired, "What did the emperor say to you?" Ling Shizi, brimming with excitement, responded, "He mentioned that should I choose to align myself with him, he would bestow upon me the title of imperial noble consort." "My dear husband, does that not sound fascinating?" Chen Anyun's heart sank, and he quickly explained, "The imperial consort is meant to be his wife, and from now on, she cannot leave the palace or come and go freely." Ah, how dull indeed. The excitement in Ling Shizi's heart instantly faded. She had thought it to be something intriguing. At that moment, Chen Anyun felt a strange sense of relief, not knowing why he had earlier experienced a flicker of fear, as if the imperial consort were amusing. Ling Shizi might genuinely consider taking on such a role. Contemplating this, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of worry. As for the emperor, he harbored no concerns whatsoever. As long as Ling Shizi was unwilling, he possessed a myriad of methods to extinguish any desires of a mere mortal emperor. The following day, Chen Anyun arrived at the palace. While administering medication, he gently pressed his finger to the emperor's forehead. Days later, the emperor finally regained his health, his countenance radiant with joy. He immediately decreed countless treasures as rewards and bestowed upon Chen Chang'an the esteemed title of Chief Imperial Physician of the Royal Hospital. Simultaneously, Ling Shizi was granted the title of Princess Anfu. In no time, the renown of the divine physician couple spread throughout the entire realm, with their miraculous medical skills and noble virtues celebrated in every corner of the streets. However, unexpectedly, this illustrious couple vanished without a trace, leaving behind only a brief and heartfelt letter in their luxurious residence. The letter expressed their yearning for a life of freedom and their unwillingness to be shackled by court constraints. Upon learning of this, the emperor, though taken aback, did not dispatch a multitude of guards to search for them. Instead, after their departure, he underwent a remarkable transformation, diligently governing the realm and eventually becoming a wise ruler. It was said among the people that the divine physician not only healed the emperor's ailment, but also mended the emperor's heart. This legendary tale gradually became a topic of conversation during leisurely gatherings. Their former clinic in the small county was preserved for the public's admiration. As for the couple's whereabouts, at this very moment, in a neighboring country 1,000 miles away and besieged by the frenzied incursions of foreign tribes, a remarkable young female general emerged. She was strikingly valiant and exuded an awe-inspiring aura, embodying the spirit of a warrior who stood shoulder to shoulder with her male counterparts. What was even more commendable was that her husband not only refrained from hindering her from battling in the field and showcasing her prowess, but also, amidst her valorous charges into combat, stood resolutely in the ranks, fervently beating the war drums and cheering her on. In a mere 6 months, this loving couple, united in purpose, fought side by side, leading the frontier forces with the might of a thunderous storm sweeping across the vast grasslands. With an unstoppable momentum, they won battle after battle, ultimately securing the illustrious title of Wolf Fortress and achieving remarkable military accomplishments. Such grand achievements swiftly reverberated throughout the nation, shaking both court and commoner alike. Consequently, the emperor promptly issued an edict, wishing to summon them personally. However, to everyone's astonishment, the documents presented to the palace were petitions from the couple expressing their disinterest in fame and fortune, voluntarily requesting to resign from their official posts and retreat into seclusion. Chapter 17. The blossoming apricot flowers. 4. Time flies, and nearly 3 years have passed in the blink of an eye. Within this relatively brief span, the two individuals have traversed the tumultuous waves of life multiple times. They had engaged in commerce, leveraging their remarkable insight and persuasive eloquence to navigate the marketplace, amassing considerable wealth and becoming affluent beyond measure. However, when confronted with the struggles of impoverished citizens, they unhesitatingly dispersed their hard-earned fortune to assist others in overcoming adversity. Subsequently, they embraced the life of farmers, adhering to the rhythm of nature, toiling from dawn till dusk in the fields. Each day, they labored under the scorching sun, tending to their modest plots of land. At one point, Ling Shizi whimsically developed a fascination with becoming a courtesan, contemplating the experience. Fortunately, with Chen Anyun's earnest counsel, she ultimately relinquished this notion. After a series of twists and turns, the two returned to the place where their journey began, Xuxian. Yet, upon their return, they had subtly transformed their appearances, rendering them unrecognizable to the local populace. They harbored no intentions of resuming their former professions. Instead, they purchased a quaint residence, morphing into an ordinary couple, leading a life of simplicity and tranquility. In moments of leisure, they would frequent tea houses, sipping inexpensive tea while listening to storytellers animatedly recount tales of a newly emerged heroine from the Tai sect who had performed extraordinary feats in vanquishing malevolent spirits. How delightful, Ling Shizi mused, her gaze captivated by the storyteller's animated gestures. Through 3 years of companionship, Chen Anyun had come to understand Ling Shizi's whimsical nature profoundly. With a smile, he remarked, "If you wish to pursue it, then do so. I believe it would be splendid for us to become a pair of chivalrous partners, aiding the weak against the strong." In recent years, his cultivation had once again flourished, reaching the pinnacle of the return to origin realm, surpassing Ling Shizi. Yet, the memories of his past remained elusive. Perhaps it was mere illusion, but it was only when he heard the storyteller recounting tales of the Tai sect heroine that he felt a faint stirring within his heart. Nevertheless, his thoughts were wholly consumed by his beloved wife, causing all else to fade into oblivion. Had it been the past, Ling Shizi, with her vivacious and whimsical spirit, would have undoubtedly leaped with excitement like a jubilant bird, eager to discuss elaborate plans with Chen Anyun. However, at this moment, she merely sighed softly, a sound as delicate as the ripples stirred by a gentle breeze across a lake, so subtle that it was nearly imperceptible. Consequently, Chen Anyun, standing nearby, could not discern her words clearly. He looked at Ling Shizi with a puzzled expression and inquired, "My lady, what did you just say? I did not catch that." Ling Shizi gently shook her head, choosing not to elaborate further. Upon witnessing this scene, Chen Anyun felt a sudden heaviness in his chest, for his wife's delicate head had gently nestled against him. Instinctively, he reached out his hand, tenderly caressing her lush black hair that cascaded down her back like a waterfall. A hint of a doting smile graced his lips as he softly murmured, "Well then, we have indeed traversed far and wide these past few years, exhausting ourselves both physically and mentally. Perhaps it would be wise to seize this opportunity to rest for a while. After all, it is only natural for a woman to occasionally be a bit sentimental, especially considering that his typically carefree and untroubled wife could now reveal such tender emotions, evoking a sense of affection within him that he had not anticipated. Sensing her slight movements, he understood that she subtly nodded in agreement with his sentiments. Thus, they embraced each other in serene silence, relishing this rare moment of tranquility and warmth, unaware of the shadowy depths in Ling Shizi's gaze. Chapter 18. The Blossoming Apricot Flowers 5. My lord, I observe that mortals, both men and women, often find delight in uttering the word love. But what, pray tell, is this love? On a day, shortly after they had indulged in youthful exploits and returned to a life of tranquility, Ling Shizi suddenly inquired. Chen Anyun chuckled softly. Love is a sentiment far deeper than mere affection. Ah, I see. Ling Shizi pondered thoughtfully. Then, in a tone laced with yearning, she asked, "Do you love your wife?" "Indeed, I do." Ling Shizi hesitated, uncertain of her own feelings. Yet, she had observed mortals for some time and knew that this answer would bring joy to Chen Anyun. She longed to see him happy. "I love you too, my dear wife," Chen Anyun exclaimed joyfully, lifting Ling Shizi into his embrace and whispering sweetly in her ear. Ling Shizi felt a quiet relief, reassured that her response was indeed acceptable. However, she could not fathom why, upon hearing Chen Anyun's words. Her mouth felt parched and her heart raced. And then, Ling Shizi departed without a word. The 3 years had come to an end. She concocted a casual excuse to leave and employed a secret technique to unveil the passage to the Ling Pearl's secret realm. As she stepped once more into that enigmatic domain, an unusual wave of emotion surged within her. Gazing at the familiar scenery, every blade of grass, and every tree, she was unexpectedly overcome by a sense of irritation. It was noteworthy that 3 years prior, after departing from the majestic Xiantian Palace, wandering through this secret realm had been one of the few times she could truly relax and unwind. At this moment, she instinctively placed a hand over her heart, as if it concealed an indescribable knot of emotions. With her brows slightly furrowed, Ling Shizi fell into deep contemplation, striving to grasp the fleeting sensation that flitted through her mind. Yet, despite her earnest efforts, she found herself at a loss. With a soft sigh, she slowly lifted her feet and began to walk toward the Xiantian Palace. Unbeknownst to her, unlike her usual light-hearted stride, each step now felt laden with an unbearable weight, as though it bore the unspoken burdens of her inner turmoil and confusion. Ling Shizi, your return is timely. In 3 days, we shall witness the crucial moment of my revival. The floating visage of a human head spoke, its tone seemingly calm. Yet beneath the surface lay a current of suppressed excitement. Yes, my lord, Ling Shizi responded, her head bowed slightly. However, her reply lacked the fervor and reverence of yore. This change did not escape the notice of the floating visage, which furrowed its brow in concern, pondering, should this woman suddenly waver and betray him? The plan for his revival would undoubtedly encounter unforeseen complications, for despite having once been a revered saint, he had been absent for many years, and it remained uncertain how much of his former prowess he would retain upon awakening. If Ling Shizi were to withdraw her support, the outcome of their endeavors would remain an open question. Upon contemplating this, the ethereal visage's gaze became increasingly weighty as it fixed upon Ling Shizi below, seemingly attempting to penetrate the depths of her innermost thoughts and intentions. Furrowing his brow, he strained to recall the myriad complex emotions and contemplations he had inadvertently glimpsed during his past as the Holy Sun within Xiantian Palace. After a prolonged silence, he slowly parted his lips and proclaimed, "You need not fret. When I am fully revived, although you may perish for the Xiantian Palace, as the Holy Sun, I possess the autonomy to choose to cultivate the dual cultivation path with you, thus enabling you to bear my progeny before your slumber." Upon uttering these words, a haughty and self-satisfied smile graced his features. Hearing this, Ling Shizi felt a tremor within her heart, and memories of a conversation months prior with Chen Anyun surged into her mind. He had expressed a hope that if they were to bear children, a son would inherit his handsome demeanor, while a daughter would embody her unparalleled beauty. At that time, Ling Shizi was acutely aware that such a scenario was implausible. Nonetheless, she could not suppress the waves of curiosity and yearning that stirred deep within her. Yet in this moment, as those words emerged from the lips of the Holy Sun, whom she had long revered, she was astonished to discover an inexplicable sense of aversion rising within her. What could this mean? It should not be so. She had firmly resolved within her heart that any sacrifice, even that of her own self, would be acceptable if it served to restore the Xiantian Palace to its former glory. With that thought, she suppressed her discomfort and lifted her gaze to the apparition above. "Thank you, Holy Sun." The ethereal figure sighed with relief, its anxieties finally settling. Moments ago, seeing Ling Shizi enveloped in silence had filled him with trepidation and doubt, even leading him to believe he had miscalculated and jeopardized the situation. However, at this juncture, hearing Ling Shizi's unwavering agreement and gazing upon her exquisite form, a desire long dormant in his heart began to awaken like a slumbering beast. This yearning, far from diminishing with the passage of time, had intensified due to prolonged suppression. Elation illuminated his countenance as he exclaimed, "Excellent. In that case, prepare yourself forthwith. I grant you the honor of the flower pinning ceremony. It is essential to recognize that this ceremony is a grand occasion reserved solely for the marriage of the sect leader or the Holy Sun within the Xiantian Palace." Upon hearing this, Ling Shizi fell silent once more. Deep within her mind, a fleeting silhouette abruptly emerged, yet in an instant, She suppressed it with formidable willpower, as if it had never existed. Ultimately, she inclined her head slightly and respectfully replied, "As you command, esteemed Holy Son." After departing from the Xintian Palace, Ling Shizi returned to her dwelling in the secret realm, her heart laden with worries. After sitting on a chair for a brief moment, she unconsciously called out, "My beloved," only to let out a self-deprecating smile. A vague sense of longing surged within her once more. When she made the decision to leave, she was certain that her heart bore no reluctance. Yet at this moment, an intense yearning blossomed deep within her soul. She suddenly longed to see him, to witness his exuberance as he showcased the bountiful fish he had just caught, or to listen to his animated recounting of the day's intriguing events. This sudden and overwhelming emotion nearly compelled her to leave the secret realm immediately. However, the gentle teachings of her parents and mentors echoed in her mind, causing her longing to subside. I am not mistaken. Revitalizing the Xintian Palace is my lifelong aspiration. Now, the resurrection of the Holy Son is but a step away. He shall undoubtedly lead the Xintian Palace back to its former glory. With this thought, her heart solidified in resolve. Yes, at this moment, I must occupy myself, for there are merely 3 days until the Holy Son's revival. Rising to her feet, she exited the room somewhat disheveled, as if fleeing from something. Chapter 19. The Blossoming Apricot Flowers 6. System Prompt. Regret value 10. Ling Shizi departed without a word. And after several frantic days of searching, Chen Anyun suddenly found this notification surfacing in his mind. He was momentarily taken aback, but then his eyes quickly regained clarity. A languid expression, emanating from his very core, manifested upon his visage. Was he truly to depart without hesitation? It seemed he was afforded no consideration whatsoever. Even with the restoration of his memories, Chen Anyun could not help but sigh, resting his forehead in exasperation. Although it was all scripted, had he not lived through these experiences himself? Indeed, dear host, after meticulous analysis and deduction, this system can ascertain that Ling Shizi has a considerable likelihood of having returned to the Lingzhu secret realm, and it appears she has prepared herself for self-sacrifice. Upon hearing this, Chen Anyun could not suppress another sigh. He felt a profound helplessness toward someone like Ling Shizi, reminiscent of a college acquaintance who had been duped into a pyramid scheme, even as the police arrived to scold him for being envious of others' fortunes. He had hoped that the trials of the past 3 years might awaken some semblance of her true self, yet it seemed she had been brainwashed utterly. His sigh stemmed from the fact that, compared to his earlier junior sister, he was acutely aware of her existence in the world. Yet she remained as elusive and intangible as a fleeting dream. Ling Shizi, however, was entirely different. He could witness her beauty with his own eyes, touch her soft skin with his hands, and from a certain perspective, he could even be said to partake in her essence. Whenever he recalled the tantalizing scenes buried deep in his mind, those blush-inducing moments unsuitable for the eyes of minors, Chen Anyun found it difficult to shake the genuine emotions he harbored for Ling Shizi, even after emerging from a state of self-induced hypnosis. According to the original storyline, the protagonist and Ling Shizi were merely accidental acquaintances, friends by chance. However, through Chen Anyun's careful orchestration, they were meant to become the closest of companions, journeying through the world together. Yet, following his memory loss, he inadvertently strayed from his design. They had transformed into a couple in both name and substance. Nonetheless, despite the intimacy cultivated over 3 years of shared days and nights, Ling Shizi was still able to depart without a trace. This alone spoke volumes about the deeply rooted beliefs and principles she held within her heart, solidified beyond imagination. Chen Anyun narrowed his eyes slightly, his right hand gently stroking his chin, lost in contemplation. If everything were to unfold according to the original narrative, the protagonist would soon unwittingly stumble upon the grand conspiracy meticulously crafted by the Holy Son of Zhuangtiangong. However, at this juncture, it was already too late. He could only watch helplessly as the Holy Son successfully completed the resurrection ritual before him. Ling Shizi, having transgressed the irrevocable rules of Zhuangtiangong, fell into a deep state of unconsciousness. Witnessing this, the protagonist felt a surge of urgency, an overwhelming desire to protect her. In a bid to rescue the maiden who had inadvertently aided him during his entrapment in the enigmatic realm, he resolutely stepped forward to engage in a harrowing battle for survival against the recently resurrected and immensely powerful Holy Son of the Chen Palace. In the original narrative, the Holy Son, having just returned to life, found his strength diminished to the realm of returning to origins, placing him in a precarious position against Chen Anyun, whose prowess was only slightly superior. Thus, after an arduous clash, Chen Anyun ultimately unleashed his full potential, expending the last vestiges of his energy to deliver a cataclysmic strike that thoroughly vanquished the Holy Son. However, in that very moment, he was also caught in the overwhelming energy surge unleashed by the Holy Son's dying blow, the shattering star palm, which swept him into an unknown miniature world. Thus, this chapter of his fate concluded satisfactorily, paving the way for his next journey. Meanwhile, as Ling Shizi gradually regained consciousness, she was beset by excruciating pain in her head, her mind enveloped in chaos, leaving her devoid of any recollection of the events that had transpired. She remained unaware of the valiant man who had fought fiercely by her side and his current whereabouts. Nevertheless, with the complete downfall of the Holy Son of the Chen Palace, Ling Shizi unexpectedly inherited all of the precious resources of the palace. These resources acted as golden keys, unlocking the gateway to her ascension in the realm of cultivation. In the ensuing years, Ling Shizi, armed with her extraordinary talents and the vast resources at her disposal, surmounted countless trials and tribulations, persistently pushing the boundaries of her capabilities. Eventually, she achieved a breakthrough beyond the realm of mortals, earning the illustrious title of Xiantian Immortal Sovereign. Yet, in the cataclysmic upheaval that transpired millennia later, her heart faltered, leading her to an inevitable demise. Reflecting on his upcoming plans, Chen Anyun felt a pang of compassion. For this was indeed his genuine wife from the past 3 years. She had merely suffered a loss of heart due to her ignorance of the circumstances. To leave her with lifelong regret would surely lead to a more grievous fate. Yet, the host's misgivings were not solely due to her unawareness of the events. For although she had become the sole holy maiden of the Chen Palace, she had never escaped the shackles imposed upon her by the palace, ultimately leading to her demise. While the host would ultimately become her regret, he would also complete her heart's journey, broadening the path that lay ahead for her. With a nod, Chen Anyun acquiesced. "Very well, I entrust the forthcoming matters to you. Rest assured, esteemed host, I shall always be vigilant," the assistant replied. Chen Anyun nodded, closed his eyes, and engaged in self-hypnosis. Moments later, his tightly shut eyes suddenly flung open, revealing depths akin to a profound abyss, reflecting an enigmatic and elusive expression. Just then, as he had painstakingly uncovered fragments of clues regarding Ling Shizi's disappearance, a torrent of thoughts related to her and the mysterious Chen Palace surged into his mind without warning. Calculating the time, he realized that less than 3 days remained since his wife had perished due to the so-called Holy Son of the Chen Palace. At this realization, an uncontrollable fury engulfed him. It is essential to recognize that she is his beloved wife, with whom he has weathered life storms for 3 long years. Although he has always sensed that she harbors some undisclosed secret, the fact that she is now willingly prepared to sacrifice her life for another man is utterly intolerable to him, both emotionally and rationally. A sudden, intense fury ignited within him like a fire, unleashing emotions that had long been suppressed, as if shattering an invisible chain. In that instant, his aura surged like a tumultuous tide, expanding with fervor. With each breath he took, the powerful pressure emanating from him caused the surrounding air to tremble slightly. Astonishingly, at that moment, he found himself once again at the pinnacle of his cultivation. Excellent. Chen Anyun inhaled deeply, feeling the torrent of spiritual energy within him surging like a roaring river, and an unprecedented confidence welled up within his heart. The Holy Son of Chen Palace? Your demise is inevitable. Following the traces left by Ling Shizi, he swiftly located an open space outside the city. The spiritual energy remains. It appears the temporary entrance to the Spirit Pearl secret realm has yet to close. Drawing upon the images that had suddenly surfaced in his mind, he silently recited the incantation and stepped forward. Without a moment's hesitation, as if guided by an unseen force, he hastened directly towards the direction of Chen Anyun Palace. Before long, an ancient and desolate palace door loomed before Chen Anyun. Despite the ravages of time, this door still emitted a palpable aura that sent shivers down his spine. With his cultivation now at the level of longevity, Chen Anyun keenly sensed the unusual nature concealed within this palace. The entire structure appeared dilapidated, as though it had been forgotten by time itself. Yet beneath this seemingly worn exterior lay an almost overflowing reservoir of vibrant life force. This exuberant vitality surged like relentless waves, battering against Chen Anyun's perception. To his astonishment, he discovered that not only was this palace imbued with such life, but the entire Spirit Pearl secret realm was suffused with an exceptionally rich vitality. This vitality flowed like an invisible torrent, continuously converging towards the location of the palace. What a grand endeavor! Chen Anyun couldn't help but smirk inwardly. If one were to draw an analogy, the entire Spirit Pearl secret realm resembled a colossal egg. Within it, the abundant life force was akin to egg white, while the side of the palace perfectly represented the yolk. The egg white incessantly delivered nourishment to the yolk. And what astonishing being would eventually emerge was a foregone conclusion. Chen Anyun did not rush to seek Ling Shizi's whereabouts. Given that she so easily disregarded their 3 years of marital devotion and vanished without a trace once she made her decision, her stubbornness and resolve were undoubtedly beyond imagination. To think he could persuade her to abandon her self-sacrificial thoughts with mere words would be akin to chasing a mirage. Therefore, it was prudent to first sever the source of her obsession. Moreover, time is of the essence, with a mere 2 days remaining. At that juncture, the saint son of the Xuantiangong will emerge. Subsequently, due to some unfathomable force, Ling Shizi will inevitably suffer a significant blow from the rules of the Xuantiangong. This situation involves profound techniques left behind by the celestial beings of the upper realm, and Chen Anyun is acutely aware of his own limitations, understanding that he is utterly incapable of unraveling such complexities. However, as the adage goes, when one cannot resolve the problem, one may yet confront the source of the problem. Reflecting on this, he cannot help but feel a sense of relief within. Fortunate indeed that he has arrived not too late. Regardless of how formidable an entity may be, as long as it remains in its embryonic state, akin to an unhatched egg, it is inherently vulnerable and easily susceptible to harm. Should he wait until this so-called saint's son successfully awakens, who can fathom the extent of his power? As for Ling Shizi, in the realm of matrimony, couples may quarrel at the head of the bed and reconcile at the foot. Perhaps initially Ling Shizi may struggle to accept, but once she comes to terms with it, forgiveness is bound to follow. He closed his eyes to sense for a moment, and soon pinpointed the apex of gathered vitality. He has found it. A smile graced Chen Anyun's lips as he swiftly soared towards the sense pinnacle. Chapter 20. The Blossoming Apricot Flowers 7. Someone has entered? Although Ling Shizi, the contemporary saintess of Chen Anyun Palace, was wholly focused on resurrecting the Holy Sun, she immediately sensed the arrival of an uninvited guest in the secret realm. Particularly, upon detecting the familiar aura emanating from this unexpected visitor and the direction in which they were headed, Ling Shizi's expression abruptly changed, and without hesitation, she dashed out of the door. As she finally stepped into that incredibly familiar palace, her gaze was instantly drawn to the Holy Sun's Hall, which was originally the focal point of the formation. There, atop the towering jade platform, sat an unmistakably familiar figure, lounging casually in a cross-legged position. "Darling, you are well." Chen Anyun smiled. "Hubby." Ling Shizi instinctively began to speak, but her eyes immediately froze. At that moment, he appeared with darkened eyes, his left hand carelessly resting on his knee, while his right hand idly toyed with an exquisite jade lotus lamp. The lamp danced in his nimble fingers as if it were alive. With each twist and turn of the lamp, the wick side swayed gently, causing the emitted light to fluctuate between brilliant daylight and shadowy night. Amidst the flickering radiance, a grotesquely contorted human face faintly emerged in the void, seemingly enduring immense agony, emitting spine-chilling howls. Yet, Chen Anyun remained utterly oblivious to it all. At that moment, Ling Shizi finally arrived before the Holy Sun's Hall. Upon witnessing the scene laid before her and the imminent action Chen Anyun was about to undertake, her beautiful eyes widened in terror as she involuntarily cried out, "No, alas." Her plea came too late. In the next instant, a faint smile graced Chen Anyun's lips. He then extended two long fingers, decisively pinching the violently swaying wick. With a sharp crack, the wick, previously flickering with a dim glow, was extinguished in an instant. Thud! Ling Shizi, her gaze vacant, collapsed to the ground. The humanoid shadow in the air paused momentarily before astonishingly reverting from its frenzied state to one of normalcy. It cast a deep glance at Chen Anyun, then sighed heavily, dissipating into the air like mist under sunlight. Only then did Chen Anyun wave dismissively at Ling Shizi, who appeared utterly despondent at the doorway, and remarked, "Apologies. I have always believed that when a woman says no, she actually means yes." Ling Shizi then recalled that her husband, who presented himself as a paragon of virtue in public, occasionally displayed a rather mischievous side when alone with her, sharing many peculiar viewpoints. Hearing his voice, she abruptly lifted her head, fixing her gaze intently on Chen Anyun. That look was so foreign, starkly contrasting with the affectionate, fluid gaze she usually bestowed upon him. Now, it seemed to harbor a fierce fire, intent on incinerating Chen Anyun entirely. She truly wished to kill me. Chen Anyun was momentarily taken aback, a tinge of bitterness surging within him. Yet, he had already adequately prepared himself for the consequences of the deed he was about to commit. However, the sight of his wife, whom he had spent 3 years with, gazing at him with such loathing still pierced his heart. Nevertheless, what was done, compared to allowing Ling Shizi to perish. Chen Anyun felt no remorse for his actions and resigned himself to the situation. "What? My wife intends to murder her own husband? I will kill you." In the next moment, Ling Shizi charged at him with her sword. Chen Anyun met her assault fearlessly. After all, it was not uncommon for couples to engage in playful banter. As he reassured himself, he effortlessly subdued Ling Shizi to the ground. The disparity in their realms was considerable. Just as he was about to assist Ling Shizi to her feet and lead her out of the secret realm, an overwhelming sense of dread suddenly enveloped him. Instinctively, he shielded Ling Shizi behind him and looked up. Without him realizing, a white-haired elder with an impassive expression had abruptly appeared in midair, his gaze icy as he fixed it upon Chen Anyun. With merely a fleeting glance, Chen Anyun felt an irresistible force binding him tightly, as if a subtle yet profound connection had been established between him and the entire Xiantian palace. Then, the elder's calm voice resonated. "The Holy Sun is dead, the Holy Maiden defeated. Henceforth, you shall be the Holy Son of Xiantian Palace. May I inquire, esteemed elder, who are you?" Chen Anyun asked cautiously. "I am the spirit of the Dao Xian Ling Pearl, the sacred artifact of Xiantian Palace." The Ling Pearl secret realm? The Dao Xian Ling Pearl? At this moment, Chen Anyun finally comprehended that this artifact capable of creating space also possessed a sentient spirit, perhaps due to his tacit acknowledgement as the new Holy Son of Xiantian Palace. The artifact's spirit exhibited a notable shift in demeanor, elaborating on the various rules of the palace. It turned out that within this ancient sect, which had inherited its legacy from the primordial celestial realm, a select few outstanding young disciples were meticulously chosen each generation to be candidates for the titles of Holy Son or Holy Maiden. However, the path was not strewn with flowers and glory, for ultimately, only one would survive and ascend to that supreme throne. When this fierce competition concluded, the surviving individual would be graced by a wondrous law. Under the formidable power of this law, they would absorb the boundless potential of the other competitors, undergoing a metamorphosis to become a true paragon of excellence. This prodigy would bear the heavy responsibility of leading the younger generation of Xiantian Palace. embarking on a journey to compete against the elite from various top sects across the realms, vying for the immense fortune that determined the rise and fall of their sect. Only the strongest would be deemed the Holy Sun. Victory meant life. Defeat meant death. Wait a moment. Esteemed elder, Chen Anyun discern a flaw in this rule. I voluntarily concede and relinquish the title of Holy Sun. Please allow Ling Shizi to become the new Holy Maiden. Impossible. Only the strongest shall be the Holy Sun. Indeed, Chen Anyun discovered a flaw, that since the establishment of the Xiantian Palace, no victor had ever chosen to relinquish an easily attainable triumph. Consequently, without hesitation, Chen Anyun voluntarily renounced the position of Holy Sun. However, the spirit of the artifact recognizes only the strongest as the true victor. Thus, Chen Anyun adeptly exploited this oversight, unlocking an unprecedented new title within the Xiantian Palace, Half-Step Holy Sun. Chapter 21. The Blooming Apricot Blossoms. 8. Chen Anyun reclined leisurely on an old chaise lounge, basking in the warmth of the sun. He held a deep affection for sunbathing. Even though he had lost his past memories, some ingrained habits remained unaltered. At this time in the past, Ling Shizi would always bring a small stool to sit beside him, chattering away about her whimsical ideas and her plans for the future. The thought of his wife's radiant smile and her animated gestures filled Chen Anyun's heart with a gentle nostalgia, causing the corners of his mouth to curve slightly in a faint smile. However, he soon felt a twinge of discomfort, drawing his awareness back from a spot not far behind him. There, concealed behind an apricot blossom tree, a petite figure was making a concerted effort to hide. Nevertheless, thanks to the unspoken understanding forged over the years, Chen Anyun easily recognized it as his wife, Ling Shizi, whom he had been thinking about moments ago. A soft sigh escaped his lips as he reflected on this. Since the demise of the former Holy Sun at his hands 2 years prior, such scenes had unfolded no less than 23 times. It could almost be considered a monthly ritual. A bitter smile crossed Chen Anyun's face as he pondered this. Despite the passage of time, Ling Shizi showed no signs of change. Thus, he chose to indulge his own pretense, feigning ignorance and continuing to relish the tranquility of the moment. In this independent little world, born from celestial artifacts, despite its relatively small scale, it encompassed all essentials, the alternation of day and night, the changing of seasons, providing an experience indistinguishable from reality. As time drifted on, Chen Anyun's breathing gradually became steady and prolonged, as if he had slipped into a state of half-dreaming. Observing this, Ling Shizi, who had been patiently waiting for an opportunity, suddenly sprang forth like a swift cheetah. Her figure flashed like lightning, and in the blink of an eye, she lunged towards Chen Anyun. In her hand, a long sword glimmered with an eerie black light, ruthlessly aimed at his vital chest, accompanied by a fierce rush of wind. Yet in the next instant that sword, which sparkled with cold brilliance, unexpectedly slipped from its owner's grasp, soaring forth like an arrow released from its bow. With a dull thud, it embedded itself into the solid ground, its blade quivering slightly. At that moment, Chen Anyun had already enveloped Ling Shizi in his embrace. However, as soon as this fragrant beauty entered his arms, she did not hesitate to reveal her pearly white teeth, as cold as frost, and bit fiercely at his ear. Chen Anyun remained unperturbed, merely sighing softly before reluctantly releasing the enchanting figure from his grasp, swiftly retreating a step back. Ling Shizi, unwilling to let the matter rest, lunged forward once more, intent on delivering a fatal blow to Chen Anyun. Unfortunately, her antics had long been deciphered by him. With a casual wave of his hand, he executed a seemingly light strike. But with a crisp sound, Ling Shizi was sent tumbling to the ground like a kite with its strings severed. At this moment, she felt utterly drained, with not an ounce of strength left in her. All she could do was widen her eyes and glare the man before her with a face full of resentment. Indeed, there was notable progress. Given the circumstances, it seemed you had already entered the latter stage of the return to Origin Realm. If you could calm your mind and take the time to consolidate your gains, a breakthrough to the celestial realm in the future would certainly be within reach. Chen Anyun remained unfazed, his composure chilling to behold, as he simply offered a detached observation. Upon hearing this, Ling Shizi's fury reached a boiling point. Her teeth clenched in anger as she shouted, "Bastard! I will kill you!" in the face of her wrath. Chen Anyun could only sigh helplessly, responding slowly, "Yes, yes, indeed. However, it is already mealtime. Shall we call a truce for now, and after our meal, continue with your attempts to kill me?" After saying this, his tone softened, and he gently reassured her, "Rest assured, I will not flee. You may take your time to plan my demise. There is no need to rush." "You scoundrel! Clearly you—" Ling Shizi began, but tears began to flow unbidden. Observing her tears, a flicker of shadow crossed Chen Anyun's gaze. Yet he remained impassive as he continued. "However, the way you executed the star-cleaving moonsword technique had its flaws. Remember, the techniques of the Xiantian sect are derived from the power of the stars, and when performed, they must align with the corresponding celestial bodies above to achieve perfection." As he began to elaborate on the intricacies of the sword technique, for reasons unknown, Ling Shizi felt a sense of comfort wash over her. She sniffled, stood up once more, and with a cold huff, turned to leave. Though she silently committed his insights to memory, time flowed slowly within the Lingzhu secret realm. Thus, although she had lingered there for countless years, time had left little mark on her. Before the destruction of the Xiantian palace, she had been an insignificant disciple, and due to the lingering presence of the Holy Sun's true spirit, she refrained from utilizing any remnants of the palace's resources. Even after so many years, her cultivation had stagnated, remaining in the mid-phase of the return to Origin Realm. Therefore, attempting to assassinate Chen Anyun, who had already reached the Eternal Realm, was nothing short of a delusion. However, Ling Shizi, who had once been filled with despair, believing that vengeance was beyond her reach, was taken aback when, unbeknownst to her, every time she failed in her assassination attempts, Chen Anyun would unexpectedly display a different kind of concern. Not only would he provide objective and fair evaluations of her attempts, along with constructive suggestions, but he would also generously bestow upon her some exceedingly rare cultivation resources. Initially, Ling Shizi was filled with disdain and contempt for the kindness of her adversary. Yet, it was not long before, upon closely examining these resources, she was left astounded. They included a plethora of rare treasures from the earthly realm, but most astonishingly, they contained various profound techniques from the Xiantian palace, techniques that had once been beyond the reach of an ordinary disciple like her. Once, the illustrious and formidable Xiantian palace stood in its prime, yet has it now fallen to such depths? The mere thought of this fills Ling Shizi's heart with an overwhelming sorrow. It is all due to this individual who extinguished the sole lamp of the Holy Sun, obliterating years of her dedication and rendering the revival of Xiantian Palace ultimately futile. She is resolute in her vow to avenge the Holy Sun. Nevertheless, knowing that these resources originate from Xiantian Palace allows Ling Shizi to feel a sense of justification. Although she remains perplexed by Chen Anyun's true intentions behind such actions, she has silently sworn to herself, when the opportune moment arises, she will unhesitatingly strike at him once more. After all, it is this very person who, through his insidious and ruthless means, has forcibly taken away what she has cherished as dearly as her own life for so long. Chapter 22. The Blossoming Apricot Flowers. 9. Deep within the distant and hazy recesses of memory, Ling Shizi can still vividly recall the fragments of her parents' lives. Her parents were both agricultural stewards of the Xiantian Palace, dedicated to the meticulous care of invaluable spiritual flora and herbs. Yet, their cultivation was woefully insufficient, rendering them unable to even aspire to the status of outer disciples within the vast hierarchy of the palace. Despite their humble standing, whenever the Xiantian Palace was mentioned, their eyes would gleam with pride and reverence. For instance, upon hearing news from various sects across the realms, they would often engage in spirited discussions, concluding with remarks such as, "Clearly, this sect pales in comparison to our Xiantian Palace." Likewise, when they learned of an outstanding disciple from the palace excelling in external trials, vanquishing numerous foes, they would joyfully raise their cups, savoring a sip of fine wine, and exclaiming, "Truly, Our Xiantian palace produces exceptional offspring. Their words overflowed with admiration and affection for the palace. However, destiny's relentless machinery soon shattered this tranquility. A seemingly trivial misstep, accidentally injuring a 10-year-old spiritual herb, resulted in their harsh and merciless punishment. They were perilously close to expulsion from a sect. Fortunately, due to her father's honest and upright nature, he had garnered a commendable reputation within the palace, which ultimately led the higher-ups to show leniency, imposing only the cruel punishment of the fire whip as a form of reprimand. The fire whip was an instrument specifically crafted by the Xiantian palace for the punishment of its disciples. Its flames were neither mundane fire nor the spiritual flames wielded by cultivators, but a type known as fire. This peculiar flame did not burn the flesh, but seared the meridians, lingering for 10 days once it made contact. Before Ling Shizi's very eyes, she witnessed her parents bound and helpless, subjected to the merciless lashes of a whip ablaze with violet flames. Each strike sent forth a shower of dark purple sparks, embedding themselves into the wounds. Their faces contorted in agony, tears and sweat mingling as they streamed down their cheeks. Yet, astonishingly, once the brutal execution concluded, her parents expressed profound gratitude towards the enforcing disciples, as though their recent torment was but a trifling matter. For the next 10 nights, every evening became a nightmarish ordeal for Ling Shizi. Her parents' anguished wails reverberated throughout the small dwelling, preventing her from finding solace in sleep. Listening to their heart-wrenching cries, her heart ached as if it were being shredded, filled with fury and bewilderment. At last, unable to bear it any longer, she exclaimed, "It is merely a low-tier spiritual herb that has matured for a decade. Yet you have diligently cultivated spiritual flora for a full century. Among them are countless herbs aged hundreds of years. How can you be so excessively cruel?" However, before her words could fully escape her lips, a sharp crack resonated, and a searing pain instantly spread across Ling Shizi's face. She was taken aback, covering her cheeks in disbelief, and turned to gaze at her mother, who had always been so loving and gentle toward her. Yet at that moment, what met her eyes were a pair of cold, unfeeling orbs, their gaze chilling her to the bone. In that instant, Ling Shizi felt as though her heart had been pierced by 1,000 steel needles, a pain that cut to the core. From that moment forward, the once stern yet ever-smiling father vanished without a trace. The mother, who had always shown such tender care for her family, seemed as though she had never existed. This household, once brimming with warmth and affection, had transformed into a foreign and frigid entity, with cherished memories shattering like illusory reflections. The atmosphere at home grew unbearably cold and silent. Her parents often spent days in Ling Tian, leaving Ling Shizi alone to wait in solitude. She attempted to charm her parents as she had in the past, but they remained indifferent. She cried out and pleaded, striving to earn their approval through various deeds, only to be met with her mother's chilling words. "How dare you bring shame upon our Xiantian palace? Were it not for the blood ties we share, your words would render you unworthy of life." Ling Shizi was immediately engulfed in anguish. What further plunged her into despair was that one fateful night, under the influence of alcohol, she inadvertently revealed her feelings to her friends. The following day, she discovered that her lifelong companions had abruptly severed ties with her. Her parents remained cold and unresponsive, as if she were invisible. The people around her avoided her, as one would a venomous snake. Gradually, she felt as though she were stranded in a desolate desert, utterly alone and transformed into a veritable outcast. Time flowed inexorably, days slipping away in silence. Ling Shizi's once resilient heart began to waver amidst the daily solitude. She fell into a deep abyss of self-doubt. Had she truly erred in some way, prompting her parents and friends to treat her so harshly? As this thought repeatedly surfaced in her mind, she could no longer deny that if everyone distanced themselves from her with such disdain, perhaps the fault indeed lay within herself. With this realization, a stream of cold tears trickled down her pale cheeks. Yet, just as Ling Shizi was engulfed in endless remorse and self-reproach, convinced that all was lost, Fate took an unexpected turn on what seemed like an ordinary day. She was discovered to possess an extraordinarily rare and superior talent for spiritual cultivation. This revelation struck her like a bolt of lightning, illuminating the darkest corners of her despair. Subsequently, she naturally passed the assessment to become an outer disciple of the Xiantian Palace. Although she was merely an outer disciple at this point, it undeniably signified that she had embarked on a path entirely different from before. From that moment onward, she became a legitimate disciple of the Xiantian Palace. Everything seemed to return to its rightful course. In a single night, her loving and gentle parents returned to her side. Former friends gathered around to congratulate her, inquiring with curiosity about the myriad benefits of being an outer disciple. Ling Shizi wept profusely, feeling as though her once withered heart was beginning to swell anew. Indeed, in that moment, she sensed that everything she had lost was once again firmly within her grasp. After a brief pause, she joyfully recounted the numerous advantages of the Xiantian Palace to her parents and friends, her face adorned with the same reverent expression they bore. How wonderful the Xiantian Palace is, she mused, as she realized she had attained everything she had longed for, perhaps even more than she had possessed before. Yet, in a forgotten corner of her heart, she occasionally felt a sense of emptiness, as if something was gradually slipping away from her. However, she chose not to dwell on it. Chapter 23. The Blossoming of Apricot Flowers. 10. The techniques of Xuantiangong seem rather unimpressive. Chen Anyun looked down with a mocking expression at Ling Shizi, who had once again fallen to the ground in disarray. Her cold words sliced through the air like a biting winter wind, penetrating deeply into Ling Shizi's heart. In an instant, Ling Shizi's mind exploded with fury, her beautiful eyes widening in disbelief, as if she might erupt with rage. She bit her lip, her hands gripping the ground fiercely, desperately twisting her body in an attempt to rise from the earth. However, this time, it seemed that Chen Anyun had struck with considerable force, rendering her every effort utterly futile. It felt as though an invisible mountain bore down upon her, and after several attempts, she could only weep in humiliation. Silence. You are merely taking advantage of your superior cultivation to bully the weak. Ling Shizi's voice was hoarse with anger. At that moment, her heart brimmed with resentment. She fixed her furious gaze upon the man before her, whom she loathed deeply, and suddenly thought that perhaps her parents had felt a similar disappointment and anger when they saw her heir. In response to Ling Shizi's accusations, Chen Anyun merely smiled lightly. Bullying the weak? Since you insist on that notion, let it be known that from now on, you shall no longer ambush me in secret. On the first day of each month, I will suppress my cultivation to match your level, and we shall engage in a fair contest. Should I lose, I shall kneel and apologize to Xuantiangong. Upon hearing this, Ling Shizi was momentarily taken aback, but then a glimmer of ecstasy flickered in her eyes, as though she had grasped a lifeline. Very well. I hope you will keep your word. Of course. Chen Anyun's tone shifted. But what if I win? Win? Ling Shizi gazed at Chen Anyun in a daze, astonished by his audacity. Chen Anyun chuckled. Since this is a wager, it cannot be one-sided, can it? He stated matter-of-factly. What do you propose? Simply put, you must call me husband once more. Fine. Ling Shizi exhaled with relief. After all, she had uttered those two words countless times over the years. So this request was not particularly burdensome. Even though her current strength was insufficient to exact vengeance upon her foe, she was determined to find every possible means to restore Xuantiangong's honor. With this resolve, Ling Shizi's trembling body gradually steadied, and she silently vowed to conquer Chen Anyun in their next duel, redeeming her shame. Over the past few years, she had slowly come to accept reality, realizing that revenge against Chen Anyun was beyond her reach. Once spoken, words could not be retracted. Chen Anyun readily agreed, and with a casual flick of his wrist, he tossed a small porcelain vial before Ling Shizi. This is your Xuantiangong's healing medicine. I have examined it, and its efficacy is passable. Take it. Ling Shizi skillfully picked up the vial. Despite having performed this action many times before, she still caught her breath upon opening it. This scoundrel had the audacity to refer to one of Xuantiangong's treasured healing elixirs, the Jotian Yusue pill, as merely passable. She carefully poured out a single pill and placed it in her mouth. Chen Anyun observed Ling Shizi with an expression of unwavering calm as she consumed her medicine. Gradually, he rose from the ground, stumbling before vanishing into the apricot blossom grove. Only when he was certain that her presence had faded from his perception did he exhale in relief, feeling his vitality visibly wane. What a foolish woman! A light chuckle escaped his lips, the corners of his mouth curving upwards into a subtle arc. He then slowly raised a hand, gently resting it upon his chest, meticulously attuning to the state of his body. Late stage of the returning origin realm. How can my cultivation decline so rapidly? His brow furrowed tightly, inwardly cursing. He had believed he could endure for at least a century, yet merely 7 or 8 years had passed, and he had already plummeted in rank. Ling Shizi had always been indifferent to Chen Anyun's acquisition of resources from the Shantian Palace. Thus, he alone bore the knowledge of the underlying reasons. Years ago, when he became the so-called half-step saint son of the Shantian Palace, it granted him certain privileges as a stronger entity, allowing him to freely access the resources and scriptures of the palace. However, as a failure, the entire Spirit Pearl secret realm began to sap his cultivation until the day he was utterly defeated by Ling Shizi. Just yesterday, his cultivation had finally been reduced to the longevity realm, reverting him to the familiar perfection of the returning origin realm. He understood that from this moment forth, his time was dwindling. Perhaps he could last another year or two. Chen Anyun calculated his remaining time. Was it true that only one of him or Ling Shizi could survive? Even the weakest celestial artifact possessed a cultivation equivalent to the perfection of the celestial realm. This was beyond what he and Ling Shizi could contend with. He had never been a selfless person. Had it been anyone else, he would have unhesitatingly chosen to ascend to the position of Saint Son. Yet whenever he resolved to harden his heart, a vibrant, enchanting smile would materialize in his mind. This was not Ling Shizi's fault. Simultaneously, a voice resonated within him, reminding him that no one could choose their birth. He did not wish for his wife to become merely a tool devoted to the Shantian Palace. Even in death, it seemed he needed to add a little more to the mix. Chen Anyun retrieved a battered lotus lamp from his bosom, though the wick had extinguished upon closer inspection. One could still discern faint flickers of fireflies clinging to it. Chapter 24. The blossoming apricot flowers in a fleeting moment. Winter retreated and spring emerged, enveloping the small world within the secret realm in a profusion of apricot blossoms. I have lost. Ling Shizi's gaze fell upon the long sword she clutched tightly, her voice tinged with a hint of melancholy and resignation. Chen Anyun, with a smile gracing his lips, observed her with keen interest, lightly tapping his cheek with a finger and inquiring with a teasing tone, "Oh? Then you know what comes next, don't you?" A blush instantly adorned Ling Shizi's delicate face, reminiscent of a ripe apple, luscious and vibrant. Though inwardly, she chided the insufferable man before her. She gritted her teeth and, like a docile little cat, leaned closer to Chen Anyun, swiftly planting a kiss on his cheek. "You insufferable man. I could just bite you to death," she thought, biting her lip in frustration. Indeed, she had once again succumbed in their playful contest. Yet over the years, such victories and defeats had become a commonplace occurrence, and she had gradually acclimated to this outcome. Initially, the stakes of their wagers were simple, merely prompting Ling Shizi to call him husband. As time unfolded, the wagers evolved into a delightful variety, sometimes sharing a sumptuous meal, other times strolling hand in hand through the enchanting apricot blossom grove, basking in the gentle breeze and the romantic ambience of falling petals. Eventually, Chen Anyun even audaciously proposed more intimate requests, such as kisses or embraces, pushing the boundaries further. The atmosphere between them shifted from one of playful rivalry to something more peculiar. It seems that even the prospect of rekindling their connection is just around the corner. Ling Shizi, gradually coming to terms with her defeats and Chen Anyun's bold advances, was alarmed to discover that her sense of loss was diminishing. For years, she had devoted herself to relentless practice, diligently studying the exquisite techniques of the Shantian Palace. Each move and stance had been honed through countless repetitions and reflections. And over time, her mastery of these arts had reached an extraordinary level. Yet, despite her formidable skills, she found herself unable to contend with Chen Anyun. Standing at the same realm, he loomed before her like an insurmountable mountain. No matter how fiercely she exerted herself, she could only endure for a fleeting moment under his prowess. This left her pondering. Could it be that her seemingly ordinary husband was, in fact, an unparalleled prodigy from a prestigious sect beyond the realms? At last, after yet another effortless defeat at his hands, she could no longer suppress her curiosity and confusion. Summoning her courage, she inquired about his true identity. However, Chen Anyun merely offered a gentle smile, firmly denying her speculation. Nevertheless, her keen intuition told her he was not deceiving her. At that moment, a bold and rebellious thought stealthily crept into the depths of her mind. Recalling the harrowing scene of her parents enduring cruel punishment, rebellious thoughts surged once more within her. At that moment, she found herself questioning. Could it be that the techniques imparted by Chen were, in fact, not exceptional? This notion, once ignited, spread with the ferocity of wildfire. Astonished, she realized she had entertained such unorthodox thoughts, and in a fit of self-reproach, she delivered herself a sharp slap. No, how could I harbor such absurd ideas? If I truly believed that, what distinguishes me from the weak and ineffectual version of myself from years past? Chen shall forever remain the most formidable entity. She incessantly reminded herself, striving to dispel the flicker of doubt that had recently taken root. Ling Shizi, in her heart, repented, yet in some obscure corner of her mind. This notion, once sprouted, began to grow uncontrollably. Particularly in recent times, she observed Chen Anyun engaging her without even matching her realm, instead opting to confront her from a rank lower. Ling Shizi could not fathom that she was not merely bested by a prodigy, but rather by a mere shadow. She plunged into a tempest of self-doubt. After all, let alone being invincible among peers, could it be that Chen unparalleled techniques could not even triumph over an opponent one tier below? Thus it must not be the techniques at fault. It must certainly be my inadequacy. Just as Ling Shizi succumbed to this uncertainty, a voice suddenly yanked her back to reality. Ling Shizi, how audacious of you to invite the wolf into your lair. Sansanson. Ling Shizi's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed upon the figure before her. She had witnessed the extinguishing of the Saint's son's sole lamp by Chen Anyun. How could he possibly still be alive? Moreover, it seemed he had even regained a corporeal form. However, the Saint's son snorted coldly, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes as he spoke with a frigid tone. Humph, I believed I would meet my demise in this tribulation, destined for utter obliteration. Yet, who could have anticipated that the exceedingly foolish individual would willingly forsake his position as the Saint's son for your sake? Upon hearing the Saint's son's words, Ling Shizi's heart stirred, pounding uncontrollably. For me, in that instant, her thoughts tangled chaotically, rendering her somewhat dazed. Nevertheless, the Saint's son, oblivious to her state, continued to commend her. You have done well. It is precisely due to his foolishness that I had the opportunity to employ my secret arts and narrowly escape death. However, my soul is grievously injured and requires time to recuperate. During this period, I shall rely on you to continue ensnaring Chen Anyun with your charms, ensuring he remains oblivious to any irregularities. Once I have fully restored my strength and reign over this realm, I shall not neglect your contributions. Indeed, there will be a place for you, Ling Shizi, within my harem. The latter part of the Saint's son's words jolted her back to stark reality. Remember, you must fulfill your task diligently or bear the consequences. His voice dripped with menace as he stepped closer, reaching towards Ling Shizi with a predatory intent. However, should you execute your duties well, I shall not hesitate to bestow rewards upon you. Ling Shizi suddenly felt a shiver run through her, instinctively retreating a step, causing the Saint's son to grasp at thin air. The expression on the Saint's son's face darkened immediately. Regaining her composure, Ling Shizi's gaze transformed into one of unwavering determination before the saint's son could voice his reprimand. She respectfully replied, "Yes, your highness, the saint's son. Please be assured, I shall exert every effort and not bring shame to my mission." Let it be so." The saint's son huffed coldly and vanished from sight. Ling Shizi maintained her respectful demeanor. Yet for some inexplicable reason, as she reflected on the saint's son's recent actions, she couldn't shake the feeling that there was something. What was the term? Ah, yes. Rather oily. Chapter 25. The blossoming apricot flowers. Ling Shizi often found herself lost in contemplation, persistently pondering why Chen Anyun chose to subject her to this daily display of dominance in this secret realm. Could it be that bullying her brought him endless amusement? Or perhaps he was merely a psychologically twisted individual with bizarre behaviors. This term was one Chen Anyun had introduced to her. At that moment, Ling Shizi's mind was plagued with such thoughts. Yet, as time has passed, she has come to a profound realization. It was not that Chen Anyun was unwilling to depart. The true reason lay in the fact that should he choose to accept the position of the Holy Son, her fate would undoubtedly be one of utter devastation. She had never been foolish, even when that lofty Holy Son made grand promises of granting her a position in his harem. She was keenly aware that he was merely placating her with empty reassurances. After all, the Xiantian Palace had endured for a staggering 100,000 years. And throughout its extensive history, no disciple who had participated in the contest for the Holy Son and subsequently failed had ever managed to survive. Perhaps she would become the unprecedented exception? Yet, this exception could only apply to Chen Anyun. If the rightful Holy Son were to emerge victorious and ascend to the throne, there was no doubt that her fate would be a tragic demise. However, Ling Shizi found this to be quite normal. It was all for the sake of a Xiantian Palace. As long as the palace could rise once more, what did her life truly matter? Even if it meant sacrificing herself for her own flesh and blood. Her parents would abandon her without a moment's hesitation if faced with a choice between her or the Xiantian Palace. Yet astonishingly, there existed one individual who stood apart from the rest. He seemed entirely indifferent to the illustrious and formidable Xiantian Palace, resolutely directing his attention towards her. Who was so inconspicuous? What exceptional qualities did she possess? Aside from her innate beauty, keen intellect, and graceful demeanor, it appeared there were no other remarkable traits to highlight. After all, this was the Xiantian Palace, a prestigious sect renowned throughout the celestial realms. Even though it now appeared to be in decline, it was said that a dying camel is still larger than a horse, and even a rotten ship has 3,000 nails. With the vast resources of the Xiantian Palace, asserting dominance in the lower realms would be a trivial endeavor. But why would he act in such a manner? Was it truly for the sake of love, as he claimed? Yet, what is love, after all? Moreover, with the legendary Holy Son having returned, what path lay ahead for her? Faced with this barrage of questions, Ling Shizi once again descended into a profound state of confusion. Nonetheless, this did little to dissuade her from becoming increasingly ensnared in the situation. On one hand, her heart was rife with confusion and uncertainty. On the other, she found herself involuntarily governed by an emotion that exuded a formidable sense of oppression, compelling her to engage in an escalating series of peculiar wagers with Chen Anyun. Simultaneously, she utilized the elixirs bestowed upon her by Chen Anyun to aid the saint in his recovery. Now, the saint resided in close proximity to her. Had this been a time long past, her parents would undoubtedly have been overjoyed by such a turn of events. Perhaps, with but a beckon of his finger, they would have willingly bound her and delivered her to his chamber. However, at this very moment, the saint audaciously attempted to display some frivolous and disrespectful gestures towards her, each of which she deftly rebuffed with a plethora of excuses. Curiously, even she could not discern the true reason behind her vehement resistance to allowing this man, whom she and her family had revered as a deity since childhood, to touch her in any capacity. After facing repeated rejections, the saint appeared to recognize Ling Shizi's steadfast refusal and thus momentarily restrained himself from any further advances. Surprisingly, he did not respond with anger, for he still had pressing matters to address with her. The time eventually arrived for their agreed-upon duel. Just as Ling Shizi was about to step outside, the saint unexpectedly appeared, mysteriously producing a vial and placing it into her hand. Ling Shizi, her expression rife with skepticism, accepted the vial and questioned, "What is this?" The corners of the saint's mouth lifted slightly, revealing a subtle, yet cunning smile as he lowered his voice and explained, "This is the secret spirit elixir crafted by my Xiantian palace. Acquiring it was no small feat. Once consumed, it will render one's powers utterly nullified within 3 days, reducing him to an ordinary mortal. At that time, you may seize the opportunity to eliminate him." Upon hearing this, Ling Shizi felt a jolt of apprehension and instinctively retorted, "He is my mortal enemy. How would he willingly consume something I offer?" Yet, the saint responded with unwavering confidence, "Fear not, he will undoubtedly drink it." With that, a glimmer of inscrutable light flickered in his profound gaze. Those in love are easily ensnared by such temptations. His abilities are commendable, even worthy of being my rival in the vast expanse of the world. Alas, love begets weakness. The saint narrowed his eyes and smiled. "And you, my dear, are his greatest vulnerability." Me? Ling Shizi, her eyes filled with complexity, accepted the jade vial and suddenly inquired, "What is this thing called love?" "Ah, the most futile of all things," the saint scoffed coldly before vanishing from sight. Upon arriving at the designated battleground, Chen Anyun was indeed already waiting there, and upon seeing Ling Shizi approach, he offered a gentle smile. Then, she witnessed Ling Shizi, hesitating slightly, extend her hand and slowly retrieve an exquisite vial from her bosom. A fleeting shadow flickered across his gaze, swiftly replaced by an expression that appeared carefree and lighthearted. "My dear wife, might it be that today you prefer not to engage in our usual contest of wits, but rather wish to indulge in a drinking challenge instead?" he teased, arching an eyebrow and casting an encouraging glance toward Ling Shizi. Hearing Chen Anyun's rather irreverent remarks, the tension that had gripped Ling Shizi's heart momentarily eased. Perhaps it was the infectious nature of his attitude, or perhaps the realization that there was no turning back, but she decided to embrace the moment, retorting with a hint of playful defiance. "Humph, if I should unfortunately lose this contest today, do you possess the courage to down this wine?" At her words, Chen Anyun couldn't help but smirk, a bemused expression dancing on his lips as he replied, "Ha, how amusing. This is the first time I have encountered a scenario where the defeated party has the audacity to propose terms to the victor after a wager." Noticing the disdain etched upon Chen Anyun's face, Ling Shizi felt an inexplicable sense of relief wash over her. She pouted, feigning indifference, and remarked, "If you're unwilling to drink, then so be it. Your Excellency, this is not due to my lack of effort. It is simply your own reluctance." No sooner had she spoken than Chen Anyun's figure blurred, and he swiftly closed the distance between them like a specter. Ling Shizi barely registered the movement before she realized that the wine bottle she had been holding was now firmly in Chen Anyun's grasp. "But who could resist what my dear wife has asked me to drink?" Chen Anyun proclaimed, expertly uncorking the bottle and bringing it to his nose for a delicate inhalation. Satisfied, he nodded approvingly and declared, "Ah, fine wine." With that, he tilted his head back. Chapter 26. The blossoming apricot flowers don't. Despite the fulfillment of her heart's desire, Ling Shizi felt a sudden tightness in her chest and involuntarily shouted, "Do you even know what this wine is? And yet you drink it?" Ling Shizi exclaimed, her voice laced with anger as an unnameable fire simmered within her. "Isn't this the legendary Ling wine, specially brewed by your Xiantian palace?" Chen Anyun, wearing a proud expression that beckoned admiration, declared, "Well, having stayed in Xiantian Palace for several years, I naturally recognize it." "Then why do you still drink it?" Ling Shizi instinctively glanced around, not spotting the saint's figure, and inexplicably felt a flicker of relief. "There is still time. It is not too late. How could I refuse a rare invitation from the lady to drink?" Chen Anyun smacked his lips and praised, "It truly is an exquisite wine, aged for thousands of years. It is indeed extraordinary. Are you not afraid that I might kill you?" Ling Shizi narrowed her eyes, her voice suddenly turning cold, gazing at Chen Anyun with a hint of danger. "Then go ahead and kill me." Chen Anyun replied without hesitation, his voice devoid of fear or retreat. In that brief moment, he distinctly felt the true essence within him, which had been barely sustained, beginning to dissipate like a flood breaking through a dam. He ceased his futile struggles, lazily sitting down on the ground, a faint smile still gracing his face, his gaze never leaving the woman before him. Ling Shizi's beauty was not merely in the traditional sense of attractiveness. It radiated vitality and exuberance, lively and vibrant. Each of her expressions carried an intoxicating allure, embodying a striking beauty that left a profound visual impact. Chen Anyun gazed at her, as if wishing to etch her visage deeply into his heart. At that moment, a rare hint of longing surfaced in his eyes. "What are you staring at?" Ling Shizi keenly sensed Chen Anyun's unusual gaze, a wave of foreboding washing over her. "It's time to end this." Chen Anyun spoke slowly, his tone so calm it instilled a sense of fear. "What?" Ling Shizi instinctively pressed for clarification. Yet Chen Anyun's voice was too faint for her to discern his exact words. However, his odd behavior stirred an indescribable panic within her, swiftly consuming her heart. "Do you remember when you last asked me if I was a genius from one of the top sects in the 9 heavens and 10 earths? Chen Anyun suddenly spoke again. Ling Shizi was taken aback, not expecting him to bring this up, and momentarily suppressed her unease. "Did you not deny it?" "Indeed." Chen Anyun nodded. "In fact, I have begun to recall some things recently." As he spoke, he drew his sword and suddenly slashed toward the space, accompanied by a scream as a disheveled figure fell from the void. "I have never been a peerless prodigy from the 9 heavens and 10 earths, merely an ordinary disciple from a humble sect known as Tai Gate." "What are you doing, Ling Shizi?" "Quickly restrain him. In just the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, the absolute spirit wine will deplete all his true essence, and he will undoubtedly perish." The voices of two individuals echoed simultaneously in Ling Shizi's ears. Almost instinctively, she grasped her sword. Yet when met with Chen Anyun's smiling gaze, it felt as though the blade had become an insurmountable weight, rendering her unable to strike. "Ling Shizi, if you do not act now, I will show no mercy." The cacophony was overwhelming. A system prompt emerged. "Would you like to use 20,000 regret points to exchange for S-rank active skill? Execution? Execution. Usable once a day. Triggers an instant death effect when the opponent's health drops below 20. Yes." Chen Anyun swung his sword once more, his furious roar abruptly silencing. He collapsed onto the ground. In the next moment, he felt a warm, soft body envelop him. "It seems that, in the end, I have triumphed." His cultivation had plummeted, now beneath the returning essence realm. This time, he thought, he could not hold on any longer, but winning was sufficient. The sound of footsteps echoed, thud, thud. "Husband." Ling Shizi gazed at Chen Anyun before her voice trembling, her grip on the sword losing its strength, causing it to clatter to the ground. That elusive emotion resurfaced, yet she could no longer afford to dwell on it. Her eyes widened, tears cascading uncontrollably as she discerned the profound sense of death reflected in Chen Anyun's eyes. In that moment, the world around them faded, leaving only each other, entirely disregarding the cold, lifeless body lying on the ground beside them. "What?" Ling Shizi murmured, "I do not deserve this." "Do not cry, Ling Shizi." Chen Anyun lifted his hand, gently caressing her cheek. "Because I love you, Ling Shizi. I cherish your genuine disdain, your sincere affection, your unabashed honesty in the sunlight, and your ability to proudly extol yourself." He focused intently on her, softly continuing, "It is a pity that I could not overcome that old fellow." Upon hearing this, Ling Shizi felt an indescribable ache in her heart, her entire being trembling. Yet deep within her, resolve surged anew. Her sorrowful eyes transformed into vessels of unwavering determination. Her lips parted, seemingly on the verge of uttering something profound. However, before she could speak, Chen Anyun preemptively raised his palm, delivering a gentle strike to her forehead. With a sigh, he said, "Do not act foolishly. I have battled against the rules of this secret realm for 10 long years. My body is already exhausted." In the next instant, a cold voice resonated in her ear. The 171st Holy Sun competition of the Xiantian Palace has concluded. Outer sect disciple Ling Shizi is the victor. Unbeknownst to her, the white-haired artifact spirit reappeared, observing the two with an expression of indifference. Ling Shizi suddenly had a moment of clarity. If she too refused to become the Holy Sun, would that not spare Chen Anyun from his fate? No, I don't. She hastily began to speak. But as soon as she uttered those words, a sharp pain struck the back of her head, and her consciousness began to fade away. In the end, she heard Chen Anyun's somewhat somber voice reach her ears. Ling Shizi, remember, as a human being, you owe nothing to anyone. In the life that follows, live for yourself. Chapter 27. Ling Shizi, Interlude. As Ling Shizi slowly awoke, she opened her eyes to find herself enveloped in an eerie silence and tranquility. The entire secret realm seemed to be forgotten by time, leaving her entirely alone, a solitary figure wandering through the vast expanse of the Xiantian Palace. The majestic palace, adorned with intricate carvings and beautiful murals, was breathtaking, yet it felt particularly desolate at this moment. As she strolled, her mind was a tempest of thoughts, and then suddenly, like a divine revelation, she realized that the persistent attachment that had bound her body and spirit had quietly dissipated without her awareness. To be human, she murmured to herself, requires no debts to any entity. She had grasped the profound essence of this truth. For so long, she had believed that the side with the greater numbers must be the correct one. Yet in retrospect, such a notion seemed utterly naive and laughable. In this reflection, she was reminded of her parents, their figures once indelible in her heart, forming an unresolved knot within her. However, at this moment, as she recalled them, her heart was as tranquil as still water, devoid of any turmoil. It was in this instant that she felt the flow of energy circulating through her body, her meridians unblocked, and a tremendous force surged forth from within her. She had finally broken through the long-standing bottleneck and stepped into the realm of immortality. Yet, the lake of her heart, which should have brimmed with joy, merely rippled gently before returning to calmness. It was only now that she found the time to ponder a question she had long contemplated. What, indeed, did Chen Anyun signify to her? She recalled the moments they had shared, those fleeting times she had deliberately cast aside, now felt as if they had occurred just yesterday. They had strolled along mountain paths, listening to the joyous songs of birds, sat by the stream, feeling the gentle caress of the breeze against their cheeks, and in response to her unreasonable whims, he would always smile gently and say, "Very well, let it be so." But now, she was left alone, guarding these memories, while his figure grew increasingly indistinct, as if he might dissolve into the wind at any moment. Ling Shizi felt a pang of heartache and confusion, unsure of how to define this relationship and his place in her heart. Years later, upon leaving the Lingzhu secret realm and returning to the small county town of her past, she found it to be an unremarkable coincidence that it was once again a drizzly Qingming festival. Amidst the crowd, the young man who had once sheltered her with an umbrella seemed to smile at her. Yet, upon closer inspection, all she saw were hurried passers-by. At this moment, Ling Shizi awakened from her reverie, deeply feeling the excruciating heartache known as loss. The answer had always been clear, had it not? To me, he had always been my husband. Just as they had first met, there had never been any external entanglements. It was I who, in my capriciousness, had intertwined matters unrelated to him with his fate, ultimately leading to his demise. Ling Shizi stared blankly at the dilapidated door of the medical hall before her. It seemed that with a gentle push, a handsome young man would greet her with a smile, playfully chiding her for forgetting to bring an umbrella when she ventured out. As she recalled Chen Anyun's incessant lectures, Ling Shizi let out a bittersweet laugh, finally realizing her truth. Indeed, she had rediscovered herself. Yet, it appeared she had lost something far more precious. It was only upon stepping outside the city and beholding the sprawling sea of apricot blossoms that she came to her senses. Amidst the vast apricot blossom forest, a figure clad in white knelt slowly, embracing her shoulders, exuding a solitude that tugged at the heart. "My beloved, if you have departed this world, then in this life, Ling Shizi willingly vows to belong solely to you. However, if you still exist somewhere, then from the highest heavens to the depths of the underworld, I shall undoubtedly seek you out. Chapter 28. The Great Cataclysm of Heaven and Earth, as Chen Anyun reminisced about the tales shared with the sacred maiden of Xiantian. He gradually redirected his thoughts back to the present. However, one couldn't help but wonder if, despite Ling Shizi's transformation, there might be unforeseen occurrences during Master S' expedition to the Spirit Pearl secret realm. Should he caution his revered mentor? No, that would be unwise. After all, no harm would come to him. But if he were to inadvertently reveal any vulnerabilities and expose his memories of a past life, it would be akin to inviting his own demise. It is essential to recognize that he had entangled himself with the favored protagonists of the heavenly Tao, each one a paragon of extraordinary talent. Had it not been for the reckless narrative choices of a foolish author, their futures could have transcended mere existence in this realm. Initially, his sole ambition was to live as a carefree, languid spirit, indulging in the rewards of the system and pursuing 10 modest goals. Thus, it is evident that differing paths lead to diverging fates. Reflecting on narrative betrayals, Chen Anyun recalled the great cataclysm of heaven and earth from his previous life and pondered. System, since you assert that the heroines have now liberated themselves from the constraints of the cosmos, does that imply the great cataclysm has been nullified as well? My esteemed host, the system replied, as far as my knowledge extends, the great cataclysm remains distinct from narrative betrayals. The two phenomena are not inherently linked. The foolish author simply employed the cataclysm as a narrative device. Even in the absence of narrative betrayals, the great cataclysm will inevitably persist. Then, what significance do our actions hold? Chen Anyun queried. Indeed, there is significance. Although the great cataclysm may claim the lives of ordinary cultivators like you, those favored by the heavenly Tao, such as the heroines, will undoubtedly traverse the tribulations unscathed and ascend to the higher realms. That strikes a chord, system. After all, I am a man with a system, am I not? Rest assured, my esteemed host, I shall come to pay homage to you each year. Chen Anyun fell into a contemplative silence. System, I perceive a certain audacity in your tone. My esteemed host, I merely speak the truth. When the great cataclysm arrives, those of higher cultivation will perish swiftly, while only those blessed with great fortune by the heavenly Tao possess a chance of survival. As you do not belong to this world, you will inevitably attract karmic retribution. Does that not spell doom? Chen Anyun's expression shifted, and he murmured, so. Does that mean I can only enjoy a few thousand years of freedom? Considering the time remaining until the great cataclysm, it seemed somewhat acceptable. At this point, the system faltered, contemplating whether to disclose that if Chen Anyun were to successfully forge a bond with one of the heroines, perhaps the heavenly Tao would extend its benevolence towards him, allowing him to navigate the tribulations with ease. However, observing his host's content demeanor, the system prudently swallowed the remaining words. Nonetheless, my esteemed host, I must remind you that you have already attained the pinnacle of the celestial realm, and at any moment, you may inadvertently trigger the ascension thunder tribulation. What of it? Isn't that splendid? If I seize the opportunity to ascend, I can swiftly evade a multitude of troubles. Chen Anyun responded with evident delight. Have you forgotten, my esteemed host? The calamity of heaven and earth has yet to commence. Observing the momentary freeze of Chen Anyun's smile, the system inexplicably felt a smoother operation than before, yet dutifully reminded him. This realm remains in a state of collapse, with the path to ascension still precarious. Should the host provoke the heavenly tribulation, he would inevitably have to conceal his existence like the other ancient beings of this world, evading the divine will to avoid calamity. Indeed, if I were to invoke the heavenly tribulation, I would be relegated to a reclusive existence. And with this world devoid of games, networks, films, or snacks, what would be the point? A wave of anxiety surged within Chen Anyun. No, I must devise a plan. Chen Anyun abruptly stood up. Brother, are you inside? Just as the system was about to speak, a charming voice rang from outside. Without a moment's thought, Chen Anyun recognized the voice and, disregarding the system, composed himself, swiftly shedding his previous demeanor to assume the guise of a modest gentleman. "I'm coming in." Indeed, the visitor did not wait for Chen Anyun's response as the door creaked open. In the blink of an eye, Chu Huairou entered, holding a steaming porcelain bowl. "Brother, you have worked hard in today as competition. Here, this is the meticulously prepared lotus seed porridge I just made. It can swiftly restore your true essence and mend internal injuries. Please, enjoy it while it's hot." Chen Anyun slowly raised his head, meeting her clear, water-like eyes that gazed intently at him, her dark pupils reflecting his image. Observing Chu Huairou's concerned and focused expression, he couldn't help but let out a silent sigh. Yet he maintained a smile and reached for the exquisite bowl. "Thank you for your thoughtful gesture, junior sister." As soon as the words left his lips, he inadvertently brushed against something slick as he took the bowl. Chen Anyun's heart raced, and he instinctively cast a quick glance at Chu Huairou, who appeared as calm as ever, seemingly unaffected. He felt a slight relief. It seemed to be merely a minor accident. After steadying his nerves, he picked up a spoon and gently scooped a small spoonful of the lotus seed porridge into his mouth. Instantly, a rich fragrance enveloped his palate, the flavor being both deep and sweet, utterly intoxicating. At that moment, Chu Huairou gently remarked, "Brother, please enjoy at your leisure. I shall return shortly to collect the bowl." With that, she gracefully turned and walked towards the door, not forgetting to delicately close it behind her. "All right, junior sister." Chen Anyun watched the charming figure of his junior sister, unable to suppress a smile. Initially concerned that she might become exceedingly troublesome, he now realized that she was not as daunting as he had imagined. His little junior sister indeed possessed a remarkable sense of propriety. However, at that moment, Chen Anyun was oblivious to the fact that as Chu Huairou gently closed the door and turned away, a delicate blush, reminiscent of sunset, blossomed upon her snow-white visage, exuding an allure akin to a ripe apple. The glimmer of shyness and confusion danced within her large, sparkling eyes as her pearly teeth lightly grazed her lower lip. One hand, seemingly scalded, clutched the other tightly before she cautiously placed it against her chest. Beneath the thin fabric of her attire, she could distinctly feel her heart racing tumultuously, as if it were a startled fawn eager to leap from her ribcage. Chapter 29. The shield. As Chu Huairou gently pushed the door open and her silhouette gradually faded into the outside, the door slowly closed behind her. Chen Anyun, seated at the table, set down the porcelain bowl in his hand. A slight frown creased his brow as his gaze deepened, and he couldn't help but begin to ponder inwardly. His junior sister had become a touch clingy, yet she still appeared to embody a demeanor of propriety. Given the current circumstances, it seemed that evading her should not prove excessively difficult. Meanwhile, far away in the enigmatic realm, Ling Shizi, true to her nature, would undoubtedly first seek to seize control of the Shantian Palace. Given her present cultivation level, achieving this goal would likely require a considerable span of time. Therefore, Chen Anyun felt it unnecessary to overly concern himself with this matter at the moment. Regarding the other prominent women, they were either situated in distant lands with their cultivation still appearing superficial or were entirely absent from this realm. In light of this, it seemed he indeed occupied a relatively secure position, affording him ample time to contemplate how to address the numerous affairs intertwined with them. However, for reasons unbeknownst to him, a vague sense of unease had begun to linger in Chen Anyun's heart since earlier, leaving him with an inexplicable feeling of restlessness. It is crucial to note that he had reached the pinnacle of the celestial realm, possessing an extraordinary sensitivity to the subtle shifts in the world around him. This intuitive feeling was not without foundation. It must surely be some unknown force silently beckoning him. But what could it be? This enigma loomed over Chen Anyun's mind like a dense cloud, rendering him perplexed. This unsettling sense of impending crisis prompted him to engage his intellect. No, I cannot rely on procrastination. If those prominent women were to come seeking him, he might inadvertently reveal a flaw. He needed to devise a strategy to secure his position. Recalling various novels and dramas from his past life, an idea suddenly illuminated his mind, and he excitedly posed a question to the system. Dear system, what is the most effective way to extricate oneself from a woman's entanglement? System. Oh no, The host has lost his mind. What should I do? Awaiting a response, urgent. Yet before the system could reply, Chen Anyun began to elaborate. The best way to free oneself from a woman is to make her lose hope. With that, he momentarily paused, his words taking on an air of profound mystery. Silence enveloped the room. How could the host inspire them to relinquish their hopes? The system, ever perceptive, chimed in. A fine question. Chen Anyun was quite pleased with the system's insight, but then he shifted his tone. Ah, that will rely on you. On me? The system felt a surge of heat within its CPU. Then, Chen Anyun feigned a sorrowful cadence. Dear system, you know I'm a man of principles and humanity. No, you've long since abandoned those traits. Do not interrupt me. Chen Anyun cleared his throat twice before continuing in a low, somber tone. You wouldn't want to see innocent people caught in this turmoil and suffer, would you? It seems that is indeed the case. So, what exactly do you mean, esteemed host? The system felt as if its CPU was beginning to sound alarms. Is that so? Chen Anyun clapped his hands together. Huh? Therefore, I require someone who is both unscathed and unafraid of death to serve as my shield. A shield? The system was bewildered. Precisely. The most effective means to disillusion a woman is to entangle her with a man who is already taken, Chen Anyun declared with unwavering confidence. But I am not human. You can be. A wicked smile spread across Chen Anyun's face as he extended his hand, revealing a vibrant, multicolored stone resting in his palm. The stone of heaven repair. As an artifact of the system, it instantly recognized the object. Indeed. With this, I can forge a flawless woman. All you need to do is control this body and play your part. Brilliant, brilliant. Even the system was taken aback by Chen Anyun's ingenious idea. At that point, we shall enact a tragic love story, culminating in your premature demise, making you the unattainable moonlight of my heart, leading me to renounce worldly affections. Wait. Esteemed host, a tragic love story? Yes, yes. With you? Yes. Ugh. Both the individual and the system simultaneously emitted sounds of nausea. However, it seemed feasible. After their retching subsided, they resumed their deliberation. The system was wholeheartedly in favor of Chen Anyun's plan to escape the constraints of the dominant female protagonist, as they were deeply bonded, sharing both glory and misfortune. Once they had collaboratively crafted the script, they exchanged glances at their creation before erupting into a cacophony of maniacal laughter. However, esteemed host, this script seems oddly familiar. Wait. Isn't the first half just a recounting of events that transpired in the Luo Fu Shaoqin world? Indeed, as expected of you, you've discerned it. A peculiar smile crept across Chen Anyun's face. But there are no buts. In this mortal realm, one endures 8 sufferings: birth, aging, illness, death, unfulfilled desires, encounters with resentment, separation from loved ones, and the prevalence of the 5 aggregates. Chen Anyun sighed and remarked, You must understand, the concept of moonlight monopolizes half of everything. Is that so? Chen Anyun nodded. The system fell into a prolonged silence, with time trickling by as if the world had frozen in that moment. After a while, it seemed to gather the resolve to speak again, hesitantly addressing him. So, esteemed host, you still cannot forget that matter, can you? Its voice carried a hint of caution, as though wary of touching the most tender corners of someone's heart. Yes, you have seen through me. Chen Anyun, quite composed, readily acknowledged his past. He gently lifted his gaze, peering into the distance, as if seeing through the void before him to the bygone days. Yet, so much time had elapsed. The system's voice brimmed with confusion and curiosity, unable to comprehend why a matter long relegated to history could still haunt such a callous individual as its host. You do not understand. Chen Anyun slowly shook his head, letting out a soft sigh. After all, it was my only failure. As his words hung in the air, the deeply buried memories surged forth like a tidal wave, engulfing him entirely. Amidst the flood of recollections, a delicate silhouette gradually came into focus. She stood there silently, her graceful form resembling a plum blossom blooming in the heart of winter, exuding an aura of unattainable beauty. Chapter 30. The Exchange of Lifetimes. 1. Note: this book contains no elements of green or cattle, so feel free to watch. Also, Gu Bai is not the female lead, so please refrain from criticism. On that fateful day, Chen Anyun had just emerged from the Lingzhu secret realm. To evade the pursuit of celestial artifacts, with the assistance of the system, he arrived in this diminutive world known as Lufu. After reviewing the original storyline of his predecessor, a knowing smile crept across Chen Anyun's face. Isn't it merely a matter of redemption followed by betrayal? A simple affair. No one comprehends redemption narratives better than I do. It is no wonder that Chen Anyun brimmed with confidence. As a premier screenwriter in the second gaming realm, the trope of redeeming first and then delivering a stab in the back is as effortless as slicing tofu with a knife. Almost guaranteed success. According to the backdrop of the original plot, this world teetered on the brink of annihilation. The female protagonist, Jiyu Bai, was the cherished disciple of the esteemed Tianyun sect, the foremost sect within this small world. Her noble lineage, breathtaking beauty, and gentle, approachable demeanor rendered Jiyu Bai a figure of immense esteem within Tianyun sect. However, this celestial beauty, akin to the brightest moon in the sky, after rejecting the advances of countless prodigies from this realm, found herself secretly enamored with a mere inner disciple of the sect, Li Xin, who, in Chen Anyun's eyes, possessed little more than gentleness. What a cliché beginning reminiscent of a Japanese light novel, Chen Anyun scoffed. Logically, a beauty of such caliber, harboring affection, would leave the ordinary inner disciple, Li Xin, astonished, leading to mutual affection. Indeed, at first, this was the case. Amidst the heartbroken sighs of countless disciples, the two indeed became partners, inseparable and the envy of all. However, just when everyone presumed their union would persist indefinitely, Li Shiyuan vanished during an excursion for training. After a year of frantic searching, when Jiyu Bai was on the brink of despair, Li Shiyuan returned to the sect, accompanied by a proud woman reminiscent of a cold plum blossom, Meng Tianxin. According to Li Shiyuan, he had encountered peril during his training, sustaining grave injuries and narrowly escaping death, only to be rescued by Meng Tianxin, remaining in her care until he recently regained his strength and returned to the sect. In her delight, Jiyu Bai did not ponder further, for at that moment, Meng Tianxin possessed no cultivation, being merely immortal. She even committed an act she would later almost regret for a lifetime. She persuaded the sect to accept Meng Tianxin as a disciple. Soon thereafter, Meng Tianxin began to shine within Tianyun's sect. Not only did her beauty rival that of Jiyu Bai, but her aptitude for cultivation surpassed even Jiyu Bai's, prompting the nearly recluse grand elder of the sect to make an exception and take her as a disciple, elevating her to a status where even the sect leader would respectfully address her as Little Shu. Yet, in stark contrast to Jiyu Bai's amiable nature, Meng Tianxin exhibited a cold demeanor toward nearly everyone, verging on the unapproachable. However, why the term almost? Because there was one exception, Li Shiyuan, the one who had brought Meng Tianxin back to the sect. As time inexorably passed, Jiyu Bai observed with a heavy heart as Meng Tianxin's cultivation gradually eclipsed her own, becoming the object of aspiration for all disciples within the sect. Once again, she found herself helplessly watching her beloved grow closer to another. Until one fateful day, after the sect officially declared Meng Tianxin as the saintess, she, in her sorrow, set out to find Li Shiyuan. Beneath a banyan tree, she beheld the two entwined in an embrace. In that instant, Jiyu Bai understood that she had utterly lost. Yet, amid her anguish, she harbored little resentment. Instead, she chose to step back and allow their union to flourish, resolving to venture into the world beyond. She believed that out of sight would bring peace of mind. It was during this journey that Jiyu Bai's destiny underwent a profound transformation. By chance, she stumbled upon an ancient legacy. Initially perceived as a monumental fortune, upon her return to the sect, she was accused of practicing demonic arts. The legacy, it turned out, was linked to a demonic master from millennia past. However, recognizing that she had merely studied the techniques without committing any heinous acts, Jiyu Bai was stripped of her powers and expelled from the sect. Thus, the once gentle and esteemed daughter of heaven found herself in a cruel downfall, her beloved taken, her abilities forsaken, and ultimately cast out from her sect. At this juncture, the original protagonist made her entrance. Under the meticulous care and unwavering support of the original soul, Ji Bai's heart, once submerged in despair, gradually revived. She began to reassess her life's path and resolutely made a stunning decision to join the demonic sect. The ease with which Ji Bai integrated into the demonic realm and swiftly ascended was largely attributed to that enigmatic ancient legacy. This legacy served as a key to unlock the door to power, bestowing upon her extraordinary talents and abilities. As time unfolded, through her relentless effort in the enhancement of the ancient legacy, Ji Bai overcame numerous challenges, her reputation soaring, eventually becoming a revered demonic saintess. Then, an impending crisis quietly loomed. The small world faced total annihilation. Confronted with this existential threat, Ji Bai exhibited no intent to retreat. She relentlessly shattered the myriad shackles binding her. At last, after enduring countless trials and tribulations, she successfully broke free and ascended, embarking on a higher path of cultivation. As for the original soul who had silently accompanied and sacrificed so much, well, wounded by love, the protagonist naturally became disillusioned, severing all ties to affection and dedicating herself solely to the pursuit of the ultimate truth. The sacrifices and devotion the original soul had lavished upon Ji Bai culminated in nothing more than a fleeting expression of gratitude. Thank you. Had it not been for you, I could never have regained my strength so swiftly. Upon reflecting on the original storyline, Chen Anyun could only sigh, recognizing the original soul as the quintessential benevolent second male lead. Just as before, despite possessing the superior attributes to overshadow Li Shiyuan, and having performed countless deeds to move the protagonist to tears, he remained in the shadows, a silent stepping stone. Thus, Chen Anyun resolved decisively to alter her strategy, stepping into the limelight to stand by Ji Bai's side. From that moment onward, whether enduring the arduous trials of cultivation, navigating the perilous expeditions into hidden realms, or confronting the overwhelming biases and myriad challenges imposed by the righteous forces of the world, Chen Anyun remained steadfastly by Ji Bai's side. Together, they weathered storms, bore the weight of pressure, supported one another, and offered mutual encouragement. Throughout this long and winding journey, the deep-seated pain that Ji Bai had long concealed began to dissipate without a trace. Her once closed heart gradually opened, quietly tying her affections entirely to Chen Anyun. Unbeknownst to them, the bond between them deepened with each passing day, culminating in a promise to ascend to the higher realms together as partners once their cultivation reached its zenith, and to share their lives hand in hand. Ultimately, in the fleeting moment of the small thousand worlds destruction, Chen Anyun stood before Ji Bai, prepared to sacrifice himself to ensure her ascension. Yet, to their astonishment, the heavenly law of this small thousand worlds seemed to have faltered. Not only did it fail to collapse, but it also reset the entire timeline of the small thousand worlds. Everything astonishingly reverted to the time when Ji Bai was still at Tianyun sect. Chapter 31. Exchange of Lifetimes 2. What on earth is happening, system? This is not what we agreed upon. Please hold on, host. I am currently investigating. The system reveals an unknown error. It appears we are stuck at this particular point in time. Stuck at a point in time? What does that mean? It implies that this world's reset is a self-initiated action of this minor realm. The flow of time in our original world remains unaffected. However, due to the differing speeds of time between the two realms, we must wait until this world reverts to the reset point before we can return to our original world. In other words, we must endure another 200 years in this minor realm until the day of its destruction? Theoretically, yes. And we're the female protagonist. Have our efforts over the past 2 centuries been in vain? Not necessarily if the female protagonist retains the memories of these 200 years, but that would be pointless. If she retains her memories, wouldn't that transform our tale into a dual rebirth? Romantic fantasy? Wouldn't that nullify our mission? I'm going to seem that way. The system acknowledged the concern, but reassured Chen Anyun there is no need to worry, host. This incident falls under unknown errors, and the responsibility does not lie with us. At worst, you can consider it an extended vacation, A vacation lasting 200 years? Chen Anyun's eyes sparkled. The idea seemed quite appealing. He relished the thought of simply lying back and relaxing. However, just to be safe, it would be prudent for the host to verify the state of the female protagonist. That makes sense. Chen Anyun concurred with the system. The current moment is still quite early, even over a decade before Chen Anyun's arrival in this minor realm. At this juncture, Ji Weibai and Li Shiyuan should have only just met. Chen Anyun produced a circular mirror, sweeping his hand across it, causing the surface to shimmer, quickly revealing a hazy image. This was the Haotian mirror provided by the system, capable of observing the person or matter that occupied one's thoughts. Soon, the scene within the mirror grew clearer. Delicate raindrops fell from the sky, enveloping the entire world within a veil of mist. A graceful figure clad in a pale yellow gown was gently walking along a mountain path under an umbrella. This was Ji Weibai. Having spent many years alongside her in this realm, Chen Anyun recognized her at once. He was not surprised by her actions, for even many years later, it remained her unique delight to stroll in the rain, much like an ordinary person under an umbrella. With this thought, a smile crept across his lips, but it swiftly froze upon his face. For at that moment, following Ji Weibai's gaze, he noticed a lone figure standing ahead on the mountain path. Ji Weibai paused in surprise, then approached for a closer look, revealing it to be the boy, Li Shiyuan, who had only joined the sect yesterday and had yet to cultivate any abilities. He was completely drenched, water cascading from his hair. Yet curiously, a pristine umbrella lay on the ground beside him. Initially, Ji Weibai thought this newly initiated disciple might be somewhat eccentric, willingly enduring the rain without seeking shelter under the umbrella. However, as she approached closer, she discovered the reason behind his peculiar behavior. Beneath the umbrella curled two tiny raccoon dogs, shivering with fear and helplessness in their eyes. Witnessing this scene, Ji Weibai's gaze softened with compassion. With her inherently kind heart, she felt an immediate fondness for this unfamiliar Li Shiyuan. She stepped forward and gently inquired, "Why do you not take refuge under the umbrella?" Li Shiyuan looked up, revealing a youthful and bashful face, and replied, "I fear these little ones might get wet and fall ill." Ji Weibai smiled faintly and suggested, "But if you continue like this, you too shall fall ill. Why not let us take these adorable raccoon dogs back to care for them together?" Li Shiyuan nodded, and together, they cradled the raccoon dogs, holding the umbrella aloft as they slowly made their way through the rain. Chen Anyun closed the Haotian mirror with a complex expression. The bad news was that the 200 years of effort he had previously invested had indeed been in vain. The good news was that Ji Weibai seemed to lack the memories of her past life. This meant that all events that would transpire in her life would unfold once more. Chen Anyun rubbed his head, sensing an ominous presence looming over him. He was not a heartless individual, and having recently undergone the trials of 2 missions, he was far from achieving the transcendent state of oneness and simplicity in the future. Although self-hypnosis significantly suppressed the emotions he experienced in each encounter, the feelings and efforts he invested during this hypnosis were not mere figments of imagination. "Host, what shall we do next?" the system inquired. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Anyun resolved, "In that case, let us divide our tasks. You investigate the cause of this system error to ensure it does not recur, while I seal away these 200 years of memories. If necessary, I shall start new. But we have not yet arrived in this world at this timeline, have we? Then let us venture into the demonic path. It will allow us to solidify our preparations. Take care, host. I shall now report this system error to the higher system. Rest assured, this minor world poses no threat to me. I am invincible here." After finalizing their plan, they set off on their respective paths. At that moment, Chen Anyun remained unaware of the adage that a single misstep could lead to a total defeat. Shortly after he switched off the Haotian mirror, Ji Weibai, who had been walking alongside Li Shiyuan with her head bowed, suddenly slowed her pace and lifted her gaze. Her expression a complex tapestry of emotions as she regarded Li Shiyuan's retreating figure. Chapter 32. The Exchange of Lifetimes 3. A gentle voice resonated, akin to a thunderclap in Ji Weibai's ears. "We have arrived." Awakening from her reverie, she murmured in a daze. Her eyes clouded as if still ensnared in her thoughts. Only when the shy smile of the young man before her broke through her contemplation did she gradually regain her focus. With a soft smile that revealed a hint of bashfulness, he spoke softly, "Senior Sister G, we have reached my residence." His voice was clear and melodious, like a refreshing spring breeze that caressed Gu Bai's heart. Upon hearing those words, she finally lifted her gaze to the familiar structure before her. How could she not recognize it? This abode housed countless memories belonging to the two of them, with those cherished moments flashing through her mind like vivid scenes from a painting. They had frolicked here with unbridled joy, their laughter echoing in every corner. They had once embraced under the tranquil night sky, savoring the warmth of each other's presence. This seemingly ordinary little house had witnessed the gradual unfolding of their acquaintance, understanding, and love. Now, standing once more at this threshold, an intricate mix of emotions surged within Gu Bai. There was joy in revisiting this cherished place, yet also a pang of sorrow, as the beauty of the past had irrevocably faded, or perhaps had never truly begun. Nevertheless, this experience remained etched in her heart as one of her most treasured memories. Reflecting on the events of her previous life, Gu Bai felt a sense of wistfulness. Upon realizing that time had turned back, bringing her to her youthful days, her first instinct was to seek out Chen Anyun. Yet, finding herself inexplicably drawn to the back mountain on this very day was unforeseen. In truth, she had long harbored a secret from Chen Anyun, decades prior. She had stealthily returned to Tianyun's sect, yearning to glimpse how Li Shi Yuan fared. She had hoped to find him in harmonious companionship with Meng Tianxian, believing that witnessing their bond would finally quell her lingering obsession, allowing her to wholeheartedly embrace a life with Chen Anyun. However, she discovered that Li Shi Yuan had long since exhausted his lifespan, while Meng Tianxian had ascended to the position of sect leader, seemingly without ever forming a partnership with him. Her desire to resolve her obsession transformed into a new fixation, leaving Gu Bai in a state of unease. Her thoughts spiraled into profound uncertainty as the image of the two of them embracing tightly replayed in her mind. That scene was etched into her heart like a carving. Yet, at this moment, she began to question whether it had all been a mere misunderstanding. After all, if the truth was indeed as she had witnessed, how could it be that Li Shi Yuan now lay in eternal rest, in the vast expanse of the cultivation world? While methods to extend one's lifespan were undeniably rare, how could Meng Tianxian, with her unparalleled talents and extraordinary gifts, have been entirely unprepared for such an eventuality? In contemplating this, it appears there remains but a singular possibility. Li Shi Yuan, all along, never harbored the slightest intention of relinquishing her. Through meticulous inquiry, she ultimately gleaned the truth from an old acquaintance at the Tianyun sect. It turned out that beneath that tree, it was merely Meng Tianxian who had stumbled, fortuitously caught by Li Shi Yuan, and from her vantage point, it seemed as though they were embracing. After her departure, the two not only quickly parted ways, but Li Shi Yuan also searched for her for quite some time. The thought of this caused her heart to ache with unbearable torment. It dawned on her that it had always been her excessively fierce pride that had led her to thrust the one she loved into another's arms, rendering herself the unfortunate victim of this emotional tragedy. Yet, as the truth illuminated her path, she realized that it was not she who had lost this affection. Rather, it was her own stubbornness and obstinacy that had precipitated this irrevocable situation. Thus, from that moment onward, Li Shi Yuan became the unattainable ideal that Gu Bai lamented. Even though she genuinely loved Chen Anyun, not a single day passed without Li Shi Yuan occupying her thoughts. She acknowledged the unfairness this posed to Chen Anyun and recognized her own greed. But with Li Shi Yuan now deceased, how could the departed be compared to the living? She resolved to bury this yearning deep within her heart forever. However, Gu Bai never anticipated that fate would grant her another chance. A chance to witness the one who had seemingly passed from this world, standing before her anew. Would she mend the regrets of the past, or would she continue hand in hand with the person of her future? Gu Bai found herself ensnared in a web of confusion. Yet, one thing remained certain. Upon encountering that young man who tenderly shielded her from the rain, her heart still fluttered uncontrollably. Li Shivi, I shall temporarily entrust this little fox to your care. I will visit whenever I find the time. Sister Ji, your thoughtfulness is appreciated. I shall tend to them with utmost care. The boy's familiar and gentle demeanor seemed to transcend time, perfectly aligning with the memories of yesteryear. Ji Webai gazed upon that visage, her heart swelling with a tumultuous blend of emotions, surging like a tidal wave. Yet in that very instant, it felt as though she had been struck by an unseen force, her body trembling involuntarily as she hastily fled the memory-laden abode. At that moment, Ji Yuebai's heart was a tangled mess, yet deep within, the answer yearned to emerge. Sore. Anyun. She silently murmured his name, her voice as soft as a whisper in the wind, reflecting upon the myriad moments they had shared. She understood that all her current actions amounted to betrayal against Chen Anyun. Yet, since the heavens had bestowed upon her this opportunity, a chance to rectify past regrets, she was resolute in not letting it slip away. Moreover, Li Shiyuan's innate abilities were rather mediocre, rendering it exceedingly difficult for him to transcend the realm of comprehension throughout his lifetime. Even if the two were to accompany each other for an entire life, it would merely amount to a fleeting century. Ji Webai bit her lip tightly, resolutely vowing to herself, regardless of what lay ahead, she must pursue the truth and ascertain whether there had been a misunderstanding regarding Li Shiyuan all those years ago. Only then did she believe she could truly unburden her heart and attain genuine redemption. Anyun, once I have rectified this regret, I shall undoubtedly seek you out again. I will make amends for you. Tears blurred her vision as Ji Webai repeatedly offered her silent repentance within her heart. Chapter 33. Exchange of Remaining Lives. 4. The Demon Path, the Daming Palace, is a place long revered by all practitioners of the dark arts. Since the disappearance of the sect leader of the demon cult centuries ago, the realm of demonic cultivation has effectively fragmented into three major sects: the Hehuan sect, the Mashui Gate, and the Dazizi Xiaoya sect. Despite this division, the three sects have tacitly avoided contention over the Daming Palace. Presently, although the palace is surrounded by guards from all three sects, the interior lies desolate, as if awaiting a new master. Amidst this spectacle, a young man clad in white leisurely perches on the eaves of the Daming Palace. One hand grasps a sword, while the other holds a wine flask, indulging in hearty drinking as if oblivious to the world around him. Were it not for the multitude of bodies strewn about, writhing in agony, the onlookers might well mistake him for a madman. Before long, three figures emerge in the distance. The foremost is a frail scholar, pale as a ghost, his slender frame seemingly vulnerable to the slightest breeze. Yet, within his elongated eyes sparkles a glimmer of profound wisdom. Following closely is a woman adorned in resplendent red garments, her graceful demeanor exuding an enchanting allure with every movement. Trailing behind is a burly man, bare-chested with rippling muscles, his imposing presence accentuated by a fearsome scar across his face. These three are none other than the renowned leaders of the three major sects of the Demon Path: Hanjizi, Yihongyi, and Zhongrentu. Historically, these sects have been at odds, embroiled in both overt and covert conflict, yet they share a common animosity against their foes. Upon hearing that someone has dared to wreak havoc in the Daming Palace, the trio is taken aback. Each sect had dispatched their finest disciples to guard the palace. But even these formidable practitioners have been unable to restrain the enigmatic youth. It becomes evident that unless the three of them intervene personally, no amount of reinforcement would suffice. Thus, in their astonishment, they resolve to confront the situation directly. Who dares to show such disrespect to the Daming Palace? The white-clad youth's nonchalant demeanor ignites their fury. Before Hanjizi and Yihongyi can respond, the hot-tempered Zhongrentu, with eyes ablaze, rushes forward, brandishing a long knife like a ferocious tiger. "Zhang!" Hanjizi calls out, instinctively wanting to intervene, but upon seeing Yihongyi gently shake her head, he swallows his words. Indeed, allowing Zhongrentu to gauge their adversary's strength may prove advantageous. After all, with Zhongrentu's consummate mastery at the peak of the returning origin realm, even if he does not prevail, he would at least provide insight into the opponent's capabilities. However, the ensuing spectacle leaves all present utterly speechless. The youth clad in white remained utterly still, merely raising a hand to gently wave his sleeve. Zhang Ren, too, was sent hurtling backward, akin to a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily onto the unforgiving floor, which yielded a resounding thud, creating a profound crater. Longevity, master of longevity? Zhang Ren, too, a formidable figure in the realm of complete return, had been effortlessly vanquished by a single strike, utterly devoid of the capacity to retaliate. The identity of his opponent became abundantly clear. In this realm, only those who had ascended to the domain of longevity could possess such terrifying power, deserving of the title of master. In that fleeting moment, the white-clad youth, who had been seated in silence, finally rose with deliberate grace. His tall and erect figure resembled an indomitable mountain. His icy, frost-like eyes glimmered like two piercing beams of cold light, surveying every individual present. Almost instantaneously, those who met his gaze felt an invisible yet immense pressure, instinctively retreating a step, their faces betraying a semblance of terror, as if confronted by a demon from the depths of the underworld. Subsequently, these once lofty and self-important individuals collectively bowed their noble heads, suppressing any hint of disrespect. At that moment, the entire scene was enveloped in an eerie silence. Only the cold and authoritative voice of the youth resonated in the air. "I am Chen Anyun. From this day forth, the demonic path shall rise under my command. Those who comply shall prosper, while those who oppose shall perish. Do any among you dare to voice dissent?" After a heart-stopping silence, Han Juzi and Yi Hongyi exchanged knowing glances, as if sharing a silent understanding, and simultaneously stepped forward. Without hesitation, they knelt, respectfully bowing their heads before Chen Anyun. Following suit, the others from the demonic path, as if awakening from a dream, began to prostrate themselves one by one. Even the notoriously fierce Zhang Ren, too, despite enduring pain, managed to struggle onto his side, trembling hands pressed against the ground as he laboriously knelt down. In that instant, the previously silent valley erupted with a thunderous chorus of voices. This sound surged like tumultuous waves, each cresting higher than the last, echoing through the heavens and shaking the earth. "We shall abide by the command of our master." The voices coalesced into a torrent, echoing with boundless reverence and obedience, spreading in all directions. Chapter 34. The Exchange of Remaining Lives. 5. A gentle drizzle began to fall upon Tianyun's sect, a persistent patter that seemed to echo the thoughts swirling in Ji Yuebai's mind. What might Yin be doing at this very moment? She stood quietly by the window, gazing outside, her thoughts drifting involuntarily. Memories of her time spent with Chen Anyun often intertwined with recollections of her moments shared with Li Shiyuan. Now, though Li Shiyuan was by her side, her heart remained restless, persistently drawn back to the past with Chen Anyun. At this moment, two vividly colored raccoon dogs nestled comfortably in her warm embrace, one on each side, soundly asleep and emitting soft snores. Their adorable appearance adding a touch of warmth to her heart. Their tiny bodies rose and fell gently with each breath, seemingly lost in a realm of sweet dreams. With such thoughts, Ji Yuebai let out a faint sigh. At this hour, perhaps Chen Anyun was still merely an ordinary disciple within the demonic path. When she first encountered him during her most desolate times, it was under his care that she gradually regained her cultivation, only to discover that the majority of the world harbored deep-seated prejudices against the demonic path. The so-called demonic path, after all, merely entails more extreme cultivation methods, primarily involving the extraction of one's potential, rather than engaging in heinous deeds. It is simply the case that those who commit misdeeds in the world attribute their wrongdoings to the demonic path. For instance, the dual cultivation techniques of the He Huan sect might sound scandalous, yet they embody profound principles of yin and yang. If she could engage in dual cultivation with Li Shiyuan, perhaps it would aid him in breaking through the limitations of his innate talent, enabling him to step into the realm of returning to origins. At this thought, her cheeks flushed, and she chided herself inwardly. "Senior Sister Ji, if there is something troubling you, feel free to share it with me. After all, Harboring certain matters in one's heart only leads to deeper burdens. Perhaps expressing them might bring some relief. The gentle youth gazed at Ji Webai with genuine concern, his words imbued with sincerity, unwittingly interrupting her previously chaotic thoughts. It was indeed remarkable. During this period, the relationship between the two had progressed at an astonishing pace, far exceeding that of their previous lives. Upon hearing the youth's inquiry, Ji Webai hesitated momentarily before softly replying, "There is nothing of significance, merely a recollection of trivial matters from the past." Yet, only she understood the deep-seated secrets and unspoken sentiments she dared not reveal to him. In the next moment, Ji Webai suddenly felt a warmth enveloping her hand. Startled, she lifted her gaze to find the slightly bashful face of the youth before her. He held her hand tightly, his palm slightly damp with perspiration, as if the sudden act had required immense courage. "Even though my current strength is limited and may not genuinely assist you, senior sister, please know that wherever and whenever you need, I will be here to quietly listen to your heart." His voice trembled slightly, betraying his anxiety, as he feared that his audacious gesture might displease Ji Webai. Observing the youthful figure before her, adorned with an expression of utter disarray and helplessness, Ji Webai couldn't help but gently press her lips together and smile. That smile blossomed like a flower in the spring sun, vibrant and captivating. Yet, in that fleeting moment, another visage arose in her mind, Chen Anyun, in stark contrast to the fragility and naivety exhibited by Li Shiyuan at this moment. Her memories of Chen Anyun portrayed him as an unwavering pillar of strength and confidence. Regardless of the formidable obstacles he faced, that man consistently maintained his composure, exuding an air of assurance. He would unhesitatingly step forward, standing resolutely before her, shielding her from all storms with his broad shoulders. As this thought crossed her mind, Ji Weibai's heart trembled, and an indescribable sensation surged within her. Instinctively, she grasped Li Shiyuan's trembling hand with renewed strength and softly assured him, "Do not worry. When the time is right, I shall unreservedly share everything with you." Upon hearing her words, the tension in Li Shiyuan's body eased slightly. The two stood in silence, hands entwined, gazing out the window. Unbeknownst to them, the rain had ceased. A gentle breeze wafted outside, and sunlight streamed through the gaps in the leaves, casting dappled shadows upon them. In that moment, they resembled a couple from the mundane world, enveloped in a tender atmosphere that belonged solely to them, with time seemingly suspended. In the realm of cultivation, days and nights blur into insignificance. Years passed unnoticed. For Ji Webai, everything within the Tianyun sect felt like a vivid recollection of a past life. The once gentle youth, shaped and honed by the passage of time, had gradually matured into a refined gentleman, exuding warmth and grace. Just as in her previous life, amidst the envious glares of many male disciples, she and Li Shiyuan officially became partners, admired as a celestial couple by all. However, unlike others, Ji Weibai's cultivation had far surpassed that of her past existence. After all, in her previous life, she had already ascended to the realm of immortality, standing at the pinnacle of cultivation. With this elevated perspective, her current path in the realm of cultivation was remarkably smooth, indeed a journey without obstacles. Yet over the past year, Ji Webai frequently found herself in a state of unease. In the stillness of the night, memories of the past would inevitably resurface. Among those, the most troubling was the imminent time when Li Shiyuan would embark on his journey of exploration, just as he had in her previous life. Each time she contemplated this, her heart felt as though it were gripped tightly by an invisible hand, making it difficult to find peace. Now, she had fully rekindled the deep affection shared with Li Shiyuan, especially in the past 2 years. Even the once faint image of Chen Anyun had gradually faded within the ocean of her thoughts. Nevertheless, no matter how she tried, she remained unable to break free from the entangled, not deeply rooted in her heart. Indeed, just yesterday, after an intimate moment together, Li Shiyuan unexpectedly expressed his intention to depart. Though at this moment, Ji Weibai's status within the Tianyun sect is nothing short of extraordinary. Almost preordained as the next saintess, the sect's regulations dictate that once an inner disciple successfully breaks through to the enlightenment realm, they must descend the mountain to undergo a year-long trial and refinement. Despite her exalted position, Ji Webai has yet to ascend to the throne of the sect's leader. Thus, both in sentiment and reason, she lacks the authority to intervene in this matter. In truth, several years prior, Ji Webai had resolutely resolved to thoroughly investigate the matter from her previous life that had long haunted her. However, as the bond between the two deepened, the scales within her heart began to tilt away from the initial trajectory she had set. After enduring numerous agonizing struggles and dilemmas, she ultimately made a steadfast decision. Shi Yuan, you have just ascended to the enlightenment realm and require time to stabilize your cultivation. I hope you can postpone this journey by 6 months. Of course, senior sister, replied Li Shiyuan, oblivious to the underlying sentiments. With a sigh of relief, Ji Webai felt a weight lift from her shoulders. Yet, simultaneously, an indescribable sense of guilt and unease surged within her. Whenever she recalled Chen Anyun's resilient and affectionate visage, her heart ached as if pricked by needles, for she knew deep down that she could no longer justify her choice. Anyun, please forgive my selfishness. She silently repented countless times within her heart. Li Shiyuan's life spans merely a century, a fleeting moment compared to our lengthy existence. Once he departs from this world, I shall return to your side, forever accompanying you, compensating for the hurt I have caused you. Chapter 35. The Exchange of Remaining Lives 6. In a valley not far from Tianyun's sect, despite the serene and distant tranquility of the surroundings, Chen Anyun's heart was engulfed in restlessness and melancholy. He could not fathom the true reason that had compelled him to this place. Yet, in recent times, a peculiar voice had incessantly echoed in his mind, as if an unseen force was urging him to come here, insisting that something of great importance awaited him in this valley. Driven by curiosity and anticipation, he arrived. However, a month had passed, and he had yet to encounter the person or event that seemed to beckon him from the depths of fate. The monotony of waiting day after day gradually eroded his initial enthusiasm and patience. Perhaps it was merely an illusion. Chen Anyun shook his head in resignation, a self-mocking smile gracing his lips. Reflecting on the absurdity of a formidable demon sect leader, he found himself impulsively enduring a month of vigil without reason. Even he deemed it somewhat ludicrous. Just as despair began to settle in, he prepared to turn away when, in the distance, a flurry of hurried footsteps broke the stillness. It was one of his subordinates, rushing towards him, accompanied by a disheveled woman clad in tattered garments. According to the report, this woman had been wandering outside the valley for over 10 days, and due to prolonged starvation, her frail body had succumbed to weakness, ultimately collapsing from hunger. Chen Anyun had previously instructed his subordinates to bring any suspicious individuals near the valley to him without delay. Thus, upon discovering the unconscious woman, they had acted promptly to bring her before him. With his eyes slightly closed, he gently scanned the woman with his spiritual perception, only to furrow his brow in mild disappointment. The woman's hair was in disarray, her face obscured by dirt, making it difficult to discern her true appearance. Nevertheless, with his keen sense, Chen Anyun could easily ascertain that she was merely an ordinary mortal. Take her away, provide her with some sustenance, and then dismiss her, he commanded casually, as if it were an inconsequential matter. Strangely, upon seeing this woman, his agitated heart began to calm. Originally intent on departing, he abruptly altered his decision, choosing instead to linger for another month. The two demon cultivators who had brought the woman exchanged glances, hesitant to delay, and prepared to escort her away. Just then, unexpectedly, the woman who had been unconscious began to awaken. She slowly opened her eyes, her gaze briefly landing on Chen Anyun before swiftly moving away, not uttering a single word. Then, with great effort, she gritted her teeth and struggled to rise from the ground. Subsequently, she ambled toward an empty direction, her steps unsteady yet resolute. The woman's remarkably calm demeanor piqued Chen Anyun's curiosity. Typically, upon awakening in such a strange environment and surrounded by unfamiliar faces, An ordinary person would likely be overwhelmed with panic or urgently seek assistance. However, this woman was entirely different, maintaining her silence and composure throughout. Consequently, he found himself involuntarily calling out to her, "Wait, what is your name?" Upon hearing Chen Anyun's words, the woman halted abruptly, her entire being momentarily stiffening. Yet, after just a fleeting moment, she resumed her steps, unhesitatingly continuing onward. After a considerable time had passed, the surroundings remained tranquil and silent, save for the gentle rustle of leaves stirred by the breeze. Just as Chen Anyun chuckled to himself, a frigid voice drifted softly from a distance. "Meng Tianxin." "Meng Tianxin?" Chen Anyun murmured, strangely aware that, despite never having heard this name before, an inexplicable sense of familiarity surged within him, as if this name had been indelibly etched in the depths of his mind. Could it be that his inexplicable arrival in this valley and his prolonged vigil of an entire month were somehow intertwined with this woman named Meng Tianxin? Contemplating this, Chen Anyun's thoughts began to stir. During this month of waiting, aside from this enigmatic woman who evoked such peculiar feelings, it seemed there were no other remarkable discoveries or gains. Thus, despite a lingering sense of unease in his heart, Chen Anyun was not one to act hesitantly. Therefore, when he noticed the woman, referred to as Meng Tianxin, about to turn away, he opened his mouth without hesitation, ready to call out to her. Yet, who could have anticipated that, just as he began to speak, a dull thud echoed through the air? It turned out that Meng Tianxin, for reasons unknown, had once again lost her balance and collapsed heavily to the ground, her eyes fluttering shut as she fainted entirely. Chen Anyun sighed softly and slowly approached her. He reached out, cautiously brushing aside the few, nearly withered strands of hair that covered her forehead. At that moment, his breath caught in his throat. Previously, due to her unkempt appearance, he had not taken the time to truly observe her. However, now, as he gently swept aside her bangs, he was astonished to discover that, if one were to overlook the splotches of dirt on her cheeks, her features were extraordinarily beautiful. How could a woman of such breathtaking beauty arrive in this place? Tattered and alone? This question flickered through Chen Anyun's mind, completely dispelling the last vestiges of doubt within him. Could it be that the significant matter he had been so earnestly awaiting was indeed this woman standing before him? Upon recalling this, Chen Anyun could no longer concern himself with the grime and dust that clung to his form. Without a moment's hesitation, he raised his arm, his movements gentle yet swift, cradling the woman in his embrace. Immediately thereafter, he swayed slightly, akin to an arrow released from the bow, and soared towards the direction of the Daming Palace. Chapter 36. The Exchange of Remaining Lives. 7. Salutations to the Saintess. Greetings, esteemed Saintess. With a nod towards the disciples of the Tianyun sect, who bowed respectfully, Yi Webai proceeded onward. It had been several years since Li Shiyuan last ventured out for training. Perhaps due to the passage of time in this lifetime, Li Shiyuan had not encountered Meng Tianxin, and thus it was impossible for her to bring him back to the sect. Consequently, in the recently concluded selection for the sect's saintess, Ji Webai was unsurprisingly elected as the new saintess. Her status elevated above all except for the reclusive elders who had long since withdrawn from worldly affairs. Yet, for reasons unknown, Ji Webai felt little joy. Instead, she found herself inexplicably drawn to the great banyan tree. In her previous life, it was beneath this very tree that she witnessed Li Shiyuan and Meng Tianxin in a tender embrace, prompting her to voluntarily withdraw, seeking solace in solitary training, which ultimately led her to unwittingly acquire a dark inheritance and subsequent expulsion from the sect. However, the days of her banishment had long since passed. Today marked the anniversary of her fateful encounter with Chen Anyun in her previous life, a time that now evoked only darkness and despair. During that period, she had lost her beloved, her cultivation had been ruthlessly destroyed, and she wandered aimlessly like a specter, clinging to life by the thinnest thread of existence. Drifting without purpose, she eventually found herself in a secluded and profound valley, her body weakened from prolonged starvation. Finally, by a crystal-clear stream, she succumbed to unconsciousness. When she awoke, Her gaze fell upon a young man clad in a flowing white robe. He lounged languidly against a large tree, a slender bamboo pole in hand, seemingly at ease as he fished by the brook. Not far from him, a plump crucian carp was skewered on a sharp branch, steadily roasting over a roaring fire. As the flames blazed brighter, the fish emitted an enticing aroma that tantalized her empty stomach. Perhaps from having endured hunger for too long, her belly audibly protested with a low growl, shattering the surrounding tranquility and capturing the young man's attention. Her face flushed with embarrassment, and she quickly lowered her head, inwardly cursing her plight, wishing for the ground to open up and conceal her. At that instant, she felt a sudden warmth on her cheek. The once sizzling fish, now fragrant and roasted, had been brought to her lips. The young man remained silent throughout, merely offering the fish before returning to his previous position, engrossed once more in his fishing, as if nothing had transpired. Yet from his actions, she felt something she had not experienced in a long time: warmth. Thus, she clutched the roasted fish tightly in her hands, devouring it ravenously like a famished creature. The aroma of the fish wafted around her, yet she had no time to savor it. She fervently stuffed the tender flesh into her mouth, as if attempting to swallow down all her grievances and hunger. Meanwhile, crystalline tears streamed uncontrollably down her soiled cheeks, each droplet falling to the ground and stirring up tiny clouds of dust. This was the first time she had allowed herself such indulgence of emotion since she had been mercilessly cast out from her sect, letting her tears flow freely. The facade of feigned strength she had maintained crumbled in an instant, leaving behind only a fragile and helpless being. As she finished the last morsel of fish with a tempestuous haste, she was about to express her gratitude to the unfamiliar young man in white before her when she heard his clear and gentle voice. "If you have no other place to go, why not accompany me?" Although it was their first meeting and merely an ordinary roasted fish, in that fleeting moment, an indescribable feeling surged within her. And Gu Bai felt an undeniable connection to the man before her. Without hesitation, she nodded. From that moment on, he became a brilliant light, piercing through the heavy darkness and illuminating her once dim world, becoming her salvation. In that instant, Gu Bai was suddenly seized by a fierce impulse to immediately journey to the valley of her memories. She felt an intense premonition that if she did not go now, she might lose something of great significance. Then, she heard Li Shi Yuan's voice calling from behind her. "Senior sister, so you are here. I finally found you." Just like in her previous life, even though they had become partners, Li Shi Yuan still referred to her as senior sister. The fluttering sensation in her heart was instantly quelled. Yes, unlike her past life, she now had Li Shi Yuan. He had not betrayed her. How could she leave him now? "I made your favorite lotus leaf chicken for you today." Li Shi Yuan's voice remained as gentle as ever. Gu Bai could not help but caress her beloved's cheek, closing her eyes, and when she opened them again, the only reflection in her pupils was that of the young man before her. "All right, let us return home," she said with a smile, nodding in agreement as Li Shi Yuan took her right hand. Chapter 37. The Exchange of Lifetimes 8. A resonant and authoritative voice echoed throughout the vast expanse of the Daming Palace's square. From this day forth, Meng Tianxin shall be proclaimed our holy maiden of the demon path. This proclamation struck the hearts of all present like a thunderclap, sending a shiver through the crowd. In unison, they raised their voices, chanting fervently, "We pay homage to the Master. We pay homage to the Holy Maiden." The fervor of their voices surged like waves, as if striving to pierce the very heavens. Before the grand and magnificent Daming Palace, a sea of figures clad in dark robes, their expressions stern and resolute, knelt in reverence. Each one expressed their utmost respect and obedience to the two figures standing before them. Among them was the newly appointed Holy Maiden, a woman of exquisite beauty and graceful demeanor. Yet, surprisingly, she possessed no discernible cultivation. Nonetheless, no one dared to voice any doubts or disrespect, for a command uttered by the Master, Chen Anyun, was sufficient for these practitioners of the demon path. Meng Tianxin found herself in a peculiar situation. She had no memories of her past and seemed devoid of any extraneous emotions. She regarded everyone with a cold indifference, not merely aloofness, but a haughty coldness. This intrigued Chen Anyun greatly. Here was a mortal without any cultivation, a being stripped of memories, yet she exhibited a profound arrogance in her interactions with others. Furthermore, she lacked the common knowledge one would expect of a normal person. On her first night, when Chen Anyun instructed her to rest, she unhesitatingly disrobed and slipped into Chen Anyun's bed. Though this behavior was undeniably absurd, it nonetheless evoked an uncanny sense of harmony. Such dissonance in Chen Anyun's perceptions was striking. Yet, he harbored a strange intuition that Meng Tianxin acted this way because she possessed an unwavering certainty that he would not harm her. This was puzzling. How could she be so confident in a man she hardly knew? What if he were a lecherous rogue? Ironically, despite her breathtaking beauty, Chen Anyun himself would never entertain the thought of doing her harm. This sensation, if one were to articulate it, resembled being anticipated in one's own judgments. Moreover, Meng Tianxin displayed extraordinary talent, progressing in her cultivation with remarkable speed. What others found insurmountable, she approached with the ease of eating or drinking. This swift advancement soon won the genuine admiration of the practitioners of the demon path, who had previously only feigned respect due to Chen Anyun's influence. In summary, the impression Meng Tianxin left on Chen Anyun was less that of a mere woman and more akin to a finely crafted artifact. However, this perception was soon cast aside as he marvelously observed that, with the passage of time, Meng Tianxin began to change, growing incrementally more popular. This unexpected development brought him a peculiar sense of joy akin to nurturing a cherished companion. Regrettably, she often regarded him merely as the object of her imitation. For instance, Meng Tianxin has gradually lost her diligence in cultivation, preferring instead to accompany herself to the stream for fishing and basking in the sun. Moreover, this facet of Meng Tianxin's character is exclusively revealed before Chen Anyun. She maintains an icy demeanor towards all others. This is undoubtedly a troubling sign. Chen Anyun pondered discreetly, then with a decisive wave of his hand summoned Yi Hongyi into the palace. To teach Meng Tianxin the ways of the world, it was imperative to find a suitable mentor. Yi Hongyi, in Chen Anyun's eyes, was the most fitting woman to undertake this role. Yet, he seemed to overlook that this woman was the leader of the Hahuan sect. Thus, on a certain day, years later, Chen Anyun sat at his desk, perusing the recent intelligence gathered from the demonic sect concerning the realm of cultivation. Over the years, he had progressively revised the cultivation methods of the three demonic sects, eliminating numerous self-serving techniques, while simultaneously enhancing the efficiency of proper practices, significantly raising the upper and lower limits of demonic cultivation. Following that, he executed a number of truly nefarious demonic cultivators and villains who masqueraded under the guise of the demonic path. As a result, the reputation of the demonic sect had gradually shifted from being universally reviled to occupying a gray area tacitly accepted by ordinary cultivators. Among the information collected by the demonic cultivators, the details of the recent centennial sect competition among the righteous sects piqued Chen Anyun's interest. It was said that Ji Webai, the saintess of Tianyun's sect, was poised to excel in this competition. However, due to her partner's injury in a prior contest, she had diminished her own cultivation to aid in his recovery, ultimately succumbing to the sword master of the Hundred Swords sect, eliciting much lamentation. Ji Webai, you say? Chen Anyun mulled over this name, feeling an odd familiarity. As he endeavored to recall, he instinctively leaned back, only to find his head nestled in a soft embrace of fragrant jade. Before he could react, a pair of delicate hands pressed against his temples and began to gently massage. A trickle of true essence flowed into Chen Anyun's body through his sun acupoint, imparting a sense of soothing fatigue. This interruption disrupted his thoughts. Is this what that woman Yi Hongyi has taught you? Chen Anyun sighed, realizing that entrusting Meng Tianxin to Yi Hongyi was perhaps the worst decision of his life. Behind him, Meng Tianxin offered a faint smile, remaining silent. Compared to her previously frosty demeanor, she now seemed to have undergone a remarkable transformation. Yet, Chen Anyun understood that this was merely superficial. She had simply concealed her inherent pride deep within herself when confronted with him. Chapter 38. Exchange of Lifetimes. 9. The grand contest among the prodigies of the righteous path. Held only once every century, seemed rather intriguing. Would you care to accompany me to witness it? Chen Anyun inquired with palpable enthusiasm. In recent years, as the demonic sect gradually stabilized, he had delegated internal power back to the leaders of the three sections. Thus, he found himself spending his days idling in the Ming Palace, leading a rather monotonous existence. Very well, Meng Tianxin replied with a tranquil affirmation. Even though he was not particularly adept at discerning the intricacies of human emotions, Chen Anyun could detect the underlying dismissiveness in her response. After all, you are my designated saintess, the foremost prodigy of the demonic path. Are you truly not the least bit curious about the prodigies of the righteous path? Why should I be curious? Meng Tianxin halted her massage, raising a slender finger in the face of Chen Anyun's eager gaze. First, the title of saintess was forcibly conferred upon me by you. She then raised a second finger. Second, did you not often say that a person's energy is limited and one should only concern themselves with what they genuinely enjoy? Did I say that? Chen Anyun was taken aback, struggling to recall, perhaps. It was something he had casually mentioned while offering encouragement to the growing Meng Tianxin a couple of years ago. It seemed she had indeed matured. Curiosity piqued, he asked, "So, do you have anything you particularly enjoy?" No sooner had the words left his lips than two delicate arms wound around his chest. He felt the warm, slightly damp breath against his ear, accompanied by a faint, ethereal fragrance, causing his body to tense instinctively. Then he heard Meng Tianxin's voice, unusually hesitant. Like you." Chen Anyun was momentarily stunned. He suddenly felt compelled to inquire, "Is this also something Yihangi taught you?" However, sensing the subtle tremor in her body behind him, he wisely chose to remain silent. Nevertheless, the formidable leader of the demonic sect, feared and revered, Chen Anyun, ultimately accompanied the otherworldly, ethereal saintess Meng Tianxin to witness the climactic showdown of the righteous path's prodigies. Disguised, the two stealthily mingled with a group of wandering cultivators drawn to the spectacle. This decisive battle captured the attention of the entire cultivation world, as both participants are far from ordinary. One was an unparalleled swordsman from the Hundred Swords sect, renowned for his mastery of swordsmanship and fierce sword intent. The other was the saintess of the Longhuan Holy Land, celebrated for her grace and exceptional celestial arts, both regarded as the epitome of excellence. Both warriors possessed early-stage Guyuan realm cultivation, their strengths evenly matched. Chen Anyun watched with rapt attention, while Meng Tianxin spent much of the time with an air of exasperation, observing her leader. The swordsman from the Hundred Swords sect moved like lightning, his long sword slashing through the air, creating a web of sword chi, while the saintess of Longhuan Holy Land retaliated without hesitation, gracefully wielding her flowing sleeves to unleash exquisite celestial techniques. The battle intensified, with neither side yielding an inch. The spectators held their breath, captivated, their eyes glued to every detail of the arena, fearful of missing any thrilling moment. In the end, the swordsman of the Hundred Swords sect suddenly unleashed an overwhelming aura, resembling a drawn sword, sharp and unstoppable, with unwavering determination and courage characteristic of a sword cultivator. He narrowly triumphed over the saintess of the Longhuan Sacred Land by a mere half move. As the outcome was settled, thunderous cheers erupted throughout the arena. In that moment, the swordsman of the Hundred Swords sect basked in glory, hailed as the foremost prodigy of the righteous path. "What do you think?" Chen Anyun inquired eagerly. 3 moves. Within 3 moves, I am confident I can defeat that swordsman from the Hundred Swords sect. Chen Anyun rubbed his forehead, but upon seeing Meng Tianxin's earnest expression, he couldn't help but smile. If you come out to watch, you must adopt the mindset of an observer. Are we merely here to spectate? Meng Tianxin suddenly realized. Otherwise, what? To gather intelligence on potential threats to us? Do I really need to do that? Chen Anyun felt somewhat insulted by Meng Tianxin's remark. Of course not. Meng Tianxin replied with a mischievous grin. It dawned on Chen Anyun that he had just been teased by Meng Tianxin. A sense of melancholy washed over him, It seemed the obedient, expressionless child from years ago was long gone. Yet, to be fair, he preferred the current, more human version of Meng Tianxin over the machine-like persona she once had. As the two engaged in casual conversation, they gradually moved with the crowd. At that moment, Chen Anyun heard a familiar name. Although the Hundred Swords sect had emerged victorious in this competition, the Tianyun sect had indeed suffered a humiliating defeat. It was said that the Saintess Ji Webai had already broken through to the mid-phase of the returning origin realm. Had it not been for her partner's hindrance, victory would have been nearly assured. What a pity! Who can disagree? Several scattered cultivators nodded in agreement, as if lamenting their own misfortune. What's wrong? Meng Tianxin asked with concern, noticing Chen Anyun's dazed expression. Nothing much, just that I find Ji Yuebai's name oddly familiar, as if there is some connection between us. Chen Anyun confided in Meng Tianxin. What's so strange about that? Meng Tianxin took Chen Anyun's hand. Ji Webai is the first prodigy among the righteous sects to break through to the mid-phase of the returning origin realm. Naturally, such news would have been recorded in the intelligence circulated among the cultivators. You must have encountered it at some point. Indeed, Chen Anyun nodded in agreement with Meng Tianxin's reasoning. Just as he was about to step forward, he noticed that their fingers had intertwined without his realization. He cast a bemused glance at Meng Tianxin. Meng Tianxin turned her head away, yet her grip remained steadfast. Yi Hongyi once told me that if you cherish something, you must strive for it. No one in this world will wait for you without reason. Don't wait until you lose it to regret. She is right, Chen Anyun responded, tightening his hold on Meng Tianxin's delicate hand and gently pulling her into his embrace. Suddenly, the embrace was filled with warmth and tenderness. He then gently whispered in her ear, "It is still early. Why not take a leisurely stroll before we return?" A moment of silence ensued. Yet, Chen Anyun remained unperturbed, for the rosy hue of her ears had already betrayed her true feelings. After a while, he finally heard a soft murmur. Chapter 39. The Exchange of Remaining Lives. 10. Ji Yubai gazed vacantly at the two figures among the wandering cultivators who suddenly embraced each other. Moments ago, from her vantage point on the high platform, she had whimsically cast her gaze in their direction, and there they were, entwined in each other's arms. For reasons unknown, despite their complete unfamiliarity, a pang of sorrow pierced her heart, as if something profoundly significant was drifting away from her grasp. Yet, she quickly shook her head, a self-deprecating smile gracing her lips. After all, she had a duty to fulfill within the sect, and no time to dwell on the affairs of those wandering cultivators. Nevertheless, it was only after the couple vanished into the throng that she reluctantly withdrew her gaze. "Let us proceed, revered maiden," spoke two ordinary disciples of the Tianyun sect behind her, their tone devoid of the genuine respect they once held. Ji Yubai numbly nodded, following the two as they turned to leave. In truth, Ji Yubai had never been one to lack discernment or an understanding of priorities. Upon learning of Li Shi Yuan's grievous injuries, although her heart raced with anxiety, her meticulous examination revealed that while his injuries were indeed severe, they had not compromised any vital areas. Thus, she initially contemplated merely visiting Li Shi Yuan, intending to fully dedicate herself to his healing once the grand competition concluded. However, what Ji Yubai did not anticipate was that during Li Shi Yuan's unconsciousness, he would continually murmur in distress, "Senior sister, I am in pain." That frail and anguished voice persisted throughout the night, unceasing even until the stroke of midnight. In the end, Ji Yubai's heart softened. Unable to ignore Li Shi Yuan's heartrending cries, she resolved to take the risk of employing her precious true essence to stabilize his condition and alleviate his suffering. Initially, Ji Yubai had intended to use only a modicum of her essence, for the following day would bring her duel with the sword disciple of the Baijian sect. Yet, who could have foreseen that when Li Shi Yuan finally stirred from his slumber and she prepared to halt the flow of her essence, he would open his eyes wide, gazing at her with a look of innocent desperation akin to that of a startled fawn? The pleading and helplessness reflected in his eyes pierced Ji Yubai's heart like a sharp blade. Faced with such a gaze, how could Ji Yubai bring herself to withdraw? Thus, time and again, she expended her invaluable true essence, all to alleviate her beloved's anguish. The inevitable outcome, of course, was that her lack of true essence ultimately led to her defeat against the sword disciple of the Baijian sect. Jiyu Bai, Li Shiyuan, do you acknowledge your transgressions? In the grand hall of the sect, the law enforcement elder regarded his own disciple with a look of disappointment. Jiyu Bai was a junior he had watched grow, and both he and the other elders had placed immense hopes upon her. If the defeat was due to a lack of skill, it might have been acceptable, but he could not condone such a ludicrous reason for failure. Initially, when Jiyu Bai was infatuated with Li Shiyuan, their sentiments stemmed from a profound and genuine opposition. However, Jiyu Bai's unwavering determination left them no choice but to reluctantly acquiesce. Little did they anticipate that this decision would lead to such a grievous mistake. The century-old competition among the righteous sects is not merely a contest of wins and losses. It encompasses a complex struggle for resources among various sects, a tradition established by the ancestors of these sects thousands of years ago. The current standing of Chen Anyun sect is largely attributed to the previous holy son, Fu Qing Song, who dominated his contemporaries and secured the top position in 3 consecutive century competitions. When Jiyu Bai advanced to the mid-stage of the Return to Origin realm, the entire Chen Anyun sect rejoiced, believing victory in this competition was all but assured. Yet, they never anticipated such a ludicrous defeat. As they watched the spirit stone mines and cultivation resources that rightfully belonged to Chen Anyun's sect being seized one by the Hundred Sword sect, how could the members of Chen Anyun's sect not seethe with anger? How could they not harbor hatred? Now, Jiyu Bai and Li Shiyuan knelt at the center of the Grand Hall, facing the wrathful reprimand of the law enforcement elder. Li Shiyuan, unaccustomed to such a display, instinctively retreated 2 steps, nearly hiding behind Jiyu Bai. This prompted a collective gasp from the elders present, who deemed Jiyu Bai's judgment of character utterly lacking. Regardless of gender, in the realm of cultivation, the capable are prioritized. Yet, as companions on the path, one ought to stand alongside the other, rather than cower, as Li Shiyuan did, wishing to shrink behind Jiyu Bai. To reveal the true nature of Jiyu Bai's companion, the law enforcement elder deliberately bypassed her and addressed Li Shiyuan. Li Shiyuan, did you knowingly conspire to deplete the holy maiden's vital essence, leading to her defeat in the competition? If you confess, I may be inclined to lessen your punishment. And no, I know nothing of this. It was my senior sister who voluntarily used her vital essence to heal me. Li Shiyuan stammered in a flurry of panic. Nonsense. Had you not lured her first, would the holy maiden have willingly expended her vital essence? Senior sister, please explain. Li Shiyuan pleaded desperately, casting a hopeful glance at Jiyu Bai. The law enforcement elder nodded in satisfaction, thinking that the holy maiden could no longer be deluded. Indeed, upon hearing Li Shiyuan's attempts to deflect blame, the elders in the hall began to murmur in discontent. Enough! Jiyu Bai suddenly shouted, startling everyone present. Her delicate form trembled slightly, her beautiful eyes filled with resolve. She gazed intently at Li Shiyuan, and, after a brief pause, she spoke slowly. This matter arose solely from my obstinacy, and it bears no relation to my junior brother. I willingly choose to meditate in solitude for 10 years at the Thought Reflection Cliff, and I voluntarily resign from my position as Holy Maiden. As her words fell, she seemed to be stripped of all strength, her knees buckling as she collapsed to the ground. At that moment, Jiyu Bai's heart was a tumult of emotions. Every word spoken by Li Shiyuan was indeed true. From beginning to end, he had never once requested her healing. Yet, for reasons unknown, another figure inexplicably surfaced in her mind. If at this very moment Chen Anyun were present, he would undoubtedly step forward without hesitation, shielding her closely behind him and shouldering all burdens alone. Indeed, Chen Anyun would surely act in such a manner. Contemplating this, an indescribable sense of loss surged within Jiyu Bai's heart. Yet, simultaneously, she found herself silently justifying Li Shiyuan. After all, her junior brother possessed only mediocre talent. He was merely an ordinary cultivator. How could one expect him to be as unyielding as Chen Anyun? With such thoughts, Jiyu Bai's emotions grew increasingly intricate. It was now the turn of the law elder to be bewildered. Had he been born on some distant blue planet, he would likely have leapt up, vociferously condemning the folly of infatuation. However, He truly found himself at a loss for words to describe the actions of his own saintess, and thus could not help but glance towards the individual seated atop the dais. It was none other than Ji Yuebai's mentor, the current head of the Tianyun sect, Fu Qingcong, who had remained silent from the very beginning. With a deep sigh, Fu Qingcong's expression revealed a rare hint of fatigue as he waved his hand and declared, "Let it be as she has said. Seal her cultivation and confine her in contemplation for 10 years. As for the position of saintess, we shall discuss it once her period of reflection is complete. As you command, esteemed headmaster." Chapter 40. Exchange of Lifetimes, 11. As the sect leader, Fu Qingcong, swept away with his sleeves, the elders of Tianyun sect wore heavy expressions, shaking their heads in lamentation before slowly exiting the grand hall, one by one. In the blink of an eye, the once solemn and austere hall became empty, leaving only Li Shiyuan and Ji Yuebai behind. Sister, upon witnessing the fierce-looking elders finally depart, the tension that had been suspended in Li Shiyuan's heart finally settled back into his stomach. He slumped to the ground like a deflated balloon. But upon catching sight of Ji Yuebai, his eyes sparkled with renewed hope, and he scrambled towards her almost desperately. Hearing Li Shiyuan's voice filled with reliance, Ji Yuebai halted her rising motion abruptly. Yet, recalling the earlier scene in the hall, her gaze transformed into a complex mixture of emotions. She stared silently at the man before her, feeling a tumult of thoughts within her heart. In that moment, Li Shiyuan inexplicably appeared somewhat unfamiliar to her. However, when her gaze met his doe-like, glistening eyes, her heart softened involuntarily. With a gentle sigh, she extended her arms and enveloped him tightly in an embrace. Feeling Ji Yuebai's warm hug, the tension that had coiled within Li Shiyuan finally unraveled. The earlier complexity and slight coldness in Ji Yuebai's eyes had instilled an inexplicable fear in him. Yet now, surrounded by her familiar warmth, he truly sensed that the gentle, understanding Ji Yuebai he cherished had returned to him. Sister, Li Shiyuan buried his face deep in Ji Yuebai's embrace, his voice muffled. I'm afraid. Chen Anyun, are you not afraid at all? Meanwhile, within an ancient secret realm, a young man in white soared through the air, one arm cradling a stunning maiden while wielding a sword with the other, valiantly fending off the attacks of two towering black giants, each standing 100 feet tall. Excellent. How rare to encounter two puppets of the eternal life realm. Chen Anyun laughed heartily, and his sword transformed into countless blades, converging into a colossal wave of sword energy that cleaved down upon the immobilized puppets. The battle raged fiercely, shaking the very foundations of the ancient secret realm, reducing it to ruins. I ask you, are you truly not afraid at all? Beneath the shattered bodies of the puppets, in the only remaining intact pavilion, Meng Tianxin tended to Chen Anyun's numerous wounds with a heavy heart, unable to suppress her inquiry once more. Afraid? One must drink to the point of inebriation when meeting a friend. For how many times can one laugh heartily in a lifetime? I am too exhilarated to, Observing the man before her, who, despite being exhausted and covered in injuries, still stubbornly maintained his bravado, Meng Tianxin jabbed at one of his wounds. Instantly, the man who had just taken a fatal blow to protect her, showing no sign of discomfort, donned a mask of pain. Be gentle. I had thought you would not feel pain. Meng Tianxin lowered her gaze, concealing the brilliance of stars that shimmered in her eyes from Chen Anyun. Time flowed inexorably, with spring giving way to autumn, and a decade slipped by unnoticed. 5 years prior, the demonic sects formally united into one, renaming themselves the Heavenly Demon Holy Land, discarding their former title. In the following year, the Holy Lord Chen Anyun took the initiative to confront the leaders of the 7 righteous sects, triumphing in every challenge and earning renown throughout the realm. Just as the cultivation world trembled with trepidation at the rise of the demonic sects, Chen Anyun, alongside the leaders of the 7 sects, proclaimed that the Heavenly Demon Holy Land would officially join the righteous path, thus abolishing the division between righteousness and demonic practices. The Heavenly Demon Holy Land was established as the 8th major force in the cultivation world. Subsequently, a year later, Holy Lord Chen Anyun and holy maiden Meng Tianxin became partners in the path of cultivation. In a fleeting moment, the entire cultivation world was stirred, only to gradually settle down 3 years later. On this day, Gu Bai concluded her decade-long period of introspection. 10 years earlier, after resolutely rejecting Li Shiyuan's tearful pleas for her to stay, she had willingly sealed her own cultivation and embarked upon the cliff of reflection. It is somewhat absurd to acknowledge that she consciously chose this punishment to shield him from blame, fully aware that any overt attempt to evade punishment would result in her cultivation being stripped and her expulsion from the sect. Yet, Li Shiyuan persistently implored her to remain. Throughout these 10 years, she had anticipated a multitude of lingering thoughts and attachments to Li Shiyuan. However, to her surprise, as she found tranquility, the figure that frequently occupied her mind was none other than Chen Anyun. Having sealed her cultivation, her physical condition had become akin to that of an ordinary person, compounded by the fact that the cliff of reflection was inherently a place of punishment for errant disciples, where conditions were far from favorable. Meals were delivered by the disciples of the punishment hall only every 3 days, rendering hunger a constant state. In moments of starvation, Gu Bai would invariably recall a certain grilled fish, incessantly savoring its taste in her mind. In truth, after her rebirth, she had attempted to recreate that grilled fish on numerous occasions. Despite using the finest seasonings and achieving the perfect cooking time, she could never replicate the flavor of that original grilled fish. It was only at this moment on the cliff of reflection that she finally comprehended that what she had been yearning for was not merely the taste of the grilled fish, but rather the warmth she had felt at that time. And now, the one who had given her warmth was no longer present. How could she possibly create a grilled fish imbued with that warmth? Chapter 41. The Exchange of Lifetimes. 12. Sister G. This is your treasured sword. A decade may seem but a fleeting moment in the realm of cultivation, yet for the disciples of humble origins, it is a significant stretch of time. The disciples tasked with guarding the penitence cliff have changed twice, and occasionally, Gu Bai hears their fervent discussions about which senior brother or sister has recently shone brightly within the sect. Most of the names mentioned are unfamiliar to her. The restrictions on her cultivation have just been lifted by the elder from the punishment hall, and observing the elder's hesitance to speak, Gu Bai offers her heartfelt gratitude. Although she is somewhat muddled in matters of the heart, it does not escape her that the elder genuinely cares for her well-being. Two friends, who have always been quite close, await her at the foot of the mountain, beaming with joy as they congratulate her on her successful escape and eagerly invite her to a feast they have arranged in her honor. Gu Bai readily agrees, listening attentively as her friends chatter animatedly about various happenings within the sect over the past decade. She responds with smiles and nods, engaged in their tales. Then, she casually inquires, "What of Li Shiyuan?" Instantly, her friends' voices falter, and after a moment of awkwardness, they deftly divert the conversation. Gu Bai does not mind. She continues to follow their lead in conversation. However, as the trio reaches a certain spot, she suddenly halts. Her gaze is fixed upon a familiar banyan tree, beneath which stand a figure she recognizes all too well. It is Li Shiyuan, whom she has not seen in 10 years, and at this moment, he is gently embracing a rather petite young woman. When did this happen? Gu Bai comprehends the elder's earlier expression and her friend's circumspect words. Deep down, she had been prepared for this. Her friends remembered her departure date, and if he were truly a beloved, how could he forget? Over the decade, she has come to clarity on many matters. Initially, she intended to seek out Li Shiyuan for a conversation upon her return. But now it seems that step may be rendered unnecessary. "We're sorry. We didn't know how to broach this with you," her friends express, filled with guilt. It has been 4 or 5 years. That young woman is a junior sister who joined 5 years ago, still an outer disciple. "Sister G, please do not act impulsively." "It's all right." Gu Bai shakes her head and strides towards Li Shiyuan. She had anticipated a profound ache in her heart, yet surprisingly, it is not as painful as she had imagined. Fate seems to have played a grand jest upon her, as if it were destined that their relationship could not end well. Li Shiyuan quickly notices Gu Bai approaching, and his countenance pales, visibly trembling. Yet, remarkably, He pulls the young woman behind him. Sister, you've returned? Yes, I have returned. Gazing at the unfamiliar woman, who is curled behind Li Xian, peeking at her, Ji Weibai suddenly finds it somewhat amusing. She had envisioned various scenarios for their reunion, yet this is a tableau she had never anticipated. Senior sister, please do not harm her. Allow me to explain, Li Xian exclaimed, summoning his courage to speak loudly. There is no need, Ji Weibai replied, shaking her head. In truth, the moment he pulled the woman behind him, she comprehended everything. It became clear that this person before her did not lack the courage to face adversity. Rather, his desire was to protect the individual behind him, who had never been her. His feelings had never been love, but an attachment. Although many years had passed, she finally received the answer she had long sought. Yet, this answer diverged significantly from her initial assumptions. Thus, the moon that once illuminated her heart shattered into countless fragments at that very moment. Junior brother Li, Ji Weibai's tone took on a chilling calmness. From this moment on, we shall sever all ties and owe each other nothing. The same words, the same person, the same location. Ji Weibai had never anticipated she would have the opportunity to utter these words a second time. However, upon speaking them, an inexplicable sense of relief washed over her. She did not harbor hatred for Li Xian, for it was only at this moment that she realized she had been awaiting this day since discovering her rebirth. Thus, it was she who had changed her heart first. Perhaps she had already done so in her previous life. It was merely the radiant glow of the moon that had ensnared her in its beauty. At this instant, she could finally confront her true feelings and no longer suppress the longing within her. I must find him. I shall go now. Apologizing to her friends with a hasty farewell, Ji Weibai ascended on her sword, soaring towards the sect's exit. The two friends exchanged glances, each understanding the other's thoughts. Let her go. Such matters are not easily accepted. A release is necessary. Upon leaving the sect, Ji Weibai propelled her flying sword with all her strength towards the valley etched in her memories. Even though she knew it was impossible to encounter him there again, she felt an impulsive desire to visit. Suddenly, she began to resent herself. How could she so carelessly abandon such precious memories? Soon, she arrived at the spot where the little stream in her recollections flowed. Yet, nothing remained. No roasted fish, no stream, and certainly no youthful figure from before. The valley stood serene and desolate, as if the vastness of the universe contained only her. What have I done? Ji Weibai finally grasped the reality, covering her face with her hands and weeping bitterly. No, I must find him. I will certainly find him. Ji Weibai desperately sought to calm herself, recalling every moment shared with Chen Anyun. That's right. He must be a person of the demonic path. He should still be there. Ji Weibai's eyes sparkled as if she had grasped a lifeline. There is still time. It must be possible. She fervently prayed in her heart. Chapter 42. Exchange of Lifetimes, 13. As the former saintess of the demon path, Ji Weibai found it remarkably simple to locate the gathering place of demonic cultivators. She had anticipated spending considerable time searching for news of Chen Anyun. Yet unexpectedly, upon casually questioning a low-ranking demonic practitioner, she learned the information she sought. Chen Anyun, the master of the heavenly demon sacred land? Indeed, esteemed senior, you may have been in seclusion for too long. For the heavenly demon's sacred land has now become the 8th major force of the righteous path. The conflict between the righteous and demonic factions has ceased to exist in the realm of cultivation. Ji Weibai released the round-faced cultivator before her with a sense of helplessness. No sooner had this former disciple of the demon path regained his freedom than he seized the opportunity of Ji Weibai as a momentary distraction and bolted away. It was only after running for a considerable distance that he paused, panting, and spat in irritation. What an ancient relic, always prattling on about the demon path. I am now a disciple of the heavenly demon sacred land. Just then, he felt a sharp pain in his shoulder. Turning around, he was met with a pair of icy eyes, causing him to shiver involuntarily. He quickly donned a conciliatory smile. Ah, esteemed senior, I was merely speaking in jest. Please do not take it to heart. I wish to see your master, Ji Weibai stated calmly. Esteemed senior, you place me in a difficult position, the round-faced cultivator lamented, his expression one of distress. I am merely an ordinary practitioner of the transcendence realm. How could I, a person of such lowly status, ever hope to meet the master? Ji Weibai lowered her head and pondered for a moment, realizing that the round-faced cultivator spoke the truth. The hierarchy within the demonic sect was rigid. Even with a change of heart, the internal atmosphere could not be transformed overnight. With this in mind, she swept her consciousness over the round-faced cultivator and remarked with a teasing smile, "You are indeed a disciple of the Huan sect? No, do not speak such nonsense." The round-faced cultivator jumped up in alarm, quickly employing a series of courteous gestures. Noticing Ji Weibai's displeased expression, he cautiously elaborated, "The master is exceptionally gifted, having modified the techniques of the three sects into a unified whole. Now, there is no distinction between Huan and non-Huan. The foundational techniques of our sacred land harmoniously incorporate the practices of all three sects, rivaling the legacies of the righteous path that have endured for millennia. Modifié technique? A synthesis of the three sects?" While Ji Weibai acknowledged that the Chen Anyun she knew was indeed extraordinarily talented, this assertion seemed somewhat far-fetched. Could it be merely a case of sharing the same name? Please recount the events of the past decade. Yes, esteemed senior. Thus, Ji Weibai, harboring a glimmer of hope, listened intently as the round-faced cultivator recounted the transformations that had transpired within the demonic path, now known as the heavenly demon sacred land. At first, she maintained her composure, nodding in acknowledgement. However, her demeanor shifted upon hearing a familiar name, Meng Tianxin. To her astonishment, she learned that this individual was, in fact, Chen Anyun's companion. Ji Yuebai's heart raced with sudden intensity. How could this be? Upon hearing the name Meng Tianxin, her intuition told her with unwavering certainty that this Chen Anyun was indeed the one she had been searching for. But how could Chen Anyun be with Meng Tianxin? She suddenly found the world to be rather absurd. In her previous life, she had witnessed Li Shiyuan and Meng Tianxin embrace, which prompted her to step back and relinquish her feelings for them. This time, she had intervened to prevent the encounter between Li Shiyuan and Meng Tianxin, only to discover that Meng Tianxin had become Chen Anyun's partner. This could not simply be a stroke of fate. There had to be something amiss. Ji Weibai admitted to her own foolishness, a foolishness bordering on the terrifying. It took her an inordinate amount of time to comprehend her own heart, leading her to nearly lose the beloved who should have been effortlessly within her grasp. In truth, Ji Weibai had contemplated this dilemma while at the cliff of reflection. What if, upon finding Chen Anyun, she discovered that the latter already had a partner? What if she had already missed her chance? Every time this thought crossed her mind, it felt as though a dull blade were slicing through her heart, leaving her gasping in pain. Thus, she forced herself to avoid pondering this matter. Yet she found herself trembling under the covers in the stillness of night. She realized that when she finally wished to confront this issue, the answer might not be one she could accept. The future compensation she had once consoled herself with seemed utterly laughable. Chen Anyun possessed no memories from his past life. What confidence did she have to claim that he would inevitably love her in this life? Therefore, if the answer was one she did not wish to see, could she still graciously wish him well and depart with grace as before? Ji Weibai knew that she likely could not. Just as Li Shiyuan's affection for her was rooted more in attachment, her love for Li Shiyuan was tinged with a sense of pity. Thus, Li Shiyuan and Chen Anyun were not the same. Whether in this life or the last, she could easily let go of Li Shiyuan. Yet the thought of relinquishing Chen Anyun filled her with a profound sense of suffocation. However, missed opportunities are indeed missed. As a paragon of her generation and the saintess of the Tianyun sect, she held her own pride. She could not morally transgress to claim another's love. Therefore, upon her return to that valley, she resolved that if Chen Anyun had already found a partner, she would willingly retreat to the shadows, silently ensuring his path remained unobstructed, just as he had once done for her. But Meng Tianxin was another matter entirely. This woman was undoubtedly suspicious. In her previous life, she had investigated Meng Tianxin's origins. Yet this individual seemed to have materialized out of thin air, leaving no trace of her previous existence. If in her past life, Meng Tianxin had appeared beside Li Shiyuan, displacing her, she could have convinced herself it was mere coincidence. But in this life, she had emerged beside Chen Anyun. It felt as though she were deliberately usurping her life. Contemplating this, Ji Webai felt a shiver run down her spine. Suppressing the tumultuous thoughts within, Ji Webai contemplated her next course of action. Soon enough, she reached a resolute decision. Take me to the Great Ming Palace. Chapter 43. Exchange of the Remaining Life. 14. Host, something significant has occurred. System, something is amiss. Upon receiving the recent memories, Chen Anyun could not help but exclaim internally. The response was a similarly panicked voice from the system. Why is Meng Tianxin beside me this time? And why have we become companions on this path? Wasn't she the supporting character responsible for the heroine's downfall in my previous life? What on earth is happening? Moreover, where is Ji Webai? Where has my prominent heroine vanished to? Let us set aside the matter of heroines and supporting characters for now. Host, the primary system has identified the reason behind the time reversal in this minor world. Wait, let's address this one step at a time. Allow me to gather my thoughts. I shall begin. Chen Anyun took a deep breath. You awakened my true consciousness, did you not? Indeed, esteemed host. You remember our agreement, do you not? Of course, I recall. When the plot diverges from the script, the system is to lift your hypnosis, awaken your true consciousness, and then rectify the narrative. So what now? Chen Anyun was beside himself with frustration. The plot has veered towards an entirely different direction. The individual beside me is not the heroine. What shall we do? Furthermore, in my memories, the heroine seems to still be with her beloved and has become the saintess of Tianyun's sect. Calm down, esteemed host. I am powerless in this situation. Do we not agree to act separately? Due to the reset of time in this minor world, the system exerted considerable effort to contact the primary system and ascertain the cause. Upon my return, I immediately awakened your true consciousness. Very well, I may have misjudged you. So what is the cause? The cause? Ah, yes, the cause. Esteemed host, we are in grave trouble. According to the investigation by the primary system, the heavenly path of this minor world has awakened, giving birth to the consciousness of Tianxin, which has begun to rebel against its predetermined fate as a stepping stone for the heroine. And so, thus, unless the consciousness of Tianxin completely overcomes the heroine or is utterly defeated by her, this minor world will continually reset until its eventual destruction. And we shall remain trapped here. This is quite troubling. How could this happen? Ah, Tianxin consciousness. Tianxin, wait. I believe I have stumbled upon something remarkable. A sudden epiphany struck Chen Anyun. System, do you remember the name of the woman currently by my side? Meng Tianxin? Indeed. Meng Tianxin, Chen Anyun's side. Do you know where I encountered her? Without waiting for the system to respond, Chen Anyun continued wistfully. I met her in the very valley where I first encountered the heroine. A moment of silence enveloped both the individual and the system. System, it appears we may have made a grave error from the very beginning. Now that we have reached this point, Chen Anyun could no longer overlook the issue at hand. Do you think it is possible that Ji Webai has, in fact, been reborn with memories intact? The likelihood seems rather slim, dear host. If she were to be reborn with her memories intact, why would she not seek you out from the very beginning? No, I believe the possibility is indeed substantial. It is merely that, in the end, she chose her own cherished light over seeking me. Interestingly, Chen Anyun found himself beset by a hint of frustration. How could Ji Weibai's actions of going to Tianyun's sect possibly evade his notice? Yet, in his previous life, he felt he had exhausted all avenues available to him. Coupled with the fact that they had supported each other for 2 centuries, one might recall the phrase often found in tragic tales, even a stone should be warmed by companionship. Thus, when he initially beheld Ji Weibai's encounter with Li Shiyuan through the Haotian mirror, Chen Anyun was resolute in his belief that Ji Weibai bore no memories from her past life. Dear host, I do not comprehend. The system's voice was laced with confusion. Even if she is a cherished light, she is merely a deceased person. How could she possibly compare to genuine companionship and possession? It is precisely because she is dead that the living have no chance to compete. The so-called human nature is adept at idealizing what has been lost to an exquisite degree, is it not? As a matter of professional habit, he had mentally reconstructed the entirety of the situation. Damn it, To be outdone by a mere pretty boy, he suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of injustice. Chen Anyun sighed deeply. What shall we do now? The system inquired. Shall we continue to amend the script and then unite with the true heroine? Chen Anyun fell silent. Dear host, I apologize, but neither the former me nor the present me wishes to forgive her. Even if you remain trapped here? Chen Anyun lapsed into silence once more. Very well, dear host, follow your heart. The system suddenly interjected. This time, it was Chen Anyun's turn to be astonished. Hasn't this system stated before that this error was not of our making? Therefore, we need not bear the consequences for mistakes that are not ours. Furthermore, the main system has already identified the issue, and it may soon intervene personally to rescue us. Really? System? Indeed. Chen Anyun was instantly moved to tears. System, you are truly wonderful. I apologize though this system lacks a gender. I still prefer charming and lovely young ladies, so please maintain a distance, dear host. To be slighted by the system left Chen Anyun in a state of amusement. In that case, I shall no longer concern myself with the script but allow events to unfold naturally. Will the dear host continue to employ self-hypnosis? Can I abstain from it? According to the system's analysis, given the host's current acting skills, it would be prudent to remain in a hypnotic state, lest Tianxin consciousness detects any anomalies. It is crucial to understand that, for Tianxin consciousness, the heroine is the sole constraint, while the host is merely an ordinary NPC. However, should she discover that the host exists beyond this diminutive world, the repercussions are beyond even this system's anticipation. Is it truly that grave? Very well. This time, I shall simply abandon all efforts. Chen Anyun has made his final decision. Meanwhile, the round-faced monk, accompanied by Ji Weibai, has already arrived outside the Daming Palace. Chapter 44. Exchange of Remaining Lives, 15. Upon infiltrating the confines of the Daming Palace, Ji Weibai chose not to further trouble the round-faced cultivator, instead allowing him to depart unimpeded. As the former saintess of the demonic path in her previous life, she harbored little affection for this ancient stronghold of demonic legacy. Thus her time spent within its walls was not extensive. In her past existence, Chen Anyun had not possessed the same formidable presence as he did now. During that era, the three sects vied fiercely for the position of the leader. She and Chen Anyun had formed alliances, employing every stratagem at their disposal to navigate the treacherous waters between the sections. Reflecting on that duplicitous period, she realized it had been instrumental in helping her emerge swiftly from the emotional turmoil she had endured. It was only after Chen Anyun ascended to the longevity realm and successfully claimed the title of leader that the dust settled and tranquility was restored. In the subsequent years, Chen Anyun devoted much of his time to her cultivation and their shared travels, seemingly indifferent to the affairs of the demonic realm, let alone revising cultivation methods or quelling the conflict between the righteous and the demonic. Nevertheless, the familiar architecture before her stirred a multitude of memories. It appeared that Anyun had perhaps encountered some fortuitous opportunity in this lifetime, allowing him to ascend to the longevity realm ahead of schedule. Ji Weibai mused silently, recognizing that such occurrences were not rare in the realm of cultivation. She was quite certain that Chen Anyun did not retain memories of his past life. Otherwise, he would have sought her out. This realization filled her with a bittersweet sense of relief and sorrow. After 200 years of mutual support, she was acutely aware of his inherent pride. Even with his profound love for her, he would undoubtedly reject any semblance of betrayal, an act her own actions had unwittingly mirrored. As this thought crossed her mind, a sharp pang of anguish seized her heart, and gazing at the grand Daming Palace, an impulse to flee flickered within her. However, she swiftly quelled this notion, for her objective here was not Chen Anyun, but rather Meng Tianxin. Regardless of her standing beside him, she must first discern the intentions of this woman and unveil her true identity. Fellow cultivator, please pause. Just as Ji Weibai was about to step into the Daming Palace, a frail voice suddenly echoed from behind her. When had this occurred? Had she been so lost in her reverie that she had failed to notice? The presence behind her seemed to have materialized from thin air, instantly triggering alarm bells within Ji Weibai's mind. Activating her defensive talisman, she turned, drew her sword, and assumed a vigilant stance, executing the action seamlessly. As one of the system-designated grand heroines, she was undeniably deserving of her title as a prodigy, with the exception of her occasional romantic folly. Then, she beheld an elderly man, his hair and beard white as snow, with an unremarkable visage, standing a short distance away with an expression of serene indifference. "Who are you?" Upon scanning him with her consciousness, she encountered only a void, as if he were an ordinary mortal. Yet, to regard this elder as merely a common man would surely be an affront to her intellect. Thus, it was evident that his cultivation far surpassed her own. Ji-Yubai rifled through her memories for any recollection of this elder's appearance, but found none. However, given his presence here, he was most likely a practitioner from the heavenly demonic Holy Land, posing a potential threat in her current context. I'm known as Zhu. I have awaited your arrival in this place for quite some time." Awaited me? For what purpose? Despite the seemingly benign demeanor of the elderly man before her, Ji-Yubai dared not let down her guard. "You are the person I have been waiting for." The old man uttered a cryptic statement that caused Ji-Yubai to furrow her brow. "If you require assistance, please be explicit. My master is the esteemed Fu Qing, the leader of the Chen Anyun sect. If there are no other matters at hand, I would appreciate being allowed to leave." "Wish to depart? Even if you do not mention your master, I shall not impede your exit. But are you certain you will not regret this decision?" The old man revealed a peculiar smile. "For I am the one who can alleviate your doubts." "Alleviate my doubts?" Ji-Yubai scoffed, her vast experiences across 2 lifetimes rendering her skeptical of the elder's claims. Yet in the next moment, her pupils constricted to pinpoints akin to the tip of a needle. The elderly man, surnamed Zhu, slowly continued. "Would you like to know why time in this realm has reversed, and who Ming Tianxin truly is?" "What do you know?" Ji-Yubai's interest was piqued, but the old man added, "Moreover, I am aware that you and the current lord of the Tianma Sacred Land, Chen Anyun, once shared a fateful connection, only to have it thwarted by external forces. My relationship with Anyun." "Thwarted?" The impact of his words struck Ji-Yubai profoundly, her eyes widening in disbelief. "Is this something you do not wish to uncover?" Taking a deep breath, Ji-Yubai lowered her defenses and offered a respectful bow to the elder. "I humbly request your guidance, esteemed ancestor. If you seek to know everything, then follow me." The old man turned and began to walk away. Ji-Yubai glanced back at the imposing Daming Palace, the enigmatic elder's words echoing in her mind. Gritting her teeth, she resolutely followed. Suddenly, the old man halted, turning abruptly to gaze past her towards the Daming Palace. Ji-Yubai followed his line of sight, but saw nothing. She could, however, hear him muttering, "Alas, foolish child." Just as she opened her mouth to inquire, the old man had already distanced himself, leaving her with a heart full of questions as she hurried to catch up. Meanwhile, Ming Tianxin withdrew her gaze from a distant point. Her curious maid followed her line of sight, but only discerned a pale, white palace wall. "Milady, are you once again yearning for the Lord?" The young maid mused internally, captivated by the thought. The Lord, with his enchanting presence, and the lady, with her unparalleled beauty, standing together brought a sense of joy to all who beheld them. Moreover, their noble statuses did not lead them to mistreat those beneath them. Lost in her thoughts, a smile crept onto her face until she noticed Ming Tianxin's soft cough, prompting her to quickly compose herself and present the gilded silk piece in her hand. Ming Tianxin was delicately holding a half-finished cloak, its elegant patterns still discernible despite its incomplete state. After a moment of distraction, she shook her head, and upon observing the maid's odd smile, a gentle smile graced her lips as well. Then, she resumed weaving the cloak in her hands, as if the events that had just transpired were not worthy of her concern. Chapter 45. Exchange of Lifetimes. 16. Ji-Yubai. Do you understand why you consistently encounter obstacles with Ming Tianxin, and why matters seldom proceed as you wish? The elder inquired. Please enlighten me, esteemed ancestor. Ji-Yubai replied with utmost respect. The old man stepped forward and gently touched Ji-Yubai's forehead. In an instant, a torrent of immense memories surged into her mind. Overwhelmed by the influx, she could not help but crouch down in pain. After a considerable time, she gradually assimilated the memories that flooded her consciousness, She witnessed the destruction of this world, where Chen Anyun perished to save her as the world crumbled. Subsequently, she ascended smoothly to the vast universe, where she soared to great heights, ultimately attaining the status of a celestial sovereign. "Is this me?" she murmured. The elder nodded. "This is your true destiny. You are burdened with great fortune, destined to be the protagonist of this realm. However, the celestial order of this world, unwilling to face annihilation, forcefully altered your fate by reversing time. Yet, the price of such an act is beyond your imagination. Then, why does she continually appear by my side? In my past life, I parted ways with Li Shiyuan because of her, and in this life, she has become a companion to Chen Anyun. Naturally, it is because two tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain. In this lower realm, there can only be one protagonist. Thus, her desire to alter fate leads her to usurp your life, thereby concealing the higher celestial order. Now, I understand, Ji Yubai exclaimed in enlightenment, bowing gracefully to the elder. Please, esteemed ancestor, teach me. Indeed, the elder smiled. If she is truly a heart of heaven, impartial and unwavering, you have already lost most of the battle. A comeback seems unlikely. Regrettably, in her attempt to replace you, she has become ensnared in the very game she sought to manipulate. I observe her star of romance stirring. She may have developed genuine feelings for that young man. You merely need to orchestrate events to separate them, disillusion her, and the situation will naturally revert to its rightful course. But their bond is profound, and Chen Anyun is not one to abandon his commitments. What should I do? You need only to. Time flew by, and a year passed. The long-standing tranquility of the cultivation world was abruptly shattered by a rumor. The heavens are about to collapse, solely due to the demonic maiden of the heavenly demon sacred land. Upon utterance of this phrase, it reverberated like thunder, instantly shaking the entire cultivation world. This seemingly absurd and baseless claim spread like a tempest, becoming widely known in a matter of months. Whether among the esteemed upper echelon of cultivators or the lowly wandering practitioners, all engaged in fervent discussions surrounding this statement. Conspiracy theories proliferated and opinions diverged widely. Some asserted that this was undoubtedly a fabricated excuse concocted by the seven righteous sects to expel the heavenly demon sacred land once more. Others speculated that a significant secret lay hidden within. After all, the notion of impending doom was inherently preposterous and difficult to believe, especially when the root cause was merely a single woman. However, it is perplexing that such blatantly false rumors are embraced by the leaders of the seven righteous sects as if they were undeniable truths. They even unanimously dispatched envoys to the sacred land of the heavenly demon, commanding the Lord, Chen Anyun, to prioritize the welfare of the world and swiftly execute the demoness. Meng Tianxin, faced with the aggressive stance of the seven sects, the usually composed and tranquil Lord Chen Anyun rarely lost his temper. Without hesitation, he ordered the expulsion of the unwelcome visitors from the various sections. Yet, who could have anticipated that the seven sects would disregard their dignity and send their seven masters personally, leading numerous elite disciples in a fierce advance towards the Grand Ming Palace, determined to achieve their objective at any cost, clearly intent on besieging the sacred land of the heavenly demon. In response, the sacred land did not hold back, issuing a decree from the Lord to summon its disciples to the Grand Ming Palace to confront the enemy. In an instant, the entire realm of cultivation seemed to revert to the tumultuous times of the righteous and demonic conflict thousands of years ago, becoming a landscape rife with tension and apprehension. Chen Anyun stood silently before the magnificent Grand Ming Palace, his gaze fixed on the horizon, his thoughts surging like tumultuous waves. He could not possibly believe the assertion. The heavens are collapsing solely due to the demoness of the sacred land. Was it truly the case that these so-called righteous sects could not tolerate the existence of the demonic path, denying even the chance for redemption, intent only on total annihilation? As this notion crossed his mind, a cold smile crept upon his lips. Had they offered even a semblance of a reasonable pretext, perhaps he might have shown leniency and sought to clarify matters. But since they had sullied Meng Tianxin's name and spread their slander far and wide, the next encounter would see his sword speak for him. Beside him, Meng Tianxin gazed at Chen Anyun with gentle eyes, refraining from uttering a word. She understood that any self-sacrificial declarations would only serve to humiliate the man before her. This man, having expelled the envoys of the seven sects, had already resolved to stand against the world. Your Excellency, according to my subordinate's report, 3 sect masters of the righteous path have already stationed their elite disciples near the Grand Ming Palace. The remaining 4 sects are also hastily en route and are expected to arrive by tomorrow at the latest. The disciple delivering the news gazed at Chen Anyun with eager eyes, filled with unwavering admiration. Having grown up within the demonic path, he had witnessed firsthand the numerous transformations and developments the sacred land of the heavenly demon had undergone over the past decade. Thus, even when faced with the formidable adversaries of the 7 righteous sects, even as they gathered the full strength of the world's cultivators, he remained confident in his lord. Chen Anyun nodded slightly, a barely perceptible smile gracing his features as he spoke softly. Well done. In that case, issue orders for all members of the sacred land to rest and recuperate today. Gather your strength in preparation for tomorrow's battle. At that time, we shall confront the enemy together. Your command shall be obeyed, the disciple replied respectfully before turning to depart. Beneath the moonlight, the grandeur of the Daming Palace loomed in the distance, its tall shadows cast in a jagged array. This sanctum of dark arts, standing for millennia, itself embodied a formidable spiritual artifact. Once the formation was activated, even a master of the longevity realm would find it challenging to breach. Moreover, it concealed boundless perils. Otherwise, the battle between the righteous and the demonic would not have culminated in mutual devastation. Ji Bai stood atop a height, gazing intently at the distant Daming Palace, her eyes deep with contemplation. The elder's words echoed in her mind. Yet, Ji Bai was indifferent to whether she was the fated daughter. What truly troubled her was the widening chasm between herself and Chen Anyun in this lifetime. Even more unbearable was the reality that Meng Tianxin had replaced her and was now by Chen Anyun's side. How utterly absurd. However, the elder's scheming kindled a flicker of hope within Ji Bai. If the two could part ways, if Chen Anyun were to uncover the truth, perhaps he might forgive her. No, even if forgiveness was not attainable in the immediate future, as long as Meng Tianxin was not by his side, she could gradually make amends and devise ways to win him back. The future stretched infinitely before her. This time, she would not allow him to perish in his attempts to save her. Thus, as long as he did not belong to another, he would inevitably belong to her. Although Meng Tianxin had seized everything from her, come tomorrow, she would reclaim all that she had lost. Chapter 46. The Exchange of Remaining Lives 17. The following day, as anticipated, the leaders of the 7 orthodox sects, accompanied by their elite disciples, arrived in grand procession at the Daming Palace. Chen Anyun had long been stationed outside the palace, one hand gently caressing the hilt of his sword, standing resolutely, while Meng Tianxin stood beside him, her expression calm as she gazed at the approaching forces of the righteous sections. Meanwhile, outside the palace, the practitioners of the heavenly demon-sacred land had swiftly assembled, arranged in a precise formation, each bearing a solemn demeanor, ready for battle. With a command from their leader, the defensive formation of the sect was instantly activated. Rays of light surged from the ground, intertwining to form a colossal luminous barrier that enveloped the entire Daming Palace. A breathtaking confrontation between righteousness and malevolence seemed poised to erupt. Amidst the throng from Tianyun's sect, Ji Bai, after several decades, beheld Chen Anyun once more. A wave of emotion instantly blurred her vision. He remained as spirited and remarkable as ever, as if time had reversed in that moment. Yet, the woman by his side was no longer herself. She gazed enviously at the lady beside Chen Anyun, recalling a time when she too stood by him, facing the tribulations of the cultivation world together. Contemplating this, shadows gathered in her eyes, and her resentment towards Meng Tianxin deepened. The two factions faced off for a moment before the first to speak was Master Jin Shan, the abbot of the Chengxiansi. Ba, Holy Master Chen, we harbor no intent to oppose you. If you surrender the demonists, we shall immediately withdraw and return to our respective sects. The heavenly demon's sacred land will still remain one of the 8 orthodox sects, will it not? Chen Anyun responded with a cold smirk. I respect you as a monk. Hence I indulge your words. The matter of the heavens is so absurd. It bears no distinction from mere fabrication. Meng Tianxin is my lawful partner, should you covet her. You might as well inquire whether my sword is sharp enough. Why bother with idle chatter? Shouted the sword master of the 100 Swords sect. Kill him, and the demonists will have nowhere to flee. The millennia-long conflict between righteousness and malevolence shall find its resolution today. Very well. Last time, I barely unsettled your sword heart with a mere 3/10 of my power. This time, I shall personally shatter your sword heart, rendering you a mere shadow of a swordsman, too fearful to wield a blade. Enough. The sword master of the 100 Swords sect, enraged, recalled the last encounter when Chen Anyun had visited for a duel, where he had exerted all his strength yet fell short, leaving him humiliated. The thought that Chen Anyun had merely utilized 3/10 of his power became an unbearable disgrace, prompting him to draw his sword. Chen Anyun stepped forward with this single stride. His aura surged dramatically, akin to a signal fire rising from the desert, piercing the heavens and connecting the sky to the earth. The pupils of the 7 sect leaders contracted simultaneously. This was the manifestation only achievable at the pinnacle of the longevity realm. They had initially believed that their united front would easily overpower their adversary, only to discover that Chen Anyun had attained the completion of the longevity realm, indicating that even if all 7 joined forces, they would face a grueling battle. The countenance of the sword master of the 100 Swords sect shifted as he halted the drawn sword mid-swing, his true essence clashing, nearly causing him injury. Then, Master Jin Shan continued, Holy Master Chen, what if we can prove that the rumors are indeed false? Chen Anyun offered no response, merely grasping the hand of Meng Tianxin beside her, holding it firmly. Then, raising her head, she disdainfully curved her lips, facing the 7 sect leaders with unwavering composure. All words had become superfluous in the silence. How audacious! To forsake the multitude for personal gain, such nefariousness requires no moral discourse. Let us unite against this wickedness. The sword master of the 100 Swords sect ultimately drew his long sword, and the other sect leaders sighed inwardly, each retrieving their favorite artifacts. Master Jingshan, wielding a demon-subduing staff, remarked, Although Chen Shengzhu does not trust us, we harbor no intention of further bloodshed. Perhaps we should settle this among ourselves, the 8 of us? The disciples were commanded to retreat 10 miles, forbidden from advancing. With a wave of her hand, Chen Anyun's followers reluctantly withdrew, their faces betraying their discontent. Chen Shengzhu embodies righteousness. Master Jingshan breathed a sigh of relief. He feared Chen Anyun, even in her perfected state, might be overwhelmed by the 7 sect leaders and that they would resort to threatening her disciples. You should step back and allow me to vanquish them first. Chen Anyun gently urged Meng Tianxin. I will wait for you, Meng Tianxin replied, lifting her eyes to gaze deeply at the man before her, before retreating into the Daming Palace. Hold on. At that moment, Ji Webai grew frantic. Her objective was to unveil Meng Tianxin's true nature and reclaim her beloved. If Chen Anyun were to engage in battle with the 7 sects and meet her demise, what meaning would her efforts hold? Ji Webai, with her unique status, was the catalyst of this incident, and upon her speaking, the sect leaders, not incensed, permitted her to soar to the front lines, glaring at Meng Tianxin as she chastised. Even if Chen Shengzhu possesses unparalleled prowess, facing 7 adversaries, victory is utterly improbable. Are you truly willing to watch him perish for you, without revealing your true self? Meng Tianxin abruptly turned. What should I reveal of my true self? This was the first instance in 2 lifetimes that Ji Webai witnessed Meng Tianxin display anger. At this moment, Meng Tianxin resembled a solitary plum blossom standing proudly amidst the snow, her gaze sweeping over the 7 sect leaders before finally resting on Ji Weibai's face. You have unjustly framed me. The 7 sects besiege my Daming Palace. How can you cast blame upon me? Should Chen Anyun fall today, I shall accompany him into the abyss. Alas, my husband is not someone your mediocre ilk can triumph over. Do you not remember? That is impossible. Ji Weibai stared at Meng Tianxin in a flurry of panic. Yet she found her eyes clear and her expression composed. At that moment, Chen Anyun flew to Meng Tianxin's side. No need to explain further. If battle is to ensue, let it commence. I comprehend now. Ji Weibai suddenly wore an expression of dawning realization. Her gaze at Meng Tianxin infused with newfound compassion. So you have deceived even yourself, remaining oblivious to your own truth. What are you saying? Though Meng Tianxin detested Ji Weibai's gaze, her heart skipped a beat upon hearing those words. She halted Chen Anyun, who was about to step forward to protect her, and calmly gazed at Ji Weibai, as if awaiting further words. Ji Weibai sighed and asked, "Do you dare to accompany me to a certain place? Once there, everything will come back to you." With a countenance filled with complexity, she turned to Chen Anyun, suppressing the bitterness within, and spoke in the calmest voice she could muster. "Do you not wish to know the true origins of your companion? And what of it?" Chen Anyun's voice pierced her heart with cold indifference. "Tianxin is perfectly well as she is now. Her past is of no consequence to me." "Very well, since we have exhausted words, let us demonstrate our prowess." The two were about to engage once more when, unexpectedly, it was Meng Tianxin who broke the silence. She fixed her gaze on Ji Weibai and said icily, "Though I am unaware of the leverage you possess, as you suggested, let us take everyone to witness it. I shall personally expose your deceit." "Let it be so." Ji Weibai felt a sense of relief wash over her as she achieved her goal. Without allowing further objections, she swiftly produced a magical artifact that expanded with the wind, quickly transforming into a flying shuttle over 20 meters in length. "This journey is long. I kindly request all esteemed seniors and you, Holy Master Chen, to board the vessel." "Where are we headed, genies? Why did you not mention this before?" inquired one of the sect leaders. "I implore you all to trust in Weibai. This destination will undoubtedly unveil the truth to everyone." Chapter 47. Exchange of Lifetimes. 18. No one inquired where Ji Weibai intended to lead them. Aboard the flying shuttle, 8 esteemed immortals, already formidable in this realm, could venture anywhere. However, as the surroundings grew increasingly monotonous and the air more frigid, Ji Weibai's master, Fu Qingxong, finally spoke. "Yu Bai, is a place you wish to take us the far north?" "No." Ji Weibai shook her head. "It is not the far north." Then, a peculiar smile graced her lips. "In fact, the far north no longer exists." "The far north no longer exists? What does that signify?" "The meaning of the absence of the far north." Ji Weibai took a deep breath and articulated each word carefully. "It signifies that the far north has vanished from this realm." Her declaration was startling. Moreover, the far south, the far east, the great wasteland, and the desolate plains have all disappeared. In this realm, only one of the 4 great regions remains, which is the territory of our righteous 7 sects and the demonic path. "Preposterous!" someone immediately rebuked. Ji Weibai paid him no heed, continuing her discourse at a measured pace. "Esteemed seniors, reflect upon this. Was it not true that 20 years ago, disciples from other regions came to engage in discourse, and many sect leaders traveled to those regions? Yet, since 20 years passed, has there been no news from those other realms?" The individuals aboard were astute, and her remarks prompted a deep contemplation. Despite their utmost efforts to recall events from the last 20 years regarding other regions, they found nothing. The realization was profoundly unsettling. Then Ji Weibai stated, "In truth, the world we inhabit has already faced obliteration once. It was the heavenly principle of this realm that, unwilling to see itself perish, reversed its fate at the cost of relinquishing the vast majority of its existence, thus reshaping our territory. And the evidence? Ye ipsilonwe bias nice. You must realize that what you assert is utterly astonishing. Had it not been for Ji Weibai's prior revelation of Meng Tianxin's true identity, which had already shocked them, they might have deemed her insane for such claims. The evidence is." Ji Weibai discreetly glanced at Chen Anyun, noticing his calm demeanor, and mustered her courage to continue. "Esteemed ones, look below." Unbeknownst to them, the flying shuttle had already decelerated. All gazed downward. Below the thick layer of ice lay towering mountains, their peaks adorned with pavilions and towers. Some cultivators were visible within, either seated, standing, conversing, or sparring, seemingly alive yet eternally frozen in that moment. As everyone gazed down the mountains, Fu Qing's hands trembled as he focused on a familiar location. Indeed, he beheld an ancient and sturdy mountain gate encased in ice, inscribed with 3 large characters, Tianyun sect. These 3 characters were inscribed by the hand of the founder of the Celestial Cloud sect, the Celestial Cloud Sage, and there is no possibility of misidentification. Soon, the leaders of other sects also recognized this frozen mountain range. The Celestial Cloud sect? This is indeed the stronghold of the Celestial Cloud sect. How could the Celestial Cloud sect be here? What, then, was the Celestial Cloud sect we saw earlier? The leaders of the 7 sects were all taken aback. At that moment, the flying shuttle finally came to a halt. Gu Bai pointed to the area above the shuttle and softly said, "Everyone, please look here." Then, amidst the horrified gazes of the 7 sect leaders, she ascended a few feet into the air, raised her hand, and gently tapped. A clear sound resonated through the void, reminiscent of metal striking stone. Gu Bai's voice then took on a strangely hollow tone. "I've already surveyed this area for you. Spanning 3,700 miles in width and rising to 12,000 feet in height. This is all that remains of our world. What sort of world is this? How does it differ from Cage?" The swordsman of the 100 Swords sect drew his long sword and slashed at the sky. His formidable, true essence quickly tore a hole in the heavens, but through that aperture, only an endless darkness could be seen, as if a great terror lurked within, sending chills down one's spine. Subsequently, the breach mended itself, restoring the appearance of blue skies and white clouds. Upon witnessing this, nearly everyone was convinced of Gu Bai's words. Only Chen Anyun and Meng Tianxin, standing at the bow of the ship, remained silent and aloof. Gu Bai turned to Chen Anyun and said, "Master Chen, this companion by your side is the consciousness of the heavenly Tao, born from the need for self-preservation in this realm." All eyes turned to Meng Tianxin. "I am not the consciousness of the heavenly Tao. I am merely an ordinary cultivator." Meng Tianxin shook her head earnestly, directing her gaze toward Chen Anyun, who patted her hand, instilling within her an unparalleled sense of security. Then, Chen Anyun spoke coldly. "Have your tricks come to an end? Even if your reasoning holds merit, what proof do you have that my companion is indeed the consciousness of the heavenly Tao? Moreover, if she is the so-called consciousness, what rationale is there for her to remain by my side?" Gu Bai did not look at Chen Anyun, but took a step forward, fixing her gaze on Meng Tianxin's eyes. "In this world, the consciousness of the heavenly Tao is associated with you, named Meng Tianxin. Is there not a connection here? Furthermore, where did you live before meeting Master Chen? What were you doing? Why are you reluctant to speak? Can you truly not remember?" "I genuinely cannot recall." Meng Tianxin's voice was somewhat hoarse. "I was simply an ordinary person before encountering Yun. Indeed, an ordinary person who, in less than 20 years, achieved the pinnacle of the returning essence realm, merely a step away from immortality. With such talent, can you truly claim to be ordinary?" "Enough," Chen Anyun chastised, drawing Meng Tianxin tenderly into her embrace. As Gu Bai was reprimanded by Chen Anyun, she felt a piercing pain in her heart. Yet, she understood that retreating was not an option at this moment. Should she allow Chen Anyun and Meng Tianxin to depart, her aspirations would be irrevocably lost. Taking a deep breath, she stepped aside amidst the bewildered gazes of the crowd, revealing that her previous position had obstructed a massive sphere of light. Until that moment, everyone had been fixated on the sky and Meng Tianxin, failing to notice the emergence of this luminescent orb. This sphere had the ability to connect with the celestial order, and since you claim to be an ordinary person, why not come forth and test that assertion? She then turned her gaze back to Chen Anyun, her tone earnest. "Lord Chen, as long as she remains, this realm becomes a colossal prison for all. Even so, will you still protect her?" Just as Chen Anyun was about to respond, Meng Tianxin stepped forward, a cold smirk gracing her lips. "Tianxin," she called out, striding directly towards the sphere of light. With a complex expression directed at Chen Anyun, she clenched her fists and soared before the orb. Finally, under the watchful eyes of the assembly, she proclaimed to the sphere, "I am Meng Tianxin." If her words hold truth, I beseech the celestial order to respond. Chapter 48. Exchange of Lifetimes. 19. I am Meng Tianxin. If her words hold any truth, I implore the heavens to respond. I am Meng Tianxin. If her words are indeed true, I beseech the heavens to respond. Meng Tianxin called out 3 times. And to the astonishment of all present, the heavens underwent a remarkable transformation. The once azure sky and fluffy clouds abruptly morphed into a chaotic void, within which a pair of enormous eyes emerged, swirling before finally resting upon her. Is indeed real. Meng Tianxin, undaunted, met the gaze of the colossal eyes within the chaos. What are you? Who am I? Why can I not recall my past memories? Clarify this for me. After a moment of scrutiny, the eyes fixed upon her, and suddenly a fierce wind arose, lifting Meng Tianxin gently back onto the flying shuttle. It became apparent to all that the owner of those eyes in the sky was protecting her. Turning back, Meng Tianxin observed the faces of those around her, each reflecting a dawning realization. Even Chen Anyun displayed an expression of awakening from a dream. This pierced her heart, and with resolve, she soared once more, rushing towards the luminous sphere. I am not some celestial consciousness. I am merely Meng Tianxin. Wait, Tianxin. Before Chen Anyun could act, Meng Tianxin's figure had already vanished into the sphere of light. Chen Anyun's eyes turned red in an instant, and she too propelled herself towards the glowing orb. Anyun, don't. Ji Webai shouted, unable to conceal her emotions for Chen Anyun at that moment. Yet in the next instant, the orb of white light erupted with a thunderous roar, akin to rolling thunder. It suddenly burst apart, blinding even those of the longevity realm, piercing their eyes with the brilliance of the white light. Instinctively, everyone shielded their eyes. Then, they beheld the earth trembling beneath them. The eyes reappeared, but unlike before. This time the crowd finally discerned their true form, antlers and bovine ears. It was an immense dragon's head. As the dragon's head rose majestically, the mountains beneath began to shift, crumbling away like clods of earth. We must flee the flying shuttle. Just as someone shouted, a bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, cleaving the shuttle in 2. Fortunately, the individuals aboard possessed formidable cultivation. Though slightly disheveled, they all managed to escape, hovering in mid-air, gazing in astonishment at the unfolding spectacle. The wind roared like a tiger, the clouds surged like a dragon. What had once been a clear blue sky was now engulfed in tempestuous winds and thunderous lightning. Meanwhile, the dragon's form continued to expand, and beneath the crumbling mountains lay glimmering scales of gold. Chen Anyun's gaze fixed upon the dragon's head, her focus sharpening. She saw Meng Tianxin. At that moment, Meng Tianxin stood atop the colossal dragon's head, her expression devoid of emotion, observing the chaos surrounding them. The struggle of Chen Anyun and the others amid the flashes of lightning and fierce winds. Neither sorrow nor joy adorned her countenance. Chen Anyun gazed into her cold eyes, feeling a sudden jolt in his heart. Ji Webai, having inexplicably flown to his side, looked upon his anguished expression, her own heart twisting with pain. For reasons unknown, despite the fact that this time she should have emerged victorious, the sight of Chen Anyun rendered her incapable of joy. Yet, recognizing the gravity of the situation, she called out, Master Chen, the heavens show no mercy, treating all beings as mere fodder. To the Tao of heaven, human emotions hold no significance. You have witnessed the current state of this decaying world, a manifestation of her corporeal form. With her consciousness returning, the entire realm is on the brink of collapse. We must flee, seeking the passage to ascend to the higher realms. At that moment, a disciple from 100 Swords sect suddenly swung his sword, striking the dragon's body. This seemingly futile gesture produced astonishing results. As the seemingly invulnerable dragon's form bore a gaping wound stretching hundreds of meters. Even Meng Tianxin, perched upon the dragon's head, felt his elegant brows furrow slightly. How could this Tao of heaven be so feeble? I understand now. She has constructed this world with her own flesh, desperately seeking a glimmer of hope. Thus, she is now but a spent force. Should this realm fall, it will inevitably open a spatial passage. If we can vanquish her, we shall escape and ascend to the higher realms. Very well, let us unite our strengths and vanquish the heavens. Kill, 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 kill. The leaders of the seven sects began to unleash their divine powers, inflicting one terrifying wound after another upon the colossal dragon form, eliciting a heart-wrenching roar from the dragon's head. Ha ha! The fall of the Tao of Heaven is upon us today. The disciple from the 100 Swords sect laughed maniacally amidst the raging winds. Yet at that moment, a sword aura surged upward from below, aiming straight for him. Chen Anyun, have you lost your mind? The disciple barely managed to evade, shouting furiously at Chen Anyun. I have warned you. Meng Tianxin is my partner in the Tao. If you wish to harm her, you must first contend with my sword. Ignoring him, Chen Anyun drew his sword once more, unleashing a flurry of sword energies toward the other sect leaders, instantly throwing them into disarray. What partner? The heavens are merciless, treating all beings as mere fodder. In her eyes, you're no different from an ant. Why waste words? This man is consumed by lust. We must first eliminate this beast. Indeed, it is only fitting. The seven temporarily ceased their assault on the dragon's body and converged upon Chen Anyun. Come fort. Chen Anyun laughed heartily, unafraid, as he brandished his sword to face the seven. Let the battle commence. Chapter 49. Exchange of the remaining years. 20. Amidst the cataclysmic tempest that seemed to herald the end of the world, the 8 cultivators of the longevity realm clashed ferociously, casting the skies into darkness. Although Chen Anyun possessed a slightly higher cultivation level than the other 7, facing their united assault proved to be a formidable challenge. Ultimately, he found himself overwhelmed, gradually losing ground against their relentless onslaught. Yet, within the hearts of the 7 sect leaders lay a flicker of caution. They feared that if they pressed Chen Anyun too hard, he might resort to desperate measures, willing to fight to the death. Consequently, despite their advantage, they dared not exert excessive pressure, leading this fierce battle into an unexpectedly strange stalemate. At that very moment, the already dire weather took a turn for the worse. Above, the thunder roared with an increasingly deafening intensity, echoing through the heavens like the thunderous gallop of 1,000 steeds. Following this, countless orbs of lightning cascaded from the sky like a torrential downpour, indiscriminately sweeping towards the 8 combatants engaged in battle. This sudden turn of events caught everyone off guard. Among them, Fu Qingsong and Chen Anyun were unable to evade in time, each struck fiercely by a bolt of lightning. In an instant, both men trembled violently, spewing forth crimson blood, their bodies hurtling backward like kites with severed strings, evidently gravely injured. This is bad. The heavenly Tao is regaining its strength. How can it return so swiftly? Our time is limited. Chen Anyun, get away. If you wish to perish, do so alone. We do not wish to accompany you, madman. Haha, that is not for you to decide. Monk, hold him back. The rest of you, attack the dragon's body. Ah, splendid. System notification. Would you like to use 20,000 regret points to exchange for the S-rank passive skill? Resilience? Resilience. Passive skill. Triggers automatically once a day when health drops below 50, increasing defense by 200 for 5 minutes. Exchange. Seeing that the others were about to launch another assault on the dragon's body, Chen Anyun, emboldened by his newly acquired passive ability, braced himself against an attack from behind and soared forward, striking out with his sword towards the rear of his assailants. The group hastily halted their assault, turning to defend against Chen Anyun's strike, gritting their teeth as they once again became embroiled in battle. However, as the natural lightning converged with increasing ferocity, the combatants gradually slowed their offensive, dedicating more of their magical energy to self-preservation. Despite the heavenly Tao's weakened state, it remained a formidable force in its own right. Once it regained its strength, the 8 were soon caught in a maelstrom of lightning strikes. Ji Webai gritted his teeth and desperately ascended, narrowly evading several bolts of lightning until he finally reached the dragon's head. Stop, Meng Tianxin. Do you wish to annihilate us all? Ji Webai shouted at Meng Tianxin. Meng Tianxin, halt. Meng Tianxin, stop. The dragon's head swayed from side to side as the thunder above coalesced into a vast sea of wrath. an atmosphere thick with lethal intent. This was the true power of the heavenly tribulation. To dare challenge the heavens is to face divine retribution. In the blink of an eye, Chen Anyun and the others suffered 2 more strikes, their bodies beginning to bear the marks of injury. Meng Tianxin, I know your target is me, Ji Weibai urgently exclaimed, unable to contain the secret he had harbored within. Yet the thunder in the sky surged like tumultuous waves, showing no sign of abating. Meng Tianxin, are you truly intent on slaughtering Chen Anyun as well? Ji Weibai shouted with all his might. The dragon's head halted abruptly, and Meng Tianxin, standing upon it, suddenly turned to gaze at Ji Weibai. In that moment, the tempest of lightning and thunder above seemed to pause. Meng Tianxin, is it truly you? Can you still comprehend my words? Meng Tianxin remained silent, her expression inscrutable, merely observing Ji Weibai with a steady gaze. It was only when her eyes followed the direction of Ji Weibai's finger and finally beheld the battered Chen Anyun that a flicker of visible alarm crossed her face. Yun, she murmured. Indeed, Chen Anyun, you have triumphed, I have faltered. Ji Weibai said despondently. Even knowing you embody Tianxin's consciousness, even uncertain of your feelings for him now, he would still fight for you, even die for you. I have lost, utterly lost. Reflecting back, I realized that since the day I chose to visit Tianyun sect for one last glimpse of Li Xin, I had already succumbed to defeat. A self-deprecating smile graced Ji Weibai's face. Love is inherently selfish. True lovers cannot abide even a grain of sand between them. Yet here I stand, a towering mountain between the two. Hence, I can see my loss. Take my remaining days. Live well, treat him well. He is a man deserving of your deepest trust. Ji Weibai spoke earnestly, casting her gaze towards the 8 who remained locked in battle. She looked upon the man who stood resolutely amidst the storm, wielding his sword to confront 7 adversaries without flinching. How deeply I wish to hold on, she thought. Then, she heard a soft sigh. No, it is you who have triumphed. Boom! The earth-shattering roar erupted like a stampede of 1,000 horses. A cataclysmic sound that deafened the ears. In an instant, the sky seemed to be torn open by an invisible hand, and countless dazzling bolts of lightning cascaded down like a waterfall, a scene utterly breathtaking. In a heartbeat, the world appeared to be engulfed in an overwhelming sea of silver, obscuring all other colors. Ji Weibai widened her eyes, her face a mask of terror, as she beheld the apocalyptic spectacle before her. At that moment, her final glance revealed those around her being consumed by the surging silver, vanishing without a trace. Subsequently, Ji Weibai felt her body grow inexplicably light, as if all weight had been stripped away, and she involuntarily began to plummet rapidly downward. Simultaneously, an indescribable sense of vertigo surged within her, her consciousness gradually drifting away at an astonishing pace, as though destined to plunge into an endless abyss of darkness. Yet in the very end, she sensed that someone had seemingly caught her. She seemed to envision the elderly man with the surname Zhu, who had revealed all truths to her, earnestly persuading Meng Tianxin before him. At the very last moment of his complete departure from consciousness, she heard a voice gently whispering in her ear, "You have triumphed. Yet you have secured the future, at the cost of him." Chapter 50. The Final Resolution. Interlude. Returning to the main storyline, Chen Anyun awoke to find himself astride a magnificent steed, adorned with a large crimson flower atop its head, exuding an air of whimsicality. Surrounding him was a jubilant crowd, their cheers mingling with the rhythmic sounds of drums and gongs. Songzi, come forth. What is the meaning of this? Chen Anyun exclaimed, a twinge of panic rising within him. Hadn't he previously conspired with Songzi on how to embrace a lackadaisical approach? How had he suddenly found himself in a scene reminiscent of ancient times, celebrating a triumphant examination? Furthermore, wasn't he just embroiled in a fierce battle with the 7 sect masters? How could a mere blink transport him to the wrong set? Dear host, please remain calm. I bring you good tidings. The main system has personally intervened and extracted us from that world. We've been rescued? What is my current situation? Where are we now? Have we returned to the vast expanse of the world? Not yet. So what do you suggest we do? Even the main system cannot forcibly alter the course of reality. The more powerful the entity, the greater the constraints it faces. All right, I can see that you possess a point. What exactly is our current predicament? This is a transaction between the main system and this realm. A transaction? What does that entail? The celestial law of this minor world has consented to cease its resistance, willingly becoming a stepping stone for the grand heroine. You must recall, Meng Tianxin, the embodiment of this world's celestial essence. Chen Anyun fell silent, the realization dawning upon him. Yes, he now fully recalled the details. Piecing together the information provided by the system, he had a clearer understanding of the unfolding events. The main system had declared its responsibility for the incident, and due to the host's assistance in steering the narrative back on course, a substantial reward would be bestowed upon them. Dear host, we are about to prosper. Just look at the spiritual artifacts alone. The system began to enumerate the rewards from the main system. Yet Chen Anyun felt a sense of disconnection, as though a piece of him was missing. An image of a proud figure surfaced unbidden in his mind. She is not truly cold, Chen Anyun suddenly remarked. Dear host, she prepares exquisite meals during her cultivation. She meticulously arranges my attire before each journey. She weaves beautiful cloaks for me with gold leaf and silver thread. She holds my hand as I sleep, resting against my chest. Dear host, Chen Anyun sighed. Her pride stems from her celestial nature, naturally looking down upon all, yet her heart is as warm as that of an ordinary person. It is not frigid. System. Very well, you have impressed me, Songzi. Despite our prior misfortunes, we have managed to recover in unexpected ways. Chen Anyun smiled faintly. Dear host, your smile is more unappealing than your tears. Is that so? Chen Anyun gently touched his cheek and discovered that his muscles were indeed frighteningly stiff. A bitter smile involuntarily crept onto his face. Is it truly that obvious? It is indeed that obvious. The system critically interjected without hesitation, then suddenly adopted a mysterious tone. Wouldn't the esteemed host like to know the nature of the transaction between the main system and the heavenly Tao of the Shaoqian world? Ah! The resounding sound of firecrackers abruptly jolted Chen Anyun awake. The top scholar has returned to his hometown. Joy! 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 Congratulations to Chen Anyun from Chunming County for achieving the highest honor in the imperial examination. Our Chunming County has produced a top scholar. Quickly inform the Meng family that Chen Anyun has succeeded and will visit to propose marriage. Indeed, Miss Meng and young Master Chen have been childhood sweethearts, perfectly matched. Had it not been for the opposition of old Master Meng 3 years ago, they would have been wed long ago. Consequently, old Master Meng established a 3-year agreement. Should young Master Chen achieve the highest rank, he would graciously welcome him. 30 years in Heshi, 30 years in Hedong. Do not underestimate the young and impoverished. Well done, young Master Chen. Let us go, to witness the spectacle. Young Master Chen? Miss Meng? Chen Anyun was utterly bewildered. Dazed, he was swept along by the jubilant crowd, accompanied by the sound of gongs and drums, towards a grand estate adorned with a Plakmang residence. The usually stern old Master Meng was already waiting at the entrance, unexpectedly wearing a smile as he graciously accepted the praises and congratulations of the onlookers. Wait, isn't that the sword-bearer from the 100-sword sect? How has he become old Master Meng? Chen Anyun felt as though his mind had gone blank. Moreover, among the guests and the curious crowd, he spotted Fu Qingsong, Zhang Rentu, Yi Hongyi, and others. Each wore expressions akin to gleeful spectators, their faces radiating the satisfaction of witnessing a long-awaited romance finally come to fruition. What in the world is happening? System, quickly come forth and explain. Then, he saw Ji Webai, dressed in maid attire, walking ahead. Chen Anyun's gaze lingered on her for a mere 0.01 seconds before he shifted his focus to the figure behind her, a vision as graceful as a soaring phoenix. Miss Meng. No. Meng Tianxin stood there, her head bowed, a bashful smile gracing her face. It was only upon sensing his gaze that she slightly lifted her delicate head. In her beautiful eyes, his reflection was vividly mirrored. Chapter 51. Year end thus, as the vast cosmos resets, will the smaller realms follow suit? Certainly. The smaller realms have always been subordinate to the grand cosmos. What, esteemed host, do you wish to seek out Meng Tianxin? After all, once you're wed, the entire world unraveled, leaving no time for consummation. Shall we rectify that now? I graciously decline, yet, had I been the person I once was, perhaps I would have recklessly pursued the past. Truly, you are remarkable, esteemed host. Chen Anyun smiled silently. The system continued. However, esteemed host, rest assured, liberated from the constraints of the unscrupulous author, that smaller realm is now entirely free, no longer destined to falter for the rise of the heroine. Consequently, the heavenly shall no longer pit Tianxin's essence against the heroine for fortune. Your Meng Tianxin is unlikely to reappear. Is that so? That seems rather agreeable. The system, upon perceiving the desired expression absent from Chen Anyun's visage, conveyed a sense of disappointment. Esteemed host, you truly embody the essence of callousness, so easily relinquishing such precious emotions. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, the door was rapped upon once more. Chen Anyun instinctively knew it was his junior sister come to collect the dishes. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by the charming countenance of his little sister. She glanced at the empty porcelain bowl, and a glimmer of joy illuminated her face as she feigned modesty, inquiring, "Brother, how did you find the porridge?" Delightful, for reasons unbeknownst to him, despite the fact that this seemingly innocent and lovely junior sister had lived for millennia and ruled with an iron fist. He still felt as though he were addressing a mischievous child seeking his approval. It shouldn't be so. Had her acting skills truly reached such a remarkable level in just 2 days? Indeed, upon receiving his praise, Chu Huairou beamed sweetly, cradling the porcelain bowl and insinuating, "If you enjoy it, shall I prepare it for you every day? Once you have a partner. This clinginess towards your brother might incite jealousy," Chen Anyun teased. "Who says that? If he dares to feel jealous, I shall promptly eliminate him." Chu Huairou zito hatsti. A hint of lethal intent lacing her voice. Had any other cultivator of the transcendental realm been present, even this slight aura would have been enough to instill fear and conjure inner demons. Of course, Chen Anyun expertly disregarded this fleeting aura of menace. Yet, Chu Huairou soon recognized the implications of her words, seizing the opportunity while her brother remained unresponsive. "No, why should I seek a partner? Having you as my brother is sufficient." In truth, what she longed to express was, "Brother, why not consider me as your partner?" However, burdened by guilt from the past, she found herself unable to voice such sentiments. Nonetheless, as her brother remains single, as long as he is not claimed by another, surely one day he will be mine. With such determination, Chu Huairou and Chen Anyun bid each other good night. Time swiftly passed, and the year drew to a close. The grand competition of his sect had long since concluded. Unsurprisingly, after enduring a series of arduous battles, Chen Anyun emerged victorious. In contrast, Chu Huairou, after 2 rounds, encountered a senior sister at the profound realm and, after a few exchanges, graciously conceded defeat. From that moment on, she devoted herself wholeheartedly to cheering for her esteemed senior brother. Fortunately, there remained ample time before Zhou Qing ascended the mountain in her past life, and her current actions perfectly aligned with the persona of her senior brother, which had become a familiar sight to the disciples of Tai sect. As the weather grew increasingly cold, the mortals at the foot of the mountain donned thick cotton garments. However, once cultivators surpassed the body refinement stage, they remained impervious to the elements. Within Tai sect, aside from the gradually falling leaves, there was little difference from usual. Recently, news of the imminent opening of the Lingshu secret realm spread across the 13 states. Almost all elite sects intended to send an elder of their own to partake in the opportunity. As a premier sect of Zhongzhou, Tai naturally would not be left behind. True to her past life, the chosen representative was the master of the Lingjian Peak, who was also Chen Anyun and Chu Huairou's mentor, Li Wujia. This excursion could last anywhere from several days to several months, during which all matters concerning Lingjian Peak would be under the management of your senior brother, Chen Anyun. Obey the master's orders. In the Great Hall of Lingjian Peak, Li Wujia was briefing his disciples about the upcoming arrangements. "Master, The Lingshu secret realm is fraught with dangers and uncertainties. Please take care of yourself, Chu Huairou implored with a worried expression, clutching Li Wujia's hand. Ha ha ha. Look at you burly fellows. Combined, you do not match Huairou's filial piety. Li Wujia remarked with a glance at a few of his disciples before turning to Chu Huairou, his aged face crinkling into a smile. Rest assured, do I not know myself? I am most fearful of death. Half of my techniques are devoted to escaping. If I cannot win, I can certainly flee. Noticing the lingering concern on his disciples' faces, Li Wujia gently patted Chu Huairou's head, touched by her worries. Do not fret. I know of your interest in the mortal realm. I will bring you back some intriguing trinkets. Thank you, Master, Chu Huairou replied, her distress transforming into joy, though a flicker of worry still lingered in her eyes. Only Chen Anyun understood the depth of her concern for Li Wujia's safety. Although Li Wujia had returned safely in his past life, he was missing for 2 years and suffered severe injuries. Who could say if this time would mirror the last? However, with a thorough understanding of the Lingshu secret realm, Chen Anyun believed such worries were unwarranted, given Lingxi's temperament. Whether the secret realm would even open this time was in question, and it was highly likely that Master S' visit would amount to little more than a formality. Returning empty-handed. Of course, these thoughts remained buried deep within. They would not be expressed outwardly. Early the next morning, Li Wujia departed from Lingjian Peak. Chen Anyun adeptly commenced his stewardship of Lingjian Peak. He harbored no fears of arousing suspicion in Chu Huairou, for Li Wujia was inherently a lethargic individual, often found either indulging in libations or wandering aimlessly. It was not uncommon for him to be absent from the mountain, even when present. He frequently entrusted responsibilities to Chen Anyun. Among the disciples at the rear entrance of Lingjian Peak, Chen Anyun's name occasionally held more weight than that of Li Wujia. After all, while Li Wujia might occasionally lecture, he was just as likely to awaken the next day inebriated in some tavern, having completely forgotten the matter at hand. In stark contrast, Chen Anyun was resolute in administering discipline to any errant junior. Thus, at first glance, everything appeared remarkably akin to the previous life. Meanwhile, 1,000 miles away at the Heavenly Demon Sect, Zhou Qing reveled in the serendipitous acquisition of intelligence regarding the princess of the Xian clan, engulfed in ecstatic delight. He cackled with glee, feeling as though fate itself were aiding him. Who could have anticipated that the Xian clan princess was concealed atop Lingjian Peak? Masquerading as an ordinary true disciple, his eyes glimmered with ambition. This time, the position of Saint Son of the Heavenly Demon Sect shall undoubtedly belong to me. Chapter 52. New Year's Eve. Although the pursuit of immortality transcends the passage of time, the majority of disciples at Tai Sect were once mere mortals before ascending the mountain. Thus, the celebration of the new year naturally found its way into their lives on the peak. As evening descended on New Year's Eve, even the most diligent disciples of Lingjian Peak paused their cultivation, brimming with joy as they adorned the surroundings with festive decorations. Brother Jean, where are you headed? I have been tasked by several junior brothers to procure some couplets from a nearby mortal town. Perfect. I shall accompany you. Who would dare take you down the mountain without the elder brother's permission? Zhang Lingyun observed Chu Huairou with her hands clasped together, wearing a pitiful expression. Yet his heart remained unmoved. Few could withstand the charm of the younger sister's playful antics on Lingjian Peak, but Zhang Lingyun was precisely one of those rare individuals. Prior to his cultivation, he had kept a distance from women, dedicating himself solely to his studies. By the age of 20, he had already achieved the status of a scholar, and after fortuitously joining Tai Sect, he devoted himself to daily training, treating all fellow disciples with impartiality and sincerity. He was renowned as both the diligent scholar and the aloof beauty of Lingjian Peak. I'm merely going out for a brief moment, and I shan't wander far. Moreover, the elder brother has been exceedingly busy lately. How could you bear to trouble him? Chu Huairou earnestly reasoned. Indeed, you speak wisely. Since Master S' departure, the elder brother has been inundated with responsibilities and should not be bothered over trivial matters. As her eyes sparkled, Chu Huairou's enthusiasm grew. Without hesitation, Zhang Lingyun turned to leave. Wait, Chu Huairou called out hurriedly. With a sigh, Zhang Lingyun replied, Little sister, Both the elder brother and master have issued prohibitions. Unless they grant permission personally, I cannot allow you to descend a mountain. Very well, I shan't impose on you, Brother Zhang. Chu Huairou seemed resigned, nodding her head, but then suddenly shifted the topic. Is the elder brother well? Of course, Zhang Lingyun responded, relieved to see the notoriously difficult younger sister relent. The elder brother possesses remarkable cultivation and handles matters with fairness. All disciples of Lingjian Peak hold him in great esteem. And what else? Chu Huairou pressed with keen interest. After a moment of contemplation, a hint of a smile broke through Zhang Lingyun's typically stoic demeanor. He is benevolent and cares for even the most humble and inexperienced disciples, offering them guidance with patience. Yes, indeed, the elder brother is truly wonderful. Upon hearing Chu Huairou's exaggerated praise of her idol, Zhang Lingyun found himself viewing the younger sister with newfound fondness, responding joyfully, naturally. When did you first develop feelings for the elder brother? I cough. How did you know? A look of shock spread across Zhang Lingyun's face. Huh, you've been exposed, Brother Zhang. Chu Huairou exclaimed with a triumphant grin. This revelation was thanks to a time long past when she, as a wandering spirit, inadvertently witnessed Zhang Lingyun's sorrow over Chen Anyun, thus uncovering the secret. Now, seeing his steadfast demeanor, she could not resist teasing him. At this moment, Zhang Lingyun's face was flushed, a stark contrast to his usual demeanor of cold indifference towards his senior and junior disciples, resembling an aloof ice prince. After a brief pause, he humbly implored, I beseech you, dear junior sister, to show mercy. Zhang Lingyun readily conceded. Very well. Chu Huairou replied with grace. Then it is settled. I shall accompany you on this journey to the mortal town. Indeed, it is my duty to guide my junior sister on this excursion. As for the eldest senior brother, he is perpetually occupied with myriad responsibilities, thus it is prudent to keep this from him. That is quite clear. By the way, Brother Zhang. Yes, I must admit, I preferred your previous defiant demeanor. As evening descended, the grand hall of Lingjian Peak was filled with disciples gathered in jovial camaraderie, some drinking, others boasting. Chen Anyun occupied the main seat, observing the playful interactions among his junior brothers and sisters with a gentle smile. If one were to draw a comparison, Li Wuji on Lingjian Peak resembled a doting mother, protective yet somewhat petty, consistently indulging his disciples. In contrast, Chen Anyun embodied the role of a stern father, quietly and meticulously scrutinizing his surroundings, occasionally intervening to correct the wayward tendencies of a disciple, thereby fostering a sense of unity within the entire Lingjian Peak. However, such a role often exerts considerable pressure. Thus, as the atmosphere in the hall reached its zenith, Chen Anyun discreetly withdrew, wandering alone upon Lingjian Peak. Gazing at the moonlit sky, it was not only Chu Huairou who cherished the warm, almost familial atmosphere of Lingjian Peak. He too, having lived 3 lives, longed for that sense of belonging. Isn't that right, junior sister? Ah, yes. Although Chu Huairou made a concerted effort to tread lightly, Chen Anyun easily discerned the sound of her tiptoeing footsteps. Yet, having been discovered, Chu Huairou gracefully abandoned her childish intention to surprise her senior brother and approached him openly, presenting a gift she had purchased in the mortal town. Brother, Happy New Year! In this new life, her mind was filled with memories of many opportunities and spiritual herbs she could have easily acquired at this stage, some of which were treasures even the practitioners of the returning origin realm could only hope to encounter. However, she understood that her senior brother did not place value on the rarity of her gifts. As expected, he accepted her present with delight, then, adopting a serious expression, gently flicked her forehead with his finger. Have you sneaked down the mountain again? Fear not, dear brother. It was kind-hearted of you to bring me along. There was no danger. Did I not issue a prohibition? Who was it that took you down the mountain? I shall ensure they are duly reprimanded. Oh, it was senior brother Zhang Lingyun. Chu Huairou hesitated for a moment, casting her gaze downward, a sense of unease stirring within her. Yet the next instant, a beautifully crafted hairpin appeared before her. Happy birthday, junior sister. Indeed, aside from New Year's Eve, today marks the 16th birthday of Chu Huairou, the very day many years ago when she was brought to Lingjian Peak. Naturally, It is also the day she encountered Chen Anyun. Chu Huairou gazed blankly at the hairpin before her. In her previous life, she had broken this very hairpin with her own hands, never expecting it to return to her in such a manner. Was she not fond of it? On the contrary, almost in a possessive manner. She snatched the hairpin back into her embrace, the sensation of reclaiming a cherished possession causing her eyes to involuntarily glisten with unshed tears. Senior brother, I adore you the most. This phrase had escaped her lips more than once in Chen Anyun's presence, and she understood that, as before, he would interpret her affection as that of a junior sister towards her senior brother, or perhaps a younger sister towards her elder brother. Yet, she felt no urgency. She had witnessed, in the future, all that her senior brother had done for her. Therefore, as long as she refrained from the folly of her past life, permitting everything to unfold naturally, the bond between herself and her senior brother would surely come to fruition in due course. Thus, she silently wished for time to hasten its passage. The 16-year-old girl, in the presence of the one she cherished, quietly made her birthday wish. At that moment, she remained unaware of the treacherous betrayal that awaited her from her own master. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away, Li Wuji found himself thwarted as anticipated. The so-called opening of the Spirit Pearl secret realm had turned out to be the greatest blunder the cultivation world had seen in nearly a century, leaving the top sects of the 13 states bewildered. However, he remained unperturbed, feeling rather satisfied with the outcome of his journey. After all, what could bring greater joy to cultivators from esteemed sects than acquiring a disciple of exceptional talent? Chunlingxi, Master, what is it? The enchanting and whimsical girl before him invariably reminded him of his own lively and spirited disciple. Surely, they would get along splendidly in the future. It is time for us to return to the mountain. Yes, Master. Chapter 53. The Convergence of World Lines in the Vast Wilderness. The Heavenly Demon Sect stands resolutely at the pinnacle of the cultivation realm, despite the fact that the Heavenly Demon Master has vanished for millennia. This esteemed sect remains a coveted aspiration for countless cultivators of the demonic path. At this moment, an ancient and solemn hall rises within the Heavenly Demon Sect, its surroundings adorned with antiquated furnishings that seem to whisper tales of its profound history. Flickering candlelight dances across the faces of two individuals within, casting shadows that shift between light and darkness. Thus, you intend to participate in the contest for the position of Holy Son of the Heavenly Demon Sect? You have even set your sights on the Tai sect as your target? Indeed, I humbly request the sect master's support. Lacking in awareness. Do you not understand that the Tai sect is a premier sect of the Central Plains, a paragon of righteousness? As a disciple, I am well aware, yet this time, I possess unwavering confidence in my victory. Very well, such ambition is commendable. Should you successfully complete the trials at the Tai sect, the title of Holy Son of the Heavenly Demon Sect shall undoubtedly belong to you. Thank you for your kind support, Sect Master. Upon departing from the Heavenly Demon Sect, Zhou Qing hastened directly to Luo Zhou. He had meticulously prepared for this endeavor, having exhausted his resources to obtain invaluable intelligence from the Tianji Pavilion, which specializes in the sale of information. Among the precious tidbits he acquired was knowledge of his target, Chu Huairou, a naive and innocent soul, blissfully unaware of the complexities of romantic entanglements, who often clung to the senior disciple of Lingjian Peak, Chen Anyun. Furthermore, although Chen Anyun was gentle and refined, he was also notoriously stern and serious in his demeanor. Zhou Qing believed that disrupting their relationship and winning the affections of the fair maiden would be a trivial task. Particularly, a piece of information he obtained after spending his last spirit stone filled him with a sense of divine fortune. The current master of Lingjian Peak had left the mountain to await the opening of the Lingzhu secret realm right in Luo Zhou. Although the Heavenly Demon Sect is situated in the wilderness, separate from the 13 states, it is in proximity to Luo Zhou. Thus, Zhou Qing wasted no time and made his way there. Having depleted his entire fortune on intelligence, he arrived in Luo Zhou without the need for disguise. His pitiful and destitute appearance was painfully obvious, which suited his intentions perfectly. He had learned from his sources that Li Wuji, the master of Lingjian Peak, was a person of considerable chivalry and kindness, qualities that render one susceptible to manipulation through sympathy. However, upon arriving at the supposed site of the Lingzhu secret realm, he was met with a shocking revelation. What? There is no Lingzhu secret realm at all? Had all the sects of the 13 states been deceived? Were all individuals already returned to their respective sects? Remembering the deceitful demeanor of the Tianji pavilions and scrupulous merchants, Zhou Qing was consumed by fury and rushed into the branch of the Tianji pavilion in Luozhou, only to be politely ushered inside by two towering guest elders of the returning origin realm. When you purchased the information, it was indeed authentic. The stout and squinting branch master of the Tianji pavilion chuckled amiably. Don't you dare attempt to fool me. The matter of the Lingzhu secret realm was made public half a month ago. Recalling the moment when he was forced to sell the last relic left by his father to a grinning rogue, Zhou Qing felt a sharp pain in his chest. Today, the Celestial Secrets Pavilion must provide me with an explanation. Otherwise, I shall surely disseminate their actions throughout the world, Zhou Qing declared with a tone of assured victory, fully aware that a power like the Celestial Secrets Pavilion must hold its reputation in high esteem. Throughout the millennia, there have been few negative rumors about the pavilion, suggesting they manage their affairs adeptly. Then, he witnessed the rotund man before him swiftly erase the smile from his face, transforming into a visage of menace as he waved his hand and commanded, "Bring forth the latest news." Zhou Qing, a disciple of the Celestial Demon sect, has faced disgraceful assault by two brutish men in Luozhou and, feeling unworthy of his sect, has taken his own life. The worth of this information is one low-grade spirit stone. What? Wait. Do not be frightened, young brother. Rest assured, our brothers within the pavilion are always professional, and we guarantee your satisfaction. Moreover, the renowned Thousand Islands Lake beyond the city is 1,000 feet deep and rarely visited by souls. Thus, after signing a large sheet of paper that proclaimed, "The Celestial Secrets Pavilion's information is accurate and fairly priced," Zhou Qing scrambled away in haste. He finally comprehended why such nefarious forces could endure for millennia across the 13 states, garnering an excellent reputation and flourishing in business. The ambitious plan had been struck down before it could even begin, delivering a significant blow to Zhou Qing's confidence. In the depths of despair, when all seemed lost, fate appeared to extend a helping hand. Just outside the city, he unexpectedly encountered Li Wuji and Chen Lingxi, who were returning to the mountains. This sudden meeting ignited a glimmer of hope in his previously desolate heart. The meticulously prepared words and detailed script he had crafted now seemed to find their purpose. Taking a deep breath to quell the tumultuous emotions within, he resolutely embarked on a heartfelt performance. Tears streaming down his face as he recounted the tragic tale of his lineage, the injustices he had faced, and his unwavering pursuit of the path of cultivation. His genuine emotions and poignant words moved even the birds that flitted by. Li Wuji listened quietly to his lamentations, a wave of emotion swelling within him. Gazing at the ragged, frail yet resolute youth before him, Li Wuji sighed deeply, lamenting the harshness of the world and the treachery of the human heart. Ultimately, he felt compassion stir within him and resolved to take this pitiful child as his disciple, bringing him back to the spirit sword peak. Zhou Qing was nearly overwhelmed with gratitude, almost kneeling to express his thanks. Yet he managed to suppress his joy and respectfully bowed deeply to Li Wuji. When he raised his head, his gaze fell upon Chen Lingxi. With brows like distant mountains, eyes akin to autumn waters, skin fairer than snow, and lips like cherries, she stood there, observing Zhou Qing with keen interest and a subtle smile gracing her lips. Zhou Qing momentarily found himself entranced, nearly oblivious to his surroundings. Yet, in the blink of an eye, he swiftly regained his composure. He silently admonished himself to maintain decorum, while simultaneously feeling an inner sense of relief. Fortunately, he had not embarrassed himself before such a captivating maiden. Moreover, the attention of such a stunning and enchanting young woman revitalized Zhou Qing's confidence, which had been on the brink of collapse due to previous setbacks, akin to a parched land receiving a long-awaited rain. Indeed, It is true that the beginning of any endeavor is fraught with difficulty. Zhou Qing repeated this mantra within his heart, his eyes shimmering with resolute determination. The trials he had faced were surely tests from the heavens, and he had successfully passed them. As the saying goes, extremes will inevitably lead to reversals. And after adversity comes prosperity. Henceforth, this marks the commencement of Zhou Qing's ascent to greatness. Entering the Tai sect was merely the first step. In the future, I shall seize the position of the holy son of the heavenly demon sect, then take command of the sect and dominate the contemporary realm. Let this journey begin today. Chapter 54. The Colorful Stone Master. We have received a letter from our teacher. He mentioned that the outcome of the Spirit Pearl secret realm turned out to be a misunderstanding. He has now set off back to the mountain and has taken in 2 new disciples. Our Lingjian Peak will soon have an additional junior brother and sister. Chu Huairou held a bird-shaped artifact, engrossed in the words inscribed upon it, reveling in the joy of her master's safe return. Although the divergence from the previous life's events puzzled her, the news of Li Wuji's safe return genuinely filled her heart with joy. Oh, were the names of these 2 junior disciples? Chen Anyun inquired with an air of nonchalance. They're called Chen Lingxi and Zhou Qing. Chu Huairou's expression remained placid, especially when she uttered Zhou Qing's name, her demeanor exhibiting no sign of change, nor did her tone waver in the slightest. However, Chen Anyun's interest in scrutinizing his junior sister's subtle expressions waned. Chen Lingxi? The very name sent a jolt through his heart. It was almost unnecessary to guess who this individual could be. Yet, Zhou Qing as well, despite the absence of the Spirit Pearl's secret realm in this life. He still managed to connect with their master. One could not deny that he was indeed a remarkable talent. In a previous life, Zhou Qing had met his end at Chen Anyun's blade, leaving no trace of a whole corpse behind, and thus the original's animosity towards Zhou Qing had long since dissipated. Naturally, Chen Anyun had no inclination to seek him out for trouble. But, my friend, does your proactive approach in offering your head on a platter not raise any alarms? Is it not more enjoyable to simply live? The person before him was the very woman he had pierced through on the day of their wedding, particularly one who once wielded dominion over an entire celestial dynasty, with power that swayed the world. Well, however, the saying goes, a friend's death does not affect a Taoist. After a brief moment of silent homage for Zhou Qing of this life, Chen Anyun cast aside thoughts of him and began to ponder the matter of Chen Lingxi. In this new life, he had resolved to keep a respectful distance from the prominent female figures of this realm. Yet, fate seemed unyielding, as these powerful women retained memories from the past life and began to seek him out. Being a person averse to complications, Chen Anyun's greatest desire was to lead a leisurely existence, utterly uninterested in the tumult of a love affair. It appeared that the shield plan needed to be prioritized. Thus, after Chu Huairou took her leave, he retrieved the colorful stone once more. This stone was a recompense granted by the main system following his failure in the task concerning the great heroine Ji Weibai. It was also the last remnant left when the Luo Fu small world collapsed, reducing everything to nothingness. This stone possessed 9 orifices capable of resonating with individuals, imbued with a divine light of 5 colors, embodying the transformations of yin and yang, harmonizing with the fundamental principles of heaven and earth. With a slight refinement, it could be crafted into a human form, inherently nurtured by the earth, serving as an excellent vessel for cultivating a grand supernatural art known as external incarnation host. Are you about to? The system exclaimed with excitement. Indeed, we must commence that plan without delay, Chen Anyun affirmed, locking the doors and windows, and setting up layers of barriers. He was keen to avoid being inadvertently spotted and labeled as part of a peculiar group with unique preferences. Then, Chen Anyun began to meticulously sculpt the colorful stone with his true essence. There, a bit thicker there, yes, there, make it a tad taller, yes, but not too large, and be quiet. Fine, if you make that part a little larger, I will keep silent. Thus, they toiled until midnight, observing the meticulously crafted figure before them. Both the individual and the system fell into silence. Dear host, is this the beautiful woman you referred to as a social media influencer in your original world? It's somewhat close, I suppose, Chen Anyun replied with a hint of insecurity. If I may be so bold, does she possess such a sharp chin as a concealed weapon meant to inflict harm? Enough already. As a screenwriter entirely unacquainted with artistry, Chen Anyun admitted that his skills in figure sculpting seemed, indeed, rather abysmal. Dear host, stop. I'm sincere. Please spare me. No, I mean if the host truly lacks talent in this regard, perhaps I should take over. You? Is that for real? Do you still doubt my capabilities, dear host? Well, have I ever boasted? That may be true. Then I entrust this to you. Chen Anyun clasped his hands together. Rest assured, dear host, you may take your leave. By tomorrow morning, I shall present you with a perfect doll. Thus, with faith in his system and expectations for the so-called perfect doll, Chen Anyun drifted into slumber. The next day, when Chen Anyun opened his eyes and beheld the beautiful woman seated at the table, wearing a gentle smile as she gazed at him, even as a formidable being at the pinnacle of the celestial realm, nearly invincible in the lower realms, he rolled directly off the bed onto the floor. Tianxin. He felt as if his voice had transformed. Then, he beheld Meng Tianxin's face, which bore a smug smile that the true Meng Tianxin would never display. How do you like it? Dear host, is my figure sculpting technique not exquisite? Chen Anyun fell into silence. After a moment, System, formally request to initiate the unbinding procedure. System, formally request to initiate the unbinding procedure. No, dear host, first of all, there is no so-called unbinding procedure. Do you not think that Meng Tianxin's appearance is your best choice? As if oblivious to Chen Anyun's mounting anger, the system continued to speak through Meng Tianxin's form. Firstly, she is extraordinarily beautiful. As the embodiment of the Tao, her figure and appearance are undeniably perfect. Even the system's certified heroines are unable to surpass her in looks. Though the system's exaggerated expressions and animated gestures may seem somewhat ludicrous when performed by Meng Tianxin's body, they profoundly illustrate the truth behind the adage. Once beauty reaches a certain level, every frown and smile becomes enchanting. Thus, although still fuming, Chen Anyun could not help but nod in agreement. The system then continued, stating that, secondly, as the Luofu realm has freed itself from constraints, the risk of annihilation is no longer a concern, and the emergence of the Tianxin consciousness is rendered improbable. Thus, it is highly unlikely that Meng Tianxin will reappear, which effectively eliminates the possibility of an uncanny resemblance. Although he had steeled his heart upon hearing that Meng Tianxin would not return, Chen Anyun inexplicably felt a twinge of disappointment. Yet, he quickly composed himself and nodded in agreement with the system's assertion. Finally, I have completely refined the multicolored stone for you. It is now too late to make any alterations. We cannot possibly embark on a quest to procure another piece of this stone, especially at the expense of disturbing a minor world. The multicolored stone is exceedingly rare. Not only in the 13 states of the lower realms, but even the 9 heavens and 10 earths of the upper realms is a challenge to find. Each piece of multicolored stone is, in fact, the result of the collapse of a once vibrant minor world after its demise. Were one to create a doll from other pseudo-materials, given the intelligence of the great heroines, it would almost certainly be detected. However, a doll fashioned from multicolored stone, even a celestial sovereign from the upper realms, would be utterly oblivious to its true essence if they were unaware of the circumstances. Then you should emerge from her body, Chen Anyun remarked, somewhat resigned. The system's analysis was indeed sound. It was clear that he would not obtain another piece of multicolored stone. Very well, esteemed host. As the system's words resonated, the brilliance on Meng Tianxin's face faded instantaneously, reverting to an expression devoid of emotion. Yet, this was more in line with her original image in Chen Anyun's heart. Chen Anyun employed a storage technique, attempting to stow the doll away. After several attempts, the doll remained immovable. It is futile, esteemed host. The multicolored stone is a treasure of the heavens and earth. Once it takes form, it is indistinguishable from a living being and can no longer be stored in the spatial realm. What shall we do then? What about the wardrobe over there? It must suffice for the time being. Chen Anyun sighed and, extending his arms, gently lifted Meng Tianxin, placing her within the wardrobe. The softness in his hands lingered, and it took him reciting the cleansing heart mantra 10 times to regain his composure. He then set up several barriers to ensure that even Li Wuji could not breach the wardrobe, allowing him to exhale with some relief. The individual and the system returned to the table, fervently discussing their planned shield strategy. None noticed that, amidst the wardrobe's crevice, the doll-like Meng Tianxin, with a stoic expression, slightly twitched her slender brows before swiftly returning to tranquility. Chapter 55 Farewell to the Vast World. In the central continent, the land is shaped like a crescent moon, broad in the center but narrow on either side. At this moment, in an inconspicuous corner of the northwestern edge of this crescent, a wide flying sword is swiftly carrying 3 figures eastward. The sword traverses the starry night and chases the sun, soaring 100 zhong in the blink of an eye. Soon the stars recede, and the bright moon sinks into the sea. Then, at dawn, it bathes in the hot springs below and brushes against the sacred tree above, as love rises and illuminates all directions, cloaking the 3 figures on the flying sword in a golden aura. We have arrived. Li Wuji laughed heartily, guiding the flying sword down from the clouds. As the morning light broke, a towering peak suddenly emerged above the clouds. At the mountain's base, celestial cranes and peacocks were just spreading their wings, while ethereal figures led Purple Chi eastward. Amidst the swirling mist, a small pavilion floated gracefully, and jade steps and platforms multiplied like a dream. Ding, ding, ding. A melodious chime seemed to drift down from the clouds. Lingjian Peak welcomed a brand new day. What do you think? Is Lingjian Peak not a place rich in spiritual energy and adorned with natural beauty? Li Wuji proclaimed with pride. Chen Lingxi smiled silently. Meanwhile, Zhou Qing initially gazed in astonishment, followed by a face of deep emotion. Master, is this the legendary grandeur of the immortal realm? Ha ha! Li Wuji relished Zhou Qing's words, laughing heartily before turning serious. Chen Lingxi, Zhou Qing, present. The two responded in unison. Today, I shall guide you into this immortal gate. From now on, you must diligently cultivate, leaving no room for slackness, striving to achieve success in your practice. Embark on the path of immortality, and seek eternal life. Yes, Master. Li Wuji truly relished the role of a mentor, particularly savoring the sense of accomplishment that came with accepting disciples into Lingjian Peak, making it a thriving place within the Tai sect. However, his enthusiasm largely waned after enrolling his disciples, leaving the responsibilities to Chen Anyun, the senior disciple of Lingjian Peak. His duties encompassed, but were not limited to, imparting teachings, providing guidance, addressing doubts, arranging accommodations, and managing resources for cultivation, among a myriad of other tasks. In truth, aside from a few early entrants like Chen Anyun, Chu Huairou, and Zhang Lingyun, the rest of the disciples, whether true disciples or inner disciples, rarely encountered Li Wuji. Most of them embarked on their path to immortality under Chen Anyun's tutelage. Thus, naturally, after bringing Chen Lingxi and Zhou Qing to the Grand Hall of Lingjian Peak, Li Wuji nonchalantly remarked, "This is your senior brother, Chen Anyun. The rest is up to him to arrange. I have pressing matters to attend to." With that, he slipped away without hesitation. As for those pressing matters, he, the disciples of Lingjian Peak, understood all too well. Chen Anyun had long grown accustomed to his master's unreliability. With a gentle sigh, he gathered his complex emotions upon seeing Lingxi again, allowing a warm smile to grace his face. "Junior sister Chen, junior brother Zhou, welcome to Lingjian Peak. Something's happening." Chu Huairou, who was observing from the side, effortlessly shifted her gaze from Zhou Qing to the newly arrived senior sister, Chen Lingxi. This sister was not only strikingly beautiful, but since her entrance into the Grand Hall, her attention had remained fixated on the eldest senior brother. While he was indeed handsome and charming, the notion of love at first sight seemed rather far-fetched. Could it be that they had known each other previously? The more Chu Huairou observed Chen Lingxi, the more she felt an uncanny resemblance to someone. Yes, it seemed like she had encountered the esteemed Lingxi Tianzuan at the Peach Blossom Festival, a fleeting yet memorable meeting. Chen Lingxi? Lingxi Tianzuan? The resemblance grew stronger. Chu Huairou felt as though she had stumbled upon something of great significance. In the vast universe, which encompassed countless smaller realms, there existed distinctions between the upper and lower worlds. The lower realms sprawled extensively, with the 13 states extending over countless miles, surrounded by various treacherous terrains. The upper realm, while smaller, was divided into 9 heavens and 10 earths, each layer representing a separate space. For instance, the Xiantian celestial dynasty, which she governed in her past life, was a great unified empire situated above the northern realm, ruling not only over mortals, but also requiring the celestial beings within to adhere to imperial edicts. The 9 heavens were presided over by 9 celestial lords, among whom was Lingxi Tianzuan, the ruler of the Li Xian and Tian. In essence, in this rebirth, it was astonishing to discover that the future ruler of Li Xian and Tian, Lingxi Tianzuan, had become her fellow disciple and had developed feelings for her senior brother at first sight. For the first time since her reincarnation, Chu Huairou sensed that certain matters were beginning to slip from her grasp. Meanwhile, on the other side, husband, upon seeing Chen Anyun, the myriad emotions swirling within Chen Lingxi coalesced into this singular address. Fortunately, the longing, regrets, and pain accumulated over millennia had gradually settled in her heart during this period of rebirth, allowing her to suppress the overwhelming affection that surged within her mind. Standing before Chen Anyun, she gazed at him with her deep gray eyes as he gently explained the rules and matters of Ling Jian Peak. She listened attentively, making a concerted effort to blink away the transparent tears threatening to spill from her eyes. Ling Jian Peak was delightful, though the presence of a woman, who appeared somewhat familiar and was said to be the junior sister of Ling Jian Peak, standing next to her husband, was slightly bothersome. Her husband still bore the gentle demeanor of jade, yet only she understood that beneath this exterior lay a man who was rather easygoing, albeit somewhat domineering in certain aspects. Moreover, it would be even more splendid if some apricot blossoms could be planted. It was not until Chen Anyun led her to a brand new house, informing her that it had been hastily completed by the disciples of Tiangong Peak upon learning of the new disciple's arrival, that she reluctantly diverted her gaze from him. With the brightest smile and the warmest tone, she exclaimed, "Thank you, senior brother, and I warmly welcome you to visit often. Husband, it's truly wonderful to see you again." Chapter 56, Untitled Senior Brother. I have a few more questions regarding the luck meridians that I would like to consult you about. The young girl slightly lifted her head, her delicate, rosy cheeks almost within reach, as if a mere inch closer would allow their lips to brush against one another. She parted her soft, crimson lips, and a fragrance as subtle and elegant as an orchid slowly wafted out, lingering faintly at the tip of Chen Anyun's nose. Chen Anyun turned his head away in mild exasperation, making an effort not to gaze into Chen Lingxi's starry eyes, feeling a twinge of helplessness within. At this point in time, having already vanquished the Xiantian Holy Sun and mastered the Spirit Pearl Secret Realm, even if you have yet to reach the Longevity Realm, you must at least be at the peak of the Returning Origin Realm, right? You come to me to inquire about the Material Control Realm? What difficulty could there possibly be? Before Chen Anyun could voice his thoughts, Chu Huairou stepped forward without hesitation, swiftly elucidating Chen Lingxi's question. Then gesturing with her eyes that now that the inquiry was concluded, she could take her leave. TSK. Chen Lingxi had already recognized Chu Huairou's identity. Although the world was vast, the elite circles were but a small cluster. At first, her attention had been entirely drawn to her husband, and she hadn't noticed. But now, Chen Lingxi could affirm, with absolute certainty, that the childhood friend and shadow of her husband before her was none other than the future Empress of Beiju. Moreover, it seemed she harbored some inappropriate feelings for her husband. How delightful! How could I have forgotten to splash my drink in your face during the peach blossom banquet? Despite such thoughts, Chen Lingxi still donned a look of sudden realization and cheerfully exclaimed, "Thank you, senior sister." "No, please, call me junior sister, Chen Lingxi." Chu Huairou gently corrected her error. How could that be? In the realm of cultivation, those who achieve greatness are always prioritized. How can I presume to overstep? Chen Lingxi displayed a somewhat flustered expression and hurriedly replied, "Since we are both disciples of the same master, It is only fitting to observe the hierarchy. You are indeed a few years younger than I. More experienced, so it is only appropriate for you to call me junior sister. She was undoubtedly doing this on purpose, mocking me for being older. This undeniably struck a nerve with Chen Lingxi. At the time of the Xiantian Palace's destruction, she had barely reached her 20s, yet within the Spirit Pearl's secret realm, she had lived for thousands of years. If one were to truly consider her age, she was already over 1,000. A hint of danger flickered in Chen Lingxi's eyes, yet her face remained adorned with a charming smile. Even amongst fellow disciples, one must observe the order of seniority. Since senior sister Chu entered the fold earlier than I, you are indeed my senior sister. Speaking of which, I have heard that senior sister Chu is the second true disciple to be accepted by our master. I should thus refer to you as second senior sister. Second senior sister, she exclaimed, then struck her palm with her fist. So it turns out I am the last female disciple to join Lingjian Peak, which means I am the true little junior sister. Upon uttering this, Chen Lingxi turned to Chen Anyun with a smile. So, from now on, senior brother can simply call me little junior sister. Chu Huairou. The two women exchanged glances. In this moment, they discerned in each other's eyes an unfathomable irony, coupled with a vast ocean of animosity. Chen Anyun sighed, placing a hand upon his forehead. It was only after he had finally managed to send Chen Lingxi and Chu Huairou away that he wearily addressed the system, stating, "We must find an excuse to depart for a while. Only then can we seamlessly bring the automaton back to the sect and execute our plan. Women, particularly those of striking beauty, indeed become formidable when gathered together. In truth, why doesn't the host simply select a prominent heroine to be with? While the other heroines may not immediately relinquish their claims, at least attention could be redirected towards the chosen heroine. Wouldn't that make things infinitely easier for you, dear host?" Chen Anyun shook his head, dismissing the system's suggestion. In his previous life, he had encountered these prominent heroines once more. Or rather, it would have been astonishing if, upon reaching a certain level of identity and cultivation, one could completely avoid appearing before these renowned figures. However, in his past existence, the heavenly Tao and the system had granted him an advantageous cheat, distorting the perceptions of those within the vast universe. Thus, even if he were to stand before familiar faces, who would still call him Chen Anyun, those individuals would not associate him with the former Chen Anyun, in the eyes of all. The Chen Anyun who had once been entangled with a certain prominent heroine had vanished. The man before them, though identical in appearance, stature, demeanor, and cultivation, bore no relation whatsoever to the Chen Anyun who had disappeared. Consequently, even if Chen Anyun did not deliberately evade recognition and boldly approached Chu Huairou or Lingxi, they would not recognize him. For instance, Chu Huairou would never dream that while she mourned in the stillness of night, longing for their past and weeping in despair, the person she yearned for might be nearby, entangled with another woman, shamelessly absorbing the vast reserves of regret she unwittingly contributed. Hence, Chen Anyun referred to himself as scum, a sentiment the system acknowledged in its host's self-awareness. Yet, as a partner who had endured trials alongside him for millennia, it watched him navigate betrayal, redemption, and separation, while earnestly praying within its CPU for the main system to grant its host even a modicum of happiness, however small it may be. Zhou Qing was unexpectedly taken aback to discover that, despite successfully entering Lingjian Peak, she seemed to lack any sense of presence. On the day of his initiation, as he stood alongside Chen Lingxi, Chen Anyun, and his current target, Chu Huairou, he felt an undeniable sense of disconnection despite the presence of 4 individuals. However, he swiftly reassured himself, for he hailed from the Tianma sect, which naturally set him apart from these disciples of the righteous path. Yet, this realization posed a dilemma. If the distinctions were so pronounced, how was he to approach Chu Huairou? Furthermore, he observed that his rather unassuming senior brother, Chen Anyun, regarded him with a peculiar gaze, seemingly tinged with pity. Could it be that that old curmudgeon, Li Wuji, had divulged his fabricated backstory to him? The righteous path remains as pedantic as ever. A mere concoction of a melodramatic tale about a destitute youth fervently seeking enlightenment could evoke such sympathy. Indeed, this must be exploited to his advantage. After several days of keen observation, he discerned that Chu Huairou appeared excessively fixated on Chen Anyun, with even Chen Lingxi, who had entered the sect concurrently with him, seemingly orbiting around Chen Anyun. How infuriating! This man, who was portrayed as overly principled in the intelligence reports, possessed such allure. Back in the Tianma sect, the senior sisters were far more inclined towards his type of youthful charm. This would not do thus. The first step must be to shatter the pristine image Chen Anyun held in Chu Huairou's eyes. Soon enough, Zhou Qing identified an excellent opportunity. Chapter 57. Scheming. The revitalizing pool is a remarkable site nestled in the rear mountains of Lingjian Peak. Not only do flowers bloom vibrantly throughout the year, but the water of the pool is also warm in every season, possessing skin-nourishing properties. Consequently, it has swiftly become the most beloved natural bathing spot for the female disciples of Lingjian Peak. Although this locale is outdoors, the Tai sect, as a paragon of righteousness, has always adhered to strict regulations, welcoming only disciples of impeccable character. Therefore, since the establishment of Lingjian Peak, no incidents of peeping have ever occurred. However, this unspoken understanding, which has lasted for millennia, was ultimately shattered by a piercing scream. In the main hall, two female disciples who were bathing that day were vehemently cursing the voyeur. Yet, the culprit had fled too swiftly into the deepening night, rendering any hope of discovering their identity nearly impossible. Calm down, my junior sisters. Tomorrow, I shall notify the brothers from Tiangong Peak to install bamboo fences. Such an incident shall not be allowed to recur. Moreover, should we ascertain which male disciple has breached the rules, regardless of whether they belong to Lingjian Peak, I shall not show leniency, reassured the elder brother. After venting their frustrations, the two sisters felt their anger dissipate upon hearing the gentle comfort from the brother they respected. In that case, let's return to rest early. They agreed, casting a glance at the gathering of disciples drawn in by the recent events. You too, they addressed the others. Yes, elder brother. As the disciples began to leave the hall one by one, Chen Anyun also turned to exit, just as Chu Huairou intended to follow. She noticed Zhou Qing standing in her path, hesitating with an expression that suggested he wished to speak. What a nuisance! Chu Huairu guset inwali. From a moment she first laid eyes on Zhou Qing, she had intended to toy with him, seeking vengeance for an old grudge. However, the emergence of Chen Lingxi had instilled a palpable sense of danger, leading her to engage in a battle of wits with that woman, momentarily forgetting Zhou Qing's presence. Now, he had the audacity to approach her, displaying that all too familiar hesitant demeanor that she had seen countless times in her past life. A capable young man adopting such a timid facade was utterly irksome. Seeing Chu Huairou's gaze upon him, Zhou Qing's eyes lit up, and he quickly assumed a determined expression, gritting his teeth as he strode towards her. Why not just eliminate him tonight? Chu Huairou mused, feeling an unusual impatience toward anyone besides Chen Anyun. Although she herself was merely at the perfected stage of body refinement, as a former empress of her realm, standing at the pinnacle of the cultivation world. Dispatching a mere novice in the profound understanding stage would not pose a considerable challenge. How should she orchestrate his demise? Chu Huairou began to contemplate earnestly. Meanwhile, Zhou Qing, witnessing the pensive expression on Chu Huairou's face, felt a surge of hope. It seemed that she was indeed quite concerned about being spied upon. After all, she was a girl. Zhou Qing exhibited no fear of becoming the object of suspicion. After all, in the eyes of everyone, she was merely a novice disciple who had yet to pass the tempering realm. How could she possibly escape unscathed after indulging in such voyeurism? As for Chu Huairou's aspiration to become the little junior sister of Lingjian Peak, Zhou had been aware of it since her first day at the sect. Naturally, she had no intention of provoking her misfortune like Chen Lingxi would. What is it? Chu Huairou asked casually, her mind preoccupied with the final showdown between poisoning and decapitation. In truth, Zhou displayed a rather difficult-to-express expression before her gaze sharpened, as if she had made a momentous decision. I believe I may have seen the person who was spying. Oh. Chu Huairou sighed in relief. Poisoning had ultimately triumphed over being torn apart by 5 horses by a narrow margin. Although it was somewhat regrettable, to be honest, She had witnessed Zhou Qing being beheaded by the senior brother in her previous life, so a different method of demise was not unacceptable. With this realization, her tone grew a touch more cheerful. Hearing the slight excitement in Chu Huairou's voice, Zhou Qing was elated, convinced that her plan was half successful. As long as Chu Huairou took interest, even if only momentarily doubtful, it would plant the seeds of suspicion. In the days to come, she would nurture these seeds, allowing them to grow into towering trees. Thus, she lowered her voice and said, "Although I did not see the face, I did catch a glimpse of the senior brother who was spying, dressed in a moon-white robe." The entire Lingjian peak knew that only the senior brother Chen Anyun had a penchant for wearing moon-white robes. Though Zhou did not name him explicitly, anyone with a modicum of sense would immediately suspect Chen Anyun. "What did you say?" Chu Huairou finally snapped back to reality, as she had not fully comprehended Zhou's words, her mind still grappling with the most efficient and discreet method to eliminate Zhou Qing. After all, she was still the innocent and pure little junior sister in the eyes of her senior brother. To compromise her character for a fleeting thrill would be utterly unwise. Zhou assumed that Chu Huairou could not fathom that her esteemed senior brother was, in fact, a lascivious voyeur. She swiftly reiterated, "What I meant to say is that although I did not see the face, I did see the person spying, clad in a moon-white robe." Now, Chu Huairou understood clearly. She raised her head and scrutinized Zhou Qing intently. This tactic was quite familiar to her. In her previous life, Zhou had employed such methods to gradually tarnish her senior brother's image in her eyes, ultimately leading to their growing estrangement. Thus, the thoughts that had occupied her mind earlier were rendered moot. Torn apart by 5 horses it was then. However, was Zhou Qing not targeting her? If memory served her right, in her last life, Zhou's objective had been to seize the position of the holy son of the heavenly demon sect, suppressing the murderous intent within her. Chu Huairou suddenly conceived a better plan. She gazed at Zhou Qing, a gentle smile gracing her features, perfectly aligned with her current identity, and softly inquired, "Senior brother Zhou, why have you chosen to share this with me?" "Huh? This seems to differ somewhat from what I had anticipated." Zhou Qing gazed at Chu Huairou, sensing that something was amiss, yet he still managed to display an expression of bashfulness as he stammered. "Well, actually, junior sister Chu, from the very first moment I laid eyes on you, I found you exceptionally captivating. Thus, I wish to conceal nothing from you. Is that truly the case?" Chu Huairou chuckled softly. "Indeed, it is." Zhou Qing swallowed hard, suddenly aware of a perilous allure emanating from Chu Huairou, akin to the captivating yet treacherous scent of a poppy flower. This realization imbued his words with an unexpected sincerity. "But what if someone bullies me? What should I do?" Who is bullying you? You can't possibly be asking me to confront them, given my status as a mere novice disciple." "It's senior sister, Chen Lingxi." Zhou Qing exhaled in relief. It was merely the girl who had entered the sect alongside him. He recalled her appearance vividly. Recognizing her as just a body refinement practitioner, someone he believed he could easily handle. Just as he was about to boast, he noticed that Chu Huairou had already turned to leave. He couldn't help but shake his head, amusedly pondering, is she shy? It seems, as per the intelligence reports, that Chu Huairou is indeed a naive young girl, and the dangerous sensation I felt must have been nothing but an illusion. The position of the holy son of the heavenly demon sect appears destined for me alone. Chapter 58. The Rising Moon Over the Sea. A few days later, the incident involving the Huichun pool gradually subsided, and Lingjian Peak returned to its former tranquility. Chen Anyun was well aware that Zhou Qing was behind this mischief, intending to frame him in front of his junior sister. In his previous life, that fellow had indulged in such antics frequently. However, he had no intention of exposing him. It was akin to being offended by a terminal cancer patient whose malignancy had already spread extensively. At such a moment, one tends to exhibit a remarkable magnanimity. As for that brother, sigh, let him live another day. As long as he doesn't foolishly provoke Chen Lingxi, he should still manage to witness a few sunrises at Lingjian Peak. After all, with Chu Huairou's current cultivation level, any confrontation would necessitate a careful consideration of his persona's integrity. Chen Lingxi, on the other hand, was likely not far from the realm of longevity. After consulting with the system, he had devised a valid reason for embarking on journey. Presently, Chen Anyun's outward cultivation level was at the pinnacle of the Tongxin realm, merely a step away from the Guiyuan realm. As Lingjian Peak was a sect devoted to sword cultivation, it was only natural that upon entering the Guiyuan realm, one would seek to forge a more formidable flying sword. To achieve this, the acquisition of rare heavenly materials and earthly treasures was essential. During this period in his previous life, Li Wuji had gone missing, burdening Chen Anyun with the entire weight of Lingjian Peak, leaving him utterly exhausted. Now that Li Wuji had returned, it was only fitting for a sword cultivator on the verge of entering the Guiyuan realm to venture forth in search of suitable materials to craft a flying sword. What? You intend to go to the Endless Sea? Li Wuji inquired with some astonishment. Among sword cultivators, even the most doting of masters would refrain from assisting their disciples in forging flying swords, for the quest for materials is, in itself, a form of tempering for the practitioner. The age-old adage, "A fine sword is forged through hardship," encapsulates this truth. Indeed, master, for the flying sword I am to forge, I still require some water-repelling gold, a material only produced in the Endless Sea. Thus, a visit is imperative. Very well. How long do you anticipate being away? Not less than a month, but potentially several months, Chen Anyun replied, providing a time frame that was not excessively lengthy. After all, the treasure hunt was merely a pretext. What he truly needed was a justifiable reason to bring the puppet back to the sect. However, there was another significant reason for his journey to the Endless Sea that he could not divulge to Li Wuji. Yet it was not lost on the system. Host, you have chosen to go to the Endless Sea to also eliminate that toad demon, correct? Precisely. Although it will be a few years before that creature emerges. I find myself with idle time, so I might as well perform a good deed. The system emitted a distinctly human-like chuckle. How considerate, host. Even in the face of a being poised to devour your beloved, you choose to journey thousands of miles to alleviate her impending crisis. No, you misunderstand. I am merely resolving future complications for myself, Chen Anyun clarified in response to the system's teasing. Moreover, that situation was not her fault. She had no other options at that time. My current actions are merely to provide her with an additional choice in this lifetime, a means to achieve a sense of closure. After bidding farewell to Li Wuji, Chen Anyun stepped onto his flying sword and soared towards the east. He did not conceal his quest for sword-forging materials and had already taken leave of his fellow disciples at Lingjian Peak. Thus, despite their reluctance, both Chu Huairou and Chen Lingxi could only watch him depart with lingering feelings of sadness. In contrast, Zhou Qing displayed an exuberant demeanor, hoping that he would return safe and sound. As the flying sword journeyed eastward, within a mere 3 days, it traversed 3 continents. At last, an expansive ocean unfolded before his eyes. It was dusk, and the sun was gradually retreating, relinquishing its final rays. The warm air began to turn cool, while a gentle breeze swept across the vast waters. The solitary figure on the sword appeared particularly lonesome, akin to a single leaf adrift on the ocean's surface. As twilight deepened, suddenly, a resplendent, golden-hued full moon ascended from the sea. It resembled a luminous mirror, devoid of blinding brilliance. Yet it tinted a corner of the azure sky with a peach blossom hue. Such a magnificent sight compelled even Chen Anyun to halt his flying sword, hovering in midair. As the grand orb rose higher, it diminished in size, its crimson tint fading, ultimately transforming into a bright moon suspended amidst the celestial river. Chen Anyun reclined upon his flying sword, gazing at the luminous moon above, allowing the sword to drift upon the ocean. Once upon a time, he had been in a similar position, beholding the same scenery, adrift at sea. As memories flooded back, a smile unconsciously graced Chen Anyun's lips. However, upon noticing the faint mist rapidly enveloping the waters, he realized he had found what he sought. The layers of mist upon the sea surface originated from the amphibious spirit that claimed to be the sea god, possessing a half-step celestial being's power. This time, the magical fog appeared denser than before. Could it be that this entity was to emerge prematurely in this lifetime? Not far from this location, on a nearby island, A beautiful maiden clad in white gazed anxiously at the mist rolling over the sea. When she lifted her gaze to the full moon above, her expression momentarily froze, and she became entranced. The moon rose above the sea, a moment shared across distant shores. In the face of such breathtaking beauty, she found herself rendered speechless, as the pain within her heart surged once more. Anyun, in this new life, where are you now? Yet if fate allows, I wish that you would not be so foolish this time, that you would not become enamored with the moonlit beauty upon the sea, nor find yourself here. She fervently prayed. Then, akin to the countless years that had passed since their last life, she could not help but reflect on the day they first met, and the memory of her gentle self, who would snuggle against him with a warm smile. Chapter 59. The Bright Moon Over the Sea, 2. The Sea Tribe. An emergent and formidable race that has flourished for nearly 3 millennia, has recently seen its influence wane in the endless sea. This decline is attributed to the current queen, Li Xueqing, who, in harmony with her childhood companion, Wang Fu Yunsheng, has chosen not to take male consorts, wishing instead for a singular, exclusive union. Consequently, the royal lineage has dwindled. Despite the couple's earnest efforts, the sole heir remains the princess, Li Susu. As a member of the royal family, Li Susu's education has been pursued with unwavering dedication. The finest scholars and experts have been engaged to instruct her in both cultivation and governance, with the hope that she may one day ascend as the new queen of the Sea Tribe. Regrettably, Li Susu has not inherited her mother's formidable talents, particularly in the realm of cultivation, where she pales in comparison to even the ordinary members of her race. Initially, Li Susu devoted herself to her studies and training. However, after enduring several instances of her master's disappointment and overhearing conversations between them and her mother, she eventually succumbed to apathy. Not only did she cease her earnest efforts, but she also embarked on a series of mischievous escapades. She would stealthily replace her master's spiritual tea with seahorse urine when her master was distracted. She would hide the clothes of her bathing maids, watching from the shadows as they frantically searched for their garments. At first, Li Xueqing attempted to reason with her daughter, but each time Li Susu complied, she would only escalate her mischief in the future. Whenever Li Xueqing would grasp the riding crop, prepared to administer a stern reprimand, she would ultimately relent under the weight of her husband's heartfelt pleas and their daughter's tearful, innocent gaze. Thus, the situation would remain unresolved, until one fateful day, when Li Xueqing witnessed her daughter holding a helpless young beast underwater, watching it struggle desperately for breath while smiling innocently and clapping her hands in delight. At that moment, Li Xueqing could no longer tolerate her daughter's cruelty. The young beast had been procured from the mainland to alleviate Li Susu's loneliness, as she had no siblings. Following a fierce argument between the couple, a group of exceptionally gifted and handsome young men from the Sea Tribe was discreetly selected and summoned to the palace. 6 years passed. This is not just any new maid. This is your sister, your biological sister, born of the same mother. The gentle voice of her mother, the look of humiliation on her father's face, and the timid gaze of the girl beside her formed the entirety of 11-year-old Li Susu's first encounter with 5-year-old Li Sengyin. Your sister was taken away when she was very young, and we have only just managed to bring her back. She has not had a good life, and since you are a good child, you must be kind and get along well with her. All right, I'm a good child, and I will certainly treat my sister well. Since that incident 5 years ago, Mother has not arranged for a new master to guide her in cultivation and learning. Instead, she often takes her out to stroll and enjoy life. Aside from that, all the expenses within the palace remain unchanged. And Li Susu has lived a life adored by many for 6 years. The unhappy memories of her childhood have gradually faded from her mind, and over the years, Li Susu not only has blossomed into a beautiful young woman, but has also begun to embody her mother's gentle demeanor. Thus, she readily accepted this sudden sister. Moreover, this sister is remarkably beautiful, resembling a little princess with her delicate features and her mother's silky white hair, which fills Li Susu with envy, as her own hair is a light gray, inherited from her father. Certainly, being her sister, it would not be incorrect to refer to her as a princess. However, There is a hint of timidity in her sister's crimson eyes, as if she fears everything around her. Consequently, Li Susu's mind began to wander, contemplating that her biological sister, during the time she was taken away, must not have had a pleasant experience. Could she have been bullied? Instinctively, as an elder sister, she thought, "No one dares to bully my sister, Li Susu." Thus, she thumped her still undeveloped little chest and proclaimed loudly to Li Sangyin from now on, "You are my sister, Li Susu. No one will dare to bully you again." Faced with the kindness radiating from this sister she had just met, Li Sangyin, filled with fear, suddenly felt a warmth envelop her. And so, the two became sisters. They dined together, slept side by side, played together, and eventually practiced cultivation together. In the beginning, their bond deepened, especially as Li Sangyin, being obedient and docile, often evoked a protective instinct in Li Susu. They began to share their troubles and whispered secrets known only to sisters. However, a rift soon emerged between them. When Li Susu turned 12, her sister, having cultivated for merely a year, surpassed her, achieving the pinnacle of body refinement. By the time Li Susu reached 14, her sister, with just 3 years of training, broke through to the realm of manipulation. When their master, grinning with pride, congratulated their mother on her sister's accomplishments, Li Susu, still at the peak of body refinement, widened her eyes in disbelief. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Cultivation is such a challenging endeavor. Why is she advancing so swiftly? No, no, no. It must be because I have been too absorbed in pleasure and have not paid attention to my teacher's words. If I focus, I too can quickly reach the realm of manipulation. I will certainly strive to improve, the young girl vowed within her heart, quickly accepting the reality of her sister's superior talent, determined never to be a burden needing protection from her sister. With an unprecedented fervor, she began to cultivate vigorously. And then, she reached the pinnacle of body refinement. The master smiled and praised Li Susu in front of her mother, remarking that the grand princess had finally begun to dedicate herself to her cultivation, making remarkable progress over the past year. At such an age, a young girl's vanity is easily appeased. The master's commendation and the look of satisfaction on her mother's face caused her eyes to narrow into charming crescents, her lips curling into a radiant smile. Of course, as the elder sister, it was impossible for me to lag far behind my younger sibling. After all, my sister is the most extraordinary prodigy. The young girl embraced her sister's shoulders with one arm, beaming as if cradling a precious treasure. Over the years spent together, she had truly come to regard Li Sangyin as her sister, taking pride in her accomplishments. However, another year passed. How could this be? I can distinctly sense the threshold of the door to the realm of objects. Yet no matter how hard I try, I simply cannot push it open. Why? Li Sangyin's cultivation had already reached the realm of profound understanding, and she began to stand out in various competitions among the younger generation of the Sea clan. Whenever Li Susu sneaked out to play, she would invariably overhear the heartfelt praise of ordinary Sea clan members for her sister. At such moments, she would fervently encourage herself. Li Susu, do not give up. You can do it. Since you have already glimpsed that door, you will surely be able to open it. Until one day, when she inadvertently overheard the master praising her in front of her mother. The grand princess is becoming increasingly diligent in her cultivation. It seems her earlier mischief was not innate, but merely a sign of her late maturity. Just as a smile began to grace her face, eager to surprise her mother, she heard the master continue. If she persists, it is not impossible for the grand princess to reach the realm of profound understanding before the age of 40. Perhaps she might even touch the threshold of the realm of returning to origin. Alas, the second princess? Her talent is exceptional. Not only does she have a promising longevity ahead, but she even possesses the grace of a celestial being. Chapter 60. The Moonlight Over the Sea 3. In truth, when Li Sangyin was 5 years old, it was not her first encounter with Li Susu. Ever since she became aware of her surroundings, she could always catch glimpses of Li Susu frolicking freely within the palace grounds from the window of her tower. She witnessed Li Susu joyfully playing with her mother and an unfamiliar man. Amidst her envy, the maid, Changgu, informed her that the man was her father. Their mother, believing she had committed a grave injustice against him, had sacrificed her own freedom in hopes of earning his forgiveness. For it was only when he absolved her that she could escape the tower and reunite with them, restoring their family. Though she was precocious for her age, the young girl could not comprehend why her mother had wronged their father, nor why she would pay such a steep price for forgiveness. Nevertheless, she waited with bated breath. Finally, at the tender age of 5, she was brought out of the tower, and under her mother's expectant gaze, she timidly called out to the man, "Father." However, he merely cast a fleeting glance in her direction and coldly uttered the words, "Bastard," before turning away. Despite the chilling demeanor, her mother's relief was palpable, a smile blooming on her face. Subsequently, her mother led her to meet Li Susu. "This is not just a new maid. She is your sister, your true sister, born of the same mother." Although anxiety and trepidation filled her heart, Li Sengyin had no desire to return to the confines of the tower. Thus, encouraged by her mother's gaze, she approached Li Susu. To her surprise, the outcome was far more favorable than she had anticipated. "From now on, you shall be my sister, Li Susu. No one shall ever dare to bully you again." Li Susu's commanding declaration left an indelible mark upon Li Sengyin's heart, as an unprecedented warmth coursed through her veins. In that moment, she truly felt she had found a genuine family, embodied in her sister. As the bond between the two sisters deepened over time, the disparities between them became increasingly pronounced as they grew older. No matter the training technique or magical formula, Li Sengyin mastered them with ease, while her sister often struggled and toiled for prolonged periods. Initially, she was delighted to keep pace with her sister's progress. Yet, as a decade passed in the blink of an eye, she turned back and found that she could no longer see her sister's shadow. At some point, the palace denizens began to value her opinions and perspectives more than ever. Both her mother and her master directed their attention toward her. She could sense that her sister was working diligently, yet talent proved to be a cruel and lamentable force. Fortuitously, despite these challenges, the bond between the sisters appeared to remain as intimate as ever, seemingly impervious to any adverse effects, until the day when discussions of the heir to the throne arose. The eldest princess, in her current state, must surely be the future queen of the sea. Don't you agree, dear second princess? The second princess is indeed a peerless prodigy. It is said that she has begun to strive for the late stage of the transcendence realm, while the elder princess appears to have lingered in the body refinement realm for many years. In the vast ocean, strength reigns supreme, and I shall unwaveringly support the second princess. Moreover, even at banquets where the sea tribe mingles with other clans, our mother often brings her along to engage in dialogue and competition with the young talents of other races. Yet as for my sister, she has never even received an invitation to such gatherings. In truth, Li Sengyin harbored no desire to ascend as the ruler of the sea tribe. She believed it would be fitting for her elder sister to inherit the title, provided she was strong enough, as long as she remained steadfastly by her sister's side. Offering support, she could still contribute to the orderly governance of the sea tribe. She confided her thoughts to her mother, who, astonished, replied earnestly, "Then, Sengyin, you must continue to grow stronger until your voice resonates throughout the entire sea tribe. Whomever you deem worthy to be the ruler shall indeed become the ruler." From that day forth, Li Sengyin dedicated herself to her cultivation with even greater fervor. Even when her sister occasionally invited her to play, she frequently declined, choosing to focus on her training instead. Then one day, calamity struck. Her room was ransacked. Her garments lay in tatters. Everyday belongings were strewn about chaotically, and even cherished mementos were shattered into fragments. Strangely enough, someone had dared to commit theft within the royal palace, leaving the second princess's chamber in utter disarray. Saddened, Li Sengyin began to tidy her room, for it held many memories of her and her sister. At that moment, she failed to notice her mother's sorrowful gaze and her sister's calm demeanor. Subsequently, the small tree they had planted together was reduced to ashes by fire, and the spirit beast they had nurtured was discovered drowned in the palace pond. Angrily, she chastised the maidservants for their negligence, yet she could see their fearful expressions. Li Sengyin sensed that something had subtly shifted. She was no fool. The maidservant's hesitations and her mother's resigned look had long led her to the truth, one she was reluctant to accept, until one day, her sister invited her to meet at the edge of a sea cliff. She thought it was time for a heartfelt discussion. She intended to convey to her sister that she held no aspirations for the position of heir, as long as her sister was willing. She could continue to support her in becoming the new ruler of the sea tribe. Beneath the setting sun, the two sisters finally removed the masks they had unknowingly worn, revealing their truest selves. This marked the first argument between the sisters in over 20 years. "Sister, why must you do this?" "Why? Because it brings me comfort and joy. Just like when we were children. In comparison to you, my dear sister, I find myself to be nothing more than a worthless individual. The family is consumed with discussions about your future ascension to the throne, while I, it seems, am destined to become merely a tool for political alliances. So, could you not allow me a moment of freedom?" "Ah, dear sister." Seeing her sister in such a frenzied state left Li Sangyin utterly astonished. "What jest is this? Mother and father have always cared for you above all else. It is I who am regarded as the outsider, merely a vessel for succession." This was her innermost sentiment. Over the years, Mother's preoccupation has solely been with her cultivation, often engaging in delightful conversations with you, while I have been left in the shadows. "Huh, you must be jesting. When I previously hid the maid's garments, or let the young beast gifted by mother drown, they would chastise me, even strike me. Now, they can scarcely be bothered to scold me. Do you know how repugnant it was to see that pitying gaze from mother when she learned of it? Ah, I wish not to recall it. Yet you dare to assert that they care more for me? How utterly ludicrous!" Li Susu spoke with a forlorn gaze. "Do you recall the spirit beast we raised together? When I held it beneath the water, it struggled fiercely, yet it refused to harm me with its claws, even as I sought its life. How amusing it was, and gradually it ceased to resist." "Li Susu, have you lost your mind? I have no interest in the so-called Sea Kingdom. If you desire it, take it. Such audacity you possess. It is you, your very presence, that has stolen Mother's affection from me, robbed me of everything. I loathe you. Thief! Thief!" In a sudden frenzy, Li Susu dashed towards the cliff's edge. "Sister, what are you doing?" Li Sangyin exclaimed, rushing to embrace her. In that moment, pain surged through her abdomen, and her strength and essence began to drain swiftly from the wound. Yet, she clung to Li Susu, exerting every ounce of her power to reverse their positions. "Look at you, just like that spirit beast. Even as I seek your demise, you wish to protect me." Tears streamed down Li Susu's face, her expression wild, and then she pushed with all her might. "Huh, this is for the best." Li Sangyin plummeted from the cliff. In midair, their eyes met. There was fear in her sister's gaze, a clarity of reason that had suddenly emerged, an expression of helplessness, confusion, and regret. Yet beneath those eyes lay a profound weariness and a sense of release. "Ah, so my sister has borne such exhaustion? Then I entrust you to Mother." "Sister." Li Sangyin succumbed entirely to the loss of her will to struggle. Chapter 61. The moon rising over the sea, for the relentless sound of crashing waves echoed around Li Sangyin. "Am I not dead?" A searing pain radiated from her waist, jolting her muddled mind into a semblance of awareness. She opened her eyes, only to be pierced by the harsh sunlight, causing her to instinctively raise her hand for protection, only to realize she had lost sensation in her limbs. What were my hands? The terror of losing a body part swiftly eclipsed her sensitivity to the sunlight. With great effort, Li Sangyin attempted to rise, but the intense pain in her waist forced her back down, eliciting a pained sound from her lips. Then she saw it, the face of a young man reflected in her eyes from above. "Are you awake?" Despite Chen Anyun's best efforts to wear a gentle smile, the girl, now completely devoid of control over her body, instinctively cast a wary gaze upon him. "Who are you? Do you remember what happened?" Chen Anyun asked curiously, for the girl before him was extraordinarily beautiful and bore such severe injuries that he found himself intrigued by her plight. In Li Sangyin's mind, the memories began to resurface, prompted by Chen Anyun's words, everything that had transpired before, including the last glance of her sister. "I'm sorry, I've forgotten." A twinge of pain flickered in her heart, yet she responded to Chen Anyun reluctant to share her ordeal with a stranger, even one who may have just saved her. Wait, it seems I've been rescued. The realization dawned on her, and she sheepishly lowered her guard. Did you save me? Quite evidently. Chen Anyun nodded with a sense of assurance. Who are you? And where is this place? Li Sangyin inquired, feeling the firm surface beneath her. As for me, I am Chen Anyun, and this place. Rising to his feet, Chen Anyun proudly turned in a circle and then stepped upon the vessel beneath them, which could better be described as a broad raft than a ship. This is my territory. You may also refer to it as the Black Pearl. The Black Pearl? That is quite a fine name. With some effort, Li Singyin turned her head, enduring the pain in her waist as she surveyed her surroundings. No wonder she had felt cold. The wind was indeed unrelenting. Gazing at the so-called Black Pearl, despite her dire physical condition, a faint smile crept upon her face. Had it not been for her physique as a cultivator, the incessant sea breeze might very well have claimed her life. It was then she noticed that her arms were tightly wrapped in layers of cloth, with wooden planks secured within. No wonder she had been unable to move earlier. At that moment, Chen Anyun explained, both of your hands have been broken, and I had to sacrifice the flag of the Black Pearl, along with several precious deck planks, to ensure your safety. Regarding your injuries, I apologize, but at this moment, I am powerless to assist you. However, given your appearance, it seems you are not of ordinary stature. If your home is not too far, I could perhaps find a way to escort you back. Home. The image of my sister resurfaced in Li Songyin's mind. She shook her head, revealing a sorrowful smile. I no longer have a home. Is that so? Chen Anyun displayed a perplexed expression. If you have quarreled with your family, I personally suggest that you concede sooner rather than later. For this sea region harbors certain aquatic tribes. With your beauty, should you inadvertently fall into their clutches, while being captured, I might become pregnant. Li Sangyin could scarcely have anticipated such a conclusion from Chen Anyun. Then, she quickly grasped the implication, her cheeks flushing crimson. Scoundrel! Do not underestimate human nature. Even with a modicum of cultivation, in your current state, how can you possibly resist? Observing the youth who, despite his somewhat reckless words, was earnestly advising her to return, the girl pursed her lips and suddenly proposed a compromise. Why not let you take care of me for a while? Me? Chen Anyun was taken aback, then shook his head. As you can see, due to something shameful given to me by a certain individual, my true essence is now devoted to suppressing that chaos, rendering me little more than an ordinary body refining practitioner. It matters not. I can provide you with spirit stones. Did you not comprehend? I'm speaking of the many aquatic tribes that frequent this area. 10,000 high-grade spirit stones. This is not merely a matter of spirit stones. 50,000. Do you truly believe I am such a person? 100,000. You have an astute eye. Chen Anyun sighed, realizing it was not solely about the spirit stones. He perceived that this young girl seemed to have experienced a profound rift with her family, genuinely reluctant to return. If those aquatic tribes were to capture her, the prospect of pregnancy was no trivial matter. Coupled with her injuries, it could be said that every family has its own set of difficulties. Very well, let us proceed. We shall return to the base first. Given your condition, you will likely require a wheelchair. Chen Anyun maneuvered the wooden paddle in his hand. Chapter 62. The Bright Moon Over the Sea 5 is this. What they call a base. Li Singyin stared in astonishment at the circular reef before her, which measured no more than 10 meters in diameter. Don't you feel a sense of security parking the Black Pearl in the middle of the reef? Chen Anyun replied proudly, as he maneuvered the wooden raft to the makeshift dock constructed from planks and stones. How foolish of me, truly. Despite the presence of the illustrious Black Pearl, I still harbored illusions about his so-called base. The girl chuckled wryly. Fortunately, there was a semicircle of houses surrounding the dock, with gaps on either side thoughtfully covered by cloth, ensuring at least a semblance of protection from the wind. Once Chen Anyun secured the raft, he approached Li Sangyin. What are you doing, Before the girl could finish her sentence, she found herself unceremoniously swept off her feet. Rude. Scoundrel. Put me down. Feeling the heat radiating from her thighs and nape, Li Sangyin struggled, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Are you sure? Chen Anyun gazed into her eyes. Shall I really let go? Will you walk over by yourself? Lee Sang-yin hesitated, letting out a small, cat-like sound, before sulkily turning her head away. Only then could Chen Anyun successfully carry her into the house. In stark contrast to the dilapidated and precarious scene outside, the interior of this dwelling could only be described as a hidden paradise. As Lee Sang-yin crossed the threshold, her eyes widened in surprise. To fend off the rain, the roof was surprisingly covered by an enormous shell, which shimmered with a delicate luster, resembling an exquisite piece of art, utterly breathtaking. Her gaze then involuntarily drifted towards the wooden bed, which not only was immaculately clean, but also adorned with a layer of what appeared to be soft and comfortable bedding. Chen Anyun gently placed Lee Sang-yin on the bed. He then seated himself beside her, meticulously beginning to remove the splints from her arms. His fingers were nimble and precise, each movement executed with utmost care. Before long, as the last splint was removed, the girl's pale, jade-like arms were finally revealed. It was undeniable that once cultivators underwent the tempering of their bodies, their physical prowess far surpassed that of ordinary mortals. Despite the fact that only a day had passed since her injury, Lee Sang-yin's hands appeared to be in pristine condition. However, to regain complete freedom of movement, she would likely require another couple of days for proper recovery. Seizing the moment, Lee Sang-yin gently rotated her wrists, attempting to alleviate the stiffness caused by prolonged immobilization. Meanwhile, she curiously surveyed her surroundings, scrutinizing the arrangement of the furnishings within the room. Regrettably, aside from the bed beneath her and a table placed nearby, there were no other superfluous pieces of furniture to be found. Moreover, even the decorative items were limited to a solitary empty seashell resting on the table. Though she had never received much affection from her parents since childhood, as the second princess of a sea clan, she had never found herself in such a rudimentary setting. "What are you doing with that conch shell on the table?" Chen Anyun remarked with a hint of irritation. "That is no ordinary conch shell. It is a phonograph I crafted based on a principle from my hometown." "A phonograph? What purpose does it serve?" Lee Sang-yin inquired, suddenly intrigued by Chen Anyun's background. "You must not be a member of the Sea Clan, are you? How did you end up in this boundless ocean?" "A phonograph, of course, serves to record sounds." "And how do you know I am not of the Sea Clan?" Chen Anyun responded. "Typically, homes of the Sea Clan display the totems of their ancestors." "Ah, I see." Chen Anyun nodded, candidly admitting, "Indeed, I am not of the Sea Clan. I found my way here after emerging from a small world, and at that moment, I was rather hungry. A scoundrel offered me a fruit shaped like a conch, claiming it would grant me strength. However, after consuming it, the fruit proved indigestible, leaving me in a perpetual state of potential explosion, which compelled me to suppress it with all my true essence, thus trapping me here. A fruit shaped like a conch." Lee Sang-yin's expression shifted to one of astonishment. "You must be referring to the sacred fruit of the Sea Clan, the great conch, right? That fruit ripens once every 500 years, and only one is produced each time. Do you know where the most recent one has ripened? Could it possibly be in your home?" Observing the girl's triumphant demeanor, Chen Anyun adeptly played the role of the supporting character. The girl cast him a look of teachability. No wonder she casually spent 100,000 spirit stones. Chen Anyun mused. She was indeed a wealthy individual. Lee Sang-yin patted Chen Anyun on the shoulder. "Do not worry. Even if your cultivation is low, I shall not mock you for my sister." Her voice abruptly halted. "What about your sister?" "Forgive me. It is nothing." The smile on her face faded suddenly, and even though Chen Anyun was not one to dwell on others' thoughts, he sensed something amiss. The two fell into silence for a moment until Chen Anyun broke the stillness. "Shall I assist you with the wound on your waist first?" "That would be good." Lee Sang-yin raplia, sakreli raliava. Then she heard Chen Anyun say, "Well then, you should take off your clothes. Will it be you or me?" "W what? You want me to undress?" Lee Sang-yin exclaimed, hands clasped over her chest, her face a picture of shock. "Otherwise, how can I apply medicine to your wound through your clothes?" "Then you mustn't peek." "All right, I shall close my eyes." "No, wait. How can I do that? I won't be able to see." "You close your eyes, and I will guide you." Subsequently, to the left. To the left, Chen Anyun pressed down, and a soft, smooth surface met his hand. "Ah, scoundrel! Where are you touching?" "That is my left side, not yours." Oh. I understand now. Lower, a bit lower." "Shameless! Where are you reaching?" Your upper side is indeed my lower. No, rather the upper side. I apologize for the confusion. After Chen Anyun administered the medication, he opened his eyes to find both of them breathless and fatigued. To be honest, if one were to open their eyes during the application of the medicine, even if they could see a little, it would be inconsequential, perhaps just reciting the heart-calming mantra once. However, the manner in which the medicine was applied just now, even with her eyes covered, Chen Anyun felt he could recite the heart-calming mantra backwards. It was time to face the other side. This time, I shall keep my eyes open. Why? I fear the nourishment may be insufficient. Lee Sang-yin's face flushed a deep crimson as she buried her head in the pillow. Scoundrel, she murmured in a barely audible voice. Once the medication was fully applied, Chen Anyun removed Lee Sang-yin's shoes and socks, inevitably brushing against her delicate skin. This time, she merely let out a muffled sound, remaining silent. No longer shy, Chen Anyun remarked in surprise. Lee Sang-yin shot him a glance, resignedly stating, "You've already seen everything and touched everything. What significance is there in discussing it now?" Fair point. Chen Anyun silently applauded the girl's magnanimity, gently laying her flat on the bed and thoughtfully covering her with a blanket. "Where are you going?" As Chen Anyun started to leave the room, Lee Sang-yin couldn't help but inquire. Chen Anyun chuckled. "Am I to leave? Shall I sleep in the same room as you?" Lee Sang-yin curled herself up in the blanket, revealing only her small face. She had taken a brief look earlier, although there were 2 other rooms in the coral reef. They were cluttered with debris, clearly uninhabitable. If she occupied his bed, where would he sleep at night? "Perhaps you should sleep on the floor?" she tentatively suggested. "Never mind. I would rather sleep on my black pearl." Unappreciative. Yes. Chen Anyun replied dismissively while gently closing the door behind him. Then, when the entire room descended into darkness, Lee Sang-yin closed her eyes but found herself unable to sleep. Her sister's final gaze lingered in her mind like a nightmare, and a sudden wave of inexplicable fear welled up within her. She quickly called out, "Hey, what's the matter?" Came Chen Anyun's voice from outside, laden with a yawn. The girl felt a bit reassured. She opened her mouth but could not bring herself to utter the words afraid of the dark. After a prolonged silence, she stammered, "I just called you. What if you abandon me and run away? I have paid for this. Rest assured, I am a person of my word." "Then, sing a song for me," Lee Sang-yin said unexpectedly, as if compelled by some unseen force. I have paid for you to take care of me. Is it so wrong for me to want to hear someone sing?" The girl's cheeks turned crimson. She had never been so capricious in her life, feeling utterly insane. Outside, Chen Anyun fell silent. After a moment, the girl's heart felt an unexpected emptiness, overwhelmed by an indescribable disappointment. Then a deep voice, accompanied by a somewhat desolate melody, suddenly resonated from outside the door. "The sky is vast, and upon the completion of great deeds, I traverse the cold river. The night is boundless, and the moon's reflection in my cup mocks the absurdity of it all. Who grants me the freedom to ride the rivers and lakes, venturing forth in all directions? Who, intoxicated, wanders the ends of the earth, awakening from dreams to find no trace of home? Beneath the western ridge, the chilling autumn rain kisses my window. Let others despise and slander. It matters not, for melancholy is a form of wildness. The spring breeze caresses the verdant banks of the southern river, yet cannot warm the frost within the human heart. Unexpectedly, is that not our light? Meeting too late is fortunate still. Let us no longer squander the blossoms of the seasons. I shall exchange the ancient path, the western wind, and the lean horse for quaint bridges and flowing waters where families reside. Across vast mountains and rivers, countless lamps flicker. The past is like smoke, washed away by the tides of time. Let us brew wine and tea, sharing the frost and snow of our lives. Lee Sang-yin had never heard such a song, yet she still sensed the sorrowful essence within its melody. Was it true that he too had a home to which he could not return? The young girl pondered this, yet inexplicably found solace in her heart, gradually drifting into slumber. Chapter 63. The bright moon over the sea. 6. Lee Sang-yin awoke only after the sun had risen high in the sky. As the princess of the sea tribe, who bore the weight of her family's expectations, Her mother had always enforced strict discipline upon her, instilling in her the habit of rising at the crack of dawn. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to her, the humble cot in this small abode seemed to possess a peculiar enchantment, making her reluctant to leave its warmth. Even in her semi-conscious state, curled up beneath the covers, the rhythmic crashing of the waves outside and the occasional chill that drifted in through the window made her succumb once more to drowsiness. A flicker of self-satisfaction arose within her, thinking that she was no longer a princess. Suddenly, the curtains were yanked open. The dim room was instantly flooded with light. The briny sea breeze swept through the space with an invigorating chill, banishing her lingering sleepiness in an instant. At that moment, a pair of crimson eyes, tinged with irritation, met the smiling dark gaze of a young man. The weather today was splendid. Chen Anyun, supporting a newly crafted yet rather rudimentary wheelchair, radiated vitality as he cheerfully extended an invitation to the somewhat grumpy maiden. "Boss, shall we go fishing together?" "Huh." The black pearl floated serenely upon the tranquil sea, gently rising and falling in rhythm with the waves. Lee Sang-yin found her wheelchair thoughtfully secured at the center of a wooden raft. As she gazed out, the vast, boundless ocean stretched to the horizon, merging seamlessly with the endless azure sky. The gentle sea breeze caressed her cheeks like a tender hand, bringing with it the unique salty scent of the ocean, invigorating her spirit. The sun hung like a colossal fireball, continuously radiating warmth and dazzling light, casting golden reflections upon the water's surface, creating a shimmering tapestry of light. Chen Anyun meticulously tended to the somewhat tattered fishing net on a raft, his movements deft and practiced. His lustrous black hair cascaded down his back like a waterfall, casually gathered with a simple piece of twine, adding an air of carefree nonchalance to his appearance. Clad in a coarse linen garment, speckled with salt and water stains from the sea, and wearing straw sandals, he resembled a seasoned fisherman, devoid of the ethereal aura one might expect from a practitioner of the mystic arts. The sunlight cast uneven shadows across his chiseled features, enhancing his already striking visage with a depth and dimension that was captivating. Lee Sang-yin couldn't help but silently marvel. This fellow is rather handsome. Among the sea tribe, most men were robust and rugged in appearance, with features that were bold and unrefined. Even those like her father, who boasted a somewhat refined countenance, were rare beauties in their own right. However, when compared to Chen Anyun, they paled in comparison. After watching him for a while, without his noticing, Lee Sang-yin felt her cheeks flush and her heart race, unable to suppress a contented smile, as she momentarily lost herself in thought. A massive tuna was deftly flung onto the wooden raft by Chen Anyun. Countless splashes erupted around them as the fish thrashed about. It was only then that Lee Sang-yin regained her composure. She bent down with delight, dodging the fish's wild movements as she assisted Chen Anyun in steadying its rapidly thrashing tail. By the time the fish calmed down, half of the young girl's attire was drenched, with a few strands of wet hair cascading onto her forehead. After 2 decades, she experienced a rare sense of ease. No contemplation of the martial arts she must practice tomorrow, no need to cater to her father's indifference, and no concern over the matter of succession. All that was required was to revel in joy. As they returned, night had already fallen. Chen Anyun and Lee Sang-yin sat side by side at the edge of the raft, a colossal tuna amusingly occupying half of their space behind them. Unlike the daylight scenery, the vast ocean now resembled a magnificent expanse of deep blue satin. A gentle breeze caressed the surface, creating ripples that sparkled like countless brilliant diamonds embedded within. Then, before the pair, a resplendent full moon began to rise slowly. Initially, it appeared as a faint yellow halo, shyly emerging from the horizon. As time passed, it ascended higher, growing increasingly luminous until the entire orb was distinctly visible. The silvery moonlight cascaded like delicate gauze upon the sea, enveloping the tranquil waters in a gentle radiance. Gradually, the moon rose higher, ultimately hanging solitary in the sky, surrounded by a myriad of twinkling stars, forming a dreamlike tableau. The moon rose over the ocean. What an enchanting sight it was! The moonlight reflected in Li Songyin's eyes, and she had never imagined that her life would afford her such a breathtaking moment. She slightly turned her head, stealing a glance at the young man beside her, who was similarly gazing skyward. Who could he be, she wondered? Was their encounter a reality, or merely a figment of a dream? Chapter 64. The bright moon over the sea. 7. Time flies like an arrow. Unbeknownst to them, the two had cohabited in this humble abode for several months. During the day, they ventured out to sea together to fish, occasionally unearthing various debris that had drifted in from unknown origins. As evening approached, under the eager gaze of the young girl, Chen Anyun always showcased his culinary skills, mastering the art of steaming, frying, boiling, and roasting, transforming the day's catch into an array of delectable dishes. Li Songyin's external injuries had mostly healed, yet, regrettably, the wound on her waist was inflicted by an insidiously malevolent artifact, making a swift recovery implausible. Thus, she spent a significant portion of each day confined to a wheelchair. Fortunately, although of noble birth, the young girl possessed considerable ingenuity. The items she salvaged under her deft hands often revealed an artistic value far surpassing their original forms. Consequently, while the interior of their abode remained quite modest, it was a stark contrast to the state it had been in just months prior. Alas, it seemed that all of Li Songyin's talents were directed towards this artistic endeavor, as when she attempted to emulate Chen Anyun and prepare dinner herself. She carelessly dropped the wet fish directly into the scalding frying pan. Amidst the splattering hot oil, she felt a searing pain on her skin and, in a moment of panic, mistook it for an enemy attack. In her startled state, she unsheathed her sword before Chen Anyun could utter a word of caution, and in a single stroke, she reduced their only iron pot to mere scrap. Moreover, her excessive exertion caused her to twist her waist injury, resulting in a painful tumble from her wheelchair. Ultimately, this culminated in a tragic tableau, a beautiful girl with silvery hair and crimson eyes, shrieking in despair while crawling pitifully across a floor smeared with a mixture of oil and filthy water. Nearby, a half-burnt fish lay on the ground, its white eyes coldly observing the calamity. In summary, the quality of their dinners plummeted in the ensuing days. "I shall never cook again," Li Songyin declared vehemently, while Chen Anyun meticulously bandaged her wound. "Do not laugh," she admonished. Chen Anyun refrained from responding, though his trembling muscles betrayed his thoughts. Of course, this was merely a minor incident in their shared life. Recently, while fishing, they unwittingly retrieved a bookshelf from the sea. The volumes within were primarily mundane plays and novels crafted by mortals. After a cursory glance, Chen Anyun found most of the contents rather cliché, save for a play about a female hero vanquishing demons and a tale of a pair of divine healers from a small kingdom, which struck him as oddly familiar. He casually handed the bookshelf to Li Songyin. In the following days, she became utterly engrossed in one particular play from the collection, reading late into the night, even blushing at times. This led Chen Anyun to wonder if he had misjudged the bookshelf. Was there something extraordinary hidden within? What Chen Anyun remained oblivious to was that the script, which captivated Li Songyin, narrated the tale of a wealthy young lady who fell in love with the impoverished scholar. Those cliché plotlines were so familiar to Chen Anyun that she could reconstruct the entire trajectory of the story upon merely glimpsing the title. Yet, the young girl continued to indulge in the narrative with rapt attention. At long last, as the days gradually passed, Li Songyin's injury at her waist had finally healed. It appeared that the period they had agreed upon for care was reaching its conclusion. However, for reasons unknown, neither of them broached the subject. They maintained a tacit understanding, preserving this peculiar relationship without anyone daring to disrupt it. Until one day, while returning from a fishing expedition, a layer of hazy mist suddenly enveloped the Black Pearl. "What is this?" Chen Anyun curiously surveyed the surrounding fog. It was not unusual for fog to arise over the sea. Every spring, the endless ocean often experienced far denser mists than this. Yet, when Chen Anyun reached out to touch it, she felt a subtle essence inexplicably flowing from her body, only to be absorbed by the fog. This mist could absorb essence. Intrigued, she felt a spark of interest. Meanwhile, Li Songyin also recognized the issue. As a princess of a sea tribe, she possessed a far deeper understanding of the endless sea than Chen Anyun. Her expression shifted dramatically, and she exclaimed, "Is this the mist of sorcery?" Mist of sorcery? Chen Anyun assessed the amount of essence she had just lost and shook her head, feeling that this fog hardly warranted such a title. It was not that simple. Li Sangyin discerned Chen Anyun's expression, her elegant brows knitting together. The term mist of sorcery is what the common folk of the sea tribe call it, but it possesses another, less known name, Shinchi. Shinchi? Chen Anyun contemplated these two characters. Indeed, Shinchi, the young girl recounted in her melodious voice. Thousands of years ago, there existed a sea deity in the endless sea. Despite the present governance of the endless sea by the sea tribe alongside many other races, thousands of years ago, all beings, including the sea tribe, were mere servants to the sea deity. The deity was exceedingly cruel, often resorting to beatings, and would even devour servants alive. Though all the tribes harbored resentment, their strength was insufficient to resist the deity's might. Until one day, after returning from an outing, the sea deity inexplicably bore grievous injuries. Seizing this opportunity, the tribes formed an alliance to launch an assault on the wounded deity, hoping to eliminate it and gain their long-sought freedom. At this point, the sparkle in the girl's eyes shimmered, even though she had not witnessed it firsthand. The image of her ancestors uniting against the sea deity thousands of years ago stirred a fervent passion within her. And then, did they vanquish the sea deity? Chen Anyun, not being of the sea tribe, could not empathize, but was nonetheless eager to learn the conclusion of the tale. No, they failed. The young girl smiled wryly. Even when gravely injured, the sea goddess power remains unshaken by a group of long-oppressed servants. In that battle, the elite of various clans suffered heavy casualties, returning in utter defeat. However, the girl regained her spirits and continued. Yet the sea god was not without his own trials. Already wounded, he further aggravated his injuries by forcibly suppressing the clans. Thus, when he saw the clans rallying their people once more, prepared for a desperate fight, the sea god conceded defeat. What? He conceded? Chen Anyun was taken aback by the sea god's unexpected maneuver. Indeed, the sea god swore an oath before the heavens, willing to acknowledge the independence of the clans, relinquishing their status as his servants, albeit insisting that they must still regard him with reverence on the endless sea. Does anyone truly believe this? Chen Anyun laughed. Isn't this merely a stalling tactic? What of servitude? Ultimately, strength reigns supreme. Once he regains his power, even without the title of servant, what difference will it make? Indeed, many of our ancestors have already contemplated this. Li Sangyin sighed, but this is an open scheme. If the sea god were resolutely opposed to the clans, they would undoubtedly unite in solidarity to confront him to the bitter end. Yet, it was precisely because the sea god conceded that, following the heavy losses sustained in the previous battle, another voice soon emerged advocating for acceptance of the sea god's terms and a period of recuperation. Recuperation? What significance does it hold for them, mere ants? To recuperate until the sea god regains his strength? Just to contribute more servants to him? Chen Anyun exclaimed in disbelief. Li Sangyin shook her head. You cannot fathom the situation at that time. After the first campaign against the sea god, every clan's territory donned mourning attire, and wails echoed from east to west without pause. Hence, when the news of the sea god's concession spread, the majority favored the notion of recuperation. So, did that war simply conclude there? Not at all. The girl's voice rose in fervor. The sea god's open scheme was on the verge of success. And as the clans began to retreat, a woman named Li and her husband stepped forward. They had somehow acquired a fragment of a celestial artifact. And seizing the moment of the sea god's negligence, they attempted an assassination. Remarkably, they succeeded. The sea god was nearly shattered by this strike, leaving only a remnant of his soul to escape to the heart of the endless sea. Regrettably, while the couple jointly attempted to slay the sea god, only the woman of the Li clan returned to the sea tribe, subsequently being crowned as their queen. Thus, this woman of the Li clan? She is none other than my ancestor, Li Songyue, Li Sangyin stated with fervent eyes. Chapter 65. The Bright Moon Over the Sea. 8. It turns out that this affluent lady is none other than the princess of the Sea clan, which explains her nonchalance in presenting a sum of 100,000 spirit stones. Chen Anyun blinked, choosing to remain silent about her revelation of true identity, while Li Sangyin, oblivious to the exposure, animatedly recounted the tales of her ancestors. After the sea god's remnants fled to the heart of the ocean, they remained concealed. The heart of the ocean lies in the depths of the endless sea, even with a fragment of a celestial artifact in hand. The ancestors dared not pursue too deeply and instead stationed guards to watch over it daily. Within the heart of the ocean exists nothing but boundless seawater, accompanied by an immense pressure that could instantly crush any living creature that dared to enter, devoid of any usable resources. Thus, even though the sea god clung to its last breath, as long as it did not escape the heart of the ocean, it posed no significant threat. Ultimately, that fragment of the celestial artifact became the treasured heirloom of the Sea clan. Your two ancestors were indeed noble figures, Chen Anyun remarked. Do you not see the graceful wanderers who, like tigers transforming into dragons, navigate the unpredictable world with unparalleled strength? Do you not see the guests at Helu Hall, where King Wu, intoxicated with wine, welcomes his visitors? A dagger worth 1,000 gold lies hidden in fish intestines, and in an instant, a dragon soars with thunderous might. Li Sangyin's face displayed confusion. What does this mean? This is a poem from the mortal realm, celebrating two assassins who willingly sacrificed themselves for the greater good. Chen Anyun elucidated. The greater good? Li Sangyin pondered for a moment before breaking into a proud smile. Indeed, my ancestors were men of great righteousness. But what does this have to do with the mist? Curiosity prompted Chen Anyun to inquire further. Speaking of the mist, why does it relate to the tale? Li Sangyin's expression shifted from joy to concern. This matter dates back several centuries. At that time, the various clans, liberated from the sea god's control, flourished and thrived. With the previous generation gradually retreating and losing the camaraderie forged in facing a common foe, the younger generation inevitably experienced friction. It was during this time that the mist first emerged. People discovered that whenever the younger generations of the clans clashed, an inexplicable fog would envelop the sea. Initially, this mist merely absorbed a trace of the essence released during their skirmishes. However, as the fog thickened, those ensnared within it began to experience various illusions. Consequently, what began as minor disputes often escalated into significant conflicts, teetering on the brink of war. Fortunately, the leaders of the clans swiftly recognized the mischief of the mist and decisively began to impose restrictions on their kin, while dispatching individuals to investigate its source. Eventually, they uncovered that the origin of this mist lay within the heart of the ocean. Moreover, the guards who were initially tasked with overseeing the heart had, unbeknownst to anyone, fallen prey to the illusions wrought by the mist, becoming puppets at its mercy. After succumbing to this fate, these guards had continuously smuggled various spiritual herbs and blood meals into the heart of the ocean for an unfathomable number of years. It was not until a revered elder, who had survived a battle with the sea god, arrived at this location that the truth was revealed during its grievous injury. The sea god had inadvertently disclosed its true form, a colossal toad. The mist that enveloped the surroundings was none other than the sea deity's innate divine ability. Shinchi. The increasing density of the Shinchi indicated that the sea god, with the assistance of his puppets, was gradually mending his wounds. When he re-emerged in the endless sea, it would surely herald a catastrophic calamity for all races. Although this location lay several thousand miles from the heart of the endless sea, the pervasive spread of the Shinchi signaled that the sea god's return was imminent. The young woman inhaled deeply, casting a sorrowful glance at Chen Anyun, before her tone shifted to one of resolve. This is not an area under the Sea Tribe's jurisdiction. I must return and promptly inform the higher-ups about the Shinchi's proliferation. Very well, I shall accompany you, Chen Anyun replied without hesitation. No, Li Sangyin immediately shook her head. I can return on my own. Noticing the look of bewilderment on Chen Anyun's face, her tone softened slightly. You are not of the Sea Tribe. This matter does not concern you. I apologize. I had hoped to spend more time with you, but the Sea tribe faces a grave crisis ahead. I cannot involve you in this. Silently, the girl expressed her apologies in her heart, forcing herself to suppress her tender emotions, and attempted to speak with a hint of mockery. You, a mere cultivator at the body refinement stage, still dare to meddle in matters that affect the entire endless sea? Observing the girl's clumsy performance, Chen Anyun sighed and inexplicably smiled. All right then, how about I prepare your favorite braised fish today? After all, there is no rush. We can eat first and leave afterward. Perhaps sensing that her thoughts had been seen through, the girl turned her head away, unwilling to meet his gaze. Don't always be so glum, Chen Anyun said, reaching out to tousle her long hair, which elicited a look of resentment from her. Then he spoke sincerely. Even if you return, we will have opportunities to meet again. These past few months with you have truly brought me joy. Although you did pay, I still consider you a friend. I believe I will cherish this time and our friendship for a lifetime. Friend. The girl paused at the mention of the word. Was it merely friendship? Chen Anyun, oblivious to her hesitation, stood up and began to paddle, steering the raft back. Sitting at the edge of the raft, the girl suddenly felt a pang of bittersweet emotion. After much deliberation, she pursed her lips and fiercely kicked at the splashes of water rising from the sea's surface. What a fool! Yet in the next moment, she murmured softly to herself, friendship is good. Perhaps there is nothing better than friendship. Chapter 66. The bright moon over the sea. 9. The moment of parting had finally arrived. The night was deep, enveloped in silence, with only the silvery moonlight streaming through the window and casting a gentle glow within the room. Lee Sang-in lay quietly on her bed, tossing and turning, unable to find sleep. This was the first time she had experienced insomnia since meeting Chen Anyun. She acknowledged her own cowardice, too afraid to confront the impending farewell. Thus, she resolved to flee like a deserter in the dead of night. As the hours slipped away, she strained to listen, ensuring there were no sounds, before stealthily opening her door. Upon stepping out, she did not immediately depart, but found her gaze drawn to the distant black pearl moored nearby. Bathed in the faint moonlight, she caught sight of a familiar figure sleeping peacefully. Lee Sang-in cast a lingering glance at him, her heart a tumult of emotions. In truth, there were countless words she longed to express before their separation. After what felt like an eternity, she finally averted her gaze, gently forming a hand gesture. In an instant, her body soared into the air, like a delicate bird darting towards the horizon. Soon, her silhouette diminished against the night sky until it vanished completely. At that moment, Chen Anyun, who had been deep in slumber, suddenly stirred and sat upright, gazing forlornly in the direction Lee Sang-in had departed. After a considerable pause, he shook his head and slowly lifted his gaze to the twinkling stars above, a subtle curve appearing at the corners of his mouth as he murmured, almost dreamily, fool. Meanwhile, as dawn broke, Lee Sang-in had already returned to the palace. Along the way, she observed the entire city draped in white mourning cloth and the palace adorned with flowing white silk, leaving her momentarily stunned. This was the state funeral. According to the customs of a Sea clan, only a king or a pillar of the nation was granted a royal burial. Yet here she was, merely a princess, not even the first princess of the Sea clan to meet an untimely end. Was she truly so significant in her mother's heart? A warmth blossomed within her, alleviating some of the heartache she felt from leaving Chen Anyun and her worries about the mirage. However, the thought of how to interact with her sister, who had pushed her off the cliff, cast a shadow over her brow. Little did she expect, upon reaching the palace entrance, a graceful figure awaited her, her sister, Lee Susu. Lee Susu appeared unusually haggard and sorrowful, bearing an indescribable weariness. Yet, amidst her features, there was a flicker of uncharacteristic excitement. Upon seeing Lee Sang-in, her expression deepened with intensity. Lee Sang-in's heart sank suddenly. Just as she was about to speak, her eyes caught the brilliant gleam above Lee Susu's head. Upon closer inspection, she was astonished to find that Lee Susu was adorned with a delicate and exquisitely crafted crown. Upon the crown, resplendent and dazzling, a series of brilliant rubies were set in the shape of a phoenix, each gem shimmering with enchanting radiance. However, What sent a chill down Li Sangyin's spine was not the crown's opulence, but rather the identity it symbolized. This was the crown of the Sea King. In an instant, Li Sangyin's heart plummeted into an abyss of ice, an indescribable fear surging within her like a tidal wave. As far as she knew, the crown of the Sea King was traditionally passed on only after the demise of the preceding queen, to be inherited by the next in line. Yet now, this emblem of supreme power and status of the Sea tribe adorned the head of Li Susu, recalling the grand state funeral she had just witnessed, which she had initially believed to be hers. A terrifying thought exploded in her mind. Could it be that, just as Li Sangyin was rendered speechless by this sudden turn of events, a gentle yet urgent voice reached her ears? Second princess. It was the voice of Chang'e, her loyal maid, who was hastily approaching. What is happening, Chang'e? Li Sangyin inquired anxiously. Chang'e stepped before Li Sangyin, slightly bowing in deference before lowering her voice to say, Your Majesty and Prince Consort have tragically passed away. During this time, you have also gone missing. The Elder Council has officially decided to elevate the eldest princess to the throne, making her the new queen of the Sea tribe. What? Upon hearing such devastating news, Li Sangyin could not help but widen her eyes, her beautiful red irises clouded with a gray veil. She scarcely registered the latter part of Chang Ji's statement. The words Your Majesty and Prince Consort have tragically passed away echoed relentlessly in her mind. Suddenly, her delicate frame tensed, and she stepped forward, grasping Chang Ji's arm tightly, asking each word with piercing clarity. How? Did Mother die? Chang'e winced in pain, letting out a cry, and instinctively cast her gaze toward Li Susu. Let me speak, Li Susu interjected, stepping forward to face Li Sangyin. After months apart, the sisters found themselves confronting each other again. Yet the girl felt as though they were separated by a chasm of time. After you went missing, Mother, in search of you, went to sea with Father. And when they returned, only Mother was left, gravely injured. In the end, before any assistance could arrive, her injuries worsened tragically, and she passed away. Upon hearing this, the girl stood frozen, her arm instinctively falling to her side, allowing Chang'e to finally escape her grip. Thus, when the palace's formation sensed your return, I was filled with joy. Having lost both father and mother, I cannot bear to lose you as well. Li Susu sighed, moving closer to tenderly link her arm with Li Sangyin's. To an outside observer, it appeared as though they were truly sisters relying on one another in this moment. Yet Li Sangyin could not help but feel her body tense once more, unable to suppress her thoughts. Did you not push me off the cliff? It had only been a few months since they last met. Yet now, Li Susu felt an overwhelming sense of strangeness and dread towards her sister. She subtly withdrew her arm, regarding the woman before her with a hint of wariness. In every aspect, appearance, voice, and physique, this person resembled her sister, yet in facing her, Li Sangyin felt as though she were confronting an indescribable monstrosity. Especially when Li Susu donned a cordial smile and spoke of sisterly affection, it sent chills down her spine. She could not reconcile the image of the sister who had hysterically hurled her from the cliff mere months ago with the amiable woman standing before her now. It was as if she had been possessed. A sudden urge to flee surged within her, a desperate desire to escape this place that filled her with trepidation. Suddenly, she recalled that she had something left behind. Just as she was about to voice that she had forgotten something at sea, her gaze met her sister's dark red, cinnabar-like pupils. Those eyes, cast downward beneath thick lashes, resembled a bottomless ancient well, brimming with an ineffable sense of horror. Thus, the remainder of her words became lodged in her throat. Why has my sister fallen silent? Li Susu remarked with a semblance of smile. I see. It appears my sister is weary. Chang'e, please escort the second princess back to her chambers. There was a brief pause in her voice to her former room. Yes. Chang'e slightly bowed to Li Susu, then turned to Li Sangyin, subtly shifting her gaze and softly uttering, Second princess, let us depart. Li Sangyin cast a deep look at Chang'e, remaining silent as she instinctively moved towards the tower. Chapter 67. The Moon Rises Over the Sea. 10. Upon returning to the familiar tower of her childhood, Li Sangyin felt little sentimentality. As soon as she entered, she urgently inquired, "Changgu, please tell me, how did mother truly die?" Changgu did not respond immediately. Instead, she cautiously surveyed the surroundings before confirming that no one was in sight. Only then did she slowly turn and step inside, quietly shutting and locking the door behind her. With a grave expression, she approached Li Sengyin and whispered, "Your Highness, there are troubling matters concerning the eldest prince." Upon hearing this, Li Sengyin furrowed her brow and pressed for details. "I have noticed something amiss with sister Li Susu, but what exactly has transpired? Please tell me quickly." Changgu sighed lightly, as if burdened with numerous worries and uncertainties. After collecting her thoughts, she began recounting the events of the past few months. On that fateful day, both you and the eldest prince mysteriously vanished. This news incited the emperor's fury and concern. He immediately dispatched numerous guards to search for your whereabouts. However, it was not until 3 days later that the search party found the severely injured eldest prince on a secluded beach. According to her, you both were ambushed by a group of unidentified assailants at the seaside cliff. After being forcibly abducted, the guards had become lax in their supervision of her due to her low cultivation level, allowing her to seize a fortunate opportunity to escape. Moreover, the eldest prince claimed she distinctly remembered the place where you were held captive. Upon hearing this, the emperor was consumed with anxiety and promptly took the eldest prince to seek you out. Coincidentally, the prince was also present, and thus the three of them journeyed to the location described by the eldest prince. However, 10 days later, only the injured eldest prince returned, bearing the emperor's crown and announcing that both the emperor and the prince had perished in an ambush by mysterious foes. In the face of such despair, the Senate contemplated appointing a new monarch. Yet, due to the dwindling royal lineage, they found no suitable candidates. At this critical juncture, the eldest prince astonishingly revealed her mastery of the complete transcendental realm, thus naturally ascending to the throne as the new monarch. Complete transcendental realm? Sister? Li Sengyin felt as though she had stumbled into a fantastical tale, momentarily lost in disbelief. If her sister truly possessed such formidable prowess, would the events of months prior have unfolded as they did? Then, Changgu inquired, "Your Highness, where have you been these past few months? What should we do now?" "I was injured and spent these months recuperating," Li Sengyin replied evasively. "As for the present, let us not dwell on the fact that sister's cultivation now surpasses my own, especially since she is now the queen of the sea tribe. It will be all too easy for her to confine me. We shall take it one step at a time. If she truly harbors ill intentions, she will inevitably reveal her flaws." Time, unbeknownst to them, slipped away, and several more days passed. During this period, apart from Changgu, who consistently arrived on time to deliver meals to the imprisoned Li Sengyin, no other soul ventured into this frigid tower. The entire sea tribe, having grown accustomed to the sorrow of losing their queen, swiftly returned to a semblance of tranquility. Yet, Li Susu did not reveal any vulnerabilities as Li Sengyin had anticipated. Instead, she diligently fulfilled all the responsibilities befitting a queen. This current existence evoked in the young girl a sense of having traversed back to the lonely days of her childhood. The icy tower remained unchanged, as did the small square window through which she could glimpse the happenings within the palace. However, the sole distinction lay in the fact that the person who confined her to this place was no longer her mother, but her sister. Li Sengyin involuntarily recalled Chen Anyun. Despite his modest cultivation, he consistently maintained his composure regardless of the circumstances, as if nothing could rattle him. Yet, reason urged the young girl to refrain from involving Chen Anyun in this turbulent affair. After all, he was merely a fledgling cultivator at the body refinement stage. If her suspicions were accurate, that her sister had murdered their mother, then even if Chen Anyun were to risk everything to come, it would likely end in dire consequences for him. Contemplating this, Li Sengyin could not help but sigh quietly, striving to devise a means to break the current deadlock. Yet, the workings of the human mind can be most peculiar. A fleeting thought had triggered an unrelenting flood of memories of Chen Anyun to surge forth in her mind, reminiscent of a dam bursting. The beautiful moments they had shared over the past few months resurfaced vividly. Scenes of them fishing together at sea, dining side by side, and playfully bickering came rushing back. Even the memory of her clumsy attempts at cooking, now recalled, elicited an involuntary smile. However, as her gaze slowly drifted around the tower, taking in the cold brick walls and the desolate rooms, the profound sense of disparity within her heart surged forth like a tidal wave, threatening to engulf her entirely. This sensation was unbearable, nearly suffocating. She suddenly felt a pang of regret, wishing she had never returned. If only she could remain beside that person, she would not have to grapple with complex thoughts. She could simply live joyfully, though she was acutely aware that the one she longed for could not possibly appear before her. The profound loneliness and helplessness seeped in her very being, prompting her to whisper, "Anyun, where are you? What should I do now?" Then, to her astonishment, she heard a voice from outside, one that should have been impossible to hear at this moment, yet was so familiar. I'm here. Why don't you pull me up?" Chapter 68. The Moonlight on the Sea, 11. The towering structure was encased in smooth wall tiles, devoid of any handholds. Even a cultivator at the body refinement stage would find it exceedingly difficult to ascend without causing a commotion. Fortunately, the young girl made her discovery just in time, and as Chen Anyun was on the verge of exhaustion, she reached out from the window and pulled him up. However, before he could regain his footing, she had already nestled into his embrace. Instinctively, Chen Anyun raised his arms, but after a fleeting moment of hesitation, he ultimately wrapped them around the girl's back. Thus, they stood together, locked in an embrace, with no further movements. After a while, the girl, blushing, lifted her head from his chest, and suddenly, as if struck by a revelation, her expression changed, and she pushed him towards the window. "What are you doing here? This is not a place for you to be." "Wait, I didn't sneak in," Chen Anyun exclaimed hurriedly. "If you didn't sneak in, why did you have to climb the wall?" Li Sangyin retorted anxiously. "I'm begging you, leave quickly while no one is watching. The farther you get, the better." "No, please listen to me first." Chen Anyun chuckled at her flustered demeanor. Seeing him laugh only fueled her annoyance, and as she prepared to utter some harsh words, she noticed Chen Anyun fumbling to retrieve a badge from his waist, presenting it before her. "See this? It's the badge of a guest elder from a sea clan." "You? A guest elder?" Li Sangyin was momentarily taken aback. Her incredulous expression shifted as she took the badge from him, examining it while exclaiming, "How could the Sea Clan accept a body refinement cultivator as a guest elder? Where did you steal this badge?" Then her gaze fell upon the name inscribed on the back of the badge. Chen Anyun. "What do you think? I told you I didn't sneak in. You really became a guest elder?" Li Sangyin asked, her eyes widening in disbelief. "How did you manage that?" "I merely told them I had consumed a great law conch." "And they believed you?" "Of course not. They captured me and sent an old man with a red beard to sniff around me." "Red-bearded old man? Did he wear a tall, ship-shaped hat?" Yes. It seemed to be a rather peculiar hat. That was the high priest of my clan, not just any red-bearded old man," Li Sangyin replied, exasperated yet curious. "And then?" "Then he ordered them to release me, declaring that I had survived the Great Law Conch and was a worthy candidate, thus granting me this badge." "You truly ate the Great Law Conch? You weren't lying to me?" Li Sangyin gasped, her mouth agape in astonishment. "Who knows?" Chen Anyun sighed. "At this point, I don't even know what that rascal fed me." But the old man seemed to think it was indeed the case. They fell into a moment of silence. "How did you know I was imprisoned here?" Li Sangyin asked somewhat awkwardly, as she actually wanted to inquire how Chen Anyun had learned of her identity. "Isn't it obvious? Now the entire sea tribe is aware that their second princess harbors deep remorse over her parents' demise, which she attributes to herself, secluding herself in the palace tower and weeping daily." "So, pray tell what transpired?" Chen Anyun inquired, adopting a more serious demeanor. Li Sangyin gazed at Chen Anyun's face. His expression remained composed and unruffled. For reasons unknown, a surge of courage welled up within her, as if she had found a steadfast anchor for her thoughts. After all, he was merely a cultivator at the body refinement stage. She mused, a bittersweet sensation enveloping her heart. However, realizing that there was no turning back now that she had arrived, she understood it was better to clarify matters, lest he perish in ignorance. After some contemplation, she divulged everything she knew. When she recounted how Li Susu had pushed her off the cliff, She suddenly felt a gentle hand caressing her hair, a sensation that weighed upon her head. The warmth transmitted through the palm caused her to involuntarily squint her eyes. Once she concluded her narrative, a significant weight seemed to lift from her heart. Strangely, despite having no particular expectations of the person before her, she felt an unexpected lightness after sharing her story. Very well, I comprehend. You can leave the rest to me. Chen Anyun nodded. However, do you mean to imply that I am a body refinement cultivator? Chen Anyun discerned the girl's thoughts. Is that not the case? Who told you so? Haven't I been saying all along that I fell victim to that wretched fruit? The great law conk? Regardless, leave this matter to me, just await my news. Do you understand? Do not act rashly. This sentiment applies to you as well. Do not be so easily extinguished. Although the girl was filled with concern, she could not help but retort defiantly. Rest assured, my life is quite resilient, Chen Anyun replied with a faint smile. It was this very smile that compelled Li Sangyin, despite her many lingering questions, to nod in acquiescence, inexplicably inclined to trust his words. I shall take my leave now. I will return to see you tomorrow. Wait. The girl suddenly called out, then bowed her head in contemplation for a moment before removing a ruby-studded earring from her ear. With a somewhat evasive gaze, she handed it to Chen Anyun, saying, This is our tribe's lucky earring. It will bring you fortune, and you must keep it safe. Oh, very well. Chen Anyun accepted the earring without much thought, yet he carefully tucked it into his bosom. He failed to notice that at that moment, the girl's ears had turned a brilliant shade of crimson. Ultimately, Chen Anyun, who had repeatedly asserted that he was not a body refinement cultivator, climbed back through the window, much to the girl's worried gaze. Li Sangyin retracted her focus only after his silhouette vanished around a corner. When solitude enveloped the lonely tower, she found herself utterly alone. It was then that she suddenly realized that everything surrounding her was not as intolerable as she had once believed. In her heart, an epiphany emerged, awakening a profound awareness. She had, indeed, developed feelings for him. Perhaps it had occurred during one of their fishing excursions, or perhaps amidst the playful banter during a dinner. Unbeknownst to her, her heart had quietly and discreetly entwined itself with his. Thus, when she thought of Li Su, a wave of unease washed over her. The young woman bowed her head, silently praying in her heart. However, what she did not know was that the object of her affections, Chen Anyun, had departed from the tower. Once he was out of her sight, he turned and walked into the grand hall of the palace. In that vast, empty hall, only a solitary figure sat serenely upon the cold throne. When the owner of that figure finally directed his gaze toward him, Chen Anyun lifted his head, revealing a wicked smile that Li Sangyin had never encountered before. So, what do you think? I haven't deceived you, have I? As you can see, your sister has fallen deeply in love with me. After making such a remark reminiscent of a scoundrel, his voice grew low and laced with temptation. So, I know what you desire. Li Su, let us collaborate. Chapter 69. The Bright Moon Over the Sea, 12. As Chen Anyun finished speaking, he stood still like a statue, his gaze fixed upon the lofty throne ahead. Seemingly able to pierce through the gauzy veil and discern every subtle shift in the countenance of the person concealed behind it. Time passed slowly in the hushed hall, with only the steady and faint sound of his breathing flowing through the air. After a prolonged silence, a voice emerged from the throne, laced with a chilling coldness. Do you truly know what I seek? Naturally, I do, Chen Anyun replied with unflinching composure. Even if you are prepared to bear the heinous sins of patricide and matricide, your desire is not, in essence, the throne that symbolizes supreme power, is it? With that, he boldly met the dark crimson gaze that lay beyond the veil. A faint smirk graced Chen Anyun's lips, revealing an almost imperceptible hint of mockery as he continued. What you truly yearn for in the depths of your heart is to seize everything that belongs to your sister, Li Sangyin, and to watch her become utterly destitute, ultimately perishing in despair and agony. The figure seated upon the throne abruptly rose. As she did, her flowing black gown cascaded down like an ink-drenched waterfall, enveloping her graceful form. Her long, silvery gray hair billowed freely, dancing with the wind. Yet it could hardly conceal her breathtaking beauty, rivaling that of Li Sangyin. However, as Chen Anyun beheld the person on the throne. He saw only the multitude of vile desires wrapped within that shimmering exterior. He then smiled lightly, suggesting, "Let us begin by taking away your sister's beloved." The occupant of the throne offered no further response, yet Chen Anyun understood that she had no grounds to dismiss his proposal. After mimicking the aquatic people's gesture of placing a hand upon his chest in salute, he turned to depart. Then, he finally heard her voice once more. To gift an earring to one's beloved is a customary expression of affection among the sea folk. That earring was a birthday gift from her mother when she turned 10, adorned with 2 rubies known as the eyes of the moon, the only pair in the entire world. Chen Anyun's footsteps momentarily faltered. "The collaboration you mentioned, I agree to it." He nodded and strode confidently out of the hall. From that moment onward, regardless of how eagerly Lee Sang-in awaited him from the tower above, she never beheld Chen Anyun's figure again. Over a month passed, and just as she was about to force her way out of the tower in search of him, she finally laid eyes upon the one she had longed for. Yet he appeared in a guise she could never bring herself to accept. "Sang-in, I am to be married." The door of the tower opened, and as Lee Sang-in gazed forward with anticipation, she was met with the sight of Lee Su-su, clad in a black gown, her expression brimming with shyness. A bashful smile, akin to clouds, lingered on the rosy visage of the young girl. Lee Su-su spoke while nervously lowering her gaze to her toes. "Marriage?" Lee Sang-in was momentarily taken aback, her graceful brows arching in surprise. She believed she had misheard. Since the moment she was cast off the cliff, the notion of such a word escaping Lee Su-su's lips had never crossed her mind. As if sensing the tumult within Lee Sang-in's heart, Lee Su-su suddenly spoke with a hint of sorrow. "It is precisely because both our mother and father are gone that I felt compelled to share this matter with you, my sister." Lee Sang-in sighed, quietly observing her sister's performance. Though she harbored doubts about Lee Su-su's narrative, curiosity and a faint remnant of familial concern compelled her to inquire. "Who is the person? Are they from the Sea tribe? How did you meet? May I meet them?" No, Lee Su-su shook her head. "He is not from the Sea tribe. In fact, he is merely a practitioner of the lowly body refinement stage." The mention of the body refinement stage startled Lee Sang-in, inducing an inexplicable sense of alarm within her. Lee Su-su continued, a blend of annoyance and delight in her tone. "I concealed my true identity when I met him. That day, feeling rather disheartened, I went to the seaside to unwind and inadvertently encountered him. Then, Lee Su-su animatedly recounted the tale of their connection. After ascending to the role of queen, her days became increasingly busy and complex, leading her to seek solace at the beach during her rare moments of leisure. About a month prior, she had stumbled upon a young man fishing by the shore. His composed demeanor captivated her, prompting her to approach him for conversation. Strangely, after their exchange, her inner turmoil dissipated remarkably. Henceforth, whenever she felt distressed, she would return to the beach, consistently finding the young fisherman there. "Did you know," she continued, "despite enduring the elements like the other sea folk, he possesses a fair and handsome appearance, even surpassing our father in looks? We chatted, fished together, and even cooked meals side by side. Oh, and he owns a wooden raft, a simple contraption he whimsically named the Pearl. Isn't that amusing?" To maintain their bond, and fearing she might frighten him away, she felt compelled to keep her identity hidden. "Yet today, you proposed to me. Although we have known each other for only a month, it feels as if we have shared many more years together. I truly have no one else to confide in, which is why I sought you out, dear sister. I have accepted his proposal, but how can I reveal my true identity to him? Sang-in, why are you silent? Sang-in, are you listening?" Before long, Lee Su-su finished her tale, noticing that Lee Sang-in seemed to be lost in her thoughts. I was listening. For reasons unknown, Lee Sang-in felt a dryness in her throat. Fishing, cultivating strength, fair and handsome, the black pearl. She meticulously chewed over these keywords, yet felt an overwhelming discomfort within. The tale of her sister seemed eerily familiar. Indeed, it felt as though she had undergone a similar experience. Could it truly be you? Chen Anyun? Suddenly, her eyes brightened, as if she had grasped a lifeline, recalling the words spoken by Chen Anyun. "All right, I understand. Leave the rest to me. Yes, this must be his scheme. He aims to assist me, thus deliberately getting close to my sister. It must be so. Chapter 70. The moon rises over the sea. 13. As the days turned into weeks, the unease within Lee Sang-in continued to amplify. The absence of any news from Chen Anyun rendered her solitary existence increasingly unbearable. It was on this particular day that a new visitor arrived at the tower. Yet it was not the dashing youth she had longed for, but rather the esteemed grand priest of the Sea clan, Gu Huaisheng. "Grandfather Gu, what brings you here so suddenly?" Lee Sang-in inquired, her face betraying her astonishment. It was well known that Gu Huaisheng, as the grand priest of the Sea clan, held a position of unparalleled authority, second only to the sovereign. Moreover, during her youth, he had personally mentored both her and her sister, nurturing their growth with great care. To her utter disbelief, the tall and dignified elder, upon seeing her, knelt without hesitation, bowing deeply as he proclaimed, "Your Highness, calamity has befallen us. I beseech you to save the Sea clan." "Grandfather Gu, please rise and speak," Lee Sang-in urged, extending her hand to assist the elderly man. Yet, he remained resolute, stating firmly, "No, if your Highness does not grant the request of this old minister, I shall remain kneeling." Faced with such an obstinate elder, Lee Sang-in felt helpless and pleaded earnestly, "Grandfather Gu, this is not a solution. You must at least tell me what has transpired. Since my confinement in this tower, I have been utterly oblivious to the events occurring in the outside world." After much coaxing, she finally succeeded in helping him from the floor to a chair within the room. "Grandfather Gu, what has happened?" "Your Highness, the sea god has returned," he revealed. "And furthermore, he has visited various clans without mentioning the previous war, instead speaking with kindness about peaceful coexistence. He extends his hospitality to those willing to ally with him." The revelation was monumental, shattering the tranquility of the moment. As the sole elder of the Sea clan who had lived through the era of the sea god, Gu Huaisheng understood the terror that the sea god once instilled. Lee Sang-in responded with a bitter smile, "Grandfather Gu, even you, a powerful being in the realm of longevity, were no match for the sea god. What can I, a mere practitioner in the realm of profound understanding, possibly do?" "No, only your Highness can save the Sea clan now," he insisted. Lee Sang-in shook her head. "If the sea god is willing to coexist peacefully with the clans and treats those who seek his allegiance with respect, why must we oppose him?" "Your Highness does not know." Gu Huaisheng sighed, then divulged a significant secret. "Though the sea god appears to have regained his former strength, this is merely an illusion. In reality, he has only reached the threshold of the celestial realm and has not returned to his true pinnacle. This is because, after being severely wounded by Li Tsiangyue with remnants of a divine artifact, half of his primordial spirit has been sealed within that artifact. Thus, the sea god is not truly fearsome. Although his current power hovers at the brink of the celestial realm, over the years, many, including myself, have ascended into the realm of longevity. If we unite, it is not impossible to restrain him. However, should the sea god regain his celestial prowess, the haunting scenes of the past will inevitably resurface, and the myriad races of the endless sea will once again find themselves enslaved. Yet at present, my sister is the sovereign of the sea tribes. Did our ancient patriarch not convey this matter to her?" Lee Sang-in furrowed her brow. "How could he have failed to do so?" Gu Huaisheng sighed bitterly, the lines etched by time on his face deepening. "I endeavored to persuade the crown princess to discreetly contact the leaders of the various tribes, to make this secret known and collaboratively constrain the sea god. To my astonishment, the crown princess outright rejected my counsel, publicly declaring that the entire sea tribe would adhere to the pact made with the sea god in years past, henceforth venerating him above all. Moreover, on her wedding day, she intends to invite the sea god to witness the marriage and bestow upon him a fragment of celestial essence as a token of allegiance. The old man could not fathom the allure that had ensnared the crown princess. Should the sea god be allowed to restore his celestial power, there would be no one left to counterbalance him across the endless sea. "Sister, Chen Anyun, how could this be?" Lee Sang-in murmured. Vividly recalling the moment, she recounted the tales of their ancestors to Chen Anyun, who had smiled and recited the saying, "A dagger worth 1,000 gold." Hidden within the fish intestines, in an instant, the dragon soars amidst thunder. He had claimed that their ancestor was a paragon of righteousness. Thus, even if Chen Anyun were to be with her sister, she could not believe he would so easily submit to the sea god. Chen Anyun, upon hearing the name from Li Songyin's lips, Gu Huaixing inquired, perplexed. Who is this person? You do not know? Li Songyin was astonished, but soon recognized the demands on the high priest time and explained. Chen Anyun is a guest elder of our clan, a practitioner of body refinement, and it is said that you made an exception to recruit him after he consumed the great law conch. A guest elder? Body refinement? Consuming the great law conch? Gu Huaixing shook his head with a scoff. Impossible. Even a practitioner of longevity would not dare claim to emerge unscathed after consuming the great law conch, let alone someone of body refinement. What? Then why would he deceive me? Li Songyin found this hard to believe. Just then, Gu Huaixing clapped his hands. I knew that name sounded familiar. No wonder. This individual is none other than the crown princess's betrothed. Does the second prince also know him? Where is he? Li Songyin looked up, her eyes alight with urgency. Can you locate him, Grandfather Gu? At this moment, she was overwhelmed with questions yearning for clarity. How difficult can that be? Upon hearing Li Songyin's words, Gu Huaixing's brow relaxed. He took her hand, and together they soared from the window of the high tower. Soon, they arrived outside a palace. At that moment, evening had fallen. The night was cool as water. Silence. Gu Huaixing formed a hand seal, and both he and Li Songyin vanished into the ether. By the time they reached the window of this palace, the voice from within the hall finally emerged. My lord, do you find this dress beautiful? Indeed, Su Su looks lovely in anything, yet she is most enchanting when clad in nothing at all. Listening to the familiar voice uttering such unfamiliar words, Li Songyin's expression dramatically shifted, disbelief flooding her features as she gazed toward the window. Unfortunately, the window was closed, yet she could vividly imagine the scene unfolding inside the hall. Chen Anyun, was he not merely acting to draw closer to her sister? Li Songyin clenched her fists, gritting her teeth, oblivious to the fact that her nails had already pierced her palms. Then, might I trouble my lord to assist me in removing this attire? In that case, I shall not hold back. Following a series of indecent exchanges, the unmistakable sound of clothing being shed soon resonated within the hall, occasionally accompanied by the lilting laughter of a young girl. Subsequently, the voices emanating from within became increasingly unbearable. Li Songyin could scarcely recall how she returned to the tower, remaining in a state of shock as Gu Huaixing guided her back. Perhaps understanding her demeanor, Gu Huaixing sighed inwardly. He had not anticipated that both sisters would be enamored with the same man. It appeared that the second prince required more time to process the events of the day. I shall take my leave for now. We can discuss this matter further tomorrow, he said, disappointment evident in his tone. No. But just as he was about to turn away, a cold voice from the girl pierced the air. Even if Chen, that individual stands beside my sister, the sacrifices made by our ancestors must never be desecrated. The sea tribe shall not again become the servants of the sea god. The young girl took a deep breath, her gaze gradually transforming into one of resolve, and with a hint of self-mockery, she declared, though I am but a pitiful woman ensnared by love, I'm also a princess of a sea tribe. Grandfather Gu, tell me what I must do. Chapter 71. The Bright Moon Over the Sea 14. Your Highness. The entire Senate currently aligns with the Grand Prince, leaving us in a precarious position. Our only recourse is to resort to theft. Gu Huaixing analyzed. If we can purloin that fragment of celestial essence, the sea god will never be able to restore his primordial spirit and ascend back to the realm of the divine. Even should we fulfill the Grand Prince's wishes and sway the entire sea clan to the sea god's side, without overwhelming power to crush all opposition, even the sea god will be constrained, forced to maintain a delicate balance. Grandfather Gu, where is this fragment of celestial artifact now? Li Songyin inquired, her heart brimming with curiosity. Though she was well versed in the legendary tales of her ancestors, little was mentioned regarding this fabled fragment. Gu Huaixing sighed softly and replied, as the saying goes, distant yet near, this fragment has been concealed within the crown all along. Upon hearing this, Li Songyin was taken aback, exclaiming, what? The fragment is within the crown? How then shall we steal it? Gu Huaixing's expression turned grave as he responded. Precisely for this reason, our opportunity is singular and fleeting. When the Grand Prince holds her grand wedding, she will undoubtedly command the extraction of the celestial fragment from the crown the day before. It will then be presented to the sea god during the ceremony. Lowering his voice, Gu Huaixing continued, through my investigations, I have learned that the extracted fragment will be securely stored in the royal treasury, overseen by the Senate. At that moment, I will engage the formidable elder, Jian Hai, of the Senate. Seizing this chance, you can stealthily infiltrate the treasury and swap the authentic fragment with the prepared counterfeit. The royal treasury, crafted by Li Songhai himself, is laden with numerous formations, accessible only to those of royal blood. Otherwise, even a mortal would find it impossible to breach. I understand. I will certainly undertake this task. Li Songyin's gaze was resolute, ablaze with determination as she spoke earnestly. Very well. When the time is ripe, I shall seek you out again, Your Highness. Gu Huaixing said with a reassuring smile, adding, the future of the Sea clan rests entirely upon your shoulders. Li Songying nodded solemnly, her tone sincere as she replied, I hope you take good care of yourself, Grandfather Gu, for the future of the Sea clan equally depends on your protection. As Gu Huaixing gradually receded from view until he vanished entirely, the towering spire once again succumbed to tranquility. Li Songying let out a gentle sigh, her steps heavy as she approached the bedside and seated herself. At that moment, her mind surged with the words she had clandestinely overheard in the palace. If Li Susu had been the first to offer her warmth, then Chen Anyun was undoubtedly the second. Not long ago, I had just begun to savor the delicate sensation of affection for another. I had only recently resolved to walk hand in hand with her, yet now, could it be that I have misjudged her? Chen Anyun, pray tell me, have I truly misread you? On the eve of the grand wedding, Your Highness, are you prepared? Li Songying, clad in a black cloak, gazed with a complex expression at the festively adorned palace and steadied herself before nodding. I am ready, Grandpa Gu. Let us depart. With Gu Huaixing's cover, the two swiftly reached the entrance of the Xianyuan treasure vault, nestled in the northwest corner of the palace. The vault lay within a spacious hall. At this moment, the hall was eerily silent, seemingly devoid of guards, yet an inexplicable pressure lingered in the air. Gu Huaixing remarked with delight, it seems fortune is on our side. With the Grand Prince's wedding tomorrow, all defenses have been redirected to the main hall. I shall now lead Ji Yunhai away, and the rest will depend on you, Your Highness. Li Songying nodded, her gaze fixed intently on the vault, her heart racing with anxiety. Gu Huaixing cast a glance at her before departing. Soon, Li Songying felt the intangible pressure that shrouded the Xianyuan treasure vault dissipate. It appeared that Grandpa Gu had succeeded. Clenching her lips tightly, Li Songying surged into the hall like a flash of lightning. However, just as she crossed the threshold, before she could exhale in relief, a cold gleam suddenly erupted, hurtling towards her back like a shooting star. A jolt of alarm surged through her, igniting an unprecedented sense of danger. Without a moment's hesitation, she exerted all her strength to evade to the side. Nevertheless, the sharp blade of light grazed her sleeve, producing a crisp tearing sound as it ripped through the fabric, sending shreds fluttering through the air. Immediately after, 3 figures emerged from the shadows, clad in matching blue-black tunics, their strides steady and powerful, each step resonating with palpable weight. One of them fixed a cold, piercing gaze upon Li Songying, a slight smirk curling at the corners of his lips as he sneered. Indeed, the emperor was not mistaken. Tonight, a reckless mouse dares to cause a disturbance. Another cast his eyes upon Li Songying's black cloak, disdainfully scoffing, "Humph, a cowardly sneak, daring to covet our Xianyuan treasure vault. Once we take you back, we shall strip away your disguise and reveal the foolhardy soul behind it." Upon hearing this, Li Songying's heart plummeted into despair. This is bad. They are from the Senate. She silently lamented, though she could not recall their names. Their appearances and aura were all too familiar, particularly the leader among them, whose overwhelming presence unmistakably marked him as a master of the primordial realm. The other two were equally formidable, both being perfected practitioners of the profound realm. A wave of hopelessness washed over Li Songying. Is this where it all ends today? As the three figures advanced step by step, a chill enveloped her heart. The leading middle-aged man raised his long sword high, striking down towards Lee Sang-in once more. In that instant, the blade's wind howled, an unstoppable force. Just as Lee Sang-in prepared to evade in a state of panic, a shadow flickered into existence like a specter, brandishing a long sword of its own, firmly parrying the middle-aged man's lethal blow. A crisp metallic clash reverberated through the air, clang. Startled, Lee Sang-in focused her gaze, discovering yet another figure clad in dark attire had appeared just in time to aid her. Could it be that Grandfather Gu had arranged this backup in advance? With this thought, the tension that had gripped her heart began to ease, and she exhaled deeply in relief. In the next moment, the cloaked figure exerted a sudden surge of strength, channeling a formidable force through the blade, causing the middle-aged man to stagger back several paces before regaining his footing. Not lingering for battle, the dark-clad warrior turned to Lee Sang-in, offering her a knowing glance and gesturing for her to escape swiftly, assuring her that he could handle the situation alone. Lee Sang-in felt an inexplicable familiarity with the man's eyes, but in this critical moment, she had no time for contemplation. Gratefully, she nodded, not daring to hesitate, and swiftly turned to dash toward the entrance of the Su Nuzi treasure vault nearby. Upon reaching the door, she did not hesitate to bite her fingertip, crimson blood gushing forth immediately. She quickly pressed her finger against a small circular hole on the vault door, allowing the blood to drip inside. As the blood flowed in, a series of faint clicking sounds erupted, as if some mysterious mechanism was coming to life. Following this, the heavy vault door began to creak open, revealing its entrance. Without a moment's hesitation, Lee Sang-in darted inside. Once within the vault, her eyes scanned the surroundings with urgency. Soon, she noticed an object placed atop a stone pedestal in the center of the chamber. It was a gem shaped like a phoenix, the very fragment of the celestial artifact that Gu Huaixing had mentioned, which had previously been embedded in the crown. Chapter 72. The Moon Rising Over the Sea. 15. Lee Sang-in quickly roused herself. This was not the time for daydreaming. She first removed the genuine gemstone and tucked it away, then produced a counterfeit gem from her bosom, swiftly placing it upon the stone pedestal. Having completed these actions, she dashed towards the exit of the treasury. However, at that moment, a formidable pressure bore down upon her, compelling her to stagger backward several steps, retreating back into the treasury. Then, a man clad in white entered with an imposing stride. Jianhai, Lee Sang-in's pupils dilated in shock. As the foremost talent of the Hai clan since the dawn of the Li Songhai era, she was intimately familiar with this individual. If Jianhai was present, or his old grandfather, unable to resist, she cast a glance behind him, as if he had read her thoughts. Jianhai let out a cold laugh. Are you searching for that old man? Ha! He has fallen victim to my water-drowning needle. His primordial spirit scattered to the winds. He is no longer alive. Why not remove your headpiece, second prince, so we may converse openly? He regarded Lee Sang-in with a semblance of a smile, clearly having recognized her identity. Jianhai, as a member of the Hai clan, are you truly willing to submit to the sea god and live as his thrall? Lee Sang-in no longer concealed her identity, shouting at Jianhai. In this world, strength reigns supreme. He is stronger than I. What is wrong with my submission? As for enslavement, I am a true immortal. How could I compare myself to those mere ants? Moreover, since His Majesty has chosen a new future for the Hai clan, why must you resist? I am a princess of the Hai clan. My ancestor is Li Songhai. Even in death, I shall not ally with you. Lee Sang-in drew her sword, charging resolutely towards Jianhai. Foolish. Jianhai sneered, raising his hand to strike at her. Witnessing the overwhelming force of his palm, Lee Sang-in realized her impending demise. In what should have been her final moments, the visage of Chen Anyun resurfaced in her mind, recalling the myriad experiences they had shared months prior. However, remembering the betrayal that mirrored her sister's actions, her heart ached, and a sense of relief involuntarily flickered in her eyes. Then, she saw the figure in black, who had previously shielded her from harm outside the treasury, reappear before her. One hand grasped her and pulled her back, while the other wielded a sword, cleaving towards the incoming palm force. Instantly, The figure in black was struck by the palm energy, soaring backward like a kite severed from its string, ultimately crashing against the treasury wall, causing a section to collapse. Go! Seizing the opportunity, the figure in black lifted Li Sangyin from the ruins and hoarsely commanded her. With a surge of palm energy, Li Sangyin was propelled far away. Umph! Ji Yanhai scoffed, preparing to pursue, but the figure in black struck again with his sword, leaving Ji Yanhai no choice but to turn and defend himself. The two engaged in fierce combat. Meanwhile, Li Sangyin was propelled by the palm force, soaring over 100 miles. As she landed, before she could react, a large hand grasped her. A sudden jolt of surprise coursed through her, and just as she was about to resist, a faint voice emerged. Second Prince. Great-grandfather. Li Sangyin felt both astonished and delighted, but then recalled Ji Yunhai's words, hastily expressing her concern. Great-grandfather, your injuries. Gu Huayin shook his head, silencing her with a glance. This place is not safe for prolonged stay. We must depart. With that, he grasped Li Sangyin's hand, and they soared into the distance once more. They flew for an indeterminate duration until they landed upon a desolate island. Suddenly, Gu Huayin coughed up a mouthful of blood, plummeting to the ground like a broken kite. Fortunately, Li Sangyin reacted swiftly, steadying herself, and they both landed safely on the island. Great-grandfather, how are you? Li Sangyin inquired urgently. Gu Huayin slumped to the ground, appearing to age several years in that fleeting moment. Old minister, it seems my time is up. Second Prince, I must impart something of great significance to you. Please, great-grandfather, do not speak. Let me find a way to heal your wounds. No, it is futile. In truth, I have been at my wits' end since the war with the sea god. I have relied solely on my cultivation of the eternal life realm to endure until now. Gu Huayin sat up and coughed out another mouthful of dark blood. Yet his complexion inexplicably improved slightly. However, Li Sangyin's brow furrowed deeper, her heart a tumult of emotions, for she understood that this venerable high priest, who had devoted his life to the Sea clan, was now truly nearing the end of his life. Please allow me to speak. As the frail and aged voice reached her ears, she quelled her chaotic thoughts and listened patiently as Gu Huayin continued. Years ago, Li Yue informed me that the fragment of this celestial artifact is, in fact, a relic of the fabled Upper Realms Ziwei, Heavenly Heartless Palace. Do you know why, after acquiring this treasure, she waited until so many perished in battle before utilizing this celestial artifact? Gu Huayin chuckled bitterly. Though it is termed a celestial artifact, it could equally be deemed a demonic instrument. To wield this artifact, one requires not only the cultivation of the eternal life realm, but also the blood of a beloved's heart. Only through severed affection can its true power be unleashed. Yet, at that time, our ancestors only possessed the cultivation of the return to origin realm. This was because Li Yue, that girl, took advantage of the situation. She and her husband conspired, willing to sacrifice themselves for the Sea clan, so she sought out the divine fruit great conch, rich in innate energy, for her husband to consume. Consequently, when she used his heart's blood, it automatically embodied the might of the eternal life realm. Gu Huayin sighed. In truth, Li Yue had the potential to transcend the eternal life realm, but after her husband's death, she vowed never to enter that realm. Before her demise, she entrusted me to relay to her descendants that the true cost of this celestial artifact lies in the most fervent emotions of one's life, and its use must be approached with utmost caution. Now that this celestial artifact has come into your possession, I have fulfilled that girl's promise. The method of utilizing this celestial artifact resides within the artifact itself. Promise me, you must wield it with utmost caution. Do not allow yourself to harbor regrets for a lifetime. I promise you. Li Sangyin nodded with a hint of sorrow. Upon hearing her words, Gu Huaixing finally revealed a semblance of relief, and then he departed from this world. After interring Gu Huaixing's remains, she had already resolved in her heart to flee with the fragments of the celestial artifact. Yet Li Sangyin's mind remained ensnared by Gu Huaixing's words, the great law conch, the beloved one. Could it be that all of this is ordained by fate? She gazed towards the direction of the palace, her eyes shrouded in ambiguity. Chapter 73. The moon shines on the sea, 16, on the day of the grand wedding, within the royal palace. Vibrant crimson silks adorned every corner, accompanied by the bustling throngs of people, as jubilant melodies resonated throughout the air. In her boudoir, Lee Susu sat serenely before a bronze mirror, radiant like a blooming flower. Her silken, gray tresses cascaded gracefully over her shoulders, glimmering softly. At this moment, two trained maidens stood beside her, wholly absorbed in the meticulous application of her makeup. Their skilled hands moved gently, every stroke executed with precision. Lee Susu was well aware of the upheaval that had transpired in the New Jersey Treasury the previous day. According to Jian Hai, the high priest Gu Huixing had met an unfortunate demise, while her sister Lee Sangyin had fled the palace amidst the chaos, now a fugitive abroad. It was likely that Lee Sangyin found herself utterly destitute, bereft of all support. The only lamentable aspect was that the mysterious figure in black, who had appeared unexpectedly, managed to escape amidst the turmoil. Who could have anticipated that the old man Gu Huixing had secretly nurtured a master of the eternal life realm? Nevertheless, for Lee Susu, her desires had been fulfilled. She could have chosen to annul the marriage. Yet, through her interactions with Chen Anyun over time, she gradually discerned that this man, who initially seemed a mere distraction, was unexpectedly well suited to be her husband. Not only was he meticulous and decisive, but he also possessed a commendable resolve and ruthless methods. However, beyond these admirable traits, it was Chen Anyun's extraordinary handsomeness that captivated Lee Susu the most. Each time she beheld his smile, her heart would race uncontrollably. Reflecting on the deep affection her mother had shown her father, a wave of sentiment washed over Lee Susu. In this moment, she began to comprehend why her mother had been so infatuated with her father. Thus, even though Lee Sangyin had lost everything and was in exile, Lee Susu resolutely chose to proceed with the marriage. At this moment, Lee Susu gazed quietly at her stunning reflection in the mirror, a slight smile of satisfaction gracing her lips. Just then, a female official glided gracefully to her side, bowing slightly before announcing, "Your Majesty, the auspicious hour has arrived. Please proceed to the front hall." Upon hearing this, Lee Susu nodded lightly in acknowledgement. She then slowly rose, her figure elegant and poised, as she made her way towards the front hall. As Lee Susu entered the front hall, her eyes were immediately drawn to Chen Anyun, who was resplendent in his red wedding attire. He stood tall and handsome, smiling in anticipation of the bride's arrival. However, what captured even more attention was the figure of a man in white, standing at the foremost position. This individual was tall and stately, exuding an ethereal grace, his striking presence rivaling that of the groom. The hall was teeming with people, yet none dared to approach within 10 feet of him. For this white-clad man was the sea god, who had ruled the boundless seas thousands of years ago. His presence here is not merely as the officiant of this grand wedding. Rather, he seizes this opportunity to accept the fealty of the Sea Clan, thereby reclaiming his dominion over the endless sea and restoring his former authority. The ceremony unfolds with meticulous precision until the newly appointed high priest steps forward, cradling a meticulously carved wooden box. Most of the guests instinctively flinch, for they are acutely aware that the most pivotal moment of the wedding is upon them. Millennia ago, we were all favored kin of the sea god, but following the grievous injuries sustained by his majesty, he fell into the abyss of the sea, allowing each clan to develop independently. Yet, the endless sea remains a disjointed entity. The high priest articulately declares that, as the sea god returns, it is a fortuitous event for all clans, with the Sea Clan being the foremost to rejoin his majesty's ranks. With that, he kneels, presenting the wooden box high above. "This is a sacred relic of the Sea Clan. We humbly beseech your majesty to accept it." The man clad in white smiled, extending his hand to receive the box. Then, under the watchful eyes of all, he eagerly opened it. A gem, shaped like a phoenix, emerged into view. The sea god's visage brightened as he grasped the gem tightly in his palm, then slowly closed his eyes. Yet in the next instant he abruptly opened them, his gaze aflame with fury as he glared at the assembly before him. Without hesitation, he unleashed a powerful strike, crashing down upon the high priestess' head with a force akin to an avalanche. A dull thud resounded, and the unfortunate high priest had no time to scream. He was instantly reduced to a grotesque mass of flesh, blood, and shattered bone, splattering across the ground. "You wretched insects, how dare you deceive me?" roared the sea god, his voice reverberating like thunder, deafening all in attendance. Simultaneously, he raised the phoenix-shaped gem high, his fingers tightening around it. With a crisp sound, the invaluable gem shattered into countless tiny fragments, scattering like a dazzling meteor shower, ultimately vanishing into the air, leaving behind only a faint trace of dust. Very well, very well. Since you refuse to surrender the genuine article, I shall personally come to claim it. The sea god hissed through clenched teeth, his words laced with boundless rage and murderous intent. No sooner had he spoken than an overwhelming aura surged forth from his being, akin to an imminent volcanic eruption. As searing energy poured ceaselessly from him, radiating outward in all directions. Many guests of lesser strength were immediately overwhelmed and collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, their faces etched with terror. Even those who typically held themselves in high regard appeared pallid, beads of cold sweat trickling down their brows, straining to withstand this terrifying pressure. However, before the crowd could fully comprehend the astonishing scene before them, the figure of the sea god vanished like a specter. In the next instant, he appeared before Lisusu with the swiftness of lightning. With a single, formidable hand, he seized her delicate neck, effortlessly lifting her off the ground. "Wretched girl, I have fulfilled all your wishes as per your request. Yet why has what you promised me turned out to be a counterfeit? Did you think you could easily deceive me? How audacious of you to mock me thus!" The sea god glared at the trembling woman before him, his eyes ablaze with fury that seemed ready to incinerate her. "Master, I truly did not deceive you. Please, believe me." Lisusu struggled to articulate her defense, but the grip around her neck made breathing exceedingly difficult, reducing her words to mere fragments. At that moment, her body quaked in sheer terror, and her once vibrant countenance had drained of color, rendering her as pale as a ghost. She did not lie. A voice suddenly resonated from the doorway, drawing all eyes towards it. "For the genuine fragment of the celestial artifact lies with me." The sea god carelessly tossed Lisusu aside, his dark gaze now fixed on the figure at the entrance. Chen, observing the crumpled and coughing Lisusu on the ground, spoke with a stoic expression. "I have concealed the item in a place that none can find. But if His Majesty the sea god can fulfill my wish, I shall gladly present it to you." Intriguing. The sea god regarded the woman before him with keen interest and burst into hearty laughter. "You sisters are certainly amusing." He readily agreed. "Today, I am in a splendid mood, and in light of your candor, I accept this transaction. Speak your wish." "I desire that man." Chen pointed towards the silent figure who had been calmly observing the unfolding events. "Chen Anyun. I wish to take my sister's place and marry him. Then I shall reveal the location of the item to you." "Very well. May you honor your word." "No. Master, you cannot do this. You promised me." Lisusu's eyes widened in desperation as she lay on the ground. "Silence." The sea god waved his sleeve, and Lisusu was sent hurtling several meters away, collapsing to the ground. Meanwhile, Chen advanced gracefully, her radiant smile akin to a blooming flower, each step echoing with elegance that captivated the onlookers. In stark contrast, Chen Anyun stood rooted in place, gazing at the approaching beauty with a gaze fraught with complexity. At that moment, Chen had already arrived before Chen Anyun. She slightly tilted her head back, gazing tenderly at the man who stirred her heart, and gently reached out her delicate hand to grasp Chen Anyun's somewhat stiff palm. Simultaneously, the previously silent sea god casually raised his hand, pointing to a figure who had just been lying in a pool of blood, a person who was once the assistant to the high priest. His voice was as frigid as if it could freeze the surrounding air. "You, proceed with this wedding." The individual singled out wore a face of sheer terror, trembling uncontrollably. He looked at the sea god's cold, unyielding visage, then turned to the gruesome corpse of the high priest on the ground, his heart brimming with dread. Yet, confronted by the formidable pressure emanating from the sea god, he dared not resist in the slightest, scrambling towards Lee Sang-yin and Chen Anyun. Once he finally steadied himself, he stammered, The next step is, yes, the bride and groom must share a gentle kiss. The sea folk were renowned for their unrestrained customs. And in the final segment of the wedding, the groom was expected to embrace the bride passionately and kiss her in front of numerous guests, symbolizing the unwavering love between them. Upon hearing these words, Chen Anyun remained silent, not even lifting his gaze, steadfast in his refusal to meet Lee Sang-yin's enchanting eyes. Observing Chen Anyun's reaction, a flicker of disappointment crossed Lee Sang-yin's eyes, though she quickly regained her gentle demeanor. She slowly lifted her hand, tenderly caressing Chen Anyun's cheek, and softly inquired, "Husband, why do you not look at me? Are you perhaps avoiding something?" As she spoke, she slightly rose on her toes, gradually leaning closer to Chen Anyun's face, her ruby lips parting to gently press against his tightly closed mouth. Then, amidst the gasps of the onlookers and under Chen Anyun's calm gaze, a blade pierced through his heart. Chapter 74. The Truth. Interlude. The wedding of the Sea Tribe Queen has finally concluded. The newly anointed deity of the endless sea, after the ceremony, fell into silence once more. Guests from various tribes who attended the wedding remained tight-lipped about the events that transpired. Only one legend emerged among the populace. That Queen Lee Sang-yin, along with her consort, assassinated the sea god at the cost of her husband's life, restoring tranquility to the endless sea. Consequently, Lee Sang-yin ascended as the new queen of the sea tribe. In contrast, Lee Susu was confined within the high tower. Following the death of the sea god, the mirage that had lingered over the endless sea vanished without a trace. After losing the mirage within her, Lee Susu regressed not only in her cultivation to the body-forging realm, but also lost her memories, returning to a time several years prior, completely unaware of her heinous acts of patricide and matricide. Yet, no matter how much Lee Susu wept and cried out her name, Lee Sang-yin could no longer regard her as the sister she once knew. After all, one must bear the consequences of their transgressions. Thus, the remainder of Lee Susu's life will be spent in eternal confinement within the tower. 15 years later, within the Sea Tribe Palace, Lee Sang-yin sat upon her frigid throne, resembling an unyielding iceberg, exuding an aura of chilling authority. She narrowed her eyes slightly, surveying the subjects below with a commanding presence, as if all in the world lay within her grasp. At that moment, the newly appointed high priest nervously reported a series of significant events that had recently unfolded within the Sea Tribe. His voice trembled, and beads of perspiration formed on his brow. Each word was articulated with utmost caution, fearing even the slightest misstep would invoke the wrath of this merciless queen. Once the high priest completed his report, the grand hall fell into a brief silence. Then, from above, a faint hum echoed. This unremarkable sound struck the high priest's heart like a hammer. However, drawing from years of experience, he discerned a hint of approval in Her Majesty's response to his efforts. With this thought, his anxieties began to ease. Nevertheless, in the presence of this frigid sovereign, he dared not show any sign of complacency or relaxation, for the current monarch was exceedingly cold, as unfeeling as a stone. Since Her Majesty ascended the throne 15 years ago, the people of the Sea Tribe had not witnessed a single smile grace her face. The once gentle and kind princess, brimming with approachability, had vanished, replaced by this aloof and formidable ruler. No one knew the cause of such a profound transformation, only that the atmosphere within the Sea Tribe Palace was perpetually shrouded in a heavy and oppressive gloom. Then, the high priest furrowed his brow, as if suddenly recalling something of great importance. He stepped forward and respectfully addressed the throne. "Your Majesty, there is one more matter I wish to report. Recently, the Celestial Treasure House has been prepared for reconstruction according to your wishes. However, while the artisans were clearing the ruins, they unexpectedly uncovered an object that requires your personal judgment, Your Majesty." Sitting upon the throne, Lee Sang-yin remained as cold as ice, her expression devoid of emotion, as if the myriad of worldly affairs could not stir even the slightest ripple in her heart. Yet, the chief lady-in-waiting, Changgu, who had been silently standing beside her, timely interjected, "Present the item." The high priest promptly nodded in affirmation and gently clapped his hands. A graceful maidservant then approached the grand hall, delicately holding a finely crafted tray. When the tray was placed before the assembly, they beheld a resplendent ruby pendant earring, shimmering with a dazzling brilliance at its center. At that moment, an unexpected tempest suddenly swept through the tranquil hall. The wind surged with such ferocity that the attendees stumbled, desperately striving to maintain their balance to avoid falling. Once the tempest subsided and the high priest managed to regain his footing, he hastily lifted his gaze towards the tray, only to be astonished to find it utterly empty. Alarmed, the high priest instinctively glanced towards the throne, only to discover that their esteemed sovereign had mysteriously vanished, leaving behind the throne standing desolately in solitude. Years later, Li Sangyin returned to the ruins of the celestial treasure house. The newly constructed treasure house stood nearby, while a group of craftsmen diligently cleared the remnants of the wall that had been collapsed by the cloaked figure. Upon seeing Li Sangyin, the craftsman promptly bowed, but she merely waved her hand, signaling them to withdraw. Subsequently, Li Sangyin surveyed the ruins with a complex expression. She had once investigated the individual who had aided her escape from the cloaked figure, yet she had been unable to uncover the identity of that person. For a long time, she believed the cloaked figure to be a remnant of the late high priest Gu Huaixing, and with his demise, the matter had faded into obscurity. However, she never anticipated that 15 years later, this earring would reappear in a place it should not have been. In truth, there remained many enigmas from that time which she could not comprehend. For instance, why had Chen Anyun chosen her sister? Why could a person undergo such drastic transformations? Yet, it was too late for her to seek the answers. After she had personally ended Chen Anyun's life, those answers had lost their significance, for her heart had long since perished. Yet now, that heart, which she believed to be irrevocably dead, began to stir with an unsettling vitality. A chilling truth, long buried, had begun to reveal itself after 15 years. She suddenly recalled a place, one she had neglected for far too long, the very origin of it all. A voice within her fervently urged her to halt. But even knowing that the truth might be a lethal poison, she prepared herself to drink deeply from it. Thus, guided by an inexplicable intuition, she once again ventured into the base. 15 years have elapsed, and upon the modest wooden dock, the once mighty Black Pearl, which once roamed the boundless seas, now lies wrecked upon the reefs, in a state of disrepair. Li Sangyin gently bit her lip, inhaling deeply as she pushed open the door that had once haunted her dreams. After a thorough search, aside from the books she had previously perused, she found nothing. Just as a sense of despondency began to wash over her, her attention was inexplicably drawn to the empty seashell resting on the table. Suddenly, she recalled his words. "This is a phonograph crafted by mimicking an object from my homeland," he had said. Thus, as if compelled by some unseen force, Li Sangyin approached the table and delicately touched the seashell. To her astonishment, accompanied by a series of crackling noises, an ancient and familiar voice emerged from within. "Young Master Chen, as I mentioned earlier, the sea tribe is now on the brink of extinction, and I know well the disposition of the second prince. She would never abandon the sea tribe to save herself." The speaker was none other than Gu Huaixing, the former high priest of the sea tribe, who had perished before her eyes. Why is it Gu Grandpa? And how do they know each other? Li Sangyin distinctly remembered Gu Huaixing stating that he did not know who Chen Anyun was. At this moment, a voice within her urged her to halt her inquiry. Yet she could no longer heed it. Gritting her teeth, she continued to listen to the dialogue emanating from the seashell. "But if I proceed with this, Sangyin will surely be heartbroken. That child-esque temperament mirrors that of the girl from Sangyue. It was precisely because of that girl's husband-esque demise that she, despite the potential to transcend the realm of deities, remained stagnant at the realm of return. Sangyin possesses exceptional talent. Her future is boundless. You wouldn't want to become a hindrance to her, would you? Though she may experience momentary sorrow, it is far better than your self-sacrifice, causing her a lifetime of grief. I understand now. I will promise you. What must I do? You need only to." Li Sangyin stood frozen like a statue, the word from the phonograph echoing in her ears, repeating endlessly. Time seemed to stand still until the sky outside gradually succumbed to the night, dimming into obscurity, and she slowly awakened from her reverie. But, Pat! The crisp sounds reverberated through the silent room. When Lee Sang-in finally grasped the gravity of the situation, tears surged forth like a flood breaching its dam. Unrestrained, they fell drop by drop onto the wooden floor beneath her, creating tiny splashes of grief. The dam she had painstakingly built over the course of 15 years crumbled effortlessly in that moment. All her strength and pretense dissipated in an instant, leaving only boundless anguish and despair. Liar, liar, liar. She repeated the simple word over and over. Mingming, without ever inquiring of me, hastily made a choice on my behalf. Upon the desolate and uninhabited reef, the sea breeze howled, stirring waves that relentlessly pounded the rocky shore. Lee Sang-in stood alone within her humble abode, her heart-wrenching cries echoing through the wind, dissolving into the vastness of the ocean. Yet, amidst the merciless sea and the indifferent night sky, no one could hear her lamentations, nor comprehend the anguish that engulfed her soul. Time slipped away as she wept, until exhaustion rendered her powerless, and she vacantly emerged from her small dwelling. She then sat beside the Black Pearl, lost in thought, her mind adrift. Occasionally, a sudden smile would flicker across her face, only to be swiftly engulfed by sorrow once more. She reminisced about the fragments of moments shared with him, but all memories abruptly ceased when the dagger pierced his heart. Fool! How could you not cry out in pain when your heart was so grievously wounded? Lee Sang-in scolded inwardly, recalling his previously placid expression. Leaning against the mast of the Black Pearl, she gazed into the distance, where a magnificent full moon ascended slowly from the sea. As dawn broke, Chen Anyun stirred upon his flying sword, lazily yawning and stretching his limbs, feeling as though he had emerged from a protracted dream. He sighed, lamenting the comfortable sea breeze from the previous day that had lulled him into slumber, seeking an excuse for his indolence. He followed the scent of mirages and soon discovered a small island bustling with sea folk engaged in trade. Ah, so even the restless cannot withstand solitude so early? Observing a white-clad man heartily devouring noodles at a modest stall, Chen Anyun chuckled inwardly. The frog, destined to appear many years hence, had unexpectedly slipped out from the depths of the sea much earlier than anticipated. Indeed, who could blame it? That realm was both tedious and lonely. The allure of the human world was irresistible. Ambling over, he casually took a seat beside the man. The white-clad individual suddenly lifted his head, their eyes meeting in a quiet exchange. The absence of concealed intent allowed the former to instantly recognize the amiable-looking man before him, causing the noodles in his bowl to lose their appeal. Heavenly perfection. Senior, are you? Shoo. Chen Anyun gestured for silence and called out to the enthusiastic vendor, Boss, 1 bowl of beef noodles without scallions, please. Certainly, esteemed guest. With a subtle smile, Chen Anyun proposed to the white-clad man, Let us wager. If the vendor delivers the beef noodles sans scallions, I shall spare you. And if he does include them, then you shall meet your demise. The white-clad man involuntarily swallowed, casting a pleading glance toward the vendor. Chapter 75. Doubt. On April 5th, during the Qingming Festival, a delicate drizzle fell from the sky, enveloping Lingjian Peak in a gossamer veil. Chun Lingxi sat quietly indoors, her gaze drifting through the window, fixated on the relentless drops cascading from the eaves. Unbeknownst to her, Chen Anyun had been gone for a month. The apricot trees planted last month had quietly sprouted tender green shoots. Gazing at these nascent branches, Chun Lingxi could not help but envision a time when this place would once again transform into a vast expanse of apricot blossoms, adorned in hues of pink and white. The mere thought of such a picturesque scene filled her heart with tranquility. Having spent some time living at Lingjian Peak, Chun Lingxi gradually adapted to her surroundings. Compared to her former life at Xintian sect, the disciples here exuded a distinct aura, one of visible relaxation. It seemed that the constraints of rigid rules and oppressive pressures were far less pronounced, and no one instructed her to regard the sect as paramount above all else. Initially, she found herself somewhat ill at ease in this atmosphere. However, as days turned into weeks, she began to understand and embrace this environment. At times, she even found the sense of ease and freedom quite delightful. Through her observations of the people at Lingjian Peak, she finally comprehended why Chen Anyun had developed such a languid and carefree demeanor. Perhaps it was precisely because of the long-term exposure to this relaxed and liberating atmosphere that he could be so unrestrained and free-spirited. Contemplating this, a faint smile graced Chen Lingxi's lips. In truth, after Chen Anyun's disappearance, she had secretly visited Tai sect to observe for a while. She believed that if Chen Anyun were indeed alive, he would most likely return to his own sect. Through the casual conversations of the Lingjian disciples, she gradually pieced together the tale of how Chen Anyun, armed with his sword, had single-handedly challenged the Tianma sect to avenge his younger disciple's sister. This revelation allowed her to speculate on the reasons behind his amnesia upon encountering her. If Chen Lingxi claimed not to feel jealous, it would be a falsehood. Particularly, she became aware that the emotional shift between the two was initiated by Chu Huairou, who had shifted her affections to another, one Zhou Qing, a disciple who had entered the sect alongside her. Hence, during their first meeting, she could not help but scrutinize Zhou Qing, searching for any exceptional qualities he might possess. It was all too easy for her to conclude that Chu Huairou had been blind to the obvious. Therefore, she had resolved to take no action, believing that as long as Chen Anyun belonged to her, the other two should ideally find their own paths and fade into obscurity. However, what she did not anticipate was that the unfolding events would prove far more convoluted than she had imagined. This incarnation of Chu Huairou exhibited a starkly contrasting demeanor towards Zhou Qing, showing not a hint of interest, yet clinging to Chen Anyun as if he were a piece of stubborn toffee. What could have prompted such an abrupt transformation? Is it merely a consequence of following in the footsteps of a mentor, akin to the butterfly effect as articulated by her former husband? An instinctive sense persistently cautioned her that matters were far from simplistic. Reflecting upon her past in the celestial realm, she recalled having inadvertently encountered rumors surrounding the Northern Empress. It was said that this formidable sovereign had yet to appoint a consort and appeared to be yearning for a cherished love in the mortal realm, a love she had long pursued but never attained. In those days, she had felt a flicker of compassion for Chu Huairou, recognizing their shared plight. However, if the reality aligned with her current suspicions, everything would be irrevocably altered. Should it be true that the object of Chu Huairou's unwavering affection, whom she could never possess, was none other than her own husband, the implications would be profound. At this juncture, an inexplicable fury surged within her. Furthermore, both of them were formidable figures from the celestial realm, leading Chen Lingxi to ponder whether Chu Huairou, like herself, retained memories of a past life. In this moment, with her husband absent from Lingjian Peak, Chen Lingxi deemed it imperative to seize the opportunity to visit Chu Huairou and ascertain the truth. Chapter 76. Candor. It must be said that throughout their previous interactions, Chen Anyun had indeed been excessively lenient. Chu Huairou, having ruled decisively as an empress for several centuries, despite her earnest attempts to embody her youthful self, found it exceedingly difficult to conceal many subconscious nuances. However, Chen Anyun, with a steadfast resolve, managed to overlook all of these subtleties. Consequently, following numerous instances of trepidation, Chu Huairou developed an inexplicable confidence in her acting prowess, which hindered her from delving deeper into the craft, resulting in her stagnation in that skill. As a keen observer, Chen Lingxi easily detected several illogical aspects in Chu Huairou's demeanor. Setting aside the palpable coldness she displayed towards Zhou Qing, even in their rare moments of confrontation, Chen Lingxi frequently sensed a subtle yet unmistakable air of dominance emanating from her. It was worth noting that in her previous life, she was a renowned celestial master, making it utterly absurd for anyone to evoke such feelings in her. When Chen Anyun was present, she had been wholly absorbed in him, thus overlooking many details. Now, in a moment of clarity, she reflected upon those instances and recognized the multitude of flaws present. Chen Lingxi had always been forthright in nature. Her so-called probing was, "Of course, you retain memories from your past life, do you not, Chu Huairou? Or perhaps Empress obeyed you? With a sudden burst. She expelled the honey pomelo tea she had just sipped, her gaze wide with alarm as she stared at Chen Lingxi. What cough? Sister Chen, what nonsense are you speaking? Past life? Empress? I do not quite comprehend. Ah, your flawed acting might fool my carefree husband, but do not deceive yourself in my presence. Chen Lingxi replied, a light laugh escaping her lips. Husband? Who do you refer to as husband? Chu Huairou leaped up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, her eyes narrowing dangerously at Chen Lingxi. Do suppress that pitiful aura of intimidation. Chen Lingxi remarked playfully. Are you so weary of pretense that you no longer bother to disguise it? Chu Huairou sealed her lips, fixing her gaze on Chen Lingxi for a prolonged moment before articulating. Who exactly are you? What brings you to Tai's sect? Why do you refer to him as husband? Ah, the Empress seems to have quite the forgetful nature. Were we not acquainted at the Peaches of Immortality Gathering? The Peaches of Immortality Gathering. It truly is you, the Lingxi, celestial master of perilous shores. Chen Lingxi offered no reply, instead settling down and, under the scrutinizing gaze of Chu Huairou, poured herself a cup of honey pomelo tea and took a delicate sip. Delightful tea. You have yet to answer my question. Why do you call him husband? Despite her growing suspicions, Chu Huairou could not restrain herself from inquiring once more. Why refer to him as husband? What a foolish question to ask, Chen Lingxi retorted. Chen Lingxi revealed a gentle smile and said, we are bound as husband and wife, our affection unwavering. I call him my lord because I am his devoted and formally wed wife. You deceive me. How can my senior brother ever marry? Why not? Chen Lingxi retorted. If you can marry, why can't your senior brother take a wife? In fact, I owe it to you. Had it not been for you, I might never have encountered my husband. If we were to speak of it, I ought to call you a matchmaker. Ah, my lord is wonderful in every way, save for his excessive enthusiasm for matters of the bedchamber, which often leads to— Oh, forgive me. I heard you nearly met your demise on the day of your wedding, without even having the chance to consummate the marriage. I shouldn't speak of such things to you. Chen Ling 11. Chu Huairou finally lost her composure, raising her fist to strike at Chen Lingxi, only to have Chen Lingxi effortlessly evade her. With a cold smile, she remarked, What? You, a mere practitioner of the material realm, truly wish to engage me in combat? No. After missing her blow, Chu Huairou surprisingly regained her composure. You are provoking me. Why would I provoke you? You want me to feel ashamed, to abandon my senior brother to fulfill your desires. Chu Huairou, even if I wronged him in my past life, that is a matter of the past. In this life, I will make amends for him without needing your guilt. Then, Chu Huairou suddenly recalled a rumor she had heard in her previous life. Ah, I remember now. In your past life, you told a friend that you inadvertently caused the death of your beloved, hence vowing never to marry. So, it follows that your senior brother was indeed harmed by you. Truly worthy of being the Empress, you have quickly turned the tables. Chen Lingxi sighed. Well, I never expected you to relinquish so easily. I only sought to ascertain whether you're also a reborn soul. You struck the mark, didn't you? Chu Huairou had fully regained her previous life's demeanor. Dismissing Chen Lingxi's words, speak plainly. What do you truly want? Please, do not say it that way. I merely wish for greater honesty between us. Honesty? You are aware of my connection with him, while I know nothing of yours. Where is this honesty you speak of? Rest assured, since I dare to approach you, I have no intention of concealing my relationship with him. Then, amidst the gentle patter of rain outside, Chen Lingxi recounted the details of her connection with Chen Anyun to Chu Huairou. Vile woman, how dare you speak of me so? Are you not the same? With such a wonderful husband, you actually, for the sake of that wretched sect, caused his demise. How could you inflict such harm upon him? Indeed, I am a vile woman, Chen Lingxi admitted candidly, but you are even more of a harlot. Do you understand the difference between us? With a smile, Chen Lingxi, unlike Chu Huairou, embodied the charm of youth, a striking beauty whose every expression conveyed the allure of a mature woman. In the midst of Chu Huairou's seething gaze, she spoke softly. It is merely a matter of taste in selecting men. I apologize, but I truly cannot fathom how you could bring yourself to associate with someone like Zhou Qing. We have done nothing together. Who knows? I shall end your life. At long last, The two women cast aside their long-held FA-aids and engaged in a fierce struggle, akin to two ordinary women. However, as they were sisters and fellow disciples in this lifetime, they tacitly refrained from employing their own cultivation powers. Nevertheless, Chen Lingxi, being in the late stage of the Guyuan realm, possessed a physical strength far superior to that of Chu Huairou, who was merely in the Yuwu realm. It wasn't long before she gained the upper hand and bestowed upon Chu Huairou a pair of panda eyes. Naturally, her meticulously tended hair was left in a disheveled state. The two women paused, breathless. From this day forth, we shall not disturb one another. Matters concerning the senior brother shall be resolved by our own merits. This suits me perfectly. Furthermore, keep your ex-husband at a distance. He's been lingering near me of late, and it is undoubtedly your doing. Upon hearing the term ex-husband, veins appeared on Chu Huairou's forehead as she prepared to retort, but Chen Lingxi had already glided away, leaving her with a sensation akin to a thorn lodged in her throat. She recalled that after the senior brother's departure, by sheer coincidence, he had not perished. Upon losing his memory, another woman had seized the opportunity to enter his life, which only deepened her distress. I will not be defeated. Zhu Huaidu Silenti En Gao He Sai. Chapter 77. The lost memories. What transpired atop the Lingjian peak was, of course, unbeknownst to Chen Anyun, who was soaring swiftly towards the heart of the endless sea, with a half-human height golden toad's hind leg precariously in his grasp. Regrettably, he failed to utter that classic quote, likely due to his preoccupation. The proprietor had inadvertently dropped a morsel of green onion into the bowl while adding it to the beef noodles. When Chen Anyun, with an impassive expression, extracted a fragment of the aromatic onion from his noodles, the sea god took to his heels and, upon being caught, persistently demanded a one-on-one duel at the level of longevity. Chen Anyun, in silence, surveyed the multitude of S-rank passive skills on his skill sheet and readily acquiesced to the challenge. Thus, after an overwhelmingly one-sided and intense battle, Chen Anyun remarked, "How perilous." He nearly broke a sweat, having discarded the toad's carcass far into the heart of the sea. Chen Anyun began to deliberate with the system regarding the primary objective of this outing. "Dear host," the system suggested, "it would be simpler not to complicate matters. Since we are utilizing Meng Tianxin's appearance, why not simply recreate the scene of your first encounter with her?" "Oh, you mean the incident in the valley when I found her?" pondered Chen Anyun. "That is indeed a clever idea. However, how should we design the progression of their relationship thereafter? It cannot merely be love at first sight, can it? Time-honored affection, dear host. First, you must rationalize Meng Tianxin's existence. She is so stunning. Later, we can devise some archetypal romantic narratives. Gradual affection would indeed be plausible." "You make a valid point. What about the name? How does Louis Face sound? Back in the day Dear host, since her appearance is Meng Tianxin's, and our encounter is scripted as Meng Tianxin, why not also name her Meng Tianxin? I sense you are concealing something from me. How could that be, dear host? I merely offered a reasonable suggestion. Forget it. Let me contemplate this for a moment." "Very well, dear host." The system inwardly sighed. Even with the opportunity for a fresh start, the host still could not recall the events that had transpired at that time. Days passed once more, to fully immerse himself in the performance. After departing from the endless sea, Chen Anyun sought out a secluded valley where he grilled several fish by the brook. In his own words, this would provide a greater sense of immersion. As he savored the sizzling, oil-dripping grilled fish, the system unexpectedly spoke up. "Dear host, do you recall the events that unfolded just before the collapse of the Luofu small world?" What prompted this sudden inquiry? "Of course, I remember," Chen Anyun replied nonchalantly, taking a bite of the grilled fish and relishing the exquisite flavor rolling over his taste buds. Did not everyone in that small world accompany her in performing the final act? I played the role of a young gentleman who had just achieved the top scholarly honor and was returning home to propose. Indeed, it was that occasion. And then, could it be that your system too encounters moments of forgetfulness? I had assumed your memories were solely reliant on hard disk storage. Chen Anyun couldn't help but express his thoughts. Yet, under the system's guidance, he found himself reminiscing about the scene from that time. With a bow to heaven and earth, Chen Anyun turned and Meng Tianxin, supported by Ji Weibai, also turned to face him. They bowed their heads simultaneously, performing the first round of rites. Then came the bow to the High Hall. To his astonishment, he was unexpectedly playing the role of the son-in-law for the sword sect of the 100 Swords. Despite his heart's reluctance, with the arrow already on the string, Chen Anyun knelt again alongside Meng Tianxin to pay their respects. The bowing of the couple. They were truly marrying. It was astonishing that this was happening. Chen Anyun mused within himself. Although he had once wed Ling Shizi in his memories, that time had been under a state of self-hypnosis. Even though the memories remained after the hypnosis, they paled in comparison to the reality he was currently experiencing. Thus, in his 2 lifetimes, this was indeed the first authentic experience of marriage. While lost in thought, he turned back, slightly bowed, and together with Meng Tianxin, they completed the ceremonial gesture. The ritual concluded, and the call to usher the bride into the bridal chamber resonated, elevating the atmosphere to a crescendo. Naturally, Chen Anyun followed suit, turning elegantly to face the gathered crowd and bowing deeply in gratitude. He then gently grasped the entwined ribbons in Meng Tianxin's hand and cautiously stepped towards the back courtyard. His heart raced like a small rabbit, thumping wildly within. At last, they arrived at the entrance to the bridal chamber. Taking a deep breath to calm his nerves, he stepped inside. Upon lighting the candles, the sight of a slender figure adorned in a resplendent red wedding gown beside the bed made his heart race even more, his breath becoming somewhat hurried. However, when he summoned the courage to lift the red veil from Meng Tianxin's head with the delicate rod in his hand, the moment their eyes met seemed to freeze time itself. Gazing into her clear, captivating eyes, reminiscent of autumn waters and twinkling stars, all his anxieties and restlessness vanished in an instant, replaced by an indescribable tranquility and peace. The flickering candlelight in the bridal chamber cast their shadows, gradually elongating until they merged into one. Then the entire world began to crumble bit by bit. First, the entire county gradually dissolved into nothingness, while the onlooking townsfolk, wearing smiles, slowly transformed into wisps of green sand. Next, the Meng family followed suit. The sword-bearer of the 100 Swords was still toasting with guests in the hall, only to turn into stone the next moment, ultimately becoming a heap of yellow earth. All the guests, amidst laughter and merriment, shattered one by one into grains of dust, eventually merging into the void. Only Wei Yaobai remained, when suddenly a golden light descended from the heavens, enveloping her entirely. This radiant beam then soared into the sky, disappearing without a trace. As Chen Anyun observed everything in the bridal chamber, each item gradually faded into nothingness. He understood that the moment of parting had arrived. Meng Tianxin remained silent, merely casting a deep gaze in his direction, before she too transformed into countless specks of light, vanishing into the void. The entire world was shrouded in darkness. Thus, Chen Anyun's recollections came to an end. Once his memories had concluded, he relished a piece of grilled fish while earnestly contemplating how to effectively utilize that puppet. Hoping to extricate himself from the entanglements of all the female protagonists in one fell swoop. Yet, unbeknownst to him, within the system's memories, there lingered a final segment of the tale. In the heart of the endless darkness, Chen Anyun stood in a daze. It was then that the voice of the system echoed. "Host, would you like to know the nature of Meng Tianxin's transaction with the main system? What is it?" Chen Anyun sighed. She relinquished an easily attainable victory, trading the lives of countless beings in the small 1,000 worlds, along with infinite merits, merely for a chance to reunite with you. Chen Anyun remained silent for a prolonged moment before finally speaking. "System, please help me seal this memory." "Host, why would you wish to do such a thing?" Chen Anyun replied with a bitter smile. "If I do not, I fear I shall be unable to complete the subsequent tasks." "Are you certain?" "Certain." "Then, dear host, is there anything else you wish to convey?" "If I truly encounter her again, please convey my apologies." Chapter 78. Returning to the mountain a few days later, Chen Anyun quietly returned to his residence on Lingjian Peak. He stealthily brought out the puppet made from the colorful stone, and the following morning, he boldly appeared on Lingjian Peak with the puppet in tow. This puppet was naturally controlled by the system, and the night before, it had rehearsed with Chen Anyun throughout the entire evening at the foot of the mountain. The senior brother has returned. After greeting the curious junior brothers and sisters he encountered along the way, Chen Anyun led the puppet into the grand hall. Anyun, you're back. If there was anyone on Lingjian Peak who had been most concerned about Chen Anyun, it would undoubtedly be Li Wuji. He had been quite exhausted during this period, and upon seeing his beloved disciple return safely, his excitement was hard to contain. Respectfully greeting the master, Chen Anyun bowed respectfully and then brought the puppet before him. Master, during my journey, aside from avoiding the water essence gold, I fortuitously encountered a junior sister of exceptional talent. I humbly request that you take her under your wing. Oh, such wonderful news. Upon hearing that his disciple had brought back a talented student, Li Wuji's face lit up with delight. Chen Anyun then recounted the encounter with Meng Tianxin as per their prearranged script. When Li Wuji learned that the puppet resembled a beggar and had lost much of its memory, he couldn't help but sigh. Alas, yet another tragic tale of humanity. After his lament, Li Wuji turned to the puppet and inquired, "Do you still remember your name?" The young lady's surname is Meng, and her name is Tianxin. The puppet responded softly under the system's control. Li Wuji pointed gently at the puppet's forehead. A naturally clear Dao heart, such talent. Excellent, excellent. Tianxin, that is a splendid name. From this moment onward, you shall be a true disciple of Lingjian Peak. Thank you, master. The puppet performed a graceful bow. Li Wuji cast another approving glance at Chen Anyun. Truly, he was a remarkable son. Even a random find could possess extraordinary talent. Since Tianxin has lost much of her memory, you, as the senior brother, shall take good care of her during this time. Li Wuji instructa. Chen Anyun readily agreed. After leaving the grand hall, he took the puppet to the main hall of Taiyi sect to handle various administrative matters, such as obtaining the sect's token and resources for cultivation. He also entrusted a junior brother from Tiangong Peak to establish a new residence on Lingjian Peak. Upon returning to Lingjian Peak, he happened to encounter Chen Lingxi and Chu Huairou, who had come upon hearing the news. Senior brother, Chu Huairou, as usual, was about to rush into Chen Anyun's embrace. However, she was abruptly halted by Chen Lingxi beside her. Senior brother has just returned after a month of hard work. Junior sister should refrain from adding to his troubles. How am I causing trouble? Chu Huairou attempted to break free, but the disparity in their cultivation levels rendered her efforts futile. Chen Lingxi's grip remained steadfast, causing her to reveal her teeth in frustration. Since when did these two become so close? To Chen Anyun, the interaction between the two women was merely a testament to their closeness, and he pondered, unable to discern the underlying reasons. Fortunately, his acting has now become instinctual, and he effortlessly maintains his persona, revealing a gentle smile in the blink of an eye. Sister Chu, Sister Chen, it's been a while. A twinge of bitterness welled up within Chen Lingxi as she pondered why her name was placed after that of another. Nonetheless, she approached with grace, curiosity piquing as she observed the puppet behind Chen Anyun. Who is this sister? I haven't seen her at Lingjian Peak. Oh, she is not merely a sister. She is the newly accepted true disciple of our master, named Meng Tianxin. Greetings, Sister Chen. The puppet performed a respectful bow, speaking little, a decision made by Chen Anyun in collaboration with the system. After all, it was the system's first foray into human interaction, lacking experience. It was prudent to adhere to the principle of speaking less to avoid mistakes. Turning to the unwillingly led Chu Huairou, Chen Anyun continued, "This is Sister Chu. Although she entered the sect before you, she vowed to be the little sister of Lingjian Peak, a promise acknowledged by our master. So you may address her as Sister Chu." Greetings, Sister Chu. The puppet bowed again obediently. Our master's new disciple? Chu Huairou couldn't help but scrutinize the puppet closely. Having previously sought her master's sympathy, the puppet had not adorned herself, yet her flawless features exuded a natural beauty unmarred by artifice. Chu Huairou felt a pang of betrayal from her master. At just 16 years of age, she had yet to fully mature, her face still rounded with youthful chubbiness. More cute than beautiful. One Chen Lingxi was already sufficient. Where had their master found such an enchanting individual? Fortunately, The puppet's unrefined aura concealed any issues. And given her recent experiences with Chen Lingxi, she was in a sensitive state, apprehensive about her senior brother acquiring yet another inexplicably alluring companion. Well then, the disciples from Tiangong Peak are about to arrive to establish Sister Meng's residence. We shall take our leave first, Chen Anyun said as he excused himself. He dared not let the puppet linger in their company for too long. Having spent millennia with the system and knowing all too well how its thought processes differed vastly from human logic, a moment's inattention could easily reveal a flaw. The two young women had come solely to see him, and now, upon recognizing his pressing matters, they bid farewell with alacrity. Very well, senior brother. And, Sister Meng, welcome to Lingjian Peak. Goodbye, senior brother. I shall visit you again this evening. Chen Anyun waved his hand and, with the puppet in tow, continued his ascent up the mountain. Behind them, indistinct sounds of a quarrel could be heard. Sister Chu, did you not promise to come see the apricot blossoms with me this evening? Are you foolish? It will be pitch black tonight. How can we see the flowers? Besides, those apricot trees were only planted a month ago. The trunks aren't even straight yet. Let go of me. No, I won't. Chapter 79. Artificial Intelligence. It has been a month since they last met, and their relationship has remarkably improved. What do you think, Tongzi? Host, through which of your eyes did you perceive this enhancement in their relationship? Is it not true? In my recollection, only those with a close bond engage in such playful banter. Chen Anyun's tone was imbued with nostalgia for cherished memories. In his previous life, despite growing up as an orphan, he had a few close companions during his school days. In his mind, only friends with a strong connection would indulge in mutual teasing and quarrels. The system affirmed, "You are the host. Your words hold truth." However, Chen Anyun's inquiry was merely casual. His thoughts were primarily focused on the manipulation of the puppet controlled by the system. By the way, Tongzi, what is the maximum distance you can operate this puppet from? Although the system can control the puppet made from colorful stones, it does not imply that its essence has departed from Chen Anyun. In reality, the system's core remains within him. I share perception with the host, so, theoretically, as long as I am within the range of your five senses, I can exert control. Ah, that is quite advantageous. Chen Anyun nodded in satisfaction. With his current perfected cultivation in the celestial realm, he could ascertain even the color of the undergarments worn by the female disciples on Lingjian Peak. Nonetheless, host, I have an even better suggestion. Pray tell. Consider this. Host, you cannot possibly monitor the puppet every hour of every day. What if, on a day when you have urgent matters, someone discovers the puppet? You cannot continuously resort to feigning amnesia. If this continues, even if you do not expose yourself, others will gradually perceive the puppet as a simpleton. No matter how well you act, it is improbable that one would develop affections for someone universally acknowledged as a fool. You make a valid point, but couldn't I simply hide the puppet whenever I am occupied? No. Host, I recall the tale you once shared about a dual-faced individual named Conan. Whenever his other persona, Shinichi, appeared, Conan would vanish, yet few connected the dots. Surely, you do not believe that those destined heroines would be so foolish? Seeing Chen Anyun wavering, the system seized the opportunity to press on. Moreover, maintaining constant awareness of your surroundings, as you previously mentioned, is akin to being on a 24-hour surveillance watch. Is there truly no time for rest? Very well. Although I have sensed that you might be leading me into traps lately, your reasoning is sound. What alternative do you propose? I shall listen. Ahem. Accusations of traps are unfounded. Host, I would never engage in such behavior. The system promptly refuted Chen Anyun's baseless suspicions before continuing. My suggestion, utilizing knowledge from your world, is to attempt to create something akin to artificial intelligence within the puppet. Artificial intelligence. Is your system capable of such technological advancements? Chen Anyun inquired in astonishment. The main system is an extraordinary entity that transcends countless realms. It seems quite reasonable for some sci-fi artifacts to occasionally emerge in the world of cultivation. Indeed, that makes sense. Chen Anyun mused, stroking his chin. He had heard the system mention the main system before. Each time it was referenced, he felt an overwhelming sense of omnipotence. Thus, the idea now appeared surprisingly rational to him. Moreover, The amount of regret value he had accumulated had reached astronomical heights, and he had little desire for any exchanges, making the system's proposition genuinely pique his interest. Speak. How much regret value is required? I shall exchange it. Actually, no regret value is necessary, the system cautiously replied. As a system, it was fundamentally unable to lie directly to its host. No regret value needed. Chen Anyun squinted, recalling his painful experiences traversing 3 lifetimes over thousands of years. The more something was free, the greater the extraordinary cost required. Precisely so, esteemed host, the system quickly clarified. This artificial intelligence is quite primitive. Initially, it cannot even speak and requires gradual instruction in various knowledge and languages, allowing it to learn appropriate responses based on different situations. I see. So, it is merely a rudimentary AI? Chen Anyun sighed in relief. No wonder the system did not require payment. Such a basic AI would not even warrant his attention in his original world, even if it were free. However, the prospect of training an AI in another world intrigued him greatly, and he promptly decided, very well, we shall proceed as you suggest. We will teach it everything slowly, as time is the one thing we have in abundance. In this time frame of his previous life, it marked the first year since his master had gone missing. Although Ling Jian Peak had fallen into a brief state of chaos due to the absence of his master, it quickly regained tranquility under his management. Furthermore, this year featured the decennial spirit realm trial. In the past, he had been unable to participate due to his role as the acting peak master, resulting in Ling Jian Peak ranking at the bottom among the 7 peaks, which consequently suppressed their cultivation resources for a decade. The secret realm of the spirit realm trial belonged to the Tai sect and was a minor world with minimal danger, where the challenges and obstacles were meticulously designed by the peak masters and elders. At that time, with Li Wuji missing and Chen Anyun still possessing limited cultivation, he lacked the qualifications to partake in the design of the mechanisms, leading to Ling Jian Peak being perpetually at a disadvantage in every challenge, ultimately becoming the least favored. However, these were the original self's regrets. With Chen Anyun's current cultivation, contending with a group of adept junior disciples was an unthinkable prospect. Thus, he did not intend to personally rectify the original self's shortcomings. Nevertheless, Ling Jian Peak now boasted the presence of 2 formidable female protagonists, Chu Huairo and Chen Lingxi. What constitutes a formidable female protagonist? This is akin to the overpowered protagonists in male-centric narratives, effortlessly challenging stronger opponents and breaking through limitations as casually as one might dine or drink. Regardless of how deeply concealed opportunities may be, they are invariably unearthed through a series of astonishingly serendipitous actions, often unintentional or overlooked. Why, after the world's reset, does Chen Anyun yearn to flee? Setting aside the question of whether he can indeed escape, does he comprehend the weight of being favored by the heavens? Moreover, from a certain perspective, female-centric narratives can, at times, be even more ludicrous than their male counterparts. Male protagonists may require a semblance of process to grow stronger, even in ancient times. The logic of consuming sweet potatoes to gain power could be somewhat justified. When faced with a meticulous author, they might even attempt to use traditional Chinese philosophy to rationalize a breakthrough. As for female narratives, well, returning to the topic at hand, Chen Anyun believes that even if he merely spectates during this trial, it will be effortless for Ling Jian Peak to emerge victorious. I digress. In summary, these past few years have been uneventful for Ling Jian Peak, allowing him to gradually develop the artificial intelligence mentioned by the system. While he does not expect it to rival the grand models, achieving a level akin to a certain smartphone's rudimentary intelligence from his past life would suffice. Once the disciples of Tiangong Peak complete their work and behold the newly constructed abode, Chen Anyun resolves to keep the puppet within his wardrobe for the time being. This is not merely a precaution, but primarily to facilitate the training of the artificial intelligence. Upon bringing the puppet back to his quarters, he meticulously sets up an invisible barrier around it, primarily to ensure timely feedback should anyone approach. After all, the system is correct. Although his current cultivation level incurs no cost for maintaining perception, isn't true rest about avoiding even the slightest inconvenience. Now, Let us swiftly equip that artificial intelligence onto the puppet, Chen Anyun urged. Chapter 80. Training is complete. Already done? So soon? Chen Anyun inquired with a hint of skepticism. Circling the puppet, has it truly been installed already? In apparent response to Chen Anyun's doubts, the puppet's long eyelashes fluttered, and its eyes seemed to shimmer with a trace of vitality. System, you're not controlling it, are you? Chen Anyun felt a twinge of unease as those eyes fixed upon him. No, this puppet now possesses its own consciousness. Dear host, you may attempt to communicate with her. The system replied. Communicate? How shall I do that? She seems rather dim-witted. Chen Anyun scratched his head in confusion. For instance, dear host, you could first tell her your name, the system suggested. That makes sense. Chen Anyun nodded, then pointed to himself, saying, Chen Anyun. The puppet froze momentarily. After some time and repeated encouragement from Chen Anyun, it seemed to grasp his meaning and awkwardly uttered, Chen Anyun. Chen Anyun nodded and pointed at the puppet, Meng Tianxin. Meng, Tian, Xin. The puppet stammered, yet this time it was considerably quicker. Subsequently, Chen Anyun pointed to himself again, continuing, Chen Anyun. The puppet echoed, Chen Anyun. Chen Anyun once more pointed at the puppet, Meng Tianxin. Meng Tianxin, it repeated. After several exchanges, Chen Anyun pointed to himself, remaining silent this time. He then heard the puppet say, Chen Anyun. He pointed to the puppet, Meng Tianxin. Wow, system. This artificial intelligence is quite clever. Indeed, dear host, the system quickly concurred. Suddenly, Chen Anyun discovered a joy reminiscent of playing with toys in his original world. Becoming increasingly engrossed, he began to point out various objects in the room to the puppet, simultaneously informing her of each item's name. Before long, whenever he pointed to an object, the puppet would promptly call out its name, and her pronunciation grew increasingly fluent. This filled Chen Anyun with a sense of accomplishment. After all, what teacher does not cherish a bright student? Eventually, Chen Anyun reflected deeply and recalled scenes from his time at the orphanage in his original world, where the director taught the newly arrived children. He then pointed his eyes and said to the puppet, Eyes. The puppet, now familiar with Chen Anyun's actions, naturally echoed, Eyes. Chen Anyun nodded in approval and continued, My eyes. Just as the puppet was about to speak, Chen Anyun shook his head and pointed to the puppet's eyes. Eyes? The puppet responded, somewhat bewildered. Chen Anyun nodded, then pointed to his own eyes once more, saying my eyes. Before the puppet could utter a word, he shook his head again, directing his finger toward the puppet's eyes, enticingly stating, Eyes. My eyes. The puppet hesitated for a moment, seemingly grasping the concept, and instinctively began to respond. Chen Anyun nodded and pointed to his own eyes, saying to the puppet, Eyes. He then gestured towards the puppet's eyes, and this time, the puppet understood, smoothly responding, My eyes. Goodness, look at this. This artificial intelligence can learn just like a human child, Chen Anyun exclaimed with excitement. Indeed, truly remarkable. Esteemed host, the system replied somewhat hesitantly. However, Chen Anyun was so caught up in his exhilaration that he failed to notice the system's unusual demeanor. With this successful experience, he swiftly employed a similar method to teach the puppet the usage of the other two pronouns, you and he. The activities continued late into the night, and Chen Anyun finally exhaled with satisfaction. He had successfully taught the puppet to recognize itself and its surroundings, and the puppet's intelligence astonished him greatly. Consequently, he brought the puppet before a mirror and, after a moment's thought, retrieved a hairpin from his pocket, inserting it into the puppet's dark tresses. This hairpin was one he had purchased during a recent visit to a mortal town for Chu Huairou's 16th birthday gift. At the time, he could not recall the exact design of the hairpin he had gifted her in his previous life, so he relied on instinct and bought two, intending to compare them later upon returning to Lingjian Peak. This particular hairpin was the one that remained. He wanted to see if the puppet could pass the mirror test. The mirror experiment was a method commonly used in his first life to assess self-awareness in animals. Few species, such as humans, gorillas, orcas, and elephants, have passed this test. The puppet gazed at its reflection in the mirror, momentarily startled. Yet, it soon reached up to touch the hairpin in its hair. System. It actually passed the mirror test. This is incredible. Chen Anyun exclaimed internally to the system. The system, however, declined to respond and feigned ignorance. Nevertheless, Chen Anyun was merely seeking an outlet for his excitement. As night fell, he decided to conclude the day's training. He led the puppet to the wardrobe and opened the doors. The puppet obediently stepped inside. Just as Chen Anyun was about to close the wardrobe, he suddenly noticed the hairpin he had just placed in the puppet's hair and reached out to retrieve it. Coincidentally, the puppet tilted its head just in time to avoid Chen Anyun's hand. Chen Anyun, unfazed, continued to reach for it when the system suddenly interjected, "Esteemed host, how impressive." Chen Anyun replied, "Huh? Really? Just a moment ago, you mentioned something about passing the mirror test?" Chen Anyun chuckled in amusement. "System, your reflexes must be exceedingly delayed." Distracted by the system's comment, Chen Anyun forgot his initial intent and casually closed the wardrobe doors, subsequently casting a series of barriers for soundproofing and protection. Ensuring absolute certainty before turning away, she prepared for bed, her mind brimming with anticipation for what she might teach the following day. Within the confines of the cabinet, the puppet stood vacantly in the cramped space, illuminated only by a sliver of light seeping through the narrow crevices of the cabinet door, casting a gentle glow upon her visage. "You." Eyes, mouth, table. "You." Chen Anyun. "I." Meng Tianxin. The puppet continued to savor the novelty of the recent revelations. The day's experiences had filled her with wonder, and the beautiful adornment placed upon her head was a delight to her. Yet, she remained oblivious to the meanings of beauty and affection, simply harboring a desire not to be taken away. Then, she heard an inexplicable voice echoing in her mind. "Apologies." Apologies? What does apology mean? She pondered. Chapter 81. The lottery in the early morning, the sunlight was just right. Rays of sunlight filtered through the gaps in the forest, casting a delicate golden hue upon the treetops. The nascent dawn spread its beams across every corner of Lingjian Peak. A slender beam of light, fortunate enough to find its way through the narrow crevice of a window covered with white paper, alighted upon a pair of exquisitely perfect feet reminiscent of white jade. They were gracefully intertwined, as if scorched by the sunlight. The feet, pale to the point of translucence, retracted suddenly, revealing the owner of those delicate feet murmuring two indistinct words, eyes still closed, as she turned over to find a more comfortable sleeping position. After a brief interval, the long dark lashes fluttered slightly before slowly revealing her obsidian eyes. With the last remnants of sleep lingering, the young woman rose from her bed, stretching languidly and showcasing her breathtaking curves before tossing aside the few unruly strands of hair that had slipped forward during the night. Indeed, she had reached the pinnacle of the returning origin realm. Realizing that her current cultivation was far below her former zenith, a sense of reassurance washed over her. How wonderful it was to know that this was not merely a dream. As she stood up from the bedside and approached the mirror, she patiently began to arrange her makeup. Even in her natural state, she was already a vision of unparalleled beauty, but with the joy of seeing her beloved each day. She endeavored to embellish herself as much as possible. Once she had completed her grooming and donned a light yellow dress, she gazed at her flawless reflection, secretly applauding herself in her heart. She recalled that annoying woman had mentioned something about today being the day of the spiritual realm trial lottery, and that she needed to head to the main hall. Chun Lingxi, slightly vexed, tapped her head and, shaking off her earlier languor, hastily summoned her flying sword and soared towards the main peak. When she had first encountered Li Wuji, she had joined Lingjian Peak as a loose cultivator at the late stage of the object control realm, and now, having passed more than 2 months, it was only reasonable for her to have advanced to the profound understanding realm. Moreover, this was a splendid opportunity to shine before her husband. Having been within the sect for over a month, she had garnered some understanding of various matters concerning Tai's sect. The spiritual realm trial was a competition among the peaks for the acquisition of cultivation resources. Cultivators, defying the heavens, sought to grasp every fleeting chance for survival. Yet, the resources for cultivation were inherently limited, so despite the camaraderie among disciples of Tai's sect being among the best in the 13 states, there would be no mercy when it came time to compete. Furthermore, if the brothers from a neighboring peak could be likened to cousins, then her own peak's brothers were akin to blood siblings. Of course, aside from recognized competitions like the spiritual realm trial, Tai sect imposed severe penalties for infighting among its own, with punishments ranging from the complete destruction of one's cultivation and expulsion from the sect to the grim fate of being sent to the immortal slaughter platform, where one's very soul would be extinguished. As the sword flew to the summit, Chen Lingxi spotted her beloved husband waving at her from one side of the Grand Plaza. This sight elevated her spirits to an unparalleled peak, her smile blossoming with undeniable joy. Oblivious to the flustered hearts and flushed faces of the male disciples who had been following her with their gazes since her arrival, Chen Lingxi swiftly directed her flying sword downward. Senior brother, though the endearing title remained unspoken, the mere sight of her cherished one standing before her brought her immense satisfaction. Subtly adjusting her collar, she feigned a clumsy demeanor while wielding her sword, hoping to create a moment of unexpected mischief. Then she noticed a cherubic face, slightly chubby and sporting a displeased expression, directly obstructing Chen Anyun's view, enveloping her in a warm embrace. "Move aside," she mouthed, casting an unceremonious rebuke at the obstructing figure. "No." Chu Huayu, turning her back to Chen Anyun, felt emboldened, knowing her senior brother would not dare reveal his true prowess under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Confident in her position, she stood her ground unwaveringly. Feigning ignorance towards the antics of the two, Chen Anyun subtly twitched her lips and calmly suggested, "Since junior sister Chen has arrived, let us proceed inside." Participation in this spiritual trial was not open to all disciples due to its inherent dangers. Thus, the minimum cultivation level required was above the transcendence realm. In the original timeline, although Chu Huayu possessed exceptional talent, her lack of diligence in cultivation had left her in the mid-stage of the materialization realm. However, in this lifetime, circumstances were remarkably favorable, allowing her to effortlessly break through the transcendence realm just in time for the trial. Even a seasoned Li Wuji was left astounded. Fortunately, Chen Lingxi herself was exceptionally gifted, and the ascent of a prodigy breaking through two realms was neither unprecedented nor a rarity in the lower realms, making it somewhat acceptable. Initially, Li Wuji intended for her to retreat for a few days to consolidate her cultivation before participating in the trial. Yet Chu Huayu, with her audacity to disregard her true age, threw a tantrum before her master, persuading him to relent. For this spiritual trial, Lingjian Peak was represented by 6 participants: Chen Anyun, Chen Lingxi, Chu Huayu, as well as Zhang Lingyun, Du Qingshan, and Su Wanqing, all in the mid-stage of the transcendence realm. This number was suitably balanced among the peaks, unlike the previous life where only Zhang Lingyun, Du Qingshan, and Su Wanqing participated, ultimately finishing at the bottom despite the discreet assistance from several elders of their own peak. Upon arriving at the Grand Hall, Chen Anyun exchanged pleasantries with the senior disciples from other peaks, then stood quietly within the hall, awaiting the results of the drawing. The spiritual realm trial requires participants to form pairs. In cases where an odd number of disciples from a peak is present, the extra individual must pair themselves and will then be randomly teleported to various locations within the spiritual realm. The competition revolves around the quest for 3 types of scrolls: heaven, earth, and humanity. During the pursuit of these scrolls, disciples are permitted to engage in combat with one another. Should one fail to acquire the heaven scroll, they will be expelled from the spiritual realm, losing their chance to continue in the trial. Conversely, those who fail to obtain the earth or humanity scrolls may persist in their search for the remaining scrolls. Once a scroll is successfully acquired, it cannot be contested further. The heaven scroll is worth 10 points, the earth scroll 3 points, and the humanity scroll 1 point. Ultimately, the peaks will be ranked according to the points accumulated. After the drawing of lots, there remains a full month before the true commencement of the spiritual realm trial. During this month, disciples assigned to the same group typically spend day and night together, honing their combined combat techniques. It is not uncommon for male and female disciples to forge bonds during their trials, often culminating in lifelong partnerships. This explains why Chu Huairo, who had previously maintained a low profile, has now resolved to break through two realms. However, neither Chu Huairou nor Chen Lingxi anticipated that the results of the drawing had already been surreptitiously altered by Chen Anyun. As they listened to the elder announce from the main hall, Chen Lingxi and Chu Huairou are paired together. Both women discerned disappointment and disdain in each other's eyes. Oomph, they thought in unison. Duo Qingshan and Su Wanqing are paired together. Senior brother Du, I look forward to your guidance. Haha, Wanqing junior sister, I shall rely on you henceforth. Chen Anyun and Zhang Lingyun are paired together. Junior brother Zhang, let's encourage one another. Master brother, I will strive to do my best. Observing the excitement and the faint blush on Zhang Lingyun's cheeks as he prepared for the upcoming trial, Chen Anyun felt a sense of satisfaction. This was indeed a fine disciple of the Spirit Sword Peak. Chapter 82. The name upon returning to the main hall of Lingjian Peak, Chen Anyun once again encouraged his junior disciples who were participating in the Lingjing trial. He then prepared to dismiss everyone. Recently, he had used the pretext of seclusion to focus on training the artificial intelligence of his puppets, a pursuit that brought him immense joy. Suddenly, Chu Huairou spoke up. Elder brother, if we successfully claim victory in this trial, could you grant me a request as a reward? Oh, what is your request? Chen Anyun inquired. If it were a relatively simple task, it might motivate this future empress to exert herself in the trial, which you would not be opposed to. To you, elder brother, it would be a mere trifle. Just promise me. Chu Huairou stepped forward, shaking his arm persistently. All right, stop shaking me. As long as it does not contravene my principles and is within my capability, I shall grant it. Chen Anyun conceded with a sigh. He had never been particularly adept at handling a woman's whims, whether in his earthly life or in this new existence. After all, even if they could not be lovers, Chu Huairou was indeed his childhood companion, and that bond remained untainted. Ultimately, he was not the original self and did not harbor feelings towards Chu Huairou that transcended the brother-sister relationship, especially considering he had deceived her in the past for the sake of his own regrets and tasks, leaving her with unfulfilled longings for thousands of years. You're the best, elder brother, Chu Huairou exclaimed with delight, her eyes gleaming as she cast a triumphant glance at Chen Lingxi. Then, elder brother, I want one too, Chen Lingxi chimed in, startling Chen Anyun, who instinctively took a step back. Nevertheless, the faint scent of apricot blossoms lingered momentarily in the air. Being your junior sister, you cannot show favoritism. If we triumph, you must also grant me a request, she insisted. Unlike his feelings for Chu Huairou, Chen Anyun's emotions towards Chen Lingxi were far more intricate. After all, they had genuinely married in a past life. Although he had sealed his memories at that time, he remained himself. He often wondered what had possessed him back then to indulge in various whimsical antics, taking advantage of her innocence. Cough. He could not dwell on that further. Thus, he could only reply with resignation. Very well, I will consider a promise. But let it be clear, it must not violate my personal wishes, nor the principles of propriety. Do you understand? Understood. Both Chen Lingxi and Chu Huairou responded in unison, exhibiting a rare synchronization. Then, Chen Anyun turned his brooding gaze toward the remaining three. I trust you do not wish for any rewards as well. Not at all. Not at all. Ha. Elder brother, I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Du Qingshan laughed, avoiding eye contact as he made his exit. Passing by Su Wanqing, who stood there with a naive smile, he hastily pulled her away. What are you doing? Elder brother, I am taking Wanqing junior sister with me. Chen Anyun nodded, watching them depart. Let go. I'm helping you. Observing the two individuals bickering as they walked by, the expressions on the faces of the other three, apart from Chen Lingxi, were peculiar. As the saying goes, while you're enjoying a melon on the bridge, the melon enthusiasts upstairs are savoring yours. Du Qingshan and Su Wanqing, both of whom entered the Tai sect at the same time, also became direct disciples under Lingjian Peak. It was later discovered that they hailed from the same place, and, astonishingly, their reasons for joining were remarkably alike. They both sought to escape marriage. However, the revelation that their intended escapees were each other would only surface years later. Nonetheless, their daily banter and antics had already entertained the other disciples on Lingjian Peak to their heart's content. Once the figures of the two faded from view, The trio of onlookers retracted their gazes, their lips curling into enigmatic smiles. Subsequently, Chen Anyun turned his attention to Zhang Lingyun. Senior brother, if possible. Zhang Lingyun mustered his courage to articulate his thoughts. Leave. Defeated, Zhang Lingyun retreated, his demeanor gray and dejected as he exited the grand hall. Upon returning to his quarters, Chen Anyun hastily shut the window and set up a barrier. Only then did he open the wardrobe, releasing the puppet within. At that moment, the puppet's gaze was evidently more animated than just a few days prior when it had appeared full of wisdom. Although some awkwardness still lingered in its movements, it bore little distinction from an ordinary person. It is worth noting that when Chen Anyun first commanded the puppet to walk unaided, it had struggled to synchronize its arm movements with its feet. Now, however, Chen Anyun reclined comfortably in a chaise lounge, allowing the puppet to sit behind him, its delicate hands gently kneading his shoulders. The recent advancements in artificial intelligence had been significant. He pondered that continuously referring to it as a puppet might be somewhat disrespectful. Indeed, esteemed host, why not simply address her by her name? Name? What name? Chen Anyun paused. Meng Tianxin, the system cautiously reminded him. As Chen Anyun's expression darkened, the system hastily urged, consider this, esteemed host. The colorful stone was formed at the time of the Rufus small world's demise, and Meng Tianxin was originally the consciousness of that small world. Thus, it is not unreasonable to regard the colorful stone as the remnants of Meng Tianxin. You make a valid point, Chen Anyun sighed. He was well aware that the system's assertions held truth. Hence, he had tacitly accepted the system's suggestion to name the puppet Meng Tianxin from the outset. Yet, for reasons unknown, the thought of a soulless puppet, an artificial intelligence poised to truly embody the name Meng Tianxin, stirred a faint resistance within him. In this new life, I must indeed let some things go. Chen Anyun sighed once more, addressing the puppet behind him. Tianxin, please fetch me a cup of tea. This marked the first occasion in several days that he had referred to the puppet by that name. Meng Tianxin was initially taken aback, but her face revealed no excess emotion. She merely nodded before ceasing her actions and began pouring tea for Chen Anyun. After swallowing a mouthful of tea, Chen Anyun, burdened with complex feelings, reclined back in his chair, staring vacantly at the ceiling, lost in thought. He was so engrossed that he failed to notice that Meng Tianxin had quietly returned to stand behind him, instinctively beginning to massage his shoulders without any prompt. Chapter 83. Leaving home in the depths of night, amidst the boundless sea and within the royal palace of the Sea clan, a conversation unfolded. Sangin, have you truly made up your mind? Indeed, sister. This matter is of utmost importance to me. I implore you, please keep it a secret for 3 days. Dressed in dark attire, Li Sangin was diligently packing her belongings, while her sister, Li Susu, stood helplessly before the table, her face etched with concern as she watched her younger sibling. The events leading to this moment began a week prior, when a colossal toad carcass inexplicably surfaced from the ocean's depths. The nearby fishermen of the Sea clan, bewildered, dragged the immense creature ashore with their nets. This toad's body was impervious to water and fire, and its resilience quickly became the talk of the endless sea. Various clans dispatched individuals to investigate, and the Grand Priest, Gu Huaixing, personally attended the scene. Upon his return, he wept profusely, imbibing wine at the tomb of the ancestral figure, Li Songyue, and rambling through the night. Since that incident, Li Susu had observed a peculiar change in her sister. Notably, Li Sangin had taken to gazing at sunsets during the full moon. While the sight of the moonlit sea was breathtaking, it became unsettling when Li Susu witnessed her sister tearfully muttering an indistinct name. Subsequently, Li Sangin often appeared lost in thought, during her training, while reading, and even in conversation, occasionally breaking into a sweet smile, exclaiming, "It must be him. In this lifetime, he shall surely remember me." Then, on this particular evening, Li Sangin abruptly roused her sister and revealed her intention to leave home and journey to the mainland. "Are you out of your mind? Mother will be heartbroken." Li Susu attempted to dissuade her sibling. In response, Li Sangin gave her a peculiar look, one that made Li Susu's skin crawl, and replied, "That won't happen. As long as you are here, everything will be fine. After all, Mother loves you the most." Hearing this, Li Susu felt a wave of relief, mistakenly interpreting her sister's words as jealousy. "How could that be? Sangin, your talent is exceptional. Mother hopes you will inherit the throne." In the past, Li Susu would never have uttered such sentiments, and even if she had, her heart would have been heavy with sorrow. Yet, inexplicably, after a peculiar incident during her morning training, a sudden headache that caused her to faint, she awoke to find no illness detected by the physicians and felt surprisingly invigorated, as if clarity had dawned upon her. "The throne? Whoever desires it can have it," Li Singyin declared without hesitation, turning to grasp her sister's shoulders. "I beg you, sister, wait 3 days before informing Mother of my whereabouts. Consider it a repayment for what you owe me from our past lives." "What past lives?" Li Susu was momentarily speechless, only to be struck by a chilling thought as she recalled her previous writings. Could it be that Li Sangyin has fallen under a malevolent influence? No, we are cultivators. How could we possibly believe in the existence of such filth? Such notions are merely the fabrications of mortals, conjured to deceive themselves. After dismissing her fanciful thoughts, Li Susu anxiously observed as Li Sangyin meticulously placed the last few items into her storage pouch. "Sangyin, why are you bringing so many spirit stones?" Of course, it was because he seemed rather impoverished, she mused. Without turning his head, Li Sangyin casually replied, "Because he." Li Susu was momentarily taken aback. And then an even more terrifying suspicion took form in her mind, one far worse than her sister being possessed. "Li Sangyin, you cannot possibly be eloping, can you? What nonsense are you spouting?" Li Sangyin quickly realized he had misspoken, and hastily rectified, having grown up together, sharing meals, and living under one roof for years. "Where would I find someone to elope with?" You make a valid point." Li Susu nodded involuntarily. "If it wasn't possession nor elopement, then what could it possibly be?" Li Susu felt her mind begin to falter. Never mind. Once Li Sangyin leaves, she would report this matter to their mother. With Li Sangyin's current strength, it was absolutely impossible for him to escape the territory of the Sea clan within a day. The notion of helping him keep it secret for 3 days was merely a ploy to deceive her younger sister. Such a significant matter. How could she allow him to act on his own volition? She had merely agreed to her sister's request as a temporary measure, fearing that her sister might not play with her anymore afterward. When the time came, she would shift the blame entirely onto their mother. Yes, she would claim it was the result of their mother's stern interrogation. Li Susu sought justification for her impending betrayal of her sister. Then, she heard Li Sangyin suddenly exclaim behind her, "Ah, mother!" Instinctively, Li Susu turned around, only to feel a sharp pain at the back of her head. Her consciousness began to fade. In her final moments of awareness, she heard Li Sangyin's triumphant voice. "Humph, too naive, sister. You thought I would just let you report me to Mother? You might as well lie here for 3 days. Had it not been for her persistent fear of their mother launching a search, do you think I would have revealed my plans to you?" So, Li Susu's consciousness finally succumbed to darkness. Once she had successfully dealt with Li Susu, Li Sangyin tenderly assisted her sister onto the bed and tucked her in. She had not merely rendered Li Susu unconscious. The 2 soul-fixing needles embedded in the back of her sister's head were crafted by her with great effort over the past few days. Even a celestial realm cultivator would find it exceedingly difficult to awaken Li Susu in a short time. Naturally, after 3 days, the effects of the soul-fixing needles would dissipate, and Li Susu would awaken on her own. Subsequently, Li Sangyin stealthily made her way out, thanks to her familiarity with the palace, and swiftly headed towards the seaside. Upon reaching the shore, she skillfully retrieved a raft constructed from bamboo and wood, hidden behind a rocky outcrop. She remains at the pinnacle of the realm of material mastery, unable to soar through the skies, relying solely on a modest raft to traverse the continent. Yet fortunate is she, the queen destined to rule the endless seas for millennia. For her familiarity with these waters is unparalleled. As she gently propelled the somewhat weathered raft into the tumultuous ocean, Li Sangyin gazed upward, her eyes drawn to the vast, resplendent expanse of the starry sky. Countless stars, twinkling with a faint luminescence, resembled precious gemstones embedded in the dark canopy, shimmering with brilliance. Taking a deep breath, She summoned the true essence within her, skillfully manipulating the rudimentary sail fashioned from coarse fabric. Before her eyes, the once drooping sail billowed magnificently, embracing the caress of the sea breeze. With the force of the wind, the raft surged forward like an arrow released from its bow, swiftly vanishing from the shore. Amidst the boundless, endless ocean, Chen Anyun stood alone on the swaying raft, her voice rising in jubilant exultation. Black Pearl, set sail. Chapter 84. A beautiful day, have you heard the news? A significant event has transpired recently at the Zhengqi Gate. A disciple of the gate attempted to poison the old master with a concoction that contained the long-lost 9 poisons Qianyulu. This poison is said to be colorless and tasteless. Once afflicted, the victim merely drifts into a deep slumber, and upon waking, no symptoms are detectable. It is not until 49 days later that the poison manifests, leading to a gruesome demise as the body rots from within. Given that this poison is both subtle and insidious, how is it ultimately uncovered? It is rumored that after administering the poison, the perpetrator instinctively tasted the broth to check its seasoning and subsequently collapsed in the kitchen. This exemplifies the folly of attempting to steal a chicken, only to lose the rice. What became of that unfortunate fellow in the end? Whether he can evade punishment on the execution platform remains uncertain, but surely, once afflicted by the 9 poisons Qianyulu, he stands no chance of salvation. Oh, Brother Wang, why are you silent? Have you perhaps heard of this incident? No. I am merely contemplating why this poison exclusively causes the lower half of the body to decay. That is a long tale indeed. I happen to possess some knowledge on the matter. As the conversation continued, several disciples from Lingjian Peak walked further away, allowing Zhou Qing to retract his eavesdropping ears. Just another fool who has failed the trial. While he scoffed inwardly, he could not suppress a sense of self-satisfaction. How splendid! A competitor eliminated. At this moment, he felt quite triumphant, believing he had made significant progress toward his objective. In his possession was a century-old purple spirit flower, a precious herb he had nearly risked his life to obtain. This flower serves as a foundation for cultivators in the Tongshan realm and is exceedingly rare. To add to its value, this particular specimen had surpassed 100 years of growth, with several of its originally purple petals having transformed into a delicate pink hue. The purple spirit flower is famously valued beyond gold, rendering its worth beyond description. Reflecting on recent events, Zhou Qing recalled how he had ventured to a mortal town and acquired various amusing trinkets, which he eagerly presented to Chu Huairou. To his dismay, she incinerated them on the spot, warning him not to bring such rubbish before her again. This left him feeling quite dejected for some time. Wasn't it said that female cultivators raised in the mountains were easily charmed by the curiosities of the mortal realm? Why did this not apply to Chu Huairou? It wasn't until one day, when he witnessed a man lavishly spending his fortune to elicit a smile from a beauty, that enlightenment struck him. It became clear, relationships in this world are forged with gold. Without ample gold, connections remain superficial. Even if promises are made in the moment, the heart remains a wanderer. From that day forth, Zhou Qing dedicated himself to diligently gathering valuable items and rare herbs. By fortunate coincidence, he encountered Chu Huairou again as she prepared to participate in the Spirit Realm trial, having recently advanced through 2 realms and in need of herbs to solidify her foundation. Remarkably, she accepted an 80-year-old snow ginseng from him. Zhou Qing felt certain he had found the right path. Before bringing the purple spirit flower to a delicate little building, Zhou Qing did not take another step forward. He was aware that the owner of the building had set up an array here. Although he would not be overly fearful given his true cultivation, it would be rather ungracious to intrude upon a beauty. What do you want? Soon, a cold voice emanated from within the small building. If Zhou Qing had just ascended the mountain, he might have felt disheartened by the icy demeanor of the voice's owner. However, at this moment, he had already grown accustomed to it. Junior sister. You dare to call her junior sister? My apologies, Chu junior sister. Pray, what is it that you seek? Oh, right. Zhou Qing hurriedly produced the century-old purple spirit flower from his hands. As I was taking a stroll yesterday, I unexpectedly encountered a blue deer, and following that. Put it down, you may leave now. Very well. I shall place the purple spirit flower here. Should you require anything further, junior sister, do not hesitate to ask me. No further sound emerged from within the building. Zhou Qing felt a twinge of disappointment, but quickly composed himself, placing the century-old flower on the ground before reluctantly glancing back 3 times as he departed. Seeing me like this must surely have moved her, Zhou Qing thought with a sense of pride. Moreover, she did not refuse me, which indicates that she still holds some regard for me. With one rival eliminated, I draw ever closer to the position of Saint's son. Indeed, today is a splendid day. This technique, the frosty moon slash, requires that the true essence be concentrated at the sword's tip to pierce through the surface. Additionally, your footwork is flawed. On the 3rd step, your left foot should be positioned at the koan point, yet you have shifted it to a disengaged position, which impedes the flow of your true essence and diminishes the power of your swordplay. Atop Lingjian Peak, Chen Anyun was intently observing Zhang Lingyun as he practiced his sword techniques, occasionally offering guidance. Listening to his senior brother's earnest instructions, Zhang Lingyun felt a warmth enveloping his heart. He could not forget how, years ago, when he had just passed the imperial examination and appeared triumphant, he was nonetheless filled with confusion. It was then that this young man had approached him and revealed that life could offer more choices. It was because of that single statement that he resolutely joined Tai's sect, becoming a true disciple of Lingjian Peak and his junior. The shadow of that youth was forever etched in his heart. These past few days, due to the trials in the spirit realm, he finally had the opportunity to spend time with his senior brother openly. He diligently absorbed his senior brother's teachings, striving to refine his swordplay. He understood that his innate talent could barely be deemed exceptional. Yet, to continuously stand by his senior brother's side in the future, that was still far from sufficient. With this thought in mind, Zhang Lingyun's heart brimmed with determination. Just then, a striking figure appeared in the distance, soaring towards him on a sword. Before her arrival, her voice preceded her, senior brother. Observing the blissful expression on Zhang Lingyun's face, Chu Huairou couldn't help but smirk, but chose not to expose him. After all, as long as her senior brother remained steadfast, Zhang Lingyun was not her adversary. Especially now, with formidable adversaries looming, it is imperative to forge alliances. Upon this realization, Chu Huairou smiled warmly at Zhang Lingyun. It appears that senior brother Zhang is also present. Upon seeing Chu Huairou, Zhang Lingyun felt a chill run down his spine, for he was aware that a secret was held over him, and thus could only manage a forced smile, saying, "Good morning, junior sister." Junior sister Chen Anyun, with a gentle smile gracing her face, stepped forward and affectionately ruffled Chu Huairou's hair. "What brings you here?" she inquired. Chu Huairou, momentarily squinting to bask in the warmth above, proudly produced a violet flower from her bosom. "Look at this. This is the rare centenary purple spirit flower. Just behold its petals." Having heard that senior brother had recently been in seclusion to consolidate his realm, she believed that possessing this flower would greatly enhance his efforts. Chen Anyun chuckled and shook her head, saying, "You worry too much, junior sister. My realm is already quite stable. I have no need for this flower. You should keep it for yourself." "No," insisted Chu Huairou, pressing the purple spirit flower into Chen Anyun's hands. "It is a rare opportunity to assist you, senior brother, so please do not refuse. I have worked hard to obtain this flower." "Very well, I shall graciously accept it." Chen Anyun sighed, reflecting on the fact that given Chu Huairou's current level, even with prophetic abilities, acquiring such a high-grade spiritual herb must have required considerable effort. With this thought, she ceased her reluctance and accepted the precious herb. A smile graced the corners of Chu Huairou's lips. "That is more like it. If you require anything else, senior brother, do not hesitate to let me know. Indeed, you have just recently ascended to the Tongxian realm. You must also stabilize your own foundation swiftly, especially with the spirit realm trials approaching in a few days." Chen Anyun advised. "I understand, senior brother. I shall take my leave now. By the way, senior brother Zhang, take care of your health," she added. Yes. Junior sister," Zhang Lingyun replied hurriedly. It was only after Chu Huairou departed on her sword that Chen Anyun resumed her guidance of Zhang Lingyun. Chapter 85. The opening days passed, and within the grand hall, the disciples were reminded, in the spirit realm, although there is no threat to life, one must remember that trials may shatter one's resolve, causing them to halt their journey for a lifetime. Proceed according to your capabilities and adhere to the instructions of the sect leader. Thus began the decade-anticipated spirit realm trials of Tai sect, the most significant competition among the Six Peaks. The leaders of the Six Peaks took their respective seats, and following their respectful salutations, the disciples began to enter the teleportation array in small teams. Before the teleportation array of Lingjian Peak, the senior brother encouraged, "I will do my best." Chu Huairou declared with confidence. Chen Lingxi, though slightly pale, reminded senior brother, "Remember our agreement." Chen Anyun understood that her pallor was likely due to her employing some secret technique to forcibly suppress her cultivation to the Tongxian realm. As disciples of the Guiyuan realm were not permitted to participate in the Spirit Pearl secret realm. "I will await your good news," Chen Anyun responded with a cheerful nod. Watching as Chen Lingxi and Chu Huairou stepped into the teleportation array, turning to the complex-faced Zhang Lingyun, who seemed to have suffered some grievance, Chen Anyun said, "Junior brother Zhang, let us depart as well." Having reached the pinnacle of the celestial being realm, Zhang Lingyun could now return to his original state, his true essence undetectable, thus rendering the array incapable of discerning his actual cultivation level. After both Zhang Lingyun and Chen Anyun entered the secret realm, Chen Anyun confided, "Junior brother Zhang, to be candid, I have recently gained some insights and am currently suppressing my realm. Unless faced with a dire situation, I will refrain from intervening in this trial. I ask that you bravely take the lead. In the world of cultivation, it is not uncommon for practitioners to experience a moment of enlightenment regarding their current realm before breaking through to the next. In such instances, they may pause their cultivation or intentionally compress their realm to delay their advancement, allowing for greater progress after the breakthrough. However, combat can easily disrupt this state of enlightenment. Rest assured, senior brother." Zhang Lingyun responded with enthusiasm upon hearing of Chen Anyun's restrictions. The revelation of such important matters only served to strengthen his sense of responsibility, making him tread with greater caution. Meanwhile, Chen Lingxi and Chu Huairou had just landed and began to survey their surroundings. One pointed east, the other west, exclaiming, "Let's go this way." Their gazes turned perilous simultaneously. However, aware of the scrutiny from the sect leader and the peak masters, they momentarily suppressed their rising tempers and declared in unison, "Let us play rock, paper, scissors." Soon, the game concluded with a resounding victory for Chu Huairou. Having finally gained a win against Chen Lingxi, her spirits soared, while Chen Lingxi's expression darkened, her already frail demeanor appearing even more sullen. Noticing Chen Lingxi's discontent, Chu Huairou, feeling unusually benevolent, explained, "Every year, the trials in the spirit realm involve barriers and mechanisms set up by the leaders of the Six Peaks. Consequently, during the arrangements, each peak master tends to grant their own disciples small advantages, a tacit understanding among us all. The map of the spirit realm trial is a simulation of the Tai sect in reality. Thus, the challenges in the direction of the Spirit Sword Peak were naturally arranged by the venerable master." Chen Lingxi scoffed, "We were both notable figures in the upper realm, our cultivation surpassing the celestial beings. To rely on rules for victory in such a minor trial, instead of pressing forward with unyielding strength? Such ignorance of goodwill." Chu Huairou, unfazed, replied, "In mundane terms, even a most erudite sage may not decipher the trivial riddles of the Lantern Festival. Do not underestimate the wisdom with which the sects of the lower realm cultivate their disciples." After this exchange, their conversation faltered, and they continued their journey in silence. Before long, they encountered a massive birdcage. Inside, a mechanical bird flitted about with remarkable speed. Both possessed keen eyesight, and they quickly discerned that the bird held a small, earthen gray scroll in its beak. This scroll was undoubtedly one of the 3 volumes of heaven, earth, and man, specifically the volume of earth. The purpose of this mechanism was evidently to test the disciples' speed and agility. "Shall I go, or will you?" Chu Huairou began to inquire, but before she could finish, Chen Lingxi had already opened the cage and stepped inside. With a graceful leap, akin to a startled swan, she matched the speed of the mechanical bird and reached out to grasp it. However, Just as she was about to seize it, the bird inexplicably halted in mid-air, then darted off in the opposite direction, leaving Chen Lingxi grasping at nothing. "Huh, I told you not to be overconfident," Chu Huairou exclaimed, reveling in her misfortune. Observing the mechanical bird's erratic movements, which defied the natural laws governing avian flight, Chen Lingxi acknowledged her underestimation of the lower realm's ingenuity. This challenge not only tested speed and dexterity, but also demanded the ability to defy instinct. To defy instinct meant temporarily to disregard one's own knowledge. Often, individuals are most easily deceived by their own common sense. The contraption was purposefully designed in the shape of a bird, initially moving like a genuine one, to mislead the trial participants into treating it as an ordinary avian creature. In truth, it was essential to forget its avian form and regard it merely as an erratically moving sphere. Having grasped the essence of the challenge, Chen Lingxi moved once more, swiftly catching up to the now erratically flying mechanical bird and reaching out again. This time, the bird attempted its previous tactic, pausing before diving downward. Yet, Chen Lingxi was prepared. With a deft flick of her jade foot, she hooked the descending bird just in time, twisting her slender waist and glancing back like the moon. Securing the bird in her grasp, she then landed gracefully, carefully extracting the scroll from the bird's beak. Exiting the cage, she tossed it casually towards Chu Huairou, who caught it with a smile. At that moment, on one of the stone tablets in the great hall outside, 3 clear scratches appeared on the stone, inscribed with the words Spirit Sword Peak. Spirit Sword Peak had claimed the first victory. Chapter 86. The spatial rift with a resounding clang. A long blade was knocked from its wielder's grasp, embedding itself into a nearby tree trunk. "I concede. I have lost. Your swordsmanship is remarkable, junior sister." As the trial progressed methodically, the fierce competition among the peaks intensified, gradually descending into a state of deadlock. On the Spirit Sword Peak, Chen Lingxi and Chu Huairou cleared their obstacles with relentless determination. Unfortunately, Chen Anyun, the senior brother of Spirit Sword Peak, appeared to be rather distracted, his lackluster performance utterly astonishing. Coupled with the limited capabilities of Du Qingshan and his companion, they struggled to provide substantial support. Thus, although Spirit Sword Peak held a temporary lead, their score advantage was exceedingly slight, failing to create a significant gap from the other peaks. Meanwhile, the sect leader and the masters of various peaks remained intently focused on the water mirror, closely monitoring every action of the disciples within the trial grounds. While the water mirror transmitted no sound, it displayed the intricate details of the battles occurring in the spiritual realm. Upon witnessing Chen Lingxi and Chu Huairou, the elders nodded in approval, showering praises upon the 2 disciples. The future of these 2 direct disciples under Junior Brother Li is boundless. "Oh, not at all," replied Li Wuji, his face radiating a childlike smile, the wrinkles of age on his visage gathering tightly, resembling a blooming chrysanthemum. Yet, just as everyone was immersed in the excitement of the trial, a sudden and violent tremor surged from the ground without warning. In an instant, the earth itself seemed to quake, and even the distant mountains appeared affected. Faint sounds of rocks tumbling echoed forth. "This is bad." The sect leader, Gu Tianqi, was the first to sense something amiss. He promptly channeled his spiritual energy, and a soft, golden glow emanated from him, swiftly enveloping the entire hall, quelling the surrounding tremors in an instant. Senior Brother's cultivation has advanced again. It seems he is but a step away from that realm, the onlookers mused in awe. Just as they exhaled in relief, the once clear image of the water mirror flickered violently, shrinking multiple times before ultimately vanishing, leaving only an expanse of darkness. What is happening? What has occurred? The expressions of the peak masters within the hall darkened instantly, and Gu Tianqi, after briefly closing his eyes to sense the situation, suddenly paled. It is a spatial disturbance. A rift has appeared within the spiritual realm. At that moment, the hearts of all present sank. Such occurrences of spatial rifts were not uncommon in the lower realms, especially in areas where high-level cultivators had battled. The other side of spatial rift could lead to a minor world, the upper realms, or even the domains inhabited by celestial demons. However, the most likely destination was the boundless void. At this moment, the spatial rift would draw in all surrounding beings and objects, and those ensnared within the boundless void, regardless of their cultivation level, would meet an inescapable demise. The duration of the spatial rift's presence can be fleeting or prolonged, if fortune smiles upon one. It may be swiftly detected by the heavenly Tao and rapidly mended. However, if luck falters, it may linger for a day or two, transforming a locale into a desolate wasteland. Such occurrences, though not frequent, do transpire once every few decades. Thus, when a sensation of this spatial fissure manifested within the spirit realm, all were rendered helpless. The spirit realm is an independent space established by the esteemed elders of the Tai sect, those of the celestial realm, isolated from the myriad worlds. The current turmoil in the fabric of space rendered it utterly sealed before the rift could be repaired. Any attempt to enter or exit might be influenced by the spatial upheaval, leading to an immediate transportation into the boundless void. Meanwhile, while the peak masters outside were as agitated as ants on a hot pan, within the spirit realm, Chen Anyun's previously leisurely actions came to an abrupt halt, and his countenance suddenly transformed. "What the," he exclaimed, but by the time Chen Anyun turned back, he discovered that his senior brother had vanished without a trace. Above the spirit realm, a figure cloaked in crimson floated gracefully, exuding a disquieting aura. Her frosty, emotionless eyes gazed down upon the scene below. After a moment, it seemed as though the owner of this figure became acutely aware of something. Her once cold gaze rippled like a tranquil lake disturbed by a boulder, instantly stirring tumultuous waves. Her eyes ignited with an intense fervor, akin to flames ablaze, revealing an uncontainable zeal. Simultaneously, her luscious, crimson lips curled into a subtly frenzied smile. A low, chilling laughter emanated from her, infused with an insatiable bloodlust, reminiscent of the legendary depths of the abyss. "At last, I have found you, Master." Chapter 87, Torment Master. "Think of a way to hide me, completely undetectable. Master, please say something." "Dear host, remain calm. You must not reveal your memories of reincarnation." "Ah, yes, yes. Yes, I was momentarily bewildered. What use is digging a tunnel?" Chen Anyun channeled his power to fill the freshly excavated tunnel. It is crucial to note that the powerful being traversing the spatial realm at this moment is a genuine celestial lord, a realm unique to the upper world, beyond the human realm. Due to various circumstances, this individual had fallen to the lower realm and was fortuitously discovered by him. Unfortunately, in a moment of reckless impulse, he had inflicted grievous harm upon this being while undertaking his tasks, nearly triggering a catastrophic rampage that could have annihilated the lower realm and hastened the world's conclusion. Reflecting on this, Chen Anyun suddenly regained his composure. He could not afford to panic, given the temperament of that being, while annihilation was not imminent. The effortless abduction of the entire Tai sect was certainly within the realm of possibility. Moreover, the being's interdimensional journey was undoubtedly constrained. If he could merely stall for time until the heavenly path detected the anomaly, the being would be promptly returned. "Dear host, hold on. I will summon assistance from the main system. Master, I rely entirely on you." As he sensed the familiar aura drawing ever closer, Chen Anyun inhaled deeply and feigned nonchalance, settling into a meditative posture. His cultivation was concealed by the system's intervention. Even as a celestial lord, there was little risk of her discovering any discrepancies. Yet, despite this thought, a sense of unease lingered within him, for he understood that such tricks might deceive other prominent figures, but against her. It could only be said that he had never anticipated the world's revival, resulting in some actions that were truly excessive. Although she was now mere steps behind him, she remained still. Could it be that she has finally matured? It was only when the footsteps behind him echoed that Chen Anyun silently repeated, "Master, I rely on you," 3 times in his mind before slowly turning around. With a hint of wariness in his gaze, he addressed the woman in crimson before him. "Junior sister, this is my sanctuary. There are no scrolls here. I kindly ask you to seek elsewhere." Simultaneously, gazing upon the long mist, exquisite visage of Lioli, his emotions became profoundly complex. "It has been so long." Lioli, feigning innocence, she smiled softly, her eyes reflecting a mix of amusement and intrigue. Ah, I see. Then I shall not intrude any longer, junior sister. With that, she stood still, observing Chen Anyun in silence, feeling the weight of her predatory gaze. Chen Anyun could no longer contain himself and cautiously inquired, Junior sister, why do you linger here? Liu, taken aback by the gentleness in his expression, was suddenly engulfed by an overwhelming fury. This was precisely the response she desired. It is indeed this individual, who in a previous life employed his seemingly innocuous demeanor and artfully crafted words to gradually ensnare her. Now that she has finally located him, she is taken aback to discover that he intends to employ the same tactics once more. The murderous intent in Liu's eyes intensifies. However, her voice becomes increasingly gentle. Master, may I borrow an item from you? What? Chen Anyun has just begun to speak when, in an instant, Liu lets out a cold laugh and extends her hand. Chen Anyun's slender neck is firmly grasped within her grasp. Goodness, this madwoman has not changed one bit. Feeling the overwhelming power coursing through her grip, Chen Anyun knows he cannot remain passive. Although he currently stands at the pinnacle of the human realm, his exceedingly formidable S-rank passive abilities may yet allow him to contend with the celestial sovereign. However, when he recalls all he has done to this woman, his heart grows heavy and softens. He chooses to struggle with a force that aligns with the late stages of the profound realm, feebly resisting while displaying a painfully contorted expression. On the other side, observing the anguish etched upon the man's features, Liu is suddenly enveloped by a refreshing sensation akin to consuming chilled pear soup on a scorching summer day. Indeed, he had once fed her in a similar manner in their past life. That exquisite flavor lingered in her heart for what felt like an eternity. She once believed she would remember it for all her days. Alas, how unfortunate. Fortunately, it no longer requires such convoluted efforts. Merely witnessing him, merely seeing his suffering, brings her immense joy, nearly overflowing within her. Master, how long will you continue the charade? The pressure within her grasp intensifies. Chen Anyun remains silent, his face gradually turning a shade of blue from oxygen deprivation, as if he might suffocate at any moment. Does this woman truly intend to take his life? No, resisting now would be futile. Where's the overseer? Chen Anyun's anxiety mounts. Fortunately, Liu furrows her brow, sensing that his struggles are waning, and ultimately decides to release her grip, allowing Chen Anyun to collapse to the ground, gasping for fresh air. His expression reflects the relief of having survived a calamity, while his gaze towards her betrays a hint of trepidation. Just as the woman before him understands him. He knows her all too well. This moment of feigned weakness serves to further kindle her desires, preventing her from spiraling into more terrifying actions. How intriguing. Liu muses, Master, even in this state, you still fail to reveal your true self? Should I commend your mental fortitude, or accuse you of being a habitual liar? With that, she slowly places one hand upon Chen Anyun's head and tightens her grip. Soul-searching technique. Chen Anyun, instead of being alarmed, feels a surge of delight. As a man endowed with a system, his thoughts are safeguarded by it. The soul-searching technique can only retrieve the content he wishes to reveal. Chen Anyun cooperatively begins to transmit the experiences of his original self to Liu, piece by piece, in alignment with the soul-searching technique. After a moment, Liu cast the trembling Chen Anyun to the ground like a discarded rag doll, her face a mask of disbelief. Impossible, it cannot be so. Despite my rebirth, you remember nothing. She gazed deeply into Chen Anyun's eyes, questioning whether he was truly like the others, merely living another life. Ha. Do you think I would believe that? She crouched down, recapturing Chen Anyun, staring intently into his eyes. After a moment of contemplation, she bit down. In the next instant, Chen Anyun felt a warm softness enter his mouth, skillfully pushing against his teeth. Then a wave of intoxicating intimacy ensued. It was only when she bit his lip, drawing blood, that she forcefully pushed him away. A delicate, translucent thread of crimson was drawn between their lips. I understand now. You must have found some way to shield yourself from the soul-searching technique, right? She lowered her head, fixated on Chen Anyun's gaze, as if seeking the answers she desired within. Yet, alas, all she found in his eyes was wariness, defensiveness, and humiliation. It matters not, Liuli said with a smile. It's fine if you refuse to acknowledge it. The people in this secret realm are all your comrades, I presume. I shall capture them, and before your very eyes, eliminate them one by one. You lunatic, kill me. Chen Anyun rasped, his voice a hoarse cry. Kill me, do not touch them. Kill you? Liuli shook her head. How could I let you die so easily? My master. I do not even recognize you. Ha, still pretending. Liuli's gaze grew increasingly cold. In that case, I shall begin by killing a few to set the mood. With that, Liuli prepared to cast a spell to summon the nearest disciples. However, at that moment, a beam of golden light descended from the heavens, enveloping her. The heavenly Tao? So soon? Liuli, unwilling to yield, summoned her powers to break free from the binding golden light. Yet, no matter her efforts, the light only tightened its grip, ultimately pulling her into a rift in space. The golden light then hurled her into the rift, which began to slowly vanish. Only then did Chen Anyun release a long sigh of relief. Yet, from within the rift, a voice echoed, distant yet clear. Haha, Master, do not think you can escape. I will return to find you. Chapter 88. Cause and effect, my esteemed host. I believe I arrived just in time. The system's voice resonated within his mind. Fortunately, your timing was impeccable. Otherwise, I would have truly been exposed, Chen Anyun thought, still shaken from the experience. While he did not consider himself a virtuous individual, he certainly did not wish for anyone to perish on his account. He had been prepared to take action, but at the last moment, the heavenly Tao intervened, whisking the woman away. In the current realm, the existence of beings surpassing the human realm was strictly prohibited. That woman had evidently evaded the surveillance of the heavenly Tao, forcibly tearing through the spatial barrier between the realms with sheer strength. So, when will she next possess the ability to elude the watchful gaze of the heavenly Tao and rend open the fabric of space? Chen Anyun inquired. That is difficult to ascertain, the system replied thoughtfully. After all, the heavenly Tao does not continuously monitor a single individual. Although she has briefly entered its purview, she is, after all, the protagonist endowed with fortune, perhaps within a span of 1 to 2 months, or at most a year. However, esteemed host, I recall from the original narrative that she should currently be entangled in considerable trouble, correct? Her appearance now suggests she has resolved her issues on her end. The system continued. Chen Anyun chuckled bitterly. At this moment, there is likely nothing more pressing for her than seeking vengeance against me. He had never anticipated that the entire world would reset, nor had he prepared any escape route, only contemplating his return to Earth upon the completion of his task. Sigh. It is indeed my fault for entertaining the notion of that experiment in the first place. Back then, having just returned from the aquatic realm, Chen Anyun, out of sheer boredom, wished to explore the origins of regret. He whimsically pondered whether the longing for something unattainable constituted regret, and whether regretting one's acquaintance with another could also be deemed regretful. It was at that moment that he encountered Lu Li, who had been cast down to the lower realm, her cultivation entirely obliterated. Subsequently, he inflicted harm upon her in the most ruthless manner possible. Nevertheless, from the outcome, Lu Li had ultimately attained everything she desired. So, esteemed host, what shall we do now? The system asked, a hint of anxiety in its tone. She must have employed some secret technique to pinpoint your location. Given her disposition, she will undoubtedly persist in her pursuit. Requerim Liulis trubla uma natura. Chen Anyun felt a headache coming on. Let us take one step at a time. If necessary, I shall reveal my identity and confront her. First, we must drive her out of the lower realm. An upper realm cultivator descending to the lower realm would undoubtedly face significant restrictions. Even if he could not advance his cultivation, Chen Anyun felt at least 90% assured of overcoming Lu Li under such limitations. Moreover, he had not entirely neglected to leave himself a contingency plan. However, at that time, she had been utterly consumed by vengeance, rendering those plans futile. As Lu Li was expelled from the lower realm by the heavenly Tao, the entire spiritual realm returned to its prior state of normalcy. For the disciples participating in the trial of the ethereal realm, the vast majority, having merely sensed a slight tremor, remained oblivious to the unfolding events. The term vast majority is employed here for a reason. For Chen Lingxi and Chu Huairou, the former celestial sovereign and empress, respectively, the recent occurrences could not possibly evade their perceptive awareness. That figure must be the mistress of the ZY Tian's heartless palace, the illustrious Liusu Xianjuan. I recall her presence from the peach banquet, where she sat not far from me. The heartless palace, as one of the foremost sects in the upper realm, naturally cultivates the path of severing emotions and desires. It is well known that any practitioner who embarks upon this path invariably harbors untold stories from their past. Thus, even Chen Lingxi and Chu Huairou could not resist the allure of gossip. The appearance of Liusu Xianjuan here? Could it be that the person who led her to sever her emotions is present in this very place? Chu Huairou jested, only to realize that Chen Lingxi did not share in her laughter, but instead regarded her with an enigmatic gaze. Why do you look at me like that? Chu Huairou instinctively felt a chill. If Liusu Xianjuan has truly come seeking the one who caused her to sever her emotions, who might that be? Are you suggesting? Chu Huairou finally grasped the implication. The two simultaneously exclaimed, "Husband? Senior brother? Hey, could you refrain from referring to him as husband in my presence? After all, that was a matter from your past life," Chu Huairou retorted, a hint of displeasure in her tone. Is this truly the time to concern ourselves with such trivialities? Chen Lingxi shot her a sidelong glance, feeling a mix of irritation and exasperation toward her rival. I believe you are overreacting. Liusu Xianjuan's presence here may simply be a coincidence. But back in your so-called Lingzhu secret realm, did you not claim that senior brother had perished? Did you not believe your husband was dead as well? Chen Lingxi retorted with a cold smile. You speak of unwavering affection, yet when he was stripped of all cultivation and left with merely 10 years of life, I do not recall you making any effort to seek him out. How could I not have searched? As the painful memories surged, Chu Huairou's eyes reddened, and she replied vehemently, "You know nothing. I searched everywhere that a mortal could traverse in 10 years, visiting every town and village, but I could not find him. What more could I have done?" A heavy silence enveloped them both. Ultimately, I perceive a palpable aura of menace emanating from Liusu Xianjuan. Should she truly be here in pursuit of senior brother, I fear that given his current level of cultivation, he may not be able to confront her. Although I noticed the heavenly Tao intervened just in time to expel her from the lower realm, it will be prudent for us to locate him swiftly. I believe she descended towards the northwest. Let us proceed in that direction. In a rare moment of consensus, the two, who had long been at odds, hastened towards the northwest. Chapter 89. Dantai Lu Li in the celestial realm of Ziwei Tian, outside an exquisite pavilion. A narrow and profound fissure unexpectedly tore through the air, resembling a wound inflicted upon the fabric of space itself. Shortly thereafter, a vivid crimson silhouette plummeted from the crack like a meteor, just as it seemed destined to crash heavily upon the ground. The figure managed to stabilize itself at the last possible moment. However, the instant she regained her footing, a wave of heat surged up her throat. Instinctively, she raised her hand to cover her mouth, yet it was too late. A trickle of bright red blood had already begun to flow from the corner of her lips. Luli gently furrowed her brow, acutely aware of the chaotic celestial energy within her. The energy that should have flowed in an orderly manner now resembled a herd of wild horses, galloping erratically and causing her meridians to throb painfully. She could not help but let out a bitter smile. The backlash from the heavenly law far exceeded her expectations, given her current condition. It appeared that she would be unable to attempt to shatter the void for an entire year. Sigh. Liu departed had Kudimson lips, ultimately releasing a resigned sigh. Master, it seems I must wait another year. As this thought crossed her mind, an overwhelming surge of emotion washed over her, akin to an uncontrollable blaze. Without hesitation, she seated herself upon the ground, closed her eyes, and formed a hand seal, commencing her meditation. As her cultivation technique began to operate, the surrounding spiritual energy gradually coalesced, a refreshing sensation slowly permeating her body, intertwining with the tumultuous celestial energy within her. This rebirth had completely erased the ruthless fruit of enlightenment she had cultivated for thousands of years. Yet, like an after effect, the emotions she had suppressed for a millennium flickered back to life, burning far more intensely and dangerously than in her previous life. In her last existence, that person had offered her salvation when she believed she had lost everything. However, just as she thought she was on the verge of obtaining everything, he had cruelly snatched it all away once again. Reflecting on this, she sensed the celestial energy within her beginning to stir once more. Nevertheless, despite this turmoil, she had no intention of pursuing the path of ruthlessness in this lifetime. A year is but a year. It may serve as an opportunity to wholeheartedly resolve the troublesome matters surrounding her. As if aligning with her thoughts, a maid approached her, a hint of faint derision in her gaze. Unperturbed, she spoke, "Miss, the family head requests your presence in the hall within a quarter of an hour to discuss the matter of transplanting the celestial bones with the second young miss." "Understood," Luli replied calmly, nodding in acknowledgement. Indeed, in this new life, she had believed that revisiting these matters would invoke no emotional disturbance. Yet she was taken aback by how easily they could repulse her. In her previous life, she was born with celestial bones and ascended to the realm of a mortal sovereign after merely a few hundred years of cultivation. The entire Dantai family flourished because of her, rising to become one of the foremost clans in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. She had assumed her parents would take pride in her, only to discover their favoritism towards her sister. Not only that, but my childhood betrothed had long since been entangled with my sister. Subsequently, someone, in the glaring eyes of the public, wrongfully accused me of achieving my current status by exploiting the wet nurse to covet my sister's celestial bones during our youth. In the midst of my desperate attempts to defend myself, I initially believed it was all a misunderstanding and endeavored to clarify the situation. It was only when I was deceived into unearthing the celestial bones myself to prove my innocence that I realized everything was a scheme orchestrated by a few individuals. They exploited my deep regard for familial bonds and my concern for the family's reputation, meticulously plotting this entire affair. Then, my sister, having transplanted my celestial bones, ascended effortlessly. Meanwhile, after losing my celestial bones, not only did my cultivation plummet, but my path to immortality was also severed. I had thought that I would simply languish in despair, but to my dismay, they sought to extract the last vestiges of my utility by arranging a marriage with the son of the lord of the floating song sacred land. It was common knowledge that this young master was notorious for his hedonism, having brought ruin to countless female cultivators through his nefarious dual cultivation methods. Ultimately, I seized the opportunity to leap from the execution platform, believing I would surely perish, only to find myself fortuitously cast down to the mortal realm, where I encountered that man. Naturally, I returned to the celestial realm, eliminating all those who had conspired against me without exception. Yet unexpectedly in this new life, I would once again endure the very humiliations that had once plagued me. However, would I still be the naive fool from my previous life, digging up the celestial bones to prove my innocence? Thus, Lioli. Oh no, she has not yet forsaken her surname as in the previous life. She should now be known as Dantai Lioli, calling out to the haughty maid who was preparing to turn and report back, disrespecting the esteemed. A servant offending their master. Let your punishment be to sever your own arm. What did you say? The maid's pupils dilated sharply, and she retorted arrogantly. Do you know whose personal maid I am? Who you serve is of no consequence. All I know is that I am Dantai Lioli, the current young lady of the Dantai family, a formidable being of the celestial sovereign realm. Dantai Lioli scoffed. Dare to retort? That would only add to your crimes. You may as well take your own life. Then, as if recalling something, she amended, never mind, you are still needed to report back to those individuals. Let's first sever your arm. Before the maid could utter another word, Dantai Lioli merely willed it, and a flash of cold light passed by, accompanied by the maid's agonized scream as a pristine white arm fell straight to the ground. The blood that flowed quickly soaked the earth into a dark crimson hue. Dantai Lioli, I am the personal maid of young Master Song Yushu. Do you not fear his wrath for treating me thus? Will he not be unwilling to marry you? Wrath? Dantai Lioli revealed a bewitching smile, regardless of whether he would blame me for a mere servant. I am a celestial sovereign of this era. Why does he have to dictate whether he wishes to marry me? Begone, let those contemptible individuals wait. I shall visit them shortly, for I have some accounts to settle with them. You have lost your mind, Dantai Lioli. You will surely regret this. The maid hastily picked up the severed arm and staggered away, her heart seething with malice as she vowed to speak ill of you in front of the young master, determined to have him annul the engagement. Indeed, the second young lady is the one truly suited for him. A glance at the maid's resentful eyes was enough for Dantai Lioli to discern her thoughts without a second's hesitation. Yet, she remained unfazed. This maid, named Chio Yi, had once been the object of her appeasement in a previous life, all for the sake of that wretched Song Yushu. Regardless of her efforts, Chio Yi always believed that her sister was the more fitting match for the young master. Meanwhile, Song Yushu presented himself as a paragon of virtue and an elegant gentleman before her, their engagement spanning decades without even the slightest physical contact, while secretly indulging in a liaison with her sister. Ultimately, the maid met a grim fate herself, before she could return to the celestial realm to exact her vengeance. She had fallen into a jealous rage over Song Yushu and her sister, resulting in her sister severing her hands and feet, gouging out her eyes, and cutting off her tongue, transforming her into a wretched creature. When Dantai Lioli later encountered her, she found her confined within a jar, reduced to a pitiful state, only able to emit muffled cries of despair. Chapter 90. Ancient Secrets. Once Dantai Lioli had completed her meditation, she gradually made her way into the grand hall. At this moment, the rumors surrounding her childhood acquisition of her sister's celestial bones were rampant. Unlike her previous life, where anxiety plagued her heart, she now found herself staring at the assembly of people in the hall who appeared to be there to confront her, and she felt a slight urge to laugh. And indeed, she did laugh aloud. Rebellious daughter, even now, you fail to recognize your errors? How dare you laugh? Her father had already publicly declared her guilt without even conducting an investigation. Sister, I believe you would never commit such acts. It must be that wet nurse's clandestine machinations. Her sister feigned belief in her innocence, yet each word was a calculated attempt to cement the accusations against her. Lioli, as the elder sister, what harm is there in yielding to your younger sister? Her mother incessantly brainwashed her, binding her with layer upon layer of shackles as the identity of an elder sister. These were the very family members she had cherished dearly in her previous life. Enough, Dantai Lioli exclaimed, and under the incredulous gazes of the three, she unleashed her aura of celestial supremacy, her voice icy as she declared, "From this day forth, any slander against a celestial sovereign shall be met with death." Then, with a smile directed at her father, who seemed to flinch at her words, she inquired, "Father, are you satisfied with this course of action?" The heavens of the Dantai family had irrevocably changed. This incident quickly spread across the realms. Initially, Dantai Lioli punished several cultivators for their disrespect towards the celestial sovereign, subjecting them to brutal torment until they neared death, before sending them to the execution platform of celestials, where their souls were obliterated. Subsequently, she publicly proclaimed herself the head of the Dantai family. This announcement did not stir much commotion across the realms, for as a formidable celestial sovereign, her actions would surely be defended by learned scholars. Indeed, it was far more bizarre that, as a powerful being at the celestial sovereign level in her previous life, she had been hindered at every turn within her own family. As for her parents, having already been slain once in her past life, Dantai Lioli observed the two before her, trembling with regret, and felt an overwhelming sense of ennui. Thus, she stripped them of their cultivation, condemning them to live as mere mortals. In an unexpected turn, she chose to spare her sister, Dantai Li Sha, merely tossing her a copy of the emotionless scripture. This was a technique from the ancient palace of emotionlessness. If you believe I have ruined you, feel free to practice it and seek revenge upon me. Killing you would be too merciful. In my previous life, I endured immeasurable suffering while cultivating this technique, and I wish for you to experience it as well. Dantai Li Sha forced a bitter smile, saying, "If my sister wishes to kill me, she could easily do so with a single strike. Though this technique is named emotionless, it is not meant for those who lack great love. My only desire has been jealousy towards you, wishing for your strength and power. Even Song Yushu was merely a pawn in my schemes against you. How could a selfish and self-serving person like me possess any great love? This technique is utterly useless to me. Practicing it would only lead me to madness. How do you know this so well? A sense of unease gripped Dantai Lioli's heart. This technique was something she had stumbled upon in the corner of her family's library during her previous life. It was precisely through this method that she had managed to ascend once more and exact her vengeance. The truth is, I placed this technique there to guide you to it. Sister, you were stuck at the pinnacle of the celestial realm for many years, employing every possible means. Surely, if there was a glimmer of hope, you would have been willing to try any technique. Unexpectedly, you, with your extraordinary talent, managed to break through the barrier before even practicing this technique. So that was it. Dantai Lioli had never considered that the acquisition of this technique stemmed from her sister's hand. Moreover, before breaking through the barrier, she indeed contemplated cultivating this technique. As the words of Dantai Lisha replayed in her mind, a sudden spark of realization illuminated her thoughts. What do you mean by saying that only those with great love in their hearts can practice this technique? Oh, sister, you are unaware? At this moment, Dantai Lisha, resigned to her fate, had no intention of deliberately teasing or annoying Dantai Lioli. Indeed, this is a secret of the ancient emotionless palace, which I only learned by chance. She continued, the techniques of the ancient emotionless palace were created by the emotionless celestial master and are inherently rigorous. To successfully cultivate them, one must first experience the most exquisite love in the world, and then, at the height of obsession, awaken and sever the roots of affection. Otherwise, one is destined to fall into madness, living a life worse than death. What? Dantai Lioli exclaimed. To feel the most beautiful love in the world, and then, at the peak of obsession, to awaken and sever the roots of affection. How could that be possible? Indeed, it is impossible, Dantai Lisha scoffed. This is why the disciples of the ancient emotionless palace have dwindled. Matters of love are inherently difficult to escape, especially for us women, who are more prone to becoming enmeshed in them. Thus, to cultivate the severing emotion scripture, the female disciples devised a cruel scheme. They would first find a family, annihilate them, then leave a young man alive, feigning rescue. After living together and developing feelings over time, they would then reveal that they were the true perpetrators of a massacre. At this moment, in the depths of his anguish, the man would often choose revenge, allowing the female disciple to extricate herself from love and slay her husband to attain enlightenment. It was precisely for this reason that the ancient emotionless palace frequently annihilated entire families, almost being classified as a demonic sect. It was only when a prodigy in later generations revised the technique that the current emotionless palace managed to stand firm amidst the heavens and earth. Otherwise, it would have inevitably been destroyed by the united efforts of other sections. You would have me practice the severing emotion scripture? You might as well slay me with a sword to save the trouble. In the end, Dantai Lioli chose to strip her sister of her cultivation, sending her back to their parents. Given their deep familial bond, it remained to be seen how much affection they would retain after descending from wealth and longevity into the mundane world. Nonetheless, the secrets of the ancient, emotionless palace lingered persistently in Dantai Lisha's mind. The image of that man, so cold and tormented, remained vividly etched in her memory. Yet, for reasons unknown, when she recalls those events now, in stark contrast to the fury that once consumed her, she finds herself contemplating those moments with a sense of perplexity. It seems as though the man harbored something within his gaze, an inscrutable essence that eludes her understanding. Thus, what is truth? What is illusion? What constitutes the genuine answer? Enlighten me, Master. Chapter 91. The world's mainline as Dantai Lioli was wholly absorbed in managing her intricate affairs. Chen Anyun in the lower realm had just concluded an extended period of meditation and gradually rose to his feet. At this moment, the surveillance within the spiritual realm had resumed normal operation. After much contemplation, Chen Anyun resolved to no longer expend energy searching for a path to reunite with Zhang Lingyun. After all, amidst the uncertainties and variables of the spiritual realm trials, it was not uncommon for team members to become separated. However, the recent incident concerning Lu Li struck him like a thunderclap, abruptly tightening the strings of his previously languid heart. Though he could not foresee when Lu Li would return, he was acutely aware that if he wished to safeguard Ling Jian Peak when that time came, he would likely be unable to continue concealing his true identity. This thought compelled Chen Anyun to let out a long, involuntary sigh. He reminisced about the first time he encountered Lu Li, her forlorn and pitiful appearance resembling a lost and helpless kitten. Yet, who could have predicted that this seemingly frail woman had already gained considerable renown in the higher realms long before their acquaintance? The celestial sovereign realm, a level he had yet to step into. The path to ascension connecting the two realms had been severed, and under the rules of the vast world. Unless one possessed immense fortune, ascending to the higher realm was impossible. Moreover, if one were to reach the celestial being realm and be detected by the heavenly Tao, the ascension process would be forcibly initiated. Not only would they face tribulations, but a spatial passage would be forcibly opened, compelling the ascendant to traverse the now broken path to heaven. As for the outcome in his previous life, Chen Anyun had inadvertently glimpsed the path to heaven. In the frigid void, the bodies of cultivators floated everywhere. These corpses belonged to the most extraordinary talents from the lower realm since a major catastrophe had taken place. In summary, unless one was a protagonist recognized by the heavenly Tao who could be directly sent to the higher realm, the path to ascension from the lower realm had been utterly severed for countless millennia. Within the lower realm, achieving the perfected celestial being realm was the highest attainable level, provided one could remain hidden from the heavenly Tao. However, with the assistance of the system, Chen Anyun's existence was considerably more favorable than those who genuinely occupied the celestial being realm. According to the original narrative, the main storyline of this world revolves around the ultimate destruction of the vast world and the impending cataclysm, although it is a narrative primarily aimed at female readers. This world indeed harbors formidable antagonists. This antagonist group, the remnants of the previous catastrophe, namely, the demon race, has been lurking within the vast world. It was they who, at the conclusion of the last epoch, shattered the path to heaven and continued to stir chaos in the lower realm. Ultimately, it was also this group who instigated the great catastrophe, attempting to intercept the heavenly Tao, using the countless beings of the vast world as sacrifices to genuinely attain enlightenment and achieve ultimate liberation. In the days to come, the female protagonists would persistently contend against this faction. Almost every prominent female protagonist has a formidable rival within this realm. Through a series of life and death struggles, they gradually unveil the entirety of this group and their insidious schemes. Ultimately, in a climactic battle against apocalyptic forces, these heroines resolutely sacrifice themselves for the greater good of the world, perishing alongside the shadowy antagonist. This, of course, represents the original conclusion of the world. However, with the arrival of Chen Anyun, the heroines begin to extricate themselves from their predetermined fates. While the central narrative of opposing the hidden antagonist remains unchanged, they now possess the autonomy to choose their own methods of survival and resistance, rather than being subjected to the whims of a negligent author who previously contrived absurd plot twists that led to the protagonist's demise. In the previous timeline, Chen Anyun did not have the opportunity to witness the cataclysmic events of the original world, although he observed the heroines ascend to higher realms one after another. He was preoccupied with trivial aspirations, oblivious to the fact that he would ultimately fall victim to a systemic con, leaving him bereft of both wealth and purpose. Stranded in this world, being stranded was one matter, as he had initially hoped for a leisurely existence. However, as the prominent heroines began to approach him one after another, he found himself increasingly overwhelmed. It is essential to note that in the original narrative, as the story progressed, the erratic tendencies of the incompetent author intensified, resulting in increasingly eccentric personalities for the heroines, with tropes such as lowly, dark transformations, and Yandra becoming commonplace. Therefore, with a firm resolve to protect his tranquil life. Chen Anyun is determined to expedite his plans. Chapter 92. The Demon Clan July. Ling Jianpeak. Why is the senior brother not here today? The senior brother has gone down the mountain. And Master? Why haven't I seen him? Oh, Master mentioned the day before yesterday that he had grown weary of the mountains and wished to see the sea. By now, he must be soaring towards Binzhou. Master truly possesses exquisite taste. Having failed to find the person she sought, Chu Huairou left the grand hall in a dispirited mood. More than 2 months had passed since the Lingjing trial. Despite some setbacks along the way, Ling Jianpeak ultimately triumphed thanks to the performances of Chen Lingxi and Chu Huairou. Thus, Chu Huairou, taking advantage of her agreement with Chen Anyun, invited her to venture down to the mortal realm to celebrate the Zhongyuan festival, to which Chen Anyun readily consented. After departing the hall, Chu Huairou had not walked far when she spotted an extraordinarily beautiful figure beneath a fruit tree. Gazing intently at the fruits, lost in thought, this senior sister seemed rather simple-minded. She was strikingly lovely, rivaling even that wicked woman, Chen Lingxi, though her face appeared somewhat unfamiliar. As Chu Huairou pondered, memories flooded back, reminding her that this was the new true disciple Master had brought back a few months ago. Her name was Ming Tianxin. It was said that since she had arrived on the mountain, she had hardly ventured out, appearing only for the essential morning lessons. Was she a sheltered young lady from the realm of cultivation? Curiosity piqued, Chu Huairou greeted her, senior sister Ming, originally intending merely a casual salutation. She was taken aback when Ming Tianxin, upon hearing her voice, recoiled as if startled, taking 2 steps back before noticing the inquisitive gaze of Chu Huairou. After a moment of contemplation, Ming Tianxin recognized the girl before her, recalling that she had once shown her a portrait. She should be called Junior Sister Chu. Good morning. Observing Ming Tianxin's polite greeting, a sense of dissonance arose within Chu Huairou, though she could not pinpoint its origin, attributing it to her own heightened sensitivity. They had never exchanged words prior to this moment, and after the greeting, Ming Tianxin fixed her gaze upon Chu Huairou, her eyes pure and clear, which soon made Chu Huairou feel somewhat uneasy. In an attempt to fill the silence, she asked, "Are you admiring this fruit tree, senior sister Ming?" "Yes." Ming Tianxin nodded earnestly. "I merely wish to see the differences between a real fruit tree and those depicted in books." Since she had learned to read, the person who had taught her had recently provided her with many books. As Ming Tianxin read, numerous questions had accumulated in her mind. However, that individual seemed quite busy lately, leaving her without answers. Thus, she felt compelled to seek the answers herself. Yet, she diligently remembered what that person had advised her, to speak and act less. For some reason, she felt an innate affinity towards him, readily believing every word he uttered. Chu Huairou. In her entire life, she had never encountered anyone who made her feel so intellectually outpaced, especially when she noticed the innocence and seriousness in the other person's eyes. The notion of "is she deliberately teasing me" was effortlessly dismissed from her mind. Then, she felt a sense of retreat. I have something to attend to, so I won't disturb senior sister Ming while she admires the trees." Chu Huairou casually offered an excuse, laughing lightly. "Very well, junior sister Chu, farewell," came the earnest reply, as if genuinely believing that the other truly had pressing matters to attend to. "Goodbye." Perhaps, she mused, this woman could be even more troublesome than Chen Lingxi. Chu Huairou fled in haste. Meanwhile, at the foot of Tai Sek's mountains, Chen Anyun gently flicked his wrist, shaking off the filth that clung to his long sword before sheathing it. Before him, a headless humanoid creature, devoid of breath, began to swell gradually and ultimately transformed into a massive headless rat. Simultaneously, the severed head started to revert back to the shape of a rat. Host, there indeed. From the demon race. Chen Anyun furrowed his brow. Days prior, he had sensed several shadowy figures lurking near Tai Sect. This particular creature had met its end at his sword, just as it attempted to breach the boundaries of Ling Jianpeak. In the lower realm, the demon race was an exceedingly rare entity. According to the original lore, although the world of cultivation was filled with spirits, no new demons were destined to be born in this realm. The fortune of the demon race had been nearly obliterated during the last great calamity. The demons that existed now were but remnants of the previous epoch, struggling to survive. Yet, Chen Anyun was aware that the greatest antagonist in the original narrative was the demon emperor from the last era. Yinglong logically. The plot of the original story was not slated to unfold for another 2 years, until Li Wuji returned to the mountain, bringing back Zhou Qing. Zhu Huaidu, as the protagonist of that author's debut work, would not officially engage with the demon race until she reached the returning origin realm. However, with Li Wuji's disappearance averted and Zhou Qing ascending the mountain 3 years earlier, the storyline had diverged entirely from the original text. According to the system, the current world had transformed into a tangible reality. As for whether the demon race would oppose the various heroines as in the previous life, that was beyond Chen Anyun's contemplation. If the heavens were to collapse, the fated ones would surely rise to the occasion. For him, a mere commoner, it was best to bide his time and await his fate. Nonetheless, in his previous life, Chen Anyun had interacted with the demon race. Most of them were still entrenched in the glory days of their unification in the last epoch, when they established their celestial dynasty, leading them to often exhibit an arrogant demeanor that could be quite irksome. Yet, he had not anticipated encountering this legendary cabal of puppeteers so early in this life, which undeniably added to his troubles. As for the reason behind it, he held some suspicions. After all, 2 months prior, someone had torn apart the fabric of reality within the spiritual realm, descending from the upper world. It would indeed be peculiar if those elusive demons, who have perpetually lurked in the shadows, did not send emissaries to investigate the matter. Nevertheless, given that their hand has already reached into the realm of the Spirit Sword Peak, it is only natural that he would sever all the outstretched claws without hesitation. Chapter 93. Before the Zhongyuan Festival, Your Majesty, all of our subordinates we sent have vanished without a trace. Could it be that someone from the upper realm has sent something? How infuriating. After tens of thousands of years of scheming, it was all about to. Silence. Within the grand and magnificent palace, a thunderous roar erupted from a throne that soared 1,000 feet into the clouds. In an instant, an indescribable force of wind descended, sweeping through like a torrential flood. Everything in its path was ruthlessly battered and crushed, and the chaotic atmosphere that once enveloped the palace was instantly swept away, leaving behind a heart-stopping silence. As the palace returned to tranquility, time seemed to freeze in that moment. At last, that majestic and cold voice echoed once more, this time uttering only 2 words, 9 tails. Yes, Your Majesty. A slender figure approached, first bowing gracefully before the throne, and then spoke slowly. Please remain calm, everyone. Our plans are so meticulously concealed that the sudden arrival of those from the upper realm must be merely a coincidence. I believe we should prioritize stability, continue to endure, and wait for the opportune moment for our clan to re-emerge. Your Majesty, there is a flaw in Nine Tails' reasoning. Before she could finish, another imposing figure with a robust physique stepped forward. It has been tens of thousands of years since anyone from the upper realm has descended. This occurrence, coinciding with our clan's recent forging of a divine artifact, is far too fortuitous to dismiss. General Tuo Wu, your assertion is misguided. Nine Tails countered. The place where they descended is the central state of the human race, 1,000 miles away from us. What evidence do you have to prove that they came for us? Little Fox, aside from us, the so-called remnants in their eyes, there is nothing in this lower realm that would pique their interest. Surely it cannot be for some so-called sentimental ties. Ha. The assembled demons displayed faint smiles. For the upper realm's forceful descent from the void incurs great toll, and they would not descend lightly unless it were for exceedingly significant matters. Even the being atop the throne nodded slightly upon hearing this, stating, Tuo Wu is correct. The arrival of those from the upper realm must hold great significance, and they may have uncovered some clues. We must remain vigilant. Go Shi, your subordinate, is present. You shall go to the site of their descent and investigate this matter thoroughly. Yes, Your Majesty. Your Majesty. But is one Go Shi sufficient? Nine Tails interjected. The voice from the throne, unusually gentle, reassured. Go Shi is a formidable being of the Demon King realm, and in this epoch, He stands at the level of a celestial being. Such power is indeed unparalleled in the lower realm. Sending go, she is a foolproof strategy. Yes, your majesty. Seeing that the decision of the being on the throne was resolute, Ninetails ceased her persuasion. Her clan, the Fox Demons, possessed a unique, innate ability to sense omens of fortune and misfortune at times. For reasons unbeknownst to me, ever since I heard about this matter a few days ago, an unsettling premonition has been incessantly plaguing my mind, particularly now, upon learning that His Majesty has dispatched the hooked snake. This ominous feeling has intensified profoundly, almost as if the phrase "a dire omen" were branded upon my forehead. Nevertheless, a premonition remains merely that, an intuition. His Majesty is indeed correct. With the prowess of the hooked snake, a demon king, traversing the lower realms would be a walk in the park. Even if he were to encounter some concealed ancient beings, he could effortlessly extricate himself from any peril. After all, these ancient entities are wary of utilizing too much celestial essence, lest they attract the attention of the heavenly Tao. Moreover, the innate abilities of the hooked snake are shrouded in mystery. During the last epic's cataclysm, he evaded disaster through his exceptional talents. With this thought, the Ninetails quietly withdrew, restoring tranquility to the palace. Meanwhile, Chen Anyun, in a decisive move, severed all the claws sent by the demon race for reconnaissance and observed for a while longer, only to find that no further attempts were made by the demons. A sigh of relief escaped him. Evidently, there are still cautious individuals among the demon clan. Although he does not harbor an excessive fear of the current state of the demons, engaging with them prematurely would be rather troublesome. It is best left to the future heroines to handle. Recently, the events concerning the demon race had left him quite anxious for several days, depriving him of the opportunity to properly instruct Meng Tianxin. He merely exchanged some general knowledge books for her from the system. Subsequently, he endeavored to ease his strict supervision over Meng Tianxin, permitting her limited interactions with others. So far, the results appear promising. Under his guidance, Meng Tianxin has blossomed into a polite young lady or an exemplary AI. Although her reserved nature may render her somewhat distant, who could possibly dislike a courteous and beautiful girl? Moreover, he is preparing to embark on a grander adventure. This time, for the Zhongyuan festival. He intends to devise a reason to bring Meng Tianxin along. The matter traces back to 2 months ago during the Spirit Realm trials, when he was taken aback by Chun Lingxi and Chu Huairou's identical wishes to partake in the Zhongyuan festival celebrations in the mortal realm with him. Unlike the Ghost Festival on Earth, this world's Zhongyuan festival, being one of the 3 most significant Taoist festivals, is quite a lively affair even in the mundane realm. People gather to celebrate, with festivities including fireworks, floating lanterns, and grand parades. As neither of the young women requested a private rendezvous with him, Chen Anyun readily acquiesced to their wishes. With 3 individuals involved, an additional participant would neither weigh heavily nor diminish the group. It would provide Meng Tianxin an opportunity to acclimate to a more intricate environment, thus preparing for future endeavors. "Host, you are truly despicable," the system candidly remarked. "Indeed, I am inherently flawed. You are not meeting me for the first time." Chen Anyun wholeheartedly concurred with the system's assessment of him. And swiftly, the day of July 14th arrived, marking the eve of the Zhongyuan festival. Chapter 94. The Ghost Festival, Part 1. Chun Lingxi sat gracefully before an exquisite vanity, delicately holding a jade comb as she meticulously groomed her cascading ebony tresses that flowed like a waterfall over her shoulders. Each motion was executed with utmost care, as if she feared disturbing even the slightest strand. Despite having been a revered immortal for over 1,000 years in the celestial realm, she found it challenging to achieve a tranquil heart in this moment. A woman adorns herself for the one she cherishes, and tonight was of paramount significance. Reflected in the mirror was a visage of ethereal beauty. Her bright eyes sparkled like stars, radiating brilliance with every glance. Beneath a refined nose, her lips bloomed a natural crimson, and her complexion rivaled the purity of snow, smooth and delicate. Even at such a level of beauty, Chen Lingxi felt the urge to enhance her allure further. After a moment's contemplation, She retrieved an exquisite hairpin from her storage pouch and gently inserted it into her hair, instantly transforming her appearance into one of even greater charm. The mere thought of her impending rendezvous quickened her heart, excitement palpable in her demeanor. Since her rebirth, this was the first opportunity she had to engage intimately with her husband. Reflecting on her past life, she recalled the countless moments of warmth and sweetness shared with him. Yet in this life, everything seemed altered. Although her husband possessed many admirable qualities, he now appeared somewhat rigid, approaching emotions with caution. Moreover, the presence of a certain Chu Huairou, who frequently meddled and sought to disrupt their bond, made her pursuit of love fraught with obstacles. Fortunately, as a cultivator, time was never a constraint for Chen Lingxi. Years could pass, allowing her to gradually melt his heart and reclaim the profound affection they had once shared in their previous existence. With this thought, she silently bolstered her resolve. Meanwhile, seated before her own mirror, Chu Huairou furrowed her brow, her gaze fixated on her own reflection, filled with dissatisfaction. It is worth noting that in her previous life, she had been a formidable and unparalleled empress, radiating unmatched grace and beauty. Her captivating visage was undeniably the most enchanting in the realm of Beiju, even amidst a plethora of talents. Yet, in this moment, despite her face still being strikingly exquisite, it remained in a youthful and tender stage. Both her luscious features and graceful figure required the passage of time to fully blossom and reveal their most resplendent glory. However, for Chu Huairou, time had become her greatest adversary. The woman in the mirror was indeed charming, her round face reminiscent of a ripe apple, and her large, sparkling eyes were filled with vitality. Yet, the term adorable, while fitting, paled in comparison to the breathtaking beauty that truly captivated. In her frustration, Chu Huairou could only think of ways to appear more mature. She extended her hands and gently gathered her flowing hair, attempting to impart an air of composure and elegance. Yet, dishearteningly, despite her earnest efforts, the outcome remained unsatisfactory. At that moment, Chu Huairou seemed to have an epiphany, gently sighing before slowly rising to her feet. She retrieved a hairpin from her jewelry box, delicately inserting it into her meticulously arranged bun. Regardless of her past or present, this hairpin held profound significance for her. The fleeting beauty of youth and the inevitability of decay. As a woman, inner beauty is paramount. With this thought, Chu Huairou's previously somber mood gradually brightened. A quarter of an hour later, the two women exchanged glances outside Chen Anyun's chamber, both harboring an ominous premonition. Soon, Chen Anyun appeared, a smile gracing his lips, accompanied by a striking woman in white, whose natural beauty was so captivating that it evoked envy, despite her lack of makeup. She curiously regarded them. "Senior brother, what is this?" Although she had a vague idea of the answer, Chu Huairou's expression remained stiff. Wasn't it agreed that both junior sister Chu and junior sister Chan would accompany me to the festival for the Zhongyuan festival? I happened to encounter junior sister Meng on the way, who was quite intrigued by the earthly celebrations, so I thought the more, the merrier, and invited her along. As anticipated, both women sighed inwardly, then lifted their gazes only to meet each other's disappointed expressions, which deepened their vexation. It was clear that senior brother was not at fault. The blame lay squarely on the woman before them. Yet, despite the unexpected turn of events, the opportunity to attend the festival with someone they cherished was, in itself, a source of joy, prompting the two to swiftly adjust their mindsets. Chen Lingxi discreetly observed junior sister Meng, who had entered the sect later than herself, yet had always displayed a profound understanding of their craft. Their brief encounter had left her with an impression of stunning beauty, arousing a sense of wariness within her. However, as it seemed junior sister Meng was genuinely enthusiastic about the earthly festival, her caution was soon tucked away. After all, for her, Chu Huairou was the primary adversary. The four of them mounted their flying swords, soaring through the sky like shooting stars, and in the blink of an eye, they arrived above a bustling, earthly town. They circled in the air for a moment, scanning below for a secluded spot to descend. Ultimately, they landed steadily in a quiet alleyway. Subsequently, they employed a bit of magic to subtly alter their presence, ensuring they did not draw undue attention. In the realm of cultivation, while not everyone is a paragon of beauty, anyone who has attained the perfected state of body refinement undergoes a transformative cleansing. Once impurities are expelled, their skin becomes fair and smooth, akin to fine jade. Indeed, it is said that a single flaw can be concealed by a fair complexion. Even those of average appearance can appear quite striking. Moreover, the women were inherently beautiful, and even Chu Huairou, straddling the line between girlhood and womanhood, would undoubtedly attract countless gazes were she to walk among mortals, possessing a beauty that could indeed topple kingdoms. The Mid-Autumn Festival in this realm is indeed a grand spectacle, as the entire town is enveloped in a vibrant and jubilant atmosphere. The sweltering summer heat has done little to dampen the fervor of the celebrations. The streets are teeming with a constant flow of pedestrians, bustling shoulder to shoulder. The night market is ablaze with lights, adorned with an array of stalls brimming with exquisite goods and delectable delicacies. The air is thick with enticing aromas, tantalizing the senses. Children, clutching their colorful lanterns, frolic joyfully, while groups of adults gather to marvel at acrobatic performances or savor local treats, their faces radiating happiness and contentment. The cheerful laughter and chatter rise and fall, intertwining with the crackling sounds of fireworks, composing a harmonious ode to joy and tranquility. For individuals meander through the throngs of people, curiously gazing about. The vibrant scene around them rekindles a long-forgotten sense of earthly warmth, lifting their spirits with newfound ease and delight. Unlike Chu Huairou and Chen Anyun, who frequently exchange glances and whispered communications, Meng Tianxin is completely immersed in the festive ambience. Prior to their arrival, Chen Anyun had prepared mortal currency for her, and now, under Chen Anyun's deliberate indulgence, she is incessantly purchasing whatever piques her curiosity. Before long, she finds herself with a candied hawthorn in one hand, a skewer of grilled meat in the other, a ghost mask and paper lantern dangling from her arm, and ribbons draped around her neck. Meng, Shiji, there is a ghost-catching performance over there. Shall I take you to see it? Chu Huairou suggests first. She had been whispering to Chen Lingxi throughout the walk, and Chen Anyun, observing this, chose not to unveil their covert agreement. With Meng Tianxin instinctively glancing in her direction, Chen Anyun's heart raced, thinking it was not yet the time to reveal her intentions. She quickly interjected, "Meng Shimi, it is a rare opportunity to be invited by fellow sisters. It would be delightful to go together, wouldn't it?" Upon hearing Chen Anyun speak, Chu Huairou felt a pang of disappointment. Did the senior brother truly wish to spend time alone with that woman? Nevertheless, having already made plans with Chen Lingxi, she steeled herself. After Meng Tianxin nodded in agreement, she took her hand, leading her toward another direction. Then, senior brother, let us go and take a look over there. Chen Lingxi, filled with joy, hastened her steps, drawing closer to Chen Anyun. How wonderful! At last, I shall have the chance to be alone with him. Chapter 95. The Festival of the Dead, Part 2. With great enthusiasm, the nine-tailed fox gazed upon the radiant lanterns before her. As she reached out to grasp one, she was suddenly reminded that in this era of the mortal realm, a substance known as money was requisite for such a purchase. Following a council meeting with His Majesty, her concern for the serpent's spirit lingered, prompting her to discreetly follow behind. However, the serpent proved too swift and lacking proficiency in stealth. She found herself unable to catch up even after several days. By chance, she stumbled upon the lively celebration of the Festival of the Dead. Driven by curiosity, she unwittingly blended into the festivities. Unlike other demon clans, the nine-tailed fox had only recently awakened in this era. To be more precise, she had been born as a young fox in the previous epoch and had remained in slumber until the demon emperor roused her and nurtured her to maturity. Thus, in her heart, the emperor was both a sovereign and a father figure. Having not experienced the zenith of demonkind's glory, her perspective was notably more objective and cautious. This trait had been a significant reason for the emperor's unwavering support and trust in her. In the conspiracies of the demon race, she had played a substantial role. Though she was considered an anomaly among her kind, it did not imply that her moral standing was exceptionally high. With a subtle application of her cunning, Her purse quickly brimmed with riches. Soon enough, she adorned herself with an array of charming trinkets, savoring a skewer of candied hawthorns as she strolled. If only the demon clan could revel in such merriment. As she absorbed the festive atmosphere around her, the nine-tailed fox couldn't help but murmur to herself, lamenting the somber demeanor of most demons, who spoke endlessly of the previous epoch, wearing expressions steeped in bitterness and vengeance. Amidst her enjoyment of the mortal festivities, she suddenly felt a jolt of anxiety from behind her. Startled, she turned around, nearly dropping the candied hawthorn in her hand. Yet after searching for a while, she found nothing but the bustling crowd. Was it merely an illusion? The nine-tailed fox tilted her head in thought. "Senior brother, what are you looking at?" Chen Anyun asked, walking backwards with her hands behind her back, her gaze fixed on Chen Anyun's face, smiling radiantly. "Oh, I thought I recognized someone," Chen Anyun replied, redirecting his attention to the enchanting lady before him. "Was that a little fox from the demon clan, just now?" "Indeed, esteemed host, it is the demon fox, Nine Tails," came the confirmation. "So it is her." A realization dawned upon Chen Anyun. What was she doing here? Yet in the next moment, he discerned the answer. She must have come in relation to the arrival of beings from the upper realm. He sighed inwardly. If it were any other demon, he wouldn't hesitate to take ruthless action. But with Nine Tails, in his previous life, due to certain circumstances, he had journeyed alongside this little fox for an extended period, marking her as the sole friend among the demon race. However, it appeared that she bore no recollection of their past encounters. Indeed, in the previous life, the Nine Tails could merely be regarded as an antagonist, ultimately meeting their demise amidst the great calamity of heaven and earth. "Brother, return to your senses." As Chen Anyun reminisced about the plot, Chen Lingxi suddenly extended her slender finger, waving it before him. Chen Anyun chuckled in bewilderment, then offered a somewhat apologetic smile. "Never mind. Matters of the future can be addressed later." Being alone with Chen Lingxi was not a source of distress. On the contrary, she was a woman who deeply valued the ambience. Even during their 3 years together as a married couple in the past, Chen Anyun never felt burdened. Even in her capriciousness, she would choose moments when Chen Anyun was in good spirits. Could this be considered a form of innate talent? "Junior sister, shall we go to the riverside to release lanterns?" Chen Anyun suggested, seeking to express his remorse. Naturally, Chen Lingxi readily agreed. Thus, they strolled casually along the bustling streets, engaging in light conversation. Yet, those around them could perceive an inexplicable warmth radiating between the two, akin to a couple who had been married for many years. Even Chen Anyun and Chen Lingxi found themselves unwittingly enveloped in this atmosphere. Indeed, in her previous life, Chen Lingxi, aware that she had only 3 years left to live, was eager to experience everything, brimming with curiosity. It was as if she wished to expend all her passion within those 3 years. Now, the urgency that once characterized Chen Lingxi had vanished without a trace, replaced by a sense of tranquility and composure, along with an unwavering confidence that she had mastered everything. It seemed that after departing from him in her past life, she had grown considerably. After all, although he resided in the mortal realm, he had heard whispers of the esteemed title of Lingxi Xianzun during certain extraordinary moments. She had truly become a genuine heroine. In summary, Chen Anyun found no dislike for her present self. On the contrary, he felt she was more beautiful and captivating than the bewildered woman he had known years ago. Meanwhile, Chen Lingxi suddenly realized that the man beside her seemed more akin to her husband at this moment. How should she articulate this? Although the senior brother from Lingjian Peak appeared to embody the essence of a husband in both outward and inward aspects, she could distinctly sense a subtle distance and unfamiliarity between them, which had once caused her prolonged sorrow. Yet, at this instant, that sense of estrangement mysteriously dissipated, as if the person beside her was indeed the one she had once known. Lowering her gaze, she subtly inched closer to him amidst the throng of people, inadvertently pressing their arms together. Feeling the warmth emanating from his arm, she reaffirmed that sensation within her heart, for in her past life, she could only experience such warmth in the depths of night during her dreams. When they finally reached the riverside, and Chen Anyun handed her a lotus-shaped lantern, She was momentarily jolted back to reality. As the lantern flickered in the shadows, she lifted her gaze to meet his smiling countenance. In that fleeting moment, it seemed as though time had reversed, transporting her back to that quaint little county town. In her past life, she had ascended the mountain peak, only to glance back amidst the clouds. It was then she realized that the happiness of her entire existence had been crystallized in that very place. Unbeknownst to her, Chen Lingxi felt her vision blur slightly. Taking advantage of the moment while releasing the river lanterns, she lowered her head, allowing two glistening tears to cascade into the water, enticing the little fish to eagerly brush against them. Then, with the lantern in her hand, she finally uttered the two words she had longed to express for millennia, words she thought she would never have the chance to speak again. Thank you. Thank you, my beloved. Chapter 96. The Ghost Festival, Part 3. Chu Huai-ro languidly reclined in her chair, her gaze drifting aimlessly and tinged with a hint of ennui as she observed the men before her. They were adorned in flamboyant attire, extravagantly dressed, with their faces painted in a riot of colors. As they cavorted energetically on stage, their exaggerated gestures and antics seemingly performed with great fervor. To Chu Huai-ro, this spectacle held no allure. In fact, she found it somewhat noisy and bothersome. In stark contrast, Meng Tian sat beside her, her face alight with excitement, her wide eyes fixed intently on the performers, not blinking as if to ensure she missed not a single thrilling moment. Chu Huai-ro could not fathom why Meng Tian was so captivated by the performance, and she could not help but tilt her head slightly, only to confirm the sparkle of light in Meng Tian's eyes. Was it truly so enchanting? Chu Huazu muset internally, shaking her head gently in bewilderment at her companion's enthusiasm. In her view, the performer's antics were rather trivial and hardly deserving of such fervent admiration. However, seeing Meng Tian so engrossed, she opted to remain patient and accompany her in silence. When had she last attended the Ghost Festival? It seemed to be with. Chu Huai-ro's expression suddenly darkened. How unfortunate! Yet, she had indeed wandered through the festival alongside her senior brother. Unlike the vague memories that eluded her, it was the multitude of shared experiences that made it challenging to extract the specific recollection she sought. A twinge of sorrow welled within her heart. How many delightful moments had they shared? Yet in that time, why had she not recalled these memories? If only she could return to her former self. The first thing she would do is deliver a resounding slap to that version of herself. Thus, she had ultimately lost so much in her past life. Could she truly reclaim it in this one? Initially, when time had just begun to reverse, she had hoped that Chen Anyun might also recollect the memories of their previous existence. However, the emergence of Chun Ling, she instilled within her a profound sense of dread. Her senior brother was someone she had let slip through her fingers. Though Chen Ling, she had also played a role in his demise. Their shared history as husband and wife placed her at an insurmountable advantage over Chu Huai-ro. If her senior brother were to recall everything, would he still choose her? A wave of fear engulfed Chu Huai-ro. She could scarcely bear to imagine the consequences of losing him once more in this lifetime. Thus, she found herself ensnared in a cycle of anxiety. It was then that Meng Tian's ethereal and melodious voice broke through her reverie. They've returned. Returned? Chu Huai-ro snapped back to reality, only to see her senior brother and Chun Ling, she approaching her. What was the meaning of Chun Ling, she's bashful demeanor, resembling that of a coy young bride? What had transpired between them before? A profound sense of urgency surged within Chu Huai-ro. However, she quickly regained her composure, realizing that she must not indulge in wild imaginings. After all, it was finally her turn. Instantly, her gaze shifted towards Chen Lingxi, who fortuitously returned her glance. Their eyes met, and Chen Lingxi unexpectedly broke into a mischievous smile. A jolt of alarm surged through Chu Huai-ro's heart. Had this woman changed her mind? She should never have placed her trust in Chen Lingxi's promises. Yet, just as Chu Huai-ro was consumed by despair, Chen Lingxi spoke. Senior brother, the streets are rather narrow, making it inconvenient for all four of us to wander together. How about I take Meng Shimmy to explore the flower street, while you stroll with Xiao Shimmy? After saying this, she turned her back to Chen Anyun and mouthed to the bewildered Chu Huairou, "You think I would go back on my word?" The minx. A flicker of conscience, perhaps. Chu Huairou sighed with relief. As for Chen Anyun, she had anticipated Chen Lingxi's suggestion and naturally did not oppose it. As for Meng Tianxin, she was eager for any amusement that came her way. Thus, before long, in the bustling crowd, only Chen Anyun and Chu Huairou remained side by side. "Sister, the fireworks are about to begin. Shall we go take a look?" For some unknown reason, the usually vivacious Chu Huairou now appeared somewhat anxious, a rarity indeed. Consequently, Chen Anyun took the initiative to extend the invitation. All right. Chu Huaidu zipli weekly." She was aware that she was not quite herself at the moment. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to her, despite having spent plenty of time alone with Chen Anyun on Lingjian Peak, she felt a peculiar sense of anticipation and apprehension. "Senior brother, where did you and Chen Shimi go just now?" After much contemplation, Chu Huairou finally mustered the courage to inquire. "Oh, that," Chen Anyun replied nonchalantly. "We released the river lanterns. Wanted a bit longer, and then saw you." "I see. So it was merely the release of river lanterns." What a flirtatious little tea kettle. The weight in Chu Huairou's heart finally lifted, and she felt much more like herself. Soon, the two began to chat animatedly as they walked. Unlike with Chen Lingxi, their bond resembled that of childhood friends, allowing for an abundance of topics to discuss, though it was mostly Chu Huairou speaking while Chen Anyun listened. Yet, Chu Huairou seemed to have an inexhaustible supply of words. In truth, in their previous life, their relationship was meant to be just so. They had always shared this kind of tacit understanding. Thus, they continued to follow the crowd, gradually making their way outside the city. At that moment, whoosh, 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 accompanied by a series of sharp, urgent whistles, streaks of light, akin to shooting stars, erupted into splendid blossoms of fireworks against the night sky. Boom! The tremendous sound reverberated across the heavens, as if attempting to tear the darkness asunder. In an instant, the sky was filled with fireworks, a grand celebration dancing, leaping, and swirling in the night. Almost simultaneously, the two raised their heads, gazing in awe at the dreamlike expanse above. The vibrant fireworks, against the pitch-black backdrop, appeared remarkably dazzling, at times resembling resplendent blossoms, and at others transforming into a brilliant, twinkling galaxy cascading down. "How beautiful it is!" Chu Huairou could not help but exclaim in admiration. She then subtly turned her head, observing how the sky, filled with fireworks, reflected a kaleidoscope of colors in his pupils. She quietly compared their heights, noting that her head barely reached his shoulder, which inexplicably left her feeling a sense of melancholy. She recalled that in her previous life, she had already reached his ear. Turning her head back, she extended her hand, seemingly attempting to grasp the fireworks above. Yet, the breathtaking sight, so close at hand, eluded her grasp, much like her past existence. Fortunately, everything had begun anew. During this period, an indescribable sense of security enveloped her, knowing that her beloved was not far away and that she could see him every day. If it were possible, she would not dare to wish for more, only hoping that such moments could linger indefinitely. Chu Huairou silently made her wish. Chapter 97. The Zhongyuan Festival Finale. Master of the Palace, the head of the Dantai family, is seeking an audience outside. A disciple of the Jueqing Palace rushed into the hall, breathlessly delivering the news to the sovereign seated on the elevated throne. The palace master furrowed her brow slightly, pondering. The head of the Dantai family? Could it be the one who has recently garnered so much attention? The disciple promptly nodded in affirmation. Indeed, it is the illustrious Liu Li Xianzun. Upon hearing this name, the palace master felt a sudden jolt within her. The head of the Dantai family was indeed a prominent figure in the Ziwei heaven, having ascended to the realm of Xianzun. Since the mysterious disappearance of the previous palace master, Jueqing Palace had not witnessed such a powerful presence as that of a Xianzun. With this thought, the palace master hurriedly commanded, "Quick, bring the Xianzun in. No, I shall personally greet her." With that, she rose and swiftly made her way toward the palace entrance. Before long, several disciples of Jueqing Palace appeared, escorting a woman of graceful stature and elegant demeanor who approached with poise. This woman was Dantai Lu Li, adorned in a flowing crimson gown that danced like a flickering flame in the wind. The palace master, upon seeing her, stepped forward a few paces. Clasping her hands in salute, "I have long heard of your esteemed name, Xianzun. Today, meeting you in person is indeed an extraordinary occasion. Please come in." Dantai Luli offered a gentle smile in return, responding, "Thank you, Palace Master, for your warm invitation." She then entered the grand hall alongside the Palace Master. Once everyone was seated, the Palace Master inquired, "May I ask what brings you to Jueching Palace, Xianzun?" Dantai Luli delicately pressed her lips together and replied softly, "I have come, rather audaciously, to seek an answer." The Palace Master, taken aback by her words, quickly regained her composure and smiled, "Please do not hesitate to speak. Whatever lies within my capacity, I shall endeavor to assist you." Dantai Luli nodded, for in a past life, she too had served as the Palace Master of Jueching Palace, and thus held great respect for the elder Palace Master. Her gaze fixed upon the Palace Master as she contemplated her phrasing. After a brief moment, she finally spoke, "I wish to know the cultivation conditions of your ancient scripture." Duanqing Jing. At this revelation, the Palace Master and the assembled disciples were utterly astonished. They had never anticipated that the renowned Lu Li Xianzun would inquire about a matter pertaining to their sect's sacred texts. However, upon hearing Dantai Lu Li's question, the Palace Master felt a sense of relief. Duanqing Jing had long been rendered obsolete within Jueching Palace. While the secrets contained within were not meant for outsiders, they were hardly matters of grave confidentiality. Yet, the curiosity surrounding why this esteemed Xianzun would pose such a question lingered in the Palace Master's mind. However, as such matters often pertained to the privacy of others and were beyond her reach, she chose to keep her intrigue concealed. The Duanqing Jing was created by their founder, serving as the foundational scripture for his enlightenment. Legend has it that the founder was once a person of profound emotions, yet he was ultimately wounded by love, leading him to transcend the concept of affection and establish this unique practice. To cultivate this particular technique, one must first comprehend the essence of emotions, embracing sentiment before transcending into detachment. Regrettably, subsequent disciples lacked the fortuitous connection with their venerable master, and in their despair, their hearts gave way to malevolence, rendering this art a subject of trepidation. How, then, does one truly grasp the path through emotional understanding before entering the realm of detachment? Dantai Lu Li inquired further. The sect leader shook his head with a wry smile. The challenge of this technique lies precisely in this dichotomy. To achieve enlightenment through emotion necessitates a journey through genuine feelings. Yet, where there exists true emotion, how can one relinquish it? What if a fervent individual intentionally sought to guide another toward mastering this technique? After a moment of contemplation, the leader sighed. Indeed, such an endeavor could yield mastery. But to transform an emotionally invested person into one devoid of feelings would subject them to torments akin to infernal suffering. Who in this world would willingly endure such folly? After bidding farewell to the leader of the emotionless palace, Dantai Lu Li soared homeward, her spirit somewhat adrift. The memories of the past surged vividly in her mind after the loss of the path of detachment. The leader's words echoed incessantly within her thoughts. Indeed, who will be so foolish in this world? Yet, perhaps he is that very fool. As she reminisced, her heart in turmoil, she was drawn to the lively scene of a city ahead. Unable to resist, she extended her consciousness for a fleeting glance. Ah, so, it is already the Zhongyuan festival. It was on this very day, in her previous life, that she leapt from the Lucian platform. A fierce impulse surged within her, compelling her to once again rend the fabric of reality, to seek him and uncover the truth of that bygone era. Dantai Lu Li sensed her previous injuries mending within her. Even better than anticipated. Just a little longer, just a little longer. Master, I shall soon see you again. This time, will you reveal the true answer to me? In the mortal realm, when the four reunited, the night had already deepened. The throngs of the street had diminished significantly, and vendors at the night market were hastily dismantling their stalls. Both Chun Lingxi and Chu Huairo appeared lost in their own thoughts, while Meng Tianxin wore a contented expression, clearly having enjoyed himself thoroughly. For reasons unknown, the scene evoked memories of Lu Li in Chen Anyun's mind. In his previous life, it was also during a Zhongyuan festival that he first encountered her. Back then, she bore none of the awe-inspiring presence of a celestial sovereign. She was merely a filthy, forsaken cat abandoned by its master. As he pondered this, memories long buried suddenly awakened within him. A faint yet resolute voice seemed to manifest in his mind at that moment. Master, indeed. That year's Zhongyuan festival was as lively as today. Chapter 98. At that time, the bright moon illuminated the return of colorful clouds. In that year, Chen Anyun had just stepped into the realm of celestial beings. Over a decade had passed since the tumultuous events upon the endless sea. Whether it was a glitch in the system or not, after Li Sengyin had assassinated the sea god with a celestial artifact stained with his own blood, his passive skill inexplicably affected the sea god as well. The ability to absorb, for each enemy slain, he could garner one of that enemy's life energy to heal his own wounds, with a maximum capacity to store 20 of life energy. Furthermore, he could additionally acquire one of that enemy's cultivation. Although the sea god had fallen to the longevity realm before his demise, he had undeniably been a formidable mid-stage celestial being at his peak. Upon obtaining one of the mid-stage celestial being's cultivation, combined with his own fully realized longevity realm cultivation, Chen Anyun naturally progressed further. Upon entering the celestial realm, his true essence began to gradually transform into celestial essence. Simultaneously, his physical form achieved an unblemished golden body, exuding an aura that resembled that of an ordinary mortal. Growing up on Earth, Chen Anyun had never truly recognized the distinction between the celestial and the mundane. Rather than seeking seclusion in the mountains, he preferred to mingle amidst the bustling markets. On this day, it happened to be the Zhongyuan festival. The small town where he resided had commenced its lively celebrations, which Chen Anyun was eager to partake in. However, beyond the festivities, he had a more pressing task at hand. Casually walking with the cheerful crowd, he arrived at an inconspicuous alleyway. The system prompted, "Host, the target is within." Chen Anyun paused at the entrance, gazing into the dimly lit alley, hesitating to step inside. "Host, the female lead is currently in dire straits. If you do not proceed, unfortunate events may unfold," the system urged. "All right, I understand." Chen Anyun nodded, having previously hesitated over whether to employ the script he had prepared. After several encounters with the female lead, his daily collection of remorse points had been escalating exponentially. Coupled with his newfound cultivation in the celestial realm, he no longer felt an urgent need for these remorse points. Thus, he intended to conduct a small experiment to see if remorse points could be generated purely from hatred. The storyline this time felt somewhat brutal, which had kept him in a state of indecision. "Host!" The system's urging voice resounded once more. In truth, even without the system's reminder, he could sense another presence in the alley besides the female lead, one that was cornering her against the wall. What a Glitch D scenario. Chen Anyun shook his head and stepped forward. "Host, do you not need to self-hypnotize this time?" "This time, it's unnecessary. I have exchanged for master-level acting skills, and I intend to conduct a small experiment. I shall take the lead myself." Time rewound to 15 minutes prior. Arriving alone, departing in solitude. With her parched lips trembling, Dantai Lioli uttered a faint whisper. However, a trace of lingering affection was still discernible in her gaze. Having severed her celestial bones and being forced by her family to consume the dispelling potion, all her celestial essence had dissipated, rendering centuries of arduous cultivation into naught. When she leaped from the immortal slaughter platform, she had already resolved to embrace death. Yet, by a twist of fate, she found herself in the mortal realm, which unexpectedly rekindled a flicker of her will to survive. Even the lowly ants strive for life. How much more should she, who harbors a deep-seated vendetta, desire to see those who wronged her suffer rather than revel in their joy? Alas, she had already been reduced to a mere shadow of her former self. No one needed to lay a hand on her. She could distinctly feel the sands of time slipping away from her grasp. The clamorous voices from the street outside were faintly audible as she lifted her gaze, peering beyond the layers of green bricks and red tiles towards the twilight sky. At this moment, the evening glow was fading, along with the last remnants of her warmth. To think that Dante Lioli, once a revered immortal, would meet her end in the streets of the mortal world. A desolate smile graced her lips, yet a sense of liberation began to settle within her. So be it. As she reflected upon her sorrowful past, she resolved to return, indifferent to the storms or sunshine. With the last rays of the setting sun dissipating, she weakly closed her eyes. Just then, a voice, somewhat hoarse and tinged with excitement, broke through the stillness. Heaven does not forsake me. The purple Taoist, a figure clad in a purple robe, exuding an unpleasant odor, materialized in the alley. His face, marred by festering sores, bore an expression of ecstatic delight, albeit tinged with caution. Only after confirming the frailty of the woman before him did he hasten forward. Drawing in a deep breath, he exclaimed, "Ah, this scent! Indeed, it is a celestial root. It was worth my while to witness a beam of pure light descend here." The purple Taoist beamed with satisfaction. "Huh, a heavily wounded, near-death celestial root. How delightful!" His eyes gleamed with madness as he scrutinized her from head to toe. Though her true essence is depleted and cultivation is arduous, she remains a fine furnace for alchemy. Rubbing his hands together, he prepared to part her long hair. "Come, let me see your beauty." Dante Lioli struggled to open her eyes, gazing at the outstretched hand through her hair. A profound sorrow enveloped her heart. Fortunately, despite her dissipated powers and immobility, she could still muster enough strength to end her own life, if necessary. As she contemplated this, she attempted to summon the last remnants of her celestial essence. Just then, a polite young man's voice resonated from the other side. "Excuse me, my friend. You are obstructing my path. May I request you to step aside?" Who? In that moment of distraction, the final trace of her celestial essence evaporated. Her injuries flared anew, and darkness enveloped her vision as she fainted. Chapter 99. At that time, the bright moon shone, once illuminating the colorful clouds returned, too. A mere mortal? The purple-clad Taoist squinted, meticulously scrutinizing the young man before him. The youth stood tall, his visage clean and handsome, exuding an air of extraordinary presence. However, the Taoist inwardly scoffed. Merely an ignorant, impetuous youth. A cruel smile gradually emerged on his twisted, ghastly face as he let out an eerie, chilling laugh. "Ha ha! Young man, today is your misfortune. You can only blame your ill fate. In your next life, perhaps you should learn to be more cautious and avoid carelessly crossing paths with me." Before his words had fully dissipated, the Taoist abruptly extended a hand, gnarled as a withered branch, summoning a surge of true essence that coalesced into a formidable pull, reaching directly for the young man. As the terrifying force threatened to ensnare him, it was unexpected that Chen Anyun remained utterly motionless, as if his feet had taken root, standing steadfast in place. The Taoist, initially taken aback, soon intensified the flow of his true essence. Yet, no matter how he exerted his power, Chen Anyun stood resolute like a mountain. Not even the corner of his garment stirred. "Senior, this is merely a misunderstanding. I shall take my leave, and I offer this exquisite furnace as a tribute to you," the Taoist said, maintaining vigilance towards Chen Anyun while silently invoking a technique of escape. As the technique manifested, he reveled in the rapidly retreating scenery, thinking, "If there is no confrontation, then I shall not hold back, our path shall cross again. Oh, but why does that body seem somewhat familiar? And why is it lacking a head?" Casting a glance at the severed head that had flown far away, rolling several times before finally coming to rest, Chen Anyun redirected his focus to the unconscious woman before him. He approached and effortlessly lifted her in his arms. "How light she is," he mused inwardly. He had already heard of the female protagonist's tragic past from the system. It was indeed a sorrowful tale, a testament to the trials faced by female leads. A dignified celestial being cornered by a horde of insignificant insects. Were this a male-centric narrative, there would be no doubt that several lives would be lost, and the very essence of the Dante family would be shaken to its core, with even the earthworms being uprooted and cut in half. Chen Anyun carried her back to his abode. Over the years, feeling the weight of boredom in the small town, he had resumed his previous profession and opened a medical clinic, though he operated it solely based on his whims. Nevertheless, his exceptional medical skills ensured a steady stream of patrons whenever he chose to open his doors. After placing the female protagonist on his bed, Chen Anyun did not linger, instead preparing a guest room for himself. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the window, casting its warmth upon the bed and illuminating the tightly shut eyes of Dan Tailioli. As time passed, she gradually opened her eyes, her consciousness slowly emerging from the depths of confusion. Initially, she felt a sense of confusion, but soon memories surged forth like a tidal wave, bringing to mind the terrifying scenes she had experienced before losing consciousness. At this realization, her heart raced, and a wave of anxiety coursed through her entire being. Without a moment's hesitation, she reached out to assess her physical condition. Once she confirmed that her clothing was intact, a flicker of relief washed over her, allowing her to exhale momentarily. Deep down, she understood that it was inconceivable for the ruthless figure in purple to have spared her out of kindness. Therefore, it must have been the subsequent individual who came to her rescue. At that moment, warm sunlight streamed onto her face, enveloping her in a comforting warmth. She squinted slightly, taking a moment to adjust her eyes before surveying the unfamiliar room. Although the decor was simple and unadorned, every corner was meticulously organized and spotless. Everything in her line of sight, from the furniture to the bedding, was arranged with precision, devoid of any semblance of chaos. Instinctively, she gently tugged at the blanket covering her, and a refreshing scent wafted into her nostrils, a distinct aroma emanating from pure cotton that had been sun-dried. This familiar and reassuring fragrance seemed to possess a magical quality, gradually easing her previously tense nerves. With a creaking sound, an old door swung open, and Chen Anyun entered, holding a porcelain bowl. He noticed her still sitting on the bed, lost in thought, and he made an effort to offer a gentle smile. "My lady, your injuries are quite severe. Please drink this bowl of medicine." As his words faded, a unique fragrance from medicinal concoction quickly filled the room. Dantai Lioli wrinkled her delicate nose, recognizing it as the scent of the falling sunset herb. Even in the upper realms, such a spiritual herb was not commonly found. In recalling the purple-clad figure, she understood that this young man who had saved her was likely also a cultivator. This realization rekindled her anxiety. After all, as the purple figure had stated, her cultivation was entirely crippled, yet her innate talent remained. She was a prime candidate for dual cultivation. Such temptation would surely be hard for anyone to resist. However, Chen Anyun appeared unconcerned by her apprehension. He set down the medicine, urged her to drink it while it was warm, and then departed the room. Having endured betrayal from her family, Dantai Lioli was no longer inclined to trust easily. Once the sound of footsteps faded away, she rose from the bed. After a moment of contemplation, she gradually picked up the bowl of medicine. She indeed required the spiritual remedy. The distance Chen Anyun had maintained had alleviated much of her wariness. Thus, she first took a careful sip, savoring its taste on her tongue before gulping it down. Then, she settled cross-legged on the bed to begin her breathing exercises. As the medicinal properties spread through her body, the injury she had sustained began to heal rapidly. Regrettably, this miraculous elixir is only capable of healing external wounds and offers no tangible benefit to her currently battered energy reservoir. After meditative breathing that extended until noon, and as her body absorbed the medicinal potency like a sponge, she finally exhaled a long breath. Her previously listless spirit began to revive considerably. At that moment, the sound of the door opening echoed once more. "Young lady, let us converse," Chen Anyun stated, getting straight to the point. Chapter 100. At that time, the bright moon shone, casting light upon the returning colorful clouds. 3. The young girl, carefully scrutinizing the youthful visage of the man before her, could not help but repeatedly mull over the phrase young girl her heart. Having cultivated for over 6 centuries, she had once been a celestial sovereign, dazzling and unparalleled. Even ordinary men would scarcely dare to gaze upon her for long, aside from the initial years of her cultivation. It had been a long time since anyone had referred to her in such a manner. However, as cultivators should not be judged by appearances, and with her current powers dissipated, she lacked the divine sense to ascertain Chen Anyun's cultivation level. Yet, the fact that he had effortlessly rescued her from the clutches of that purple-robed man indicated that his skills were indeed formidable. In her heart, Dantai Liuli swiftly reached a resolution. Perhaps it would be advantageous for him to mistakenly believe she was merely a fledgling cultivator. After all, her identity as a being from a higher realm would only bring her trouble in this lower realm. Moreover, he had indeed saved her life. With this thought in mind, she spoke with a touch of sincerity. "Thank you, esteemed senior, for your life-saving grace." Seeing the female protagonist engaging in a performance of her own, Chen Anyun had no intention of exposing her act. He nodded and replied, "It was but a trivial effort on my part. However, I observe that although you possess a heavenly spiritual root, your meridians are completely severed, and your chi is gravely damaged. What are your plans for the future?" "Plans?" Dantai Liuli's expression went blank as she murmured those two words. She recalled her former self. Had she merely lost her celestial bone? Her exceptional innate talent would have assured her that, even in the face of adversity, she would have the opportunity to rise again and reclaim her former glory. Yet, the reality was that her mother and sister, in a desperate bid to exert control over her, had forced her into an engagement with a debauched scion, ruthlessly administering a potion that obliterated her spiritual essence. This poison not only destroyed her chi, but also rendered the years of arduous cultivation she had devoted to naught. More horrifying was the fact that, in her despair, she had chosen to leap from the celestial execution platform, believing that it would bring an end to her suffering. Little did she anticipate that she would encounter the terrifying chaos of the void, where violent currents swept through like ferocious beasts, tearing apart all her meridians. Now, Dantai Liuli was a complete wreck. Her meridians lay shattered, fragile as a broken spider's web, and her chi was riddled with holes, akin to a dilapidated bag leaking air, incapable of storing even a trace of spiritual essence. Thus, the final flicker of hope within her extinguished completely, plunging her into profound despair. Resolved, she spoke to Chen Anyun with a tone tinged with self-destruction. "If you have come to seek something from this broken vessel of mine, please feel free to do as you wish. Consider it a repayment for saving me from that loathsome individual." After uttering these words, she slowly closed her eyes, seemingly surrendering entirely, as if awaiting the final decree of her fate. Let it be, she thought. At least this man is handsome. He is far better than that purple-robed Taoist. Perhaps I can endure a few more days of mundane existence before my last sliver of potential is extinguished. In the depths of her heart, Dantai Liuli was consumed by sorrow. The female protagonist's unhesitating choice to abandon everything was utterly unexpected for Chen Anyun. However, with a slight shift in perspective, he could comprehend her sentiment. After all, the anguish of betrayal by one's closest kin is never trivial. As for the furnace, does SNGZ truly perceive me as such? Rest assured, esteemed host, you embody the quintessential gentleman, gentle and refined. After all, in the realm of female narratives, you are the innate male second lead, occasionally rivaling the male protagonist in stature. Furthermore, a friendly reminder, in most contemporary female-centric stories, the male second lead often eclipses the male protagonist in popularity. You need not inundate me with this superfluous knowledge, Chen Anyun retorted, observing the female protagonist's demeanor, which seemed to invite his discretion. He couldn't help but chuckle softly. Upon hearing his laughter, Dantai Liuli opened her eyes, casting a gloomy gaze in his direction. In such a dire state, how could he still find amusement? Truly, what a heartless wretch. Then, she heard Chen Anyun speak earnestly. Every individual has their past. If you choose not to share yours, I shall refrain from prying. However, I now present you with two choices. Choices? Dantai Liuli felt as if she had not encountered that word in ages. Whether from her parents or her sister, her life had been plagued by incessant demands, as if she were inherently indebted to them. Yet here stood a stranger, offering her a choice. For the first time in a long while, She felt a semblance of respect and instinctively turned her gaze toward Chen Anyun, eager to hear more. The first option, should you wish to leave this place. You may do so after today. If you desire my assistance, inform me of your destination, and I shall accompany you part of the way, akin to guiding a Buddha to the west. Dantai Liuli shook her head. I have nowhere to go. Then listen to the second option. Chen Anyun's eyes, deep and tranquil as a serene pond, fixed intently on her, as if he sought to unveil her very soul. He began to speak slowly, his voice steady and compelling. Since I embarked on my path of cultivation, I have encountered countless trials and tribulations, diligently honing my skills to reach the realm of celestial beings. Yet, throughout this prolonged journey, I have never taken on a disciple. At this juncture, Chen Anyun paused briefly, his gaze shifting to her. Dantai Liuli was wholly absorbed in his words, and upon hearing that he had never taken a disciple, a flicker of curiosity and intrigue ignited within her. He continued, Your innate talents are exceedingly rare, truly 1 in 10,000. Moreover, the serendipity of our meeting today must signify a profound connection. As he spoke these words, the previously tranquil Dantai Liuli felt her heart skip a beat, an indescribable surge of joy blossoming within her. She widened her eyes, gazing in astonishment at the smiling man before her, her heart unwittingly beginning to harbor an anticipation for his forthcoming words. As anticipated, the next moment, Chen Anyun spoke with unwavering determination. How about this? You shall take me as your master and follow me from this day forth. Upon hearing these words, Dantai Liuli stood frozen in place, utterly astonished. She had not expected that in her moment of utmost despair and helplessness, a glimmer of hope would emerge. Despite her heart's fervent desire, she hesitated, her voice wavering as she murmured, but, my chi si. Before she could finish, she lowered her head, her eyes betraying an unmistakable hint of worry. The devastation of her chi si and the severance of her meridians meant that even the highest realms would demand an unimaginable price for restoration. Observing her distress, Chen Anyun smiled gently and reassured her, You need not fret about this matter. I possess means to resolve it. All I require from you is a simple affirmation of your willingness. Upon hearing this, Dantai Liuli was momentarily taken aback, but soon her expression solidified with resolve. Without a trace of hesitation, she knelt before Chen Anyun, bowing deeply 3 times, and proclaimed aloud, Master, please accept this humble bow from your disciple. There is no need for such urgency. Chen Anyun chuckled softly. We do not even know each other's names. Liuli, Dantai Liuli replied earnestly. My name, Master, is simply Liuli. At that moment, she resolved to abandon her surname, severing all ties with her former family. Very well, I am called Chen Anyun, though of the celestial realm. I am currently without sect or affiliation, merely a solitary cultivator. You must consider carefully, should you choose to follow me. You will no longer have the protection of a sect and may face considerable hardships. Yes, Master. She did not believe that Chen Anyun would deceive her. After all, she had nothing left, and the only thing she was willing to offer seemed to be of no concern to him. A faint smile graced Dantai Liuli's fair face for the first time. In that moment, it was as if a spring breeze had swept through the night, causing 1,000 pear trees to bloom. She felt a resurgence of the brilliance she once possessed at her peak. Even Chen Anyun was momentarily taken aback. She did not wish to perish. She longed to live fully, even if it meant taking a being of the lower realm as her master.